Hello everyone, and welcome to another video of FanFic Canon. Before we dive in, I want to remind you to subscribe to the channel if you enjoy our content. It really helps a lot. Also, don't forget to share your thoughts in the comments section below. Let's get started.
Chapter 101 Sui and #039's request, Odin and #039's blessing. Sui almost pinned Loki to the ground and rubbed it. Thor finally realized that this was his younger brother. I hurried over to check it out, and it was still alive. However, Sui was too aggressive. Thor was about to criticize a few words, but a figure appeared in front of him. The king of God, Odin appears. Like teleportation, Odin suddenly appeared here in Bifrost. It looks like he is dying, but in fact, he is not angry and arrogant. Odin appeared next to Loki, and Loki burst into tears. His plan was perfect, but was destroyed by Sui and Thor. Even, Sui ran over and beat him, a 1,500-year-old child. Loki lay on the Bifrost, feeling extremely wronged. Father, I just want to prove to you that I am better than Thor. Odin looked at Loki kindly. Whether you are good or not, you are my child. You don't have to be good, but you have to be right. This time, you made a big mistake. Loki went on to explain, I want your approval, I want to lighten your burden. Odin reassured softly, I know. Faced with Odin's tolerance and forgiveness, Loki could no longer bear it and chose to escape. Getting ready to roll off the Bifrost, exile yourself. By the time Odin and Thor notice, Loki is already in motion. Loki. The two were so worried that they wanted to grab Loki. It's just that Loki has made up his mind. When it was about to fall, it was caught by Sui and easily caught it back. Loki's mentality has completely collapsed. This Sui is really too lingering. A series of his own plans were destroyed. The man also beat himself up. Now, even if I want to run, I can't. Sui smiled. Loki, you don't think you can run away like this, do you? Let you run away, what if you turn around and make trouble? Loki realizes that he is not a god of tricks at all, but Sui is the devil. You let me go. Sui naturally did not let go, but was going to hand him over to Odin. The king of God, Odin. Odin was also very surprised when he saw Sui. In a place like Midgard, there is such a person as Sui, who is so powerful. Warrior of Midgard, you have Mjolnir's approval, and mine. I, Odin, as the king of God, representing the 9 realms, thank you for stopping this strife. I will reward you. Sui was neither humble nor overbearing. God King Odin, who has protected the 9 realms for many years and also protected Midgard, I respect you very much. It's just Loki, he still holds a grudge against me, and it may even spread to the whole of Midgard. I hope you can lock him up and educate him. Odin also seemed to notice the difference in Sui, and said, I agree to your request. Sui was very satisfied. I still have 2 conditions, I hope the God King can agree. What conditions? The first condition, I hope to fight Thor. I'm not sure about my true strengths, and in Midgard, it's hard to give it my all. So, I hope to find a deserted place to compete with Thor. Odin looked at Thor, and Thor was not afraid. Thor, accept your challenge. This condition, Sui had thought a long time ago, Odin and Thor would agree. Sui intends to use the challenge card to defeat Thor and earn fate points. One more condition, I hope to meet Hela. Odin didn't change his face, just stared at Sui, trying to see through Sui's heart. It was you who broke the news about Hela. Why do you want to meet Hela? You should know what her reappearance means to the 9 realms. Sui nodded, I know, so, I hope Odin will send me there and let me out. Odin chose to refuse, I can send you there, but you will not be Hela's opponent. If you are defeated by her, or even controlled, I can't let you out. Sui knew that it should be that Odin's body was too weak, and now he could barely maintain the seal. If the seal is broken, Hela cannot be exiled again. I am willing to use this drop of water of life as an exchange. As the king of God, Odin has lived for thousands of years, so he is not omniscient, but he is indeed one of the wisest people in the 9 realms. When I saw this drop of water of life, I was very surprised. This life energy can indeed help me extend my lifespan for a few years. It shouldn't belong to this universe. Sui did not deny, I have the ability to obtain items from other universes, and even I am not a person from this universe. Odin has some hesitation and opens the seal, which means that Hela will unseal it in advance. If he could extend his lifespan for a few years, he could temporarily suppress Hela in a short period of time. However, after a long time, it may not be necessarily the case. This condition. Seeing that Odin was about to refuse, Sui hurriedly added, God King, you don't have to rush to refuse. I can wait a year or 2 before going to challenge Hela. Sui is very confident, even if her luck is not good enough to make money now. After a year or 2, it is still possible to upgrade all of them to level 2. At that time, all attributes will reach LV9, and they should be able to fight Hela. Thank you God King for your perfection. Please accept this drop of water of life. Sui gave Odin the last drop of water of life. In fact, it is also an attempt to see if you can get the fate point. Odin accepted the water of life, and a few more years meant that he could discipline Loki, train Thor, and even try his best to change Hela. After taking the Ostavi, Odin was in better shape. Although he still looks old-fashioned, he looks at least a little more energetic. This makes Thor and Loki very happy. Sui is also very happy, because the rewards from the system have arrived. Sui didn't expect that just extending Odin's life for a few years would result in such a huge profit. Odin sensed the change in himself and decided to give Sui an extra reward. In the name of my father and ancestors, I bestow upon you the blessing of Odin. In Odin's hand, a ball of light flew out and poured into Sui's body. Sui felt this gentle energy, which was Odin's divine power. Odin is also worthy of being the king of God, a blessing, as if adding a super buff to Sui. This buff allows Sui to be recognized by Asgard. Sui can get energy from Asgard like Thor and Hela. As long as Asgard is alive, the energy is endless. Even Sui is qualified to use Gungnir. This buff is a bit powerful. Sui was very satisfied. Thank you, God King, for the gift. Next, it's time to fight Thor. With the buff, Sui is more confident in defeating Thor. I think, lock up Loki first. Then, my sparring with Thor can begin. Loki was extremely speechless. There were countless words of greeting in his heart, but he couldn't speak. Chapter 102, Spoiler Loki, date Thor. Together with Thor, Sui imprisoned Loki in Asgard's prison. This was originally the treatment that Loki only had after the Avengers alliance, but now, it has been arranged in advance. Loki looked extremely depressed, but Sui didn't intend to leave. Sui plans to chat with Loki to see if his talk therapy and mouth escape technique can change Loki. By the way, a wave of spoilers, harvest some fate points. Loki, I want to talk to you. You want to talk to me? I don't think we have anything to talk about. Sui sat down on her own, with no intention of leaving. Loki, son of Lauf, adopted by Odin. For so many years, as a young prince, you have also been loved and loved. So, do you want to know your fate? Loki showed an incredulous look, looking at Sui, feeling unbelievable. Sui ignored Loki's expression at all, and just continued. I know your plan, and I also disrupted your plan. Do you think everything is just a coincidence? No, I saw the future. It's just that this future may not be good for you. Loki is still stable, as the god of tricks, his psychological quality is still good. My future? I'd like to hear what kind of stories you can make up. Seeing that Loki was interested, Sui also started spoiling. Just start with your plan to drop off Bifrost. Since then, you have met a man, the cosmic overlord from Titan, Thanos. You pretended to succumb to him and helped him complete his plan to collect infinite gems, so as to gain his support and invade the Earth on a large scale. As a result, your plan failed. The end is naturally being imprisoned here. Loki smiled, showing a look of total disbelief. However, Loki was also scheming in his mind. If he really left Asgard and got a chance for revenge, maybe he would really do this. As for failure, it is impossible, absolutely impossible. Big deal, plan a little more. And then, naturally, the most painful thing in your life happened. What's up? When the 9 realms converge, TIE particles appear, and the Dark Elves strike. Loki has heard of this history, but not much. A cursed warrior disguised as a war criminal entered the prison. Not only did you not stop it, but you directed him in the direction and let him escape. With your help, he killed your mother, God Queen Frigga. Loki suddenly couldn't control himself. If he wanted to talk about the entire god's domain, the person he cares about the most must be God Queen Frigg. Frigga has always loved Loki very much, and made Loki feel the warmth of family and family. No, it's impossible. Sui was not in a hurry to retort. Yes, or not, it's not up to you. Maybe you will experience it yourself in the future, unless, you can change everything. Sui continued to tell Loki's fate. The two teamed up to defeat the Dark Elves, and Loki usurped the throne. Later, when Odin died, Hela appeared. Finally Ragnarok descends and the two brothers prepare to go to Earth. But on the way, he met Thanos. Loki traded the space gem and his own life for Thor's survival. Sui's spoiler, that's the end of it. Loki just smiled, not revealing his true inner thoughts. Nice story, do you think I'll believe it? Sui and Loki have spoiled so much, not for fate points, but for mouth escape to convince Loki. If it can be successful, it is naturally the best. If it fails, and Loki still intends to make troubles, Sui is really going to kill him. It does not matter. I can tell you that in the world I live in, there are people I care about, and I like stability. I tell you this, and I tell you my weakness. But I'm not afraid either. I can tell you clearly, if you touch my bottom line, then don't blame me for breaking the bottom line. You also have relatives, people you cherish. If something happened to your loved one, think about what you would do. You should know that I can go too far. This is a threat and a warning. I am willing to tell you this because I believe that you also have someone you cherish. Just this once. If you insist on trying, then be prepared to lose your loved ones. Looking at Sui's eyes, Loki couldn't help feeling a little chilled. He was abused by Sui twice and knows Sui's strength. Now that Odin is old, Thor may not be able to defeat Sui. If it really angered Sui and made Sui go crazy, maybe Sui would really do these things. Thinking of this, Loki felt a little embarrassed. However, he had to pretend to be calm on the surface. I'm here now, where else can I go? Sui smiled, knowing that Loki meant to show weakness. Now that the goal has been achieved, he can also leave. Loki, cherish those around you. You're 1,500 years old, you're not a child anymore. Sui turned and left. Loki wanted to complain, but he didn't say anything because he was afraid of offending Sui. Loki was not relieved until it was confirmed that Sui had really left. Damn it, do you really think you can see my fate and know who I am, Loki? Loki vented in the prison and quickly calmed down again. Because Sui is right, he does have someone he cares about. He didn't want to see something happen to Frigga. For this, he could pay any price. Loki fussed for a while, calling out loudly, "Guard, guard." Some guards did respond to Loki, but very seriously. "Loki, you are now a prisoner." Loki also knew that he couldn't get out now. "I want to read a book and have someone help pass the message to my mother. I need to read a book to pass the time. Such a request is indeed not too high. I will send someone to notify the Queen of God." Loki loosened up a bit. The 9 realms, the Dark Elves, and the infinite gems. He couldn't believe all of this information, but he couldn't disbelieve it either. In order to protect Frigg, he must be prepared. On the other side, Sui left the prison and left with Thor. What follows is a battle between the two. Thor is also looking forward to it. After all, Sui is extremely powerful and a rare opponent. "What did you and Loki talk about?" "I just warned him not to go to my world again." Thor didn't believe it, but didn't pursue it further. "You are a strong opponent, and I will try my best to defeat you." "Me too." Sui and Thor found God King Odin, and Odin had specially prepared the venue for them to perform. "And, no other viewers? I have prepared a battlefield for you, and you can learn from each other to your heart's content. Thor, be good." Thor was extremely serious. "Yes, father." Chapter 103 Thor Awakening. This area is empty, very suitable for 2 people to fight. Sui and Thor face off, ready to fight. Sui is not completely sure of defeating Thor now, but he is still 60% sure. Therefore, the challenge card was decisively used. "Thor, I'm ready." "Me too. Let's begin then." Thor is also very serious, because Sui is the most powerful enemy he has ever faced. Mjolnir in his hand circled, and then flew towards Sui. The speed is extremely fast, but Sui can also react. Mjolnir also recognized Sui, so there was no suppression on Sui. It could only be regarded as a powerful weapon. Like Hela, Sui grabbed Mjolnir, but couldn't crush it. However, stopping the hammer will do. Thor knew that this hammer would definitely not be able to defeat Sui, so he also rushed over. The two fought together. In close combat, Sui is not afraid of anyone. It's just that Mjolnir is indeed a bit powerful, and it still hurts when it hits the body. However, Sui is not a vegetarian either. "If you hit me with a hammer, I will pay you back no matter what." The battle between the two became fierce as soon as it came up. After Sui's initial temptation was over, he immediately gained the upper hand. Watching Thor hit him with a hammer, Sui blocked Thor's arm, and then started to fight back. It seems that fighting skills are still useful. Rich experience allowed Sui to see through Thor's attack methods. Thor's attack methods are mostly related to hammers. With a hammer in hand, there are a variety of attack methods, and the fighting skills can reach LV6. Sui wouldn't be a match without a hammer. Sui tried his best to restrict Thor, so that he could not exert Mjolnir's power, and thus suppressed Thor. After these few minutes of fighting, Sui also roughly figured out Thor's physical fitness level. In terms of strength and endurance, they are slightly worse than themselves. According to the classification of the system, it should be above LV6 and below LV7. In terms of energy, Thor's thunder power is a bit troublesome. "Punch me, Kylan arm, 7 times bonus." Suddenly, Sui exploded with strength, and this punch directly sent Thor flying. The whole person smashed a hole in the ground, and then rolled into the distance. Mjolnir fell off by accident, and it looked like he was seriously injured. Sui hurriedly chased after him, taking advantage of the victory to pursue. Thor was beaten violently by Sui, temporarily unable to resist. Looking at this appearance, Sui also knew that Thor came here smoothly and did not encounter too many powerful opponents, which slowed down his growth rate. Chasing and fighting all the way, punched Thor more than a dozen times, and Thor was already injured. Odin couldn't stand it anymore, and was about to end this discussion. However, Sui felt that she was not enjoying herself enough. "Thor, tell me, what god are you?" "God of the hammer." "You are Thor, and the power of thunder is always in you, not in the hammer. Stand up and unleash the thunder power in your body." Eon. Thor stood up with difficulty. Sui's words stimulated Thor, and there was a gradual change in his eyes. Sui can see that Thor has started awakening. But it's not enough, just start awakening. For true awakening, some pressure is needed. Yes, exactly. With a roar, Thor rushed towards Sui, and Mjolnir also flew towards Sui from behind, forming a double trap. Seeing Thor's appearance, Sui was overjoyed. Immediately rushed over and took the initiative to attack. Before Mjolnir flew over, Sui had already knocked down Thor, and then turned around and grabbed Mjolnir. Thor was defeated again, but his morale remained. Sui continued to prod Thor. "Thor, stand up. Is this all you have? When Odin dies, who will protect your mother and brother? Who will protect Asgard? Who will protect the 9 realms?" Thor listened to Sui's words, and the thunder divine power in his body was no longer under control and burst out. I saw the thunder power erupting from Thor's body, and the huge thunder power affected the world. Thor is finally the real Thor at this moment. I swear by Thor. I will protect my family, I will protect Asgard, and I will protect the 9 realms. Odin watched Thor awakening, filled with relief. I am also a little more grateful to Sui. If it weren't for Sui, a powerful enemy, if Sui hadn't deliberately guided Thor, Thor might not have awakened so early. Thor had been abused by Sui for so long, and now he exploded completely. Surrounded by endless thunder power, he rushed forward. Sui was also extremely excited. The rewards for defeating Thor in such a state should be even richer. Come on, fight. Thor drops the hammer too, and the two slam into each other quickly. The two fought at close range, and the thunder power spread all around, engulfing Sui. Fortunately, Sui has rough skin and thick flesh, so she can carry it. It's just that Sui didn't expect that Thor's power would actually increase in a short period of time. Damn, hang up, right. I'm the real cheating player, I'm still afraid that you won't succeed. Sui didn't care about anything else, and went directly to Thor Mang. On recklessness, who is afraid of whom? The two fought back and forth, and Sui's melee combat skills had the upper hand. The two exchanged punches. Sui's fist was powerful and Thor's fist carried huge amounts of thunder power. With this punch, the two were evenly matched. Come on, Thor, next, this punch will win. For the glory of the god of the north? For Asgard. Sui didn't talk too much nonsense, she gathered all her strength, from feet to punches, from bottom to top. This punch gathers the strength of the whole body, plus the 7 times strength bonus of Kylan's arm. This is definitely Sui's strongest punch ever. The fists of the two collided, and Thor's thunder power seemed to be repelled by Sui's fist. Huge amounts of force collide, burst. With a bang, the energy spread. This power can definitely destroy an entire school. Both of them were pushed back hundreds of meters before falling to the ground. Sui vomited blood and managed to stabilize himself, but there was still some damage to the internal organs. Cool, happy. Sui took out a celestial bean, and after eating it, his body began to recover. Looking at Thor again, Odin has descended to Thor's side, and it seems that he has lost consciousness. Is Thor alright? I have a fairy bean here to heal the wound. He just awakened and used too much force. I will send someone to treat him. Sui recalled that in Thor 3, Thor awakened his power in the battle with Hulk, and then fainted. That's good. Odin was very happy. It was you who helped him reflect and wake up, and you also helped Thor awakening power. Thank you for everything you have done for Thor. Thor will become an Avenger in the future. He will become the protector of my world and the 9 worlds. He will. Sui is also very satisfied with the result. Next, it's time to go back and take stock of the gains from this incident. Chapter 104. After Sui fought with Thor, he didn't stay long and chose to return to his own world. Over the past few days, I have gained a lot. Especially today, a lot of things have been done, enough to change the fate of a lot of people. Frustrated Loki's plot and spoiled it. Use the water of life to help God King Odin prolong his life. Defeat Thor with challenge cards and help Thor awakening. This series of operations made Sui a lot of money. Sui can't wait to go back and take stock of what she has gained. However, just after teleporting back, he found that Phil Coulson was still waiting for him. Phil Coulson, are you still here? Only then did Sui realize that it was almost evening, and the day was almost over. We need to know the specific situation as soon as possible. Okay, take me back by car, don't mind talking slowly in the car. Definitely can. Sui took a ride, and on the way, she also disclosed some information about Asgard to Phil Coulson, asking him to report to Nick Fury. For now, there is a high possibility that Loki will not come over to make trouble. However, the threat of Thanos remains. Sui is very curious about how the Avengers alliance will unfold if Loki does not come. Thor's events come to an end for now. Sui returned to the hotel, and both Jane and Daisy were worried. Seeing that Sui returned safely, he was relieved. Obviously, the two of them were also extremely curious about Sui's going to God's domain. So, Sui briefly described it. In the evening, Jane and Sui took advantage of the darkness to take a stroll outside. Jane is a superhero to Sui, who needs to face various dangers and has some worries. So, I'm worried about you, because you need to face such danger. Sui probably guessed Jane's question, so he took the initiative to persuade. Jane, you should know that there is a wider universe beyond this world. Our lives, our world, are at stake. I have to come forward and address these dangers. You know, what I do is for our future, for our life. If you can be safe and sound, then definitely is the best. If I have to come forward to solve it, I will try my best to protect my safety. You don't have to worry too much. My current strength is not much worse than God King Odin. When Jane heard Sui's words, she finally felt relieved. She wasn't making trouble out of no reason, she was just worried about Sui's safety. Under the starry sky, Sui hugged Jane and said quietly, "Want to experience the feeling of flight?" Jane said in surprise, "Flight." Just when Jane was surprised, she found that she had slowly lifted off into the air, floating in the air with Sui. "I haven't agreed yet. It's okay, hold on tight." Jane is also very obedient, hugging Sui tightly, worried about falling. Sui took Jane for a flight, and Jane felt extremely miraculous. It feels like flying quite fast, but there is no feeling of howling wind, just like going for a ride. How could this be? We were flying very fast, but I didn't feel the wind. Biological stance. Jane didn't understand very well, and Sui didn't intend to explain too much. I think we can discuss this academic issue after we go back. I agree. In the middle of the night, Sui rested and began to take stock of today's harvest. System, take stock of the harvest during this period. The system also quickly gave the statistical results. Ding, the statistics are complete. The host changed the fate of many people and gained a total of 7.7 million fate points. Additional 9 chances for ordinary lottery draws and 3 chances for God-level lottery draws. Sui checked the details, and sure enough, each item had a data description. God King Odin, Thor. Because of their powerful combat power, they also have many fate points to feed back. Not only that, but also Loki's transformation, which seriously affected the plot of Avengers Alliance 1, also provided a lot of destiny points. Even, it indirectly affected Hela and Ragnarok and other plots. In addition, if you successfully challenge Thor, the rewards of the challenge card will also be accumulated in it. The income from all aspects adds up to 7.7 million, which is not much at all. 7.7 million, that's a lot. If you use the double card and deposit 8 million, you can get 16 million after 2 months. To save, or not to save, that is the question. Sui briefly thought about it, and then, it seemed that there was no special need to spend fate points. In the world of black-robed pickets, Sui doesn't plan to go so early. After inquiring about the system, Sui found out that it is still possible to bring people there. Therefore, Sui intends to treat the black-robed world as a dungeon, and let the Avengers Alliance form a team to clear the dungeon. Captain America and Soldier Boy, Quicksilver and locomotives. Thor can't beat Superman, it should still be possible to beat a pirated version of Homelander. Therefore, this does not need to spend fate points. Sui looked at his fate point, which was close to 9 million, and there was some hesitation. Wait until I send out the talisman and fire spirit beads first, and see if I can get 10 million together. Then let's draw a lottery system, ordinary 10 consecutive draws. The system only gave out 9 lucky draw chances, and the remaining one must be purchased with destiny points. The 10 consecutive draws are over, a pile of garbage, only one good thing. Special item, 1 pack of blood orchid seeds. When Sui saw this reward, she couldn't help but be moved. Blood orchid, a magical plant in the world of the plague of pythons. The secreted serum can prolong the life of cells. In simple terms, it can prolong life. Although it is not as easy to use as the water of life, it is definitely something with a heaven-defying effect. However, blood orchid has never been tested on humans. In the 4th part, a scientist uses a young snake to test the efficacy of the blood orchid. As a result, the young snake grows up overnight and becomes a giant. Blood orchid, another magical plant. In any case, it must be studied. Sui immediately thought of Maya Hansen, but she didn't know if Tony could handle the other party now. Next, there are 3 more God-level lottery draws. In the last God-level lottery draw, Sui directly drew a bottle of water of life. This time, with 3 chances, Sui hopes to draw something good. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, a complete collection of Super God Divine Body research materials. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the special ability, Infinite Devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item, a spell of your choice. Sui looked at the reward and couldn't help swallowing. It is indeed a God-level lottery draw, but it is better than ordinary lottery draws. The research data of the divine body means that ordinary people can be transformed into super soldiers. Mass-produced, even stronger than the captain. Infinite Devouring is an evolutionary version of energy devouring. The current Sui can also bask in the sun and become stronger. Not only that, Sui can quickly absorb the power of thunder, power of Odin, planetary energy, etc. Compared with before, it is not twice as strong. The last one, the optional spell, may be a little bit worse, not up to the standard of the God-level lottery draw. But it's okay, just choose one and give it to Natasha Romanoff. Chapter 105 Going Home, Summoning. Yu Yi looked at the reward, although she was very excited, but after going through so much, Sui has long been able to face it normally. After a good night's sleep, it's time to prepare to go back. Early in the morning, when Sui and the others were still having breakfast, Phil Coulson brought his people over. Good morning, Phil Coulson, are you still here? Phil Coulson greeted Sui, morning, so. However, I am here this time not for you, but for Dr. Savage. Sui guessed the purpose of Phil Coulson and invited Dr. Savage to join S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the cosmic cube. Regarding this matter, Sui decided to persuade her. Sui has always been unsure whether he can control infinite gems, so he has never had the idea of infinite gems. Now, it has the skill of Infinite Devour. According to the description, basically all energy can be devoured and turned into its own use. Sui is also preparing to start collecting infinite gems when his strength improves a bit. Anyway, the cosmic cube, TIE particles, psychic scepter, and Eye of Agamotto all appeared on the Earth. In other words, Soul Gem and Power Gem have never appeared on the Earth, and they need to be found in the universe. Dr. Savage, we at S.H.I.E.L.D. officially invite you to join us. Dr. Savage was a little skeptical about Phil Coulson and others. After all, he was in a suit and black glasses, and he was still in the mystery department. It wasn't a good thing at first glance, and he might be researching something strange. However, during this period of time, the performance of Phil Coulson and others was indeed not bad. Not only that, Phil Coulson is also very sincere, directly indicating what to study. Dr. Savage was finally moved and planned to agree. Both Jane and Daisy were stunned. If the doctor left, there would be only 2 people left in the research team. Daisy was extremely depressed. Water? Doctor, you promised to go to their place for research, so what shall we do? Dr. Shaij can't help it. After all, the attraction of the cosmic cube is too strong. I will be away for a while. You are all excellent, and you already have the ability to study on your own, and I have nothing to teach you. Sui persuaded, how about you go back with me? I can sponsor you to open a research laboratory. Daisy agrees very much. Researching in the laboratory is much better than eating and sleeping like this. Moreover, it is very rare to have your own laboratory. Jane has a different opinion. Many phenomena must be investigated on the spot. Sui explained, it's just a small laboratory, which can facilitate your research. If you want to go out to investigate, I definitely support you. Also, Phil Coulson and his department will also pay attention to anomalous phenomena around the world. They can definitely provide a lot of information. They also need the help of scientists like you. Phil Coulson also made sense when he heard it. It is true. There are many phenomena that we cannot understand. If we can have your help, I believe many problems can be solved. Jane is also a little moved, owning a high-end laboratory, which is of great help to research. I agree. While Sui was happy, she was also a little worried. Jian and the others don't know about Sui's other confidant. If they happen to meet, it will be the Shura field. We still have to find a chance to show our cards. Jane and Daisy are going to go back with themselves, and Dr. Savig is going to be taken away by Phil Coulson. When parting, Sui chatted with Phil Coulson. Phil Coulson, I know you're working on the cosmic cube. This thing has inexhaustible power. Hydra researched it and invented various weapons. Stark researched it and discovered many new technologies. You are also researching it and making weapons. It's just that you don't know its essence. In the cosmic cube, there is an infinite gems. Sui briefly popularized infinite gems. The purpose is to let them understand that their S.H.I.E.L.D can't grasp this thing. You can't control this gem now. Studying it is very likely to attract forces outside the universe. That's all I said. You decide for yourself how to study and use it. Phil Coulson did not have the ability to call the shots. Thank you for the information. I will report it to Director Nick. The matter is over, and everyone goes their separate ways. Sui is ready to return immediately. After all, it has been almost a month since she left. But Jane still intends to continue to study and go back when the time comes. Sui couldn't persuade Jane, so she could only let Jane continue to study. Another day was deliberately stayed to accompany Jane and Daisy. Early the next morning, after saying goodbye to the two, Sui teleported home. Back at the villa, Sui felt the long-lost relaxation. During this journey, many things happened. Finally came back. What should I do today? Sui is not in a hurry to find her confidant, or Tony. By the way, there is another summon card. It's time to use it. Sui took out a bottle of ice cream from the refrigerator and sat on the sofa. System, use the summon card. Let me see who's there. Using the summoning card, 3 characters instantly appeared in front of Sui, and Sui can choose one of 3 to summon into this world. When 3 characters appeared, Sui laughed out loud. System, you understand me. First one, Felicity MOK from CW Universe. IT genius, computer expert, hacker. Green Arrow's right-hand woman in the CW universe, and later became Green Arrow's wife. In terms of appearance, it is naturally not bad. The second one, Nami from the world of One Piece. Thief, surveyor, navigator, combat ability is not bad. The third one is Kylan from Super God Universe. Super soldier, sniper. Sui looked at the 3 beauties, a little dazzled. These 3 people are definitely the goddesses in many people's minds. Sui naturally likes these 3 characters too. System, I want them all. Just tell me, how many fate points do you want? Each summon card can only summon 1 character. The host can buy a summoning card to summon other characters. Sui complained secretly, this is definitely the system's routine. First highlight all the good characters, and attract me to buy summoning cards. Then, when the time comes, all the crap comes out. This kind of routine has been played badly by the Pig Factory and Goose Factory, and Sui has also seen it frequently. You can only choose one of the 3, so there is no choice. I choose Kylan's wife. Sui is surrounded by Western beauties, but there is no Oriental beauties. Among the 3, Kylan is a proper Oriental beauty. How could Sui miss it? Choose Kylan, the summoning is successful. A ray of light flashed, and Qilin appeared in front of Sui, wearing combat armor and equipped with weapons, God's punishment. Seeing himself appearing here, he didn't seem to be surprised or flustered at all. Are you the one who summoned me to this world? Sui smiled and said, welcome to the Marvel world, Kylan. Chapter 106. Sui looked at Kylan in front of her. She was really pretty. The face value and figure are both beautiful. The most important thing is that this is the beauty of the East. Sui had a brief exchange with Kylan and got to know Kylan a little bit better. Kylan has no memory of the previous world at all. It's just that in the dark, I heard the call and came to this world. Although Kylan was summoned by Sui, she has a natural liking for and obedience to Sui. However, Sui still can't really regard Kylan as his wife directly. However, the system has sent people to the door. If Sui can't take it down, it will really be a waste. Qilin, from now on, you should stay here. Kylan is not one to be coy. Yes. By the way, do you have any more normal clothes? Kylan looked at her combat uniform. No. Sui nodded. Looks like I have to go buy some clothes for you first. I'll bring you a set of my clothes first, you can change them on first, wait for me to go out, and then buy some women's clothes. Maybe it won't fit you well, but it's okay. I'll take you to buy it in person later. It is good. Sui definitely took the opportunity to ask about Kylan's size, so that it is convenient to buy clothes. Although Kylan was a little shy, she still told Sui this relatively secret matter. Sui drove out, and after more than an hour, she bought a carload of clothes and came back. After Sui handed the clothes to Qilin, it took half an hour for Qilin to change into casual clothes and appear in front of Sui. A white t-shirt and a pleated skirt that didn't reach the knee showed off her long legs. Sui sized it up and made sure that Kylan was missing a few pairs of socks. Whether it's white or black, Kylan should be able to handle it. Qilin didn't dislike Sui's gaze. I want to ask, what's the situation with the lace pajamas? Is there a problem? I just saw it, so I bought it. Don't waste time, let's go shopping together. Your daily necessities are not ready yet. Kylan didn't pursue it either, and it was normal to have a few sets of pajamas. Even if Sui doesn't buy it, she will buy a few sets herself. Maybe it's not as beautiful as the one Sui bought. Took Kylan out shopping and then had a meal out. When returning home, Kylan sat in the co-pilot, admiring the scenery outside. I just feel that such a time is very leisurely, as if I haven't experienced it for a long time. Being summoned by Sui and coming to this world seems to be a good thing. Shopping is cool for a while, and shopping is always cool. It's just that there are too many things, and it takes some time to pack them up. The two of them bought a bunch of clothes. Although they didn't fill the entire closet, they took up at least half of it. In addition, there are toiletries, mobile phones and computers and other items. It can be seen that Kylan needs a long time to clean up. Qilin, I'm going out for a while, do you want to go with me? Sui intends to find Natasha Romanoff. Kylan is also a super soldier in the world of super gods. I think it will take me another hour or so to finish packing. Well, I'll go first. If I don't come back at night, there is food in the refrigerator at home, and you can make dinner yourself. It is good. Sui disappeared in an instant and appeared in the command room of the space carrier. The sudden appearance of Sui immediately aroused Melina's vigilance. However, Melina breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that it was Sui. Hi Melina, where is Natasha Romanoff? Melina knew Sui's ability, and probably guessed the relationship between Natasha Romanoff and Sui. Natasha Romanoff is in the training room. Natasha Romanoff has always felt that she is not suitable for management, so she handed over most of the management work to Melina. And I keep training, ready to go out at any time. It is also because Dreykov has made countless fortunes over the years, so he stayed. Otherwise, this group of Black Widows and this sky carrier really can't stand such consumption. When Sui came to the training room, she saw sisters Natasha Romanoff and Yelena fighting. Fighting with beautiful women is something to watch. Definitely, Sui was also quickly discovered. Both Natasha Romanoff and Yelena are top agents, and they will always observe their surroundings during the battle. Although he was training, he relaxed his vigilance. However, habits are not easy to change. The two finished training, and Natasha Romanoff appeared in front of Sui dripping with sweat. Didn't you go on a trip with the beautiful astronomer? Sui lifted Natasha Romanoff's chin. What? Are you jealous? Natasha Romanoff said affectionately, I'm really jealous because I can't leave here and stay by your side. This alluring look caught Sui in an instant. Regardless of Natasha Romanoff's state at the moment, Sui took the initiative to kiss her. You won't stay here forever, I'll take you home, and, you know, I need your help. Natasha Romanoff knew what Sui meant, and it was nothing more than asking Natasha Romanoff to help adjust the relationship in the backyard to avoid a fire in the backyard. Natasha Romanoff is definitely the best wingman when it comes to dealing with relationships. I brought you a gift, do you plan to read it now, or later? I have to go clean first. Sui showed a smirk, no problem. Yelena looked at the two with great interest, without any intention of disturbing them. I have prepared 2 new spells for you. The first spell, the snake spell, can make you invisible. Natasha Romanoff looked at the talisman in Sui's hand, not feeling strange at all. After all, the horse charm was obtained last time. Also, Natasha Romanoff has cured most of the Black Widows under the horse charm. There are also some Black Widows who don't care about it at the moment. Anyway, they don't have the idea of retiring. At worst, it would not be too late for treatment until the time of retirement. And one more. There's another one you choose. Natasha Romanoff is very smart. Although she doesn't know the specific method for Sui to obtain the charm, she can guess that it should be difficult to obtain. It is good. Sui told Natasha Romanoff the abilities of the remaining 10 spells, and Natasha Romanoff began to think about which spell to choose. Considering that she already had 2 support spells, Natasha Romanoff chose an offensive spell, Dragon Charm. In this way, there are offensive and powerful attack abilities, as well as life-saving abilities such as invisibility and healing. Sui also chose the Dragon Charm and gave it to Natasha Romanoff. Instantly obtained fate point feedback, but his own fate point still did not break through 10 million. I also have a fire spirit bead, which can give people the ability to control fire and be immune to fire damage. I plan to give it to Yelena. What do you think? Natasha Romanoff can foresee the dangers ahead. This fire spirit bead is also unusual. It can make Yelena stronger and have more self-protection abilities. Although his horse charm can heal others, if something goes wrong, he is not by Yelena's side. I agree. Chapter 107 Sister-in-law and brother-in-law Sui and Natasha Romanoff found Yelena and planned to give Yelena the fire lingzo. Definitely, let Natasha Romanoff and Yelena communicate in advance. With stronger strength, you can also protect those around you. Yelena did not have the slightest hesitation and chose to agree. Sui took out the fire lingzo and prepared to give it to Yelena. Yelena stretched out her hand lightly and took the fire lingzo. Through the simple method of dripping blood, let the fire spirit bead recognize its owner. I saw the fire spirit bead emitting a dazzling red light, and then submerged into Yelena's body. After integrating for the first time, the fire spirit bead exudes a powerful force and begins to improve Yelena's body. The fiery power of the fire spirit orb enveloped Yelena. Yelena felt the strength of this force, and felt even more the damage it caused to her body. To transform and strengthen the body, the first step is naturally to cause damage and damage. This will bring huge amounts of pain, which is unbearable for Yelena. The surrounding temperature is getting higher and higher, hotter than the steam room. Yelena's yang was dripping with sweat, but was quickly evaporated by the high temperature. Seeing Yelena's slightly painful appearance, and this situation, which has exceeded the limit that ordinary people can bear, Natasha Romanoff was extremely worried. Su, can we help Yelena? Sui thought for a while and expressed his own analysis. The fire dragon ball is improving Yelena's body, because the power of fire is too violent. If you want to improve your body, you must destroy it first, and then you can be reborn. The fire lingzo will protect her, but these pains must be experienced. Natasha Romanoff continued, can I heal her with a horse charm and help her relieve her pain? It's probably not suitable. Your horse charm will purify the abnormal power in the body. Now the power of the fire spirit orb hasn't fully integrated with Yelena, it will be cleared by the horse charm. This will cause the power of the fire lingzo to counterattack, and the burst of energy will be more violent. If so, Yelena's pain will be doubled. After listening to Sui's analysis, Natasha Romanoff chose to believe Sui. However, seeing Yelena in such pain, Natasha Romanoff was restless. Yelena, you can do it. Yelena has experienced the training of the Red House since she was a child, and she has also experienced so many hardships. Not to say that the heart is as strong as iron, but it is definitely a person with a firm mind. At this moment, in the severe pain, I can still keep awake. I'm fine, I can hold on. Just as Yelena finished speaking this sentence, suddenly, a huge amount of power erupted. Yelena only felt as if her body was on fire, and her whole body seemed to be burnt into red steel. Huge amounts of pain hit, and Yelena couldn't help but scream in pain. What? More than half an hour passed, and Yelena's voice gradually became quieter. It is clear that the most painful stage is over. Yelena also gradually got used to the high temperature, as well as the pain caused by energy strengthening body. Next, the power of the fire lingzo will slowly repair and strengthen Yelena's body. It seems that Yelena has adapted. Are you going to continue to guard Yelena? Natasha Romanoff knew that Sui might have something else to do. Definitely, if you want to see Pietro's training, I can ask Antonia to take you there. Okay. Sister-in-law Yelena doesn't need her anymore, so Sui decides to visit brother-in-law Pietro. Sui met Antonia again. When we first met, we were completely two people. When I first met Antonia, she was Drykoff's daughter, implanted with a chip, and her face was terrified. After being treated with the Ostavi, Antonia regained her original appearance. A hairy loli under 20. This image looks 1,000 times more beautiful than when they first met. Antonia also fully recovered after Drykoff's death. Antonia has mixed feelings about Natasha Romanoff. On the one hand, Natasha Romanoff made her hurt. On the other hand, Natasha Romanoff saved her again. Drykoff. Natasha Romanoff killed her father, but from the point of view of Natasha Romanoff and many Black Widows, Drykoff has committed a heinous crime. Finally, Antonia challenged Natasha Romanoff. The two fought, but there was no winner. Persuaded by Natasha Romanoff, she stayed and became a member of this big family. After this period of time, Antonia still feels pretty good, at least gradually adapting to life after recovery. Antonia, you look fine. Facing Sui's slightly frivolous attitude, Antonia was not angry. Because the water of life that healed her was provided by Sui. Such a good thing, the value is definitely not cheap. Besides, it is naturally Sui's identity. Not only is Sui powerful, she's also Natasha Romanoff's man. Antonia replied indifferently, Pietro is in the other training room. He has made rapid progress, but it is not enough. Speaking of Pietro, Sui thought of Wanda. I've been busy with Asgard recently, so I haven't visited Wanda for a while. Wanda is a goal that must be achieved, and the progress has not been made, which is a bit unreasonable. Sui was a little skeptical. She made her original decision. You should keep Wanda by your side now, play with it first, and brush it up to be moved. It should be much better to send it to learn magic when it is almost raised. Now this will undoubtedly increase the difficulty of the strategy. But Sui didn't panic at all. Sui still had a way to handle Wanda. The way Sui handles Wanda is naturally Pietro. Sui came outside the training room and saw Pietro's situation. It seems that the training during this period of time is still somewhat effective. It's just that, as Antonia said, the progress is fast, but it's not enough to watch. The Black Widows here are all raised from childhood and have experienced more. Pietro's current training, although hard, is not life-threatening after all. Pietro, look who's here. The training was interrupted, and the instructor responsible for training Pietro was a little angry. However, when she saw that it was Sui and Antonia, the female instructor suppressed her anger. Pietro is very hostile to Sui. Because Sui has always had thoughts about Wanda, Pietro is naturally very vigilant against this kind of person who plays his sister's idea. What's more, Sui is still a scumbag. What are you doing here? I just happened to have time, so I stopped by to see you. I heard that you are training well. Now, you can go, I have to continue training. Don't you want to visit your sister Wanda? I still miss her very much and I am going to visit her. If you don't want to go, then I will go alone. Pietro became excited when he heard Wanda's name. I'm going to see Wanda. Maybe, you should say, please, and add a thank you. Pietro suppressed the anger in his heart. Please take me to meet Wanda. Thank you. Sui was very satisfied with Pietro's attitude. No problem, I agree. Kelly, I'm going to take Pietro away. After he comes back, continue to increase his training volume. Walter. Sui asked back, can't you hold on? I don't want you to drag Wanda down. But to be honest, if you die unexpectedly, Wanda will definitely be very sad. At that time, I will take the opportunity to comfort Wanda, and the chance of success will be very high. Pietro gritted his teeth angrily, but there was nothing he could do. I agree with increasing the volume of training. Chapter 108 Beautiful cook Kylan Sui took Pietro to see Wanda. Wanda and Pietro brothers and sisters, there are still many topics to talk about. Ancient One Magician took the opportunity to chat with Sui for a while. What Sui did in Asgard this time has completely messed up the timeline. Ancient One Magician can't predict what will happen in the Avengers Alliance with Time Gem. It now appears that Natasha Romanoff will not be an initial member of the Avengers Alliance. Loki is locked up, and most likely, won't be involved in a major event in the Avengers Alliance. Because of Sui's change, the future has completely deviated from the established destiny. To sum it up in one simple word, it is outrageous. Sui stayed in Camartage for a while and saw Wanda's progress. Wanda has gradually developed her own power through meditation practice. In this way, the cultivation of Xingxing is the main thing. Gaining power will be much slower, but more controllable. When Wanda comes out, it will definitely be stronger than direct awakening. As for spells, Wanda doesn't learn much. Most of them are basic knowledge of magic, and only learned one portal. Wanda, it looks like you're making rapid progress. Wanda is living well here now and has learned magic. However, given the relationship between Sui and Tony, there is always some wariness on Sui. Thank you for sending me here to learn magic, but I hope that Tony Stark has prepared the materials and cleared himself of his guilt. Wanda has been learning more information and thinking for so long. Although it has not completely given up, it is not as extreme as it was at first. It's probably coming soon. I'll let you know when he's ready. Wanda smiled. I'm waiting for his explanation, and thank you for taking care of Pietro, but I don't want him to become an unscrupulous agent. Definitely, I'm just cultivating his ability. It's up to him to choose what kind of person he wants to be. As the elder brother, Pietro's self-esteem was a little frustrated after being so protected by Wanda. You know, I was born a few minutes earlier than you. I'm the big brother, and I know what I'm doing. Facing her big brother, Wanda was also very helpless. Okay, then, don't bother me much, I'll take him back first. Although Wanda has learned the portal, she can't. Therefore, this kind of thing still has to be done by Sui. After leaving the helicarrier, Sui returned home, ready to continue her time management plan. When I got home, I found Kylan was busy in the kitchen. Kylan was wearing casual home clothes and was cooking while listening to music. Seeing Kylan's graceful back, Sui was a little surprised. Could it be that Kylan is still a beautiful cook? Sui moved closer and asked aloud, Chi-Lin, are you making dinner? Kylan was startled when she heard Sui's voice. After all, Kylan is new here and she hasn't gotten used to Sui's existence yet. Even more uncomfortable, Sui's teleportation ability. However, after confirming that it was Sui, Chi-Lin quickly calmed down. As you said, I'll prepare dinner myself. Sui originally planned to go out to find a girl for dinner, but she won't come back at night. However, smelling the aroma of the dishes and seeing Kylan cooking, I was ecstatic. Unexpectedly, Kylan is still a beautiful cook. In the super god world, Kylan seems to live independently, and it is normal to be able to cook. Thinking of this, Sui temporarily decided to take care of the beauties around her first. He leaned near the kitchen and watched Kylan cook. Is there my share? Kylan replied very naturally, no, I remember you said that there is no need to wait for your return. So, I only prepared my own portion. Sui still didn't believe it, so she leaned over to have a look. I see, there are 2 dishes here, and you are still making them. 3 dishes, that's a lot. Kylan explained, I am a generation of gods, so my appetite will be larger than ordinary people. Sui regretted not being able to eat the delicious food cooked by Chi-Lin's wife. However, Sui has no intention of giving up. That's it, then just cook 2 more dishes. If you don't have enough rice, you can eat next. It made sense to Kylan. After all, board and lodging were all paid by Sui, and Kylan didn't have any reason to refuse. That's fine, then I'll cook 2 more dishes. I'll make another stir-fried beef and scallion-flavored eggs. You prepare the ingredients. Sui also joined in. Okay. Chi-Lin is in charge of cooking while Sui prepares the ingredients. Chi-Lin, I didn't expect you to be a good cook. Kylan thought for a moment. I don't know, it seems like it should. I didn't expect you to be a beautiful cook. It seems that in the future, I won't have to cook by myself. Seeing the way Sui cooks vegetables, Kylan can also tell that Sui still knows how to cook. Immediately rejected Sui's proposal. That's not good, cooking often will affect the skin. We take turns to cook, so it's fair. Sui didn't force it. Okay, then take turns. Kylan said softly, that's about the same. Kylan was busy cooking 2 dishes, while Sui was next to him, making noodles by himself. After more than 10 minutes, the two enjoyed dinner together. Chi-Lin, would you like a drink or two? Celebrating your arrival. Kylan didn't object. Okay. Sui chose a low-alcohol wine and drank 2 glasses with Kylan to celebrate. It is indeed a kind of enjoyment to have dinner with a beautiful woman like Kylan. It's delicious. Although Zhao Hailin is also an oriental beauty, compared with Kylan, she still feels very different. Aren't you planning to go out to eat? Yeah, there are too many confidant, busy with time management. Anyway, I'm too busy today, so I might as well continue tomorrow. What's more, today is your first day in this world, and it can be regarded as moving to a new house, so you still have to celebrate. How could Kylan not know what Sui was thinking, but because of her natural sympathy, she wasn't very angry. Actually, it's okay to not celebrate. I don't care about that. Seeing this, Sui continued to attack. You don't care, I can't ignore it. After dinner, let's go to the opera. Mary Jane may have a show tonight, we can go and see it together. Kylan was a little surprised. Mary Jane, is she your confidant? It seems inappropriate for me to go with you, right? You're just my friend now, and Mary Jane won't be angry if you're new here. Even if you become my confidant, Mary Jane can accept it. The people around me, you will know sooner or later. You can't let me hide my beauty in the golden house, and keep hiding it from them. After Sui's persuasion, Kylan also thinks this is the truth. But the metaphor of the golden house hiding the beauty always makes Kylan feel weird. After thinking briefly, Kylan readily agreed. Well, after dinner, let's go to the show together. The invitation was successful, and Sui was very happy. It seems that it is not very difficult to attack Kylan. Chapter 109 Peter, you are not a god. Sui took Kylan to a performance, and naturally brought Mary Jane home. Early in the morning, Sui went out after chatting with the 2 beauties at home. Today, Sui plans to invite a few people to come to the house to bask in the sun and play water volleyball. Both Gwen and Betty are busy, but Liz and Hannah are both free, and naturally they are very happy to be invited. Mary Jane decided to accompany Kylan to buy some swimsuits. Western women like swimming pools and basking in the sun very much. Although Kylan doesn't have this habit, it's okay to bask in the sun and swim once in a while. It is also necessary to prepare some clothes. Go see Gwen first, and stop by Little Spider-Man Peter. Sui drove the car all the way to the outside of Osborn's company. Little Spider-Man Peter and Ned teamed up and business was good. However, when Sui came, he was already past his peak period, and there were a lot fewer people. Hey buddy, get me an egg burger. Peter was busy, but Ned recognized Sui. So, seeing Sui as a partner, Peter was excited and a little angry. Hey, we are partners. It's not fair that you travel alone and leave me alone. Sui said with a smile, you and Ned are very happy to work together. You know, I'm very busy. Some major events have happened recently, let's talk slowly later. Although Peter doesn't know, but Sui said so, it must be very interesting. An egg burger is ready. Sui is eating the egg burger, waiting for Gwen to show up. Gwen complained immediately after seeing Sui. So, as soon as you came back, you let me sneak out of work. I miss you. Gwen was also polite, and expressed her feelings with actions. Me too. I invited Mary Jane, Hannah, and Liz to the pool. Do you have time today? Gwen's eyes were full of enthusiasm. Maybe I can leave work earlier and go home later. Do I have to go back? If you're not afraid that my daddy will see so many beauties around you. Sui could imagine that if his father-in-law George saw this, a bullet would not be enough to calm his inner anger. Then I wait for you. You are responsible for them first, and the rest of the time is mine. Definitely. Gwen finally kissed again and returned to her company. Sui returned to the food truck, and the 3 of them returned to Peter's house and chatted. Peter, how are you doing? Peter was very excited and told about his experience during this period. Recently, many people have been saved, and with the promotion of Heroes Daily, Spider-Man's reputation has also begun to spread. Even with the Daily Bugle and the #1 black fan, Little Spider-Man still gained a lot of fans. This made Peter very happy. Peter said it all in one go, with endless gestures. So, do you know? In the Osborn company, there is one fan of mine. His name is Max, and he often comes to my place to buy breakfast. I was almost hit by a car not long ago, but I saved him. It's just that he doesn't know my real identity. Ned also had an impression of Max. Yes, he didn't seem to show up today. Only then did Peter realize, it seems so, maybe it's a holiday? It was his birthday yesterday. Sui immediately thought of someone, Max the Electric Man. In Extraordinary 2, on his birthday, Max was electrocuted and fell into a pool of mutated eels, and finally turned into an electric man. Looking at Peter's description, it seems to be in line with this situation. Sui hurriedly called Gwen, wanting to ask inside news. Not long after Gwen returned to her place, she was a little surprised to see Sui's phone call. So, we've only been separated for a few minutes. I know. I want to know from you whether your company raises mutant eels. It should be in charge of electricity. It seems to be there. What's the matter? Did something happen last night? Gwen was a little puzzled. I don't know, it's not my floor, and I didn't notice anyone talking about it. Peter, Ned, have you noticed any hospitals or law enforcement coming in and out? No. Sui had a guess in his mind that something must have happened to Max. It's just that the people from Osborn Company treated this incident as an accident and handled it in a low-key manner. Peter knew that Sui would definitely not ask such a question for no reason. There must be something wrong. So, what's the matter? Max must have had an accident, but it was handled in a low-key manner by Osborn. Peter couldn't believe it. Water? How could they do that? Don't worry, he's not dead yet. It's just that he has mutated into an electric man. If he shows up, I'll leave it to you to deal with it. It's different from the story of Extraordinary 2, because Peter sells breakfast here, and there will be more contact with Max. So, Peter knows more about Max. He regards Max as a fan as well as a friend. I didn't expect this to happen to Max. I'll help him. Sui naturally believed in Peter's ability. If you can't cope, please contact me. I will. After talking about Max, Peter was going to listen to Sui's story. Sui also took the opportunity to chat with Peter and Ned, and Peter was even more shocked when he heard about it. The Thor, Loki, and Odin in the mythology all appeared. Not only that, Sui also defeated Loki and Thor. This thing is unbelievable. Peter, I am very happy to see you save so many people. At the same time, I am also a little worried. Seeing that Sui suddenly became serious, Peter was also a little curious. What are you worried about? The first point, you have to keep in mind that what you are helping others is for, not for popularity or other people's praise. I hope you don't lose yourself. Yes, I'm not doing it for popularity. Second point, Peter, you have to know that you are a Spider-Man, not a god, and never try to be a god who can save everyone. Sui said this also because Peter has been active recently. Whether it is day or night, Peter is everywhere. There is nothing wrong with wanting to help more people. Sui was just worried that Peter would develop in an extreme direction. Not just worried, but sure it will be. Because, Peter's nature is like this. I know I'm not a god, and I didn't intend to. I just hope that I can help more people. Is there something wrong with that? Sui didn't continue to pursue it, but suddenly changed her attitude. Complimenting, you're not wrong, Peter. During this time, you have done an excellent job. I have an appointment, I have to go back. Max's matter is up to you. If you can't handle it, you can contact me at any time. Sui knew that it was useless to talk about it, and he had to let Peter figure it out by himself. Facing Sui's sudden change of attitude, Peter was very puzzled. I can only follow the back of Yi leaving, but I can't think of the reason. Chapter 110, Electric Man Max Night fell. Severe pain spread all over the body, allowing Max to regain consciousness. In the ear, someone can still hear a conversation. Burn this guy's body, and our mission is complete. It's so miserable, it's beyond recognition, and the whole body is charred. Max opened his eyes and saw a blurry figure in front of him. When being lifted, Max suddenly reached out and grabbed one of the arms. The person who was sent to dispose of the corpse was startled, hurriedly shook off the grasped arm, and hid aside. What the hell? It's obviously turned into coke, and it's been dead for a day, but it can still move. Another person, still a little curious, what happened? He grabbed my hand just now and he came alive. How is this possible? Suddenly, the surrounding electric current seemed to be attracted, and the electric lights began to flicker. Both of them panicked. This scene has appeared many times in horror movies. Both of them suspected that they had seen something unclean. And the next moment, Max sat up. The two couldn't bear it anymore, screamed loudly, and Yazi ran outside. Max felt extremely weak, and looked at his body, completely changed. It feels different and looks different. A layer of coke-like things fell off, and Max saw his arm, which was somewhat transparent, as if there was still lightning. Looking at his body, Max recalled the experience of last night. Fall into the eel pond, be bitten by eels frantically, click. Painful memories made Max explode. At the moment of the explosion, Max felt the electricity. The nearby electricity was affected and poured into the body. With a little energy supplement, Max felt he had recovered a little bit. Strength, I need more power. Max ran down tremblingly, found a wearable hoodie, put it on, and left the morgue. On the street, Max could feel the surge of the electric current nearby. Max can feel the electric current of street lights and vehicles. Not only that, Max can absorb. Just by placing your hand on the lamppost of a street lamp, you can absorb the energy in it. The extremely weak Max chose a simple attempt to absorb the electricity. Car lights and street lights gradually went out. Max gradually indulged in this feeling. Keep going, keep energy absorbing. Soon, an area darkened. All the street lights in the street went out, and even the electricity of nearby buildings was absorbed. Peter Parker is also very busy today, busy saving people everywhere. They are also constantly searching for Max's movements. According to Sui's reminder, Peter knows that Max will have a super ability. The electro-optical man, as soon as he hears it, has something to do with electricity. Finally, after waiting for a day, Peter did not find any trace of Max. Suddenly, Peter noticed that a street in the distance was suddenly plunged into darkness. What happened? Is there a power failure? Since Tony Stark entered the power industry, the power shortage situation has improved. However, there are occasional power outages due to malfunctions. Peter felt that something was wrong, so he decided to go and have a look. Sure enough, while using the cobweb to swing past, he kept observing the situation. There are more and more dark areas, and it seems that the affected areas are spreading. Peter saw that the dark area continued to expand, and if it continued, it might reach Times Square. Although I don't know what happened, what is certain is that something must have happened. It was already night, and Times Square was still extremely lively, with the flow of people surging. Max came here according to the guidance of electric current. He can feel that there is a lot of electricity flowing here. Here, I can absorb enough electricity to supplement myself. At this moment, Max is already filled with this kind of thought, and he doesn't care about other things at all. It's an instinctive reaction. Feeling the constant surge of electricity in the underground cables, Max became more and more hungry. Kneeling directly on the ground is about to dig out the cables and devour the energy. Max's anomaly attracted the attention of nearby pedestrians. What are you doing? Max ignored it and continued his actions. Open the ground grill, the cables are right in front of you, and the constant power is right in front of you. Hey, get out of there. There are cables down here. It's extremely dangerous, and it's very important. You can't. Max was stopped, and he raised his head and glared at the other party with a fierce look in his eyes. The man who stopped Max was suddenly frightened. No matter how you look at this face, it looks weird, it seems a little transparent, and it seems to be shining. Those eyes are even less human-like, very scary. Monster. Max didn't care about this at all, and reached out to touch the cable, and the electricity was absorbed into the body. This feeling made Max extremely satisfied. Max's action of absorbing electricity affects the surrounding area. The people in the square realized that something was wrong. A law enforcement officer patrolling nearby noticed the movement and came over. You can't do that. Get out of there or I'm going to shoot you. Max was interrupted again, very angry. Just raise your hand and release the electric current to attack. Fortunately, Peter Parker came in time, and a cobweb pulled away the enforcer. The lightning finally hit the wall behind him without hurting others. Peter Parker recognized Max immediately when he saw him. Max. Max sees Peter Parker, sees his idol, and comes to his senses. Spider-Man. What are you doing? Why are you attacking innocent people? Pointed by Peter, Max quickly explained, I don't know what's wrong. I feel very hungry. These electricity are my food. He tried to stop me, I was just angry. Peter could see that something was wrong with Max at the moment, and the electric current was still on his body. This electricity looks very strong, at least ordinary people can't bear it. If people around him touch Max, they will inevitably be electrocuted to death. Max, calm down. The electricity on your body is very dangerous, can you control it? I think we should leave here first, and then find a place where no one is around, and talk slowly. Max noticed his abnormality and believed that Peter could help him. I don't know how to control it. Peter was also very helpless, so he could only drive away the people nearby. The human body's ability to withstand electricity is very weak, and it is very dangerous to be electrocuted. Hey, everyone get out of here first, there may be danger here. Peter Parker's reputation is not small, and he immediately got the support of some people. Everyone also left one after another, retreating a distance of more than 10 meters. Some people were not very happy, and put the target on Max. Danger. Is this the monster? Spider-Man, destroy this monster. Catch him quickly. Max heard the evaluation of himself from the people around him, and the jealousy in his heart began to burn. Both have super abilities. Peter Parker has become a hero, and he himself has become a dangerous monster. Chapter 111, Peter and #039, defeat. The jealousy in Max's heart has already begun to burn. Spider-Man, am I the danger? Peter Parker realized that Max's state seemed to be out of order, and immediately stabilized the other party's mood. Hey, calm down Max, you're not dangerous. It's just the energy in you, you can't control it, and it hurts other people. I can control this power well, and I can be a hero like you. Max was a little impatient, eager to prove himself. While speaking, Max was emotional, and the electric energy on his body began to burst out. Not only that, Max also took 2 steps forward. Peter Parker noticed the wetness on the ground, and if Max kept going, there was a good chance that innocent people would be hurt. Calm down, Max. You need to stop. You could hurt innocent people if you went ahead. Max looked down and saw the surrounding situation. As an electrical engineer, he had a good understanding of electrical energy. If the electric energy on the body spreads out, it will definitely cause a large-scale electric shock. Max still stopped, but he also had other thoughts. I can control this force, it's just hungry. I just need to eat enough to control it. Max could feel the restlessness of power, especially the electric energy flowing through the cables not far away at all times. For Max, this has huge amounts of appeal. Max couldn't care less, and returned to the cable, ready to continue devouring electricity. Naturally, Peter Parker couldn't let it go. Max would be able to absorb a lot of energy, which would be a loss. Besides, that is, Peter Parker wasn't sure Max could control the power. The electrical energy leaked from the current Max is enough to cause a lot of casualties. If Max continues to devour the electric energy, and the energy released at that time is comparable to lightning, it will be terrifying. Stop it, Max. Max was stopped, and his anger flared up again. Do not. Peter was also helpless, so he had to stop it quickly. while blocking, let the nearby spectators retreat. Everyone, retreat quickly. Leave here. It's just that there are too many people watching. Peter's words didn't do much at all. Most of the people were watching the show, took out their mobile phones and started taking pictures and videos, and had no intention of leaving at all. Beat him, Spider-Man. He's a monster. Stop him quickly. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Peter can only pin his hopes on Max. Only by solving the source of Max can the crisis be completely resolved. Seeing that Max refused to listen to dissuasion, he grabbed the cable again and prepared to swallow energy. Immediately Peter shot the cobweb and grabbed Max's arm. Max heard the voices of the audience and realized that Peter had been holding him back, and the anger couldn't be controlled anymore. Stretching out his hand, a bolt of lightning shot towards Peter. Peter's spider telepathy reacted crazily, and his body dodged involuntarily. However, the lightning speed of Electro-Optical Man is also very fast. Peter dodges the thickest bolt of lightning, but the web shooters on his wrists attract a small burst of lightning energy. The batteries in the web shooters on your wrist instantly overloaded and exploded, and the electrical energy was quickly transferred to Peter. Peter was electrocuted and felt tingling all over his body, and his muscles were stiff. He fell hard to the ground and suffered minor injuries. Fortunately, Peter's physical fitness is far beyond ordinary people, otherwise, he would have died on the spot. Seeing this, the audience fell silent immediately. No one expected that Spider-Man would be defeated just like that. It took Peter about 10 seconds to finally recover. But seeing that Max has already started to absorb electricity, it is not good to go on like this. The audience became excited when they saw Peter standing up. Spider-Man, Spider-Man. I knew that Spider-Man wouldn't fail. Kill that monster. Monster, go to hell. An extreme spectator had already thrown out the soda can in his hand and threw it at Max. Peter had just recovered. When he saw the can, he just wanted to curse. At this time, you still provoke others, isn't that courting death? If Max is really angered and Max's electrical energy is vented, the result will be disastrous. Just about to shoot Cobweb, only to find that my controller has been scrapped. There was no way, Peter could only risk himself. The whole person rushed towards Max, hoping to control Max and prevent him from getting angry. Max is absorbing electric energy and is in a state of excitement. But someone smashed it with a can, and immediately turned around to look at the group of people behind him. It is these people who regard Spider-Man as a hero, and they do not harm anyone, but they are called monsters. On the surrounding screens, there are Spider-Man figures everywhere. Himself, but he didn't deserve to show up at all. The more Max thought about it, the more angry he was, and he stretched out his hand, ready to discharge directly. Luckily, Peter arrived just in time, grabbed Max's arm, and kept his arm from lifting. Max, stop it. The electrical energy in Max's body was not emitted, but Peter was shocked again because he grabbed Max's arm. Electric shock again, or continuous damage. Powerful electrical energy surged into Peter's body, and even with super strong physical fitness, Peter was a little unbearable. Max looked at Spider-Man kneeling on the ground, feeling a little smug in his heart. The electric current was withdrawn, and Peter was spared. Originally thought that Spider-Man was omnipotent and very powerful. Now, Spider-Man fell in front of him, which greatly satisfied Max's vanity. However, Max did not get cheers. What was waiting was the panic and anger of the onlookers. Monster, go to hell. Spider-Man failed. How is this possible? Who else can defeat this monster? Oh, I bought it. Stand up, Spider-Man. Max was very puzzled, and his doubts turned into anger. Anger at these onlookers, anger at Spider-Man. I didn't hurt anyone, I'm not a monster. Unfortunately, no one paid attention to Max's defense, and everyone only wanted to make Max disappear. The anger in Max's heart couldn't be added. Belittled before. Now, it is still regarded as a monster. Max put his eyes on Spider-Man, thinking that Spider-Man destroyed his image. It's all because of you, Spider-Man. You said I was dangerous, that's why they regarded me as a monster. Max mentioned Spider-Man, tell them, I'm not a monster. Peter was extremely weak. Yes, Max, you are not a monster. You are my intelligence officer and my partner. However, Peter's answer did not satisfy Max. No, Spider-Man, I'm stronger than you. Spider-Man is the past, and I am the future. Max has already begun to fantasize about becoming a superhero, a scene admired by all. But just as he thought of the beginning, he was interrupted. Enough, monster, let go of Spider-Man. Otherwise, I'm going to shoot. The onlookers were extremely panicked and angry. George had rushed to the scene with people to evacuate the crowd and prepare to deal with the incident. On the top of the building not far away, Sui and Gwen are watching. So, we can't continue watching, or someone will get hurt. It's almost time, it's time to make a move. Chapter 112 Weak Energy. Sui was watching all the time, ready to make a move. However, the development of the plot was a bit beyond Sui's expectation. The little Spider-Man Peter was actually knocked down by the Electric Man Max, and he was still an Electric Man who was dissatisfied with energy. Could it be that the electrical property resistance is too poor? Ordinary creatures, except for those creatures that can discharge themselves, the anti-electric properties of other creatures are indeed not high. Sui was also shocked by the power of the Thunderbolt, and it really didn't feel good. Seeing that Electro Max was about to go crazy, Sui also decided to play. His father-in-law is still there, and Gwen won't be able to sit still if he watches the show again. George picked up the microphone in the car and began to persuade the Electric Man. This gentleman, put down the hostage in your hand, and then raise your hand. Electric Max shouted in George's direction, I am stronger than Spider-Man, and I am the hero who should be admired. George had rich experience, and he could tell at a glance that Electron's thinking was a bit extreme. Such a situation must be handled properly. Yeah, we've all seen it, you're stronger than Spider-Man. But now, you have affected the normal order of life and hurt the people in your hands. You want to be a hero, don't you? Then do what a hero should do instead of hurting other people. George used words to stabilize Max, and at the same time, asked people to drive away the nearby onlookers as soon as possible. However, among so many people, it is inevitable that there will be some with abnormal brains. No matter what, I don't want to leave, I just want to watch a play. George was also very helpless, deeply afraid that the Electric Man would suddenly get angry. Even Spider-Man can't beat them, ordinary people like them may be even more dangerous. George was afraid, but he had to face it. This was their duty. I also wondered in my heart, why the other two Spider-Men haven't appeared yet. Could it be that she went on a secret date? Spider-Man is about to die, and won't come out to help? Are friends so unimportant? George retracted his thoughts and turned his attention to Electro. The persuasion just now had an effect, but not much. He stopped me from being a hero, are you going to stop me too? Before George could answer, Sui had already arrived. Enough, Max. Keep going, and you will have nowhere to go. You just want more people's attention and recognition, these are not a hero's pursuit. Max was stopped one after another, coupled with the great sense of accomplishment brought by defeating Spider-Man, the emotions in his heart were out of control. Facing Sui, he was not afraid at all. At this moment, he even chose to take the initiative. I am stronger, and I am the superhero that everyone should recognize. You, like Spider-Man, will be defeated by me. Throw away Spider-Man directly, and then start to discharge at Sui. Seeing Peter being thrown aside, Gwen hurriedly rescued Peter with the cobweb. As for Electron, it was handed over to Sui. Gwen also heard about Sui's battle against Thor, and knew that Sui's strength had improved again. Although Electron's ability is very powerful, Gwen also believes in Sui. Max released electric current pulses, like bolts of lightning, hitting Sui. Sui was bathed in electric light, and this electric energy couldn't affect Sui at all. The quality of energy is still much worse than Thunder God power, it's just pure electric energy. Moreover, the quantity is not enough. Suilv7's resistance only felt slightly paralyzed. The most important thing is that after obtaining the Infinite Devour, this bit of energy is easily swallowed by Sui and transformed into his own energy. Max also felt it. His electric energy shock hit Sui, and there was no reaction at all. Even, it was easily absorbed by Sui, and then disappeared. How can that be? It's not gone, but absorbed and transformed into other forms of energy. Max felt a little frightened, and wanted to take back the energy, but found that he couldn't do it at all. As a result, Max was quick to gain wisdom. Since it cannot be recovered, increase the output. 1 cruelty, 1 gritted one's teeth. Hold the cable directly and charge yourself while discharging towards Sui. Sui sighed slightly, too weak. If it is the electricity of the whole city, it might even affect Sui. But this power is only enough for the 2 or 3 blocks nearby. That's it. Sui has already faced the impact of electric energy and walked in front of Max. Under Max's panic, he easily grabbed Max. Tell Max to drop the cable in his hand to avoid damage. After confirming that the cable was fine, Sui directly swallowed the electrical energy in Max's body. In just 1 second, Sui swallowed most of the electrical energy in Max's body. Losing power, Max returned to a weakened state. Max felt his body getting weaker, and he was terrified. After experiencing the mutation, Max felt powerful and enjoyed the attention of everyone. Although only a villain, Max enjoys it. He doesn't want to lose. No, I have energy. However, Max was powerless to stop it. The negligible energy is not enough to plug the gap between the teeth. Sui found that he could even devour Max himself. That's just a part of ability. Sui is not Hannibal, she doesn't have any special preferences. Besides, this bit of bioenergy is not as good as Sui, who basks in the sun for a few seconds. Successfully solved Max, and then waited for someone to come and take him away. It's done, the electrical energy in his body has been controlled by me. As long as he is not allowed to continue absorbing electrical energy, he will not be able to harm others. But, Sergeant George, I can't turn him over to you. You know, he can absorb electricity, and electricity is everywhere. Once he absorbs electricity, it will be extremely harmful. George also expressed his understanding that they really have no good way to deal with it. If this makes Max recover, they will be very dangerous then. I really hope they can deal with these people and not let them run out again. Hearing George's complaint, Sui also smiled wryly. Anyway, in the comics, these supervillains will come out to make trouble from time to time. Get caught and locked up. For some reason, he ran out and continued to make trouble. Anyway, it goes round and round, endlessly. Sure enough, not long after, people from S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared and took Electron away. Prompted by Sui, they also prepared an insulated carriage in advance and took Max away. I leave it to you, and I will leave first. Sui comes and goes in a hurry. In a blink of an eye, it disappeared in place. George wanted to say a few more words, intending to make Spider-Man calm down a bit, but Sui had already disappeared. Or all three disappeared together. George had no choice but to stay and deal with the follow-up matters. Fortunately, no one was hurt, except Spider-Man. Sui has already checked Peter's status. He is not feeling well. He probably needs a good night's rest. Gwen looked at Peter. How is he doing? Just rest for one night. Let's send him back first. It took Sui a while to send Peter back and healed him briefly. Chapter 113 Tony, are you afraid? New day, new time management for Sui. After reading the reports about last night, they were all about the same as before. Electro was dealt with without causing too much damage. The only difference is that little Spider-Man Peter failed and got some buzz. Not only that, little Spider-Man Peter was also compared with Sui. In everyone's opinion, there is a big gap between the strength of the two. Regarding these, Sui didn't care. I contacted Tony Stark early in the morning, and I was going to see how Tony, the Tool Man, was doing. Justin Hammer and Yvonne Vank were directly arrested, and there was no chance of rioting. Ever since, Tony has no role to play. However, this also fits exactly with Tony's ideas. Recently, I have been busy researching nanotechnology, as well as the strategy of Maya Hansen. Under Tony's methods, the persuasion really succeeded. Killian is not a fool. After Tony contacted Maya Hansen, Killian was worried about Maya Hansen's rebellion. So, prepare for it early. The experimental research on extremis has been transferred, even perfectly hidden. S.H.I.E.L.D. couldn't find any evidence, so they couldn't catch Killian. One thing's for sure, Killian isn't giving up on extremis that easily. Being let go by Tony back then has long been Killian's inner demon. Probably waiting for the extremis research to be completed, and then revenge on Tony Stark. Sui drove to the laboratory alone. Before Sui saw Tony, he saw Zhao Helen first. Good morning, Helen. Good morning. I haven't seen you for a month. You are still so radiant. It seems that your research is progressing very well. Helen Zhao complained. Actually, the research has encountered a little trouble. Tony Stark has been very irritable recently, and I want to drive him out of the laboratory. I absolutely support you in doing this. The two were talking and laughing, and they were about to arrive at the laboratory. Before entering, Tony Stark's voice was heard. Damn, how could this happen? Sui looked at Tony Stark playfully. Hey, Tony, it looks like you're in trouble. Tony Stark put down his work and began to talk about the troubles he encountered. Sui's current intelligence is already at the top level, but in the field of nanotechnology, Sui is still inferior to the two people in front of him. It can be understood, but it is not enough to say that there are any constructive ideas. After all, Sui hasn't studied it in depth. If Sui studies seriously, he can reach the level of two people. It does look troublesome, but I believe you can solve it. You can try a few more models. I'm doing it. Tony also took a break, picked up the snacks on the table. Do you want some? No need. Sui refused Tony's snack, took Tony aside and started talking. Maya Hansen, how is the research on fairy beans? The research has just begun. She is studying the efficacy of the fairy bean while studying how to cultivate it. The growth process of plants takes a lot of time. I don't think she may be able to succeed until my research on nano armor is successful. With Tony Stark's boldness, the laboratory must be top-notch. But plants need time to grow, and there is no way around that. I got a new plant from another world. It is said that this plant can prolong life. Tony Stark froze for a moment, knowing what this meant. Something that prolongs life definitely sparks madness. People live in the world, it is inevitable that there will be greed. For money and power, for beauty. However, all people are going to die. But if there is an item that can prolong life, even if it can only prolong life for 2 or 3 years, it will definitely attract countless people to covet it. Those rich people will definitely do a lot of crazy things in order to prolong their lives. Do you know what this thing means? Sui naturally knew what this thing meant. Not just profits, but also an impact on order. I definitely know. Everyone dies, it's the fairest thing. If immortality can appear, it will definitely attract competition from nobles. They will endlessly squeeze ordinary people and maintain their noble status. It will also have huge amounts of impact on the existing order. It's just that it's hard to say whether the research will be successful, and it may be dangerous. Even if it is really successful, the research results are in our hands. We can limit the yield, limit the life-extending effect. Only then did Tony Stark heave a sigh of relief. It seemed that it was indeed under control. However, it will inevitably be tempting. You know, his steel battle armor can make people's hearts flutter, and things that prolong life are gods, which can cause restlessness worldwide. Are you sure you want to study now? You have to be prepared. In the original world, someone studied this plant, and as a result, a young snake grew into a giant python in a short period of time. Tony Stark can also feel the danger of this plant, and the difficulty of research is probably even more exaggerated than that of fairy beans. After all, to do research, you must conduct experiments. In addition to simulated experiments, experimenting with animals is a normal part. My laboratory is still unable to study this plant. If it is only planted and cultivated, it should be possible. Then let's cultivate and plant it first. After all, we will need a lot of materials to do experiments in the future. Tony had some hesitation in his heart. Are you sure you want to study this thing? Tony, are you scared? In my impression, you are not a person who will be afraid of science. What's more, the research is in our hands, and we can control everything. The impact of studying this thing is indeed a bit crazy. However, Sui was right. The research is all in hand, and there is no worry about it being leaked. You're right, we can control everything. Sui added, it's not possible, we can conduct research in outer space and ensure safety. Outer space? I can develop spacecraft, but it will take a long time to build such a space laboratory in outer space. I'm just talking, don't worry. Now, let me give this plant to Maya Hansen. Tony also agreed, let's go, the plant laboratory is in the next laboratory building. Before Sui said goodbye to Heilin Zhao, she followed Tony to the new laboratory. The two experimental buildings are in the same park, which is sparsely populated, but the defense is very strict. Not only stealth drones, but also the Iron Legion. Looks like it was newly developed to defend the lab. Sui also saw the red-haired Maya Hansen, who was currently cultivating fairy beans. Carefully observe the growth of fairy beans in different environments and record them as data. In the future, based on these data, adjustments will be made to select the optimal cultivation method. It was also because Sui had a lot of money and had exchanged a large number of celestial beans that he could do this. Otherwise, if they are planted one by one, the research progress will be much slower. It can only be said that doing research does burn money. Chapter 114 I heard that you are a couple. Sui and Tony entered the plant research room, and saw Maya Hansen busy as soon as they entered. Wearing a white coat, Maya Hansen watched carefully in front of the high-tech planting box. He was still using a tablet in his hand, recording something. Tony Stark proudly introduced, the high-tech planting box can precisely control the light, temperature, humidity, and nutrition in the planting box. By planting in groups, you can observe what conditions are most suitable for plant growth. Then, it can be grown in large numbers in the lab. The fairy bean is a plant that is extremely precious. There is no need to consider external factors at all, such as whether it can survive in extreme environments. As long as it can grow healthily in the laboratory under careful care, the task will be completed. Sui took a closer look and found that seedlings had already grown. I can't help but sigh in my heart, Maya Hansen's speed is indeed a bit fast. Maya Hansen was extremely focused until she finished observing one of the planting boxes, recorded the data, and was about to observe the next planting box when she noticed Tony and Sui appearing in the laboratory. Maya Hansen looked very happy and greeted Tony warmly. Seeing the closeness of the two, Sui knew without a second thought that the two probably rekindled their old relationship. This is also a good thing for Tony, after all, Pepper was cut off by himself. Now that they are paired with Maya Hansen, they can be regarded as being taken care of. In this way, Pepper can also focus on the company's affairs. When Maya Hansen saw Sui, she took the initiative to say hello. Hi, you must be the So that Tony often mentions, right? Yes, nice to meet you, Maya Hansen. Me too. The two met with a polite handshake, and Maya Hansen continued to ask, I heard from Tony that you brought these magical seeds. Sui didn't hide anything, I discovered it by accident, maybe it's an ancient creature, maybe it's an alien plant. After this period of research, Maya Hansen has a preliminary understanding of fairy beans. There is a magical substance in the fairy beans, which can quickly heal injuries. Extracted, it can definitely be made into medicine to benefit the world. However, the content is extremely low. Maya Hansen is also preparing for artificial synthesis, but the difficulty is not low. So, it can only be done on both sides. While trying to artificially synthesize the substance, cultivate the fairy beans. This plant is extremely magical. Possesses a magical substance that heals injuries quickly. It's just that artificial synthesis of this kind of substance may be extremely complicated. The best way now is to carry out artificial synthesis experiments while planting. Sui knew that she had found the right person. Not long after the laboratory was established, Maya Hansen made so many discoveries and started planting. It can be seen that it is indeed very ability. I believe in your ability. We still have a lot of time to study it slowly. Once successful, it will definitely save many people. Maya Hansen also has lofty ideals, and this fairy bean seems to be more reliable than extremis. At least, it won't make people blow themselves up. Definitely. Tony asked casually, how is the price of Xiande now? It has just sprouted and planted, and I am observing. Sui believed in Maya Hansen's ability very much, and took out another bottle from his pocket. This bottle contains the seeds of the blood orchid. I have another plant, and I want to ask you to help plant it. Maya Hansen took the bottle and observed it. Sui explained, this is the seed of blood orchid. I hope you can take advantage of the environment here to plant and harvest more seeds. Maya Hansen was a little surprised, a kind of flower. This flower is also of research value, but at present, we hope to grow more seeds and collect the sap produced during flowering, rather than conduct research. Tony Stark still believes in Maya Hansen. This flower also has magical effects, but now our focus is on this bean. Maya Hansen chose to believe in Tony, and after the two got back together, their relationship went further. She could perceive that the two were hiding something, but she didn't think much about it. The fairy bean is also her primary goal. If it can be successfully planted, it can definitely improve the world. No problem. This blood orchid should grow in a tropical rainforest environment, and you can try to imitate the environment there as much as possible. I know. Sui gave the blood orchid seeds to Maya Hansen and chose to believe her. Anyway, no one here knows the effect of the blood orchid. Moreover, it is impossible for anyone to take the seeds out. When it was officially over, Sui, Tony, Maya Hansen and Helen Zhao went to have a cup of coffee together. Tony chatted, I heard that something happened in Times Square last night. A person has mutated and gained the ability to absorb and release electrical energy. Tony couldn't help complaining, mutation, is it so common these days? Sui added, you can try it. It is said that the mutation was caused by the crazy attack of the mutated electric eel. Tony just gave up on the idea. I am a playboy, and I still have a good life. The idle egg hurts to take the risk of being attacked by electric eels in order to mutate. Besides, I have a steel armor. As long as the nano armor is developed, I have it in the world. My armor doesn't seem to have the ability to deal with electrical energy. I have to find a way to upgrade it to enhance the electrical resistance. If I can absorb the opponent's electrical energy and convert it into my own energy, it is also a good choice. Sui was stunned for a moment. Poor Thor. Tony clearly wanted to target Electro. But I don't want to let Thor become a power bank. Do you think there is something wrong with my thinking? No, great idea. Zhao Halen stared at Sui, thinking about a question all the time. That is Sui's real identity. After getting along and communicating during this period of time, Helen Zhao vaguely felt that Sui's identity was not simple. Sui is a shareholder of Stark Industries and a friend of Tony Stark. After some observations, Helen Zhao made a bold guess. Sui, like Tony Stark, is a superhero. The difference is that Tony is very high-key, while Sui is very low-key, just like the strongest black spider. After a few people finished their coffee, the chat ended. Helen Zhao stopped Sui. Su, can we have a chat alone? Definitely can. The two chatted alone, and Zhao Helen suddenly moved closer. Last night, you were the one who defeated the bad guy, right? Zhao Helen is extremely sure of her guess. High IQ is not blown out. It's me? Zhao Helen was a little excited, but also a little nervous. It's really you. I heard that you and Ghost Spider-Man seem to be a couple, is it true? Sui is caught in a dilemma, should he show his cards, or hide the past? Chapter 115 Jessica in a coma. Zhao Halen caught Sui by surprise and asked a sudden question, which caught Sui by surprise. However, Sui has also experienced strong winds and waves. Sui chose to admit it boldly. Rollover, doesn't it exist? You guessed it right, we are a couple, and she is one of my confidant. Tony's former assistant, now the president of Stark Corporation, is also my confidant. There are several more. They all know about it and don't bother each other. Halen Zhao originally thought that there was only one Sui, but unexpectedly, Sui is even more powerful than Tony Stark. However, Zhao Helen didn't find it strange either. In this city, everyone is relatively open. Zhao Halen has never been in a relationship, because the requirements are relatively high. From all aspects, Sui is a high-quality human male, meeting Zhao Halen's requirements. In terms of appearance, handsome oriental guy, in line with Zhao Halen's aesthetics. In terms of wealth, although he is not as good as Tony Stark, he definitely has the freedom of wealth. There is also dual quotient, IQ and EQ are both online. When Zhao Halen was still in hesitation, Sui had already changed from passive to active. Gently hugging Zhao Halen, now that you know the answer, I don't want to hide anything anymore. Would you like to be my confidant? The distance between the two is very close, which is an experience Zhao Helen has never had before. Immediately, I felt a little nervous all over my body, my muscles tensed. Zhao Halen is still in hesitation. Sui's excellence makes Zhao Halen unwilling to miss it. However, the relationship with Sui is too complicated. Sui continued to promise, I promise, I like you, and I want to spend my whole life with you. It doesn't matter if you don't plan to meet them, I won't let these things affect your normal work and life. Just like Pepper, she has her own work and life, and I will accompany her when she is resting. Although Zhao Halen is very smart, she has a high degree of education. After all, he has never been in a relationship before, and at this moment, he was also moved by Sui's sincere and considerate. When he looked up at Sui again, his eyes were already a little hotter. Don't wait for Halen Zhao to answer, Sui already knows the answer. Take the initiative and get your first kiss. The research is not going well today, I think, I should relax a little bit, and then start to continue my research. Helen Zhao has already made it clear, so Sui naturally doesn't have to wait. For Sui, there is no need to find a place at all. As long as you avoid attention, you can get home with a teleport. After Tony Stark sent Maya Hansen back to the plant laboratory, he returned to the nano research room, preparing to continue researching the nano armor. There is a new model, and I am going to discuss it with Zhao Halen. However, it was discovered that Zhao Halen was not in the laboratory. By the way, she said she has something to talk to So for a while. Then wait a little longer. Tony was bored and busy alone in the laboratory, and an hour passed without knowing it. It wasn't until Tony realized that an hour had passed that he realized that Helen Zhao probably wouldn't be back today. Damn it. I shouldn't have let him in the lab. It seems that I am the only one who continues to be busy. Sui and Zhao Halen studied the coupling model, but there is no final conclusion. Whether this coupling model can be applied to nanotechnology is still hard to say. We can only wait for the next time. When we have new inspiration, we will continue to explore. Do you want to stay and have dinner together? There is only one other friend at home besides me. Friend? That must be a female friend? Helen Zhao immediately refused. No, I think we are fine now. I won't affect you or others, and you won't delay my work. This is your decision, and I support you. Sui also thinks that this is definitely the best way. At least, for now, it is a relatively good result. In this way, each of them has an independent life from each other, and there are fewer opportunities to meet each other, and it is indeed not easy to cause problems. It would be nice if they all live together and can get along well. If palace fighting starts, there will be no peace. After seeing off Zhao Hailan, Sui felt much relieved. In the time management plan, there is another goal. According to the original plan, there was nothing wrong with Zhao Hailan today, but she was planning to go to the hospital to see Christine. As a doctor, Christine is relatively busy. Sui can't wait for Christine to take the initiative, so she can only spare some time for herself. Let's invite Christine as planned. Sui came to the hospital as planned, waiting for Christine to get off work. Most doctors commute to and from get off work according to their schedules, with occasional delays. Sui waited patiently for Christine. Christine was a little surprised to see Sui, who had disappeared for a long time, appear. Wait for a while, I still have a few patients. No problem. Although Christine is not as talented as Strange, she is also a serious and excellent doctor. In and out of the ward, carefully round the ward. Sui also followed behind, watching Christine busy. Sui was idle and bored, but he perceived that there seemed to be an abnormal energy fluctuation in the hospital. After acquiring the infinite devour ability, Sui is also extremely sensitive to the perception of energy. This energy is different from ordinary electrical energy and biological energy, and is a strange energy. Sui looked at Christine and found that Christine was still busy. So, he walked alone in the direction of energy fluctuations. Moving on, Sui was in the area and saw a separate ward. Sui could feel that the energy fluctuations came from this ward. Without any hesitation, Sui entered the ward and saw the scene inside. A girl was lying on a hospital bed, unconscious, relying on medical equipment to maintain her life. The girl looked very young, but because of illness, she looked very thin. The energy in the body does not seem to be stable, so it fell into a coma. If you can stabilize the energy in your body, maybe you can wake up. Sui didn't know the identity of the other party, but judging from his appearance, it was obviously not a mutant. It is estimated that some kind of accident happened and the ability was obtained. Sui saw the medical records that could prove her identity. Jessica Ken Bell, 18 years old. Because of a car accident, he was injured by radioactive chemicals and fell into a coma. Sui didn't realize it at first, and only remembered after being stunned for 2 seconds. Jessica Jones. It's actually her. At this moment, Jessica was suffering from illness and fell into a coma. Her expression was still a little painful. The body is weak, and the bones can be seen in the thin ones, and there is no beauty at all. If there is a tiger charm, it can balance the power in her body and wake her up. The horse charm will purify the abnormal power in the body. Her power seems to have merged into one, but you can try it. Looking at Jessica, who was in a coma and still in great pain, Sui decided to save Jessica. Chapter 116 Treatment. After Sui made a decision, go to Natasha Romanoff to get the horse charm. I tried it with the horse charm, and sure enough, it didn't purify the energy in Jessica's body. In this way, after Jessica is cured, she can retain her ability. Under the guidance of Sui, the horse charm showed its power. A gentle energy enveloped Jessica and healed Jessica's pain. Jessica was irradiated and corroded by chemical agents, creating chaotic energy. This energy erodes and changes Jessica's body. Let Jessica suffer all the time. Even unconsciously, Jessica could feel the pain. However, under the effect of the horse charm, the pain gradually faded away, and Jessica gradually recovered her senses. I just feel very comfortable, as if I am sunbathing. Jessica hadn't felt this feeling for a long time. In this warm feeling, Jessica regained consciousness from the confusion. Individual characters, moment after scene, fragments of memory flooded into my mind. Jessica is like an audience, watching all this quietly, just like watching a movie. From childhood to adulthood, family, school, until the moment of the accident. Jessica recalled that time when Jessica and her younger brother had a fight. As a result, the father was distracted and had a car accident. Seeing the accident happen, Jessica tried to stop it. But I found that I couldn't speak, couldn't move, I could only watch all this, but there was nothing I could do. Jessica's emotions gradually became agitated, and she also showed some reactions. Sui is helping Jessica with treatment, and also noticed that Jessica's mental fluctuations are more obvious. Are you going to wake up? Sui was not very sure, and could only feel that Jessica's mood seemed unstable. Still, it's certainly a good thing. For a vegetative person who has fallen into a coma, it is possible to wake up only with an emotional response. Jessica has not been fully cured yet. Sui chose to continue, not at all worried that Jessica might discover her identity. After a while, Sui found that Jessica had calmed down a bit, but she hadn't woken up yet. Jessica was inevitably a little depressed, but thinking that he might still be alive. Would his parents and younger brother also be alive? Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 possibility, Jessica decided to live. Jessica regains consciousness with nothing but memories. It was as if I was on a sea island, where there was sunshine, but there was no wind, no waves, and no sound. Not only that, but he was still unable to speak or move. This feeling of loneliness filled Jessica's heart. I don't know how long it has passed, it seems to have passed a long time. Jessica was surprised to find that she seemed to be hallucinating. There seemed to be a little sound in her ear, which made Jessica inexplicably happy. Where there is voice, there is hope. The voice was naturally Sui talking to himself. Although the voice was not loud, it reached Jessica's ears. The effect of the horse charm is not bad. The energy in the body has basically stabilized. It's just that the body still looks very thin. After she wakes up, she will slowly make up for it. Sui stood by and continued to sigh. You are lucky, you were actually bumped into by me. I've healed your injury now. Whether you can wake up or not depends on your own wishes. Although life is full of hardships, there is always hope. Good luck, Jessica. Sui planned to wait and see for a few more days. If Jessica still didn't wake up by then, she could only ask for foreign aid. Using teleportation, the horse charm was returned to Natasha Romanoff, and Sui returned to the ward. As soon as Sui came back, she heard Christine's footsteps outside the door. Sui pretended nothing happened and was about to leave when Christine just pushed the door open and walked in. When Christine found out that Sui was here, she was a little surprised. So, you can't just rush in, this is the ward. Sui already thought of an excuse, I was just planning to go to the bathroom. When I passed by, I heard something unusual. So, I went in and looked, and found nothing. Christine chose to believe Sui. At least, Sui was standing far away, not approaching, nor flustered, as if she was doing something bad. Don't worry, I haven't moved any machines. This is related to a life, and I will not mess around. Christine started her own work, first looking at the data on each instrument. From the data point of view, Jessica's condition is much better. For this reason, Christine was a little strange and took out the medical record. After comparing the data, Christine felt even weirder. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Christine was puzzled. From the data point of view, her physical condition is already very good, close to normal. However, the previous data in the medical record, Christine observed repeatedly and confirmed that the instrument was not malfunctioning. However, the change in body data made it hard for Christine to figure it out. Not just stats, Kristen took a closer look and checked out Jessica's physical condition. She seems to be doing much better physically, which is not normal. Logically speaking, such a situation is impossible. Christine couldn't explain it for the time being, let alone doubt Sui. So, after you came in, did you find anything? Sui pretended to think, and then gave the answer. I found that she seems to have had an emotional reaction. Christine observed again, this is a good thing. The emotional reaction means that her consciousness is gradually waking up, and there is a higher probability that she will wake up. Sui took the opportunity to ask, is she also your patient? Christine shook her head, no, actually, Dr. Casey is in charge of her. It's just that, as you can see, she has been in a coma for several months. Dr. Casey has something to do tonight, I'll just check on her for her. Sui sighed, it's been several months, no wonder, it looks very thin. Christine finally checked again, the equipment was normal, and the drip was still available. Only then will the data and other information be recorded in the medical record. The inspection is over, let's go. The two left the ward and closed the door. Christine said slightly apologetically, sorry, I still have 4 patients of Dr. Casey, you may have to wait a little longer. It's okay, anyway, I have plenty of time, and they need you most now. Sui's understanding made Christine very happy. Thank you for understanding. You're welcome. Christine went to examine the patient, and Sui took the opportunity to go to the bathroom. Unbeknownst to Sui, Jessica regained consciousness and heard some conversations. From hearing the noise at the beginning, to later, I slowly heard the content clearly. Jessica made some guesses based on the voice she heard. It's that mysterious man named So. He should have cured me. Chapter 117 Meeting Jessica in the hospital. After Sui and Christine left, Jessica couldn't hear too many voices. After an unknown amount of time passed, she lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Until the morning, when the doctor came to check, Jessica was startled and woke up. Jessica, who had just woken up, was also stunned. Unexpectedly, she actually woke up, the kind of sobriety that could control her body. It's like having a very long dream. Now that the dream is over, it's time to wake up. Jessica was emotional, and immediately thought of her relatives. He opened his mouth to speak, but felt uncomfortable. Dr. Casey was also a little surprised to see Jessica wake up. After all, Jessica has been in a coma for several months. According to theory and experience, it is unlikely that she will wake up again. This kind of thing, the doctor can't say for sure. Seeing that Jessica was extremely excited, Dr. Casey hurriedly stopped her. God bless, Jessica. It's a miracle that you woke up. You look a little agitated. Calm down first, let me check for you. Jessica also calmed down, and then began to regain the feeling of speaking. It was also because of Sui's healing with the horse charm that Jessica cut short the process. Otherwise, the recovery process will take some time. Jessica struggled to communicate with the doctor. Me, my parents, my brother. Dr. Casey knew what Jessica meant, but Jessica had just woken up, and Dr. Casey did not dare to stimulate Jessica too much. You need to rest now. You will know these things after you recover. Jessica had already guessed the unexpected result when she heard Dr. Casey's answer. He survived and was the only survivor in the family. Is lucky, but also unfortunate. Because of the noise between himself and his younger brother, his father was distracted, which led to a car accident. Jessica fell into deep self-blame, unable to accept this fact. Dr. Casey could see the change in Jessica. I can only try to persuade Jessica. Jessica, it must be your parents' blessing that you can wake up. You should cheer up, heal yourself, and live a good life. Jessica no longer had the initial excitement, but was disheartened. Don't understand why God let himself survive? I don't understand, why did that person save himself? If, such a long sleep, perhaps also a kind of relief. After Dr. Casey's examination, he was extremely excited. Judging from the data of the instrument and preliminary examination, Jessica's body is relatively healthy. It doesn't even look like a vegetative who has been in a coma for several months. Your condition is very good. Next, we need further inspection. Dr. Casey is going to arrange several checkups to learn more about Jessica's physical condition. While Jessica was doing the checkup, Dr. Casey met Christine. Curiously asked about Jessica's condition, Christine, I just saw Jessica's medical record. How did her condition suddenly improve last night? Christine was also a little surprised, and communicated with Casey. I don't know either. I just found that her condition has improved a lot. Did something happen to Jessica? She woke up in the morning. Christine was very surprised. It's a good thing to wake up. Dr. Casey was also very happy. You are right, this must be a miracle. However, Jessica's mental state is not very good. After all, she is the only one left in the family. Treat your body first. If you really have a psychological problem, we can help you find a psychiatrist. 2. Jessica finally woke up. After some tests, Dr. Casey found that Jessica was in surprisingly good health. Even, according to this situation, he can be discharged from the hospital after another week of observation in the hospital. The physical condition is very good, but the psychological problem is a little serious. Jessica was a little depressed when she learned that her family members had died in a car accident. After a day of adaptation, Jessica can communicate normally. Not only that, but Jessica found that her body was full of strength and she was able to move freely. Even, Jessica tried to lift her hospital bed. As a result, Jessica lifted the hospital bed with only one hand. With a little force, the hospital bed can be overturned like a table. Jessica just felt a little surprised by such a change, and didn't show any joy. My body has changed. Did it come from that accident, or did the person who rescued me give me this strength? Jessica wanted to know the answer, so she found her first target, Christine. In the corridor, Jessica was on N4, waiting for Christine. After finally waiting for Christine, Jessica stopped Christine. Dr. Christine. Jessica, why are you in the corridor by yourself? You just woke up today, you should rest more. Jessica didn't take it seriously. I heard that you were the one who checked my condition last night. I want to know if something strange happened. Christine thought of Sui. Sui was indeed a little strange, but she didn't seem to do anything. I think should not be. Jessica still didn't give up. I heard Dr. Christine's voice last night, and besides that, there was a man's voice. You called him Sue. Can I see him? Christine did not refuse. Yes. However, he should wake up with you and have nothing to do with it. Jessica shook her head. It's just that before I woke up, I had a very strange feeling. After regaining consciousness, I heard the conversation between you and him. I'm not sure if it's related to him, I just want to know. Christine agreed. I'll contact him right away. Christine immediately contacted Sui and told Sui about Jessica. Sui really didn't expect that Jessica would wake up so soon. I was still thinking about it, but I couldn't do it, so I went to the Ancient One magician for help. Although it is a bit overkill, it will never go wrong. Jessica wants to see me. Okay, I'll be right there. Sui was also free at first. Since that's the case, let's go to the hospital again. Talk to Jessica, and by the way, make a date with Kristen. Sui drove all the way to the hospital and found Christine. It's not time for Christine to get off work, so she's still a little busy. I am coming. Seeing Sui coming, Jessica took the time to exchange a few words with Sui. Jessica is waiting for you in the ward. Sui asked curiously, why does she want to see me? When she regained consciousness, we happened to be there, maybe just a little curious. The point is, I hope you can help enlighten her. Sui was a little puzzled. Enlightenment. Christine patiently explained. She lost her family in a car accident, and she is the only survivor. She just woke up, and she suffered such huge amounts of blows, and she was very depressed. You have also had such an experience, so I want you to take this opportunity to persuade her. It was only then that Sui realized that Christine still had such thoughts when she agreed. I will try my best. Chapter 118 Psychological Counseling. When Sui came to the ward, he gently opened the door. Saw Jessica, standing by the window at the moment, staring out the window. It was in the evening at this moment, and there was still a little afterglow falling on Jessica's body. And beside her, there is only a bracket for hanging drips. Jessica seemed to be preoccupied silently, not noticing Sui's arrival at all. Boom boom boom. Sui had no choice but to knock on the door lightly and make some noise to remind Jessica. After hearing the voice, Jessica came back to her senses. Turning his head, he saw Sui appearing at the door. With a glance, Jessica gave a preliminary judgment, a young and handsome Oriental. It's just that Jessica's heart is ashamed now, and she is not in the mood to learn more. Hello, Jessica, my friend of Dr. Christine, Sui, you can call me Mr. Su, or So. Jessica was also a little indifferent, saying hello politely. Hello, Mr. Su. I heard you want to see me, what's the matter? Jessica didn't intend to hide anything, and directly expressed her guess. Last night, you should have been here too. You cured me, right? Jessica is so direct, Sui is not surprised at all. You're recovering slowly. When you come to your senses, it's only a matter of time before you fully recover. I just helped you recover a month or so earlier. Instead of thanking Sui for what she did, Jessica continued to question, why did you save me? And my power has also become stronger than ordinary people, and you did it. You know what? My family members died in that accident. Why did you wake me up and make me face this? I did not allow you to heal me. I could have been with my family. Jessica's emotions gradually became agitated, and finally fell into a breakdown. She didn't want to blame Sui, but she just wanted to vent her emotions. After a few words, Jessica was already crying. No wonder, after all, she is also a girl under the age of 20. After experiencing such a big change, it is difficult to accept it for a while. Moreover, she was also responsible for this accident, which made it difficult for Jessica to bear. Just like Peter Parker, because of Uncle Ben's death, he has been blaming himself. Jessica's situation is probably similar. Sui was not angry, but just came to Jessica, took out a tissue, and handed it to Jessica. If resenting me relieves your guilt and pain, I don't mind. Jessica froze for a moment. She didn't expect Sui to answer like that. Facing Sui's kindness, Jessica chose to refuse, and did not accept the tissue Sui handed over. Sui is not in a hurry. Psychological problems are not so easy to solve. If you are lucky, you may be completely relieved because of one sentence. If the situation is not good, you may be haunted by this problem for the rest of your life. You cannot be treated with injections or medicine. Jessica, let's sit down and talk for a while, and I'll tell you a story. Jessica didn't say no, definitely, and didn't say yes. Sui didn't care about this, looked at the situation in the room, found a chair and sat down. Sui didn't intend to impress Jessica with her own story, but thought of a movie This Killer Is Not So Cold. The purpose of Sui's choice of this story is not to tell about the love between the uncle and the cute girl, but to tell about life. Let Jessica understand the true meaning of life and complete self-salvation from the story. Sui's storytelling ability is not bad, at least it fascinates Jessica. Jessica didn't listen very carefully at first, but there were only 2 people in the ward. Sui is telling a story, she thinks it's hard not to hear it. Unless, interrupt Sui. Jessica sat on the edge of the hospital bed, listening to the story, gradually fascinated. What attracted her was not the love between the two, but the heroine's life. Especially that classic line of dialogue made Jessica understand Sui's purpose in telling this story. Is life always this painful? Always. At the end of the story, the hero Leon rescued the heroine Matilda, and the heroine took Leon's money to the orphanage and got a new life. In the story, the hero and heroine completed the redemption. The heroine can be regarded as walking out of the pain and continuing to face life. Jessica remained silent, and Sui could tell that Jessica must have been touched. Strike while the iron is hot, Sui decided to use herself as the case. Actually, I am similar to you and have had a similar experience. I used to live in the East, and it was also a car accident, and my parents left. In desperation, I came here to live with my unfamiliar grandfather. Not long after, my grandfather also passed away. Even though I'm alone, life has to go on, doesn't it? I will miss my family, but I will also try to live a better life. For myself and for my family. I think my parents must hope that I can be happy and live a good life. Your family would be sad if they knew you were in such pain. So, the best commemoration for them is to live well. This sentence made Jessica break through the defense precisely. Recalling the previous life, with parents by my side. If I am in a bad mood, my mother will always comfort me. Now, the mother is gone. But if mother knew, she would definitely be worried about herself and wanted to comfort herself. Jessica was sad again, only this time, it was different. Jessica is already starting to move out of the pure grief phase and ready for a new life. When I looked at Sui, I was surprised that Sui could be so positive and optimistic. Because just from the outside, it is impossible to tell that Sui has experienced such pain. In contrast, Jessica realized that she was a little too immersed in pain. Seeing Jessica listening to the story in silence, Sui started crying again. I thought my story was messed up. So he continued to persuade, you lost your family, but you still have friends. You are still young and have a future. Although there is pain in front of me, and there may be a lot of pain in the future, there will always be happiness. It's like Matilda met Leon, that is happiness in a painful life. You will also meet happiness. Sui tried to hand out the tissue again. This time, Jessica did not refuse. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that her own story had some effect. Could it be that I still have the potential to be a psychiatrist? Jessica barely stopped crying. Thank you. You're welcome. You should take care of your illness, and when you recover, it will be helpful to remember your family and meet your friends. Jessica nodded silently. Good suggestion. The psychological counseling is successful, and the task is done. Jessica suddenly remembered her own strength, and asked, did you make my strength? No, your power comes from that accident. Although I also have ability, it doesn't include giving power to others. Sui briefly showed her own energy. You should hide your own strength now, receive treatment, and get information from the outside world. Chapter 119 Help Jessica settle down. Sui chatted with Jessica for a while, helping Jessica to untie her knot. Only then did Sui learn that Jessica was also a student at Midtown High before the accident. After all, the two were barely classmates. Because Jessica was classmates with Peter Parker and others before, Sui did not confess that she and Peter were classmates. After a few days, Peter could bring someone to the hospital to visit Jessica. Time passed and it was time to get off work. Christine appeared outside the ward and saw the two talking. It seems that Jessica seems to be better, at least willing to talk to people, which is a good thing. Christine is very happy with her decision. Sure enough, it was a good decision to let Sui persuade Jessica. It seems that you have a good chat, I seem to be disturbing you. Because of Christine's appearance, the conversation between the two was terminated. Jessica knew that Sui and Chris had a close relationship. Now that Christine shows up, she is probably preparing to leave with Sui. Jessica didn't stop her, but after chatting with Christine for a few words, she said goodbye to them. Sui and Christine continued to date, and the two chatted about Jessica while eating. Kristen, there is something else I want to tell you about Jessica. What's up? Sui said solemnly. Jessica's family members have passed away. Even after she is discharged from the hospital, she is probably homeless. Maybe she will go to an orphanage, or be adopted. I think you can take care of Jessica like a younger sister. Christine was a little surprised by Sui's suggestion. But, this is not an easy task. I'll have to think about it. Out of a responsible attitude, Christine thought about it carefully. Considering myself, and Jessica two people. After careful consideration, Christine made her own decision. It's the best case scenario if someone can adopt her. You know, I'm going to be very busy at work. I'm not sure I can take care of myself if I'm busy. I want to help her too, but it's not a good idea for me to take care of her. Seeing that Christine was blaming herself, so hurriedly comforted her. I was too reckless. If you are not suitable, I can think about whether there are other suitable candidates. Actually, you can rest assured that the treatment in the orphanage is not bad. Sui really has one candidate, and that is Vanessa. Vanessa is lonely inside, and Sui can't be with her often. Although Vanessa has no complaints, actions do not lie. Vanessa's situation may be much better if someone is with her. What's more, Jessica is alone now. Whether these two lonely people getting along will get better or worse, Sui is not sure. I know a friend. I'll talk it over with her to see if she's willing. Sui did not have any purpose in doing so. After all, Jessica doesn't look pretty at all now. Maybe it will be beautiful after recovery, and that will be a matter of later. Now, Sui is in the spirit of pity, and takes away some destiny points. By the way, you can also brush up your favorability with Christine. Otherwise, Sui wouldn't have spent so much time. After the date, Sui sent Christine home. Originally planning to take a day off, Sui had a whim and planned to let Vanessa take care of Jessica. Therefore, it is necessary to find Vanessa. Sui contacted Vanessa in advance, and Vanessa seemed a little happy about Sui's visit. When Sui appeared outside, Vanessa opened the door. The person who caught my eye was wearing a black silk pajamas. With a little lace edge, it looks a little loose. It seems to have a lazy feeling, with intellectual and sensual beauty, which makes Sui's eyes shine. When seeing Sui, Vanessa complained slightly. When you contacted me, I thought you would appear in front of my eyes soon. Sui entered the room, closed the door, and explained, if I do this, there will be another bizarre car accident on the news tomorrow. Vanessa smiled and greeted her cordially. Sui just tasted it, but Vanessa wanted more. Vanessa, I have something serious I want to talk to you about. Other things can be discussed later, when we have a lot of time. What else can Sui say? Let's talk about another serious matter first. After talking about the business with Vanessa, Sui and Vanessa talked about Jessica. Jessica is homeless and I want you to take care of her. Vanessa looked at Sui curiously. Is she also your confidant? Sui naturally denied. No, at least not now, and I don't have any ideas. I just think she's a little pitiful, and I just want to help. You are usually alone. It might be a good thing if you have one more person by your side. Vanessa said quietly. You know, I hope that the person who is always by my side is you. Sui directly used unearthed love words. I am always by your side. If you want that, you can move in and live with me. Speaking of this, Vanessa was a little conflicted. She is lonely in her heart, but in fact, Vanessa is not willing to be exposed to too lively scenes. There are too many people, and Vanessa is not used to it. I can try what you said. But, as you know, I'm not good at taking care of people. Perhaps she will take care of you. Sui has said so, and Vanessa has no objection. Well, let's go meet this Jessica together tomorrow. The process of applying to take care of Jessica is indeed a bit complicated. In any case, Jessica's consent must be sought. Let Vanessa and Jessica meet tomorrow to get to know each other. Thank you, Vanessa. Vanessa stood up. I made a new painting. Do you want to see it? Seeing that Vanessa was very interested, Sui didn't want to disappoint her. Definitely, as long as it is your painting, I am interested. Vanessa left the bedroom, went to the studio, and brought back a painting. Sui didn't know what kind of painting Vanessa would draw, and she had some expectations in her heart. After a while, Vanessa brought back a painting. The painting has been mounted, and with the frame, it is more than 1 meter long and high. Sui rushed to help and took the painting. When the painting was shown in front of Sui, Sui was stunned with a very strange expression. Vanessa looked very happy looking at Sui's expression. How about this painting? Sui looked at herself in the painting and smiled. This painting is so perfect. It's perfect, exactly like me. It's just that there is a lack of beauty, such as you, Vanessa. Vanessa was very happy being coaxed by Sui. I think this is enough, look here. Sui looked at herself in the painting, with Vanessa's exquisitely designed signature in the heart. Perfect painting, exquisite design. Chapter 120 I will surprise you. Sui and Vanessa went to the hospital the next day to visit Jessica. By the way, I also brought some gifts for Jessica. A cell phone, a laptop, and a few other things. Now that Jessica is alone, she must be bored in the hospital. The mobile phone and computer prepared by Sui can help her pass the time and let her know about the changes in the outside world. When the two came to the hospital, Jessica was talking to someone. Both Sui and Vanessa could tell that these people were not from the hospital. It seems that they are related to solving Jessica's homelessness. Jessica hadn't graduated before the accident. After waking up now, I lost my family and my house, and became a completely homeless person. Therefore, the relevant personnel must make arrangements for Jessica. It's nothing more than entering an orphanage, waiting for Jessica to become independent, or being adopted. But at this moment, Jessica is not young, and it is estimated that not many people will adopt such a big child. In the comics, Jessica was indeed adopted by the Joneses and renamed Jessica Jones. Jessica would rather be alone, but she couldn't refuse. Now she doesn't have economic ability. The appearance of Sui and Vanessa interrupted the communication between the two parties. Seeing Sui's arrival, Jessica was a little happy. After waking up, all Jessica can see are doctors and patients. Sui can be regarded as half a friend, and yesterday's story also made Jessica feel much better. Although I haven't completely got out of the haze of losing my family, I am a little more positive. Seeing Sui and Vanessa, keen Jessica sensed something was wrong. Vanessa is also very beautiful. In terms of appearance, she is no worse than Dr. Christine. Also, Vanessa and Sui seem very close. Jessica had no evidence, and put away her random suspicions. Sorry, my friend is here. The matter of going to the orphanage, wait until I fully recover. During this time, I will think about it carefully. The staff is also very helpless, there is nothing they can do, the parties are very resistant, and they have nothing to do. Sui knew the other party's purpose, and it happened that he brought Vanessa here to solve the problem. Seeing that the two staff members were about to leave, Sui stopped each other with a sound. And many more. All eyes were on Sui. Sui continued, Jessica is my friend, and I also know that she is homeless now, so, I brought in someone who could help Jessica. Vanessa took the initiative to show her intention. I've heard about Jessica's story, so I'm going to help her. I plan to take her in and support her to continue her education. It is a good thing that someone can take care of Jessica. However, you look too young to be eligible for adoption. Vanessa explained, not to adopt her, but to take care of her temporarily. I'm a painter, and I plan to take her as an apprentice and teach her to paint. This is my name card. I think she's an adult and can make her own decisions. If that's the case, it's not a normal adoption. The conditions must be looser and simpler. If that's the case, it's fine. However, her situation is special. First of all, her own consent is required. Jessica has no hesitation and chooses to trust Sui. In this way, I don't need to change my name and surname, and there is no sudden addition of a family member. I agree. The staff can't say anything, and they are very happy. Successfully complete the task, there is no need to run a few more times. We need to record something and need some of your personal data. Vanessa didn't mind, no problem. Vanessa made an appointment with the staff, and when the time comes, just bring your personal information and go to register. Thank you very much for your support. You're welcome. Vanessa dismissed the staff easily, and there were only 3 people left in the ward. Sui spoke first. I'm sorry I didn't discuss this matter with you in advance. It doesn't matter. Anyway, even without you, I have to go to a strange place. Considering you'll be in the hospital for a few more days and it might be boring, here's a gift from Vanessa for you. Jessica took the bag and opened it to find that it was a mobile phone and a laptop, both of which looked like high-end products. It's too expensive, I can't take it. Vanessa said, it's nothing to me. You have been in a coma for so long, you should get in touch with the outside world more. Jessica wasn't a stickler either. Thank you. Vanessa looked at Jessica and was very touched. Promised Sui to take care of Jessica last night, not only because of Sui, but also because of Jessica. Jessica is homeless, alone, and psychologically destitute. It made Vanessa think of herself. Vanessa is also a lonely person at heart. 2 people are considered the same. Vanessa is not sure what will happen if she brings Jessica home. It is 2 people who live separately without disturbing each other. In other words, it will make my life change a little bit. Looking at Jessica, Vanessa asked with concern, how is your physical condition? It's not bad. Dr. Casey told me that I can be discharged after a few more days of observation. I'll pick you up then. When Vanessa faced Jessica, she couldn't find a topic. All I can say is that I have promised Jessica. When you leave the hospital, we will live together for a short time. I will support your study and finish your studies. If you want to go to university, I can continue to support you. I promise not to interfere with your life and future. When you finish your studies, you can consider leaving to be independent, or you can continue to live. Such conditions are naturally very suitable for Jessica's wishes. I have no opinion. Vanessa hasn't opened up to Jessica yet, and the 2 haven't talked much. Therefore, Sui naturally took on this responsibility. After communicating with Jessica for a while, let Jessica record the contact information. At that time, it will be convenient to communicate. Jessica has only been in a coma for a few months, and these devices can still be used, and Sui doesn't need to spend too much time. When Sui was about to leave, Jessica wanted to stop Sui and ask about the relationship between Sui and the two women. However, after some hesitation, Jessica still didn't choose to speak. In a few days, when you can be discharged from the hospital, inform me and Vanessa, we will come to pick you up. At that time, I will give you a surprise. Jessica didn't know what surprise Sui was talking about, but she also had some expectations. I am looking forward. Jessica couldn't wait to get out of the hospital. Not for a new life, but to go to the cemetery, meet my parents, and talk about my thoughts. Chapter 121 The Hulk shows up. Jessica cannot be discharged from the hospital yet and needs to be observed for a few days. After a few days, Vanessa will be able to pick her up. The surprise that Sui prepared for Jessica was to call a group of old classmates like Peter over to celebrate her discharge from the hospital. Now, there is still a little time left in the holidays, and most people have not started school yet. Only a few people have already set off because the school is far away. Sui told Liz the news and asked Liz to contact everyone. Sui went shopping with Vanessa for a day, to relax and go shopping. On this peaceful day, Bruce Banner came to NYU. The purpose of his trip is very simple, to avoid the pursuit of General Ross, and get back the information by the way. He wants to continue researching, and then find a way to solve his transformation problem. Only by completely solving Hulk can he return to his normal life. Unfortunately, Banner's idea fell through. The sneak in this time was very successful. All research materials were deleted, and Banner's plans fell through. Without these materials, Banner would have a lot of trouble solving Hulk's problems. Banner had no choice but to leave in despair. Fortunately, Banner met his ex-girlfriend Betty Ross. Betty hopes that Banner can reconcile with General Ross, but Banner knows that General Ross studies the Green Titan in order to turn the Green Titan into a weapon. And Banner hopes to completely solve Hulk, not to turn Hulk into a weapon. Betty Ross chose to trust Banner and handed over the copied materials in advance to Banner. With the USB flash drive, Banner decided to go to school again. It's just that Banner didn't know that General Ross knew in advance that an ambush had been prepared. At this moment, Banner was walking on campus, extremely anxious. He found that he had been exposed. If you don't leave, I'm afraid General Ross will arrive soon. Walking in the corridor, outside the building, suddenly a shell hit. Banner was defenseless and was directly blown away by huge amounts of impact. At this moment, Banner's body began to change uncontrollably. The stature has become burly, and it can even be said to be huge. Green Titan Hulk appeared. Because of being attacked suddenly, Hulk was extremely angry. Before the shock of the explosion dissipated, Hulk jumped directly from the corridor. Such huge amounts of movement caused a sensation in the whole school in an instant. Even during the holidays, there are not many people in the school, but there are still some people. What happened? It seems to be an explosion. How could this happen in school? It may be that there was an accident in a certain laboratory. The sudden explosion caused panic among many people. Most people didn't know it was a weapon, and thought it was an accident in the laboratory. There are only a handful of people nearby, and Ben is nearby. Seeing General Ross show up with a lot of weapons and equipment, realizes it's not that simple. These people were all under control, and they couldn't pass on the news for the time being. Hulk was attacked, very angry, jumped down from upstairs and roared at General Ross. Because General Ross is Betty Ross' father, and because General Ross represents a side of power, Banner has been forbearing, hiding for several years. Unexpectedly, General Ross was so crazy. It's fine to keep chasing after him, and now, weapons of mass destruction are actually used on campus. Before the Hulk could move, General Ross ordered the attack. A large group of people fired wildly, and the bullets poured on Hulk and around him, forming a barrage of fire. The shells are not stingy, and they come twice from time to time. Although Hulk can defend against bullets, the bombardment of artillery fire is of no avail. However, the pain is still there. In such pain, Hulk kept moving forward. Grab something nearby, no matter what you catch, throw it there first. Finally, Hulk rushed into the elite of General Ross, like no one in the land. There was simply no one able to stop the Hulk from going on a rampage. Just then, Brunsky stepped out. Alone, walk up to the Hulk and take out a special weapon, the sonic cannon. Brunsky was invited by General Ross to capture Hulk, but it failed. After seeing the power of Hulk, Brunsky found his purpose. However, ordinary people cannot compare with Hulk. So Brunsky asked General Ross for strengthening. After strengthening, Brunsky is already stronger than ordinary people, and he can be regarded as a super soldier. This time, he wants to challenge Hulk and prove his strength. Bruce, let's have a duel. Hulk dismissed Brunsky, but Brunsky was all about fighting. Soon, the two started fighting. Brunsky's sonic cannon was indeed powerful enough to stop the Hulk. However, Hulk's defense is invincible. With the sonic cannon on it, rush directly in front of Brunsky and destroy the sonic cannon. Brunsky was furious and chose. Being slapped directly, the whole person flew upside down for a distance of more than 10 meters. The whole person suffered heavy injuries, as if the body was about to fall apart. Also Brunsky went through strengthening. Hulk didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, this time, Brunsky would be crippled. The battered Brunsky stood up again and started laughing wildly instead. Hulk's power is really strong. Even after strengthening himself, he is not an opponent. I want to get this power. I am the strongest. Brunsky's heart was close to madness, and after getting up, he continued to rush towards Hulk. The result is self-evident, was defeated again. Brunsky still doesn't want to give up. After being knocked down one after another, Brunsky was already limp on the ground. Looking at Brunsky's crazy smile, Hulk was a little puzzled. Betty also rushed over after hearing the movement. Stop Hulk before Hulk hurts more people. Bruce, enough. Hulk calmed down a bit, looked at the devastation nearby, and fell silent. At this moment, a shell hit the helicopter in the sky. The situation was extremely critical, and Hulk knew that the explosion of the folding shell would definitely hurt Betty. He rushed over to protect Betty and fled with Betty, and General Ross has also gone crazy, and vowed not to give up if he failed to achieve his goal. The shells fell one after another. Hulk could only flee with Betty, and fled here quickly. General Ross could only rage in impotent rage as he watched Hulk flee. His own elite, as well as large-scale weapons, were unable to catch Hulk. General Ross didn't know that his actions had been discovered. After hearing the news, Peter rushed over. After all, he was a step too late. I just saw the traces left behind from a distance, but didn't see the Green Titan Hulk. What kind of monster is it that uses large-scale weapons to deal with it at school? It's not just Peter. Tony is busy with his own business and received a reminder from JARVIS. There was a major accident in the school. Tony hurriedly investigated, put on his armor and was ready to go. During the flight, enough information was collected. General Ross is hunting a green monster. Also failed? What is the origin of this monster? It seems that I have to ask Sue. Chapter 122 Defeating Titan with Titan. Both Tony and Peter thought of Sui immediately, and were going to ask to see if there was any news about this monster. Sui was shopping with Vanessa when she received a call from Tony. After listening to what Tony said, Sui was silent. As expected of the City of Freedom, it is too free. This is the location in the city center, and General Ross is really brave. The most important thing is that General Ross was still able to play afterwards, and he didn't seem to have been punished too severely. Sui and Tony spoke a few words briefly, revealing the news about Hulk and Bruce Banner. There is no need for Sui to say too much about the specific information. Tony can investigate it himself. Sui just asked Tony to do one thing, and that was to stop General Ross from pursuing Hulk. Also, prevent Brunsky from becoming an abomination. Just after hanging up on Tony's call here, Peter contacted Sui. So, do you know? I just saw a monster wreaking havoc at New York University. It's just crazy. Peter couldn't stop once he opened his mouth, so he couldn't help frowning when he heard Peter's excited voice. Hastily interrupted. Enough, Peter. Sui said it twice before interrupting Peter. So, do you know what that monster is? I know, let Tony take care of this. Peter was a little puzzled. I know what happened to Max last time. I didn't handle it well. This time, I will definitely be more cautious. Sui explained. This matter was brought up by General Ross. Tony and General Ross knew each other. Let Tony go and talk to General Ross. If it can be dealt with without doing anything, this is the best way. Peter understood Sui's meaning. I see, I understand. Peter relaxed. He also believed in Tony Stark's ability. Moreover, it is indeed the best way to solve the problem without fighting. On the other side, Tony Stark quickly found General Ross. This failure made General Ross even more angry. Seeing the Green Titan escaping from his hands again and again, the strongest fighter Brunsky was paralyzed. Although it can recover quickly, it also proves that Brunsky is not the opponent of the Green Titan. General Ross is very troubled now, and he is drinking to relieve his sorrow. Then came the question, and his accountability. Such a move in the city center will inevitably be held accountable. If he couldn't capture the Green Titan successfully and didn't come up with a satisfactory result, General Ross would definitely be punished. At this moment, Tony Stark appeared in a slightly flamboyant manner. General Ross. General Ross looked at Tony Stark, who appeared, not surprised. Stark Industries used to produce weapons, and General Ross and Tony also had contacts, and they had a good relationship. Although not as close as Rhodes and Tony, they have met a few times and drank together. Tony came to the side and sat down directly. I heard that you are trying to capture a big green guy. It looks like you have failed. As soon as Tony met, he directly exposed the shortcoming, which made General Ross's face even more ugly. General Ross drank a glass of wine directly. What? Can you help me catch him? I'm afraid, your battle armor is not an opponent either. Tony Stark is very confident in his armor, and he has also faced the gunfire attacks of bandits. Apart from Sui, Tony didn't think anyone could beat his armor. Ross, you don't understand my armor at all. General Ross was obviously not interested in Tony's armor. Only those idiots in the council will stare at your armor. If I can capture him and succeed in research, I can cultivate an invincible army. Green Titan, fearless of bullets and gunfire. Even, no weapons and equipment are needed. You don't need an army, you only need 100, or even less, and they can destroy a city. Tony Stark didn't believe General Ross' words. I just think General Ross is exaggerating. Can 100 monsters destroy a city? Could this monster be as powerful as Sui? Even him, the great Tony Stark. If you use steel robots to destroy a city, you need steel legions, not just 100. At the same time, it also confirms Sui's statement. The monsters researched by General Ross are extremely terrifying. At least, for ordinary people, the destructive power is astonishing. Moreover, General Ross did not intend to give up. If it continues, if the Green Titan loses his mind, it will only cause immeasurable damage. Judging from the degree of madness of General Ross, there might be a big battle in the city. In this way, it will definitely cause damage to the city and hurt innocent people. Tony Stark decided to talk General Ross out. Ross, give up the idea of continuing to capture the Green Titan, and leave it to me to handle. Ross didn't trust Tony Stark. After all, Tony Stark was a businessman. Tony must have had a purpose in doing this. I can handle it myself. Without speculation, General Ross chose to leave. Tony continued, how to solve it? You have already bombed the school, so the next step is to bomb the city. You must stop your crazy behavior immediately, otherwise, you will be sent to court. General Ross stopped in his tracks, and his eyes became crazier. We have come to this point. If we stop now, the consequences will be disastrous. Without results, no one can protect themselves. If you can come up with research results, then you can get support. So what if damage is done? Just find an excuse and say that it was an external bandit attack. Then you can take the opportunity to go outside to suppress bandits. Maybe you can make another fortune. Tony Stark, this is an internal matter. As a businessman, you'd better not get involved. Tony Stark was speechless. What else can you do? You have failed, more than once. Could it be that you plan to create another monster? You have to know that one monster is dangerous enough. If there is another uncontrolled monster, the consequences will be disastrous. When General Ross heard Tony Stark's words, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration. That's right, beat magic with magic. No, use titans to beat titans? You are a green titan, then I will research a new titan. It doesn't matter what color it is, as long as it can beat the green titan. General Ross left without looking back. Tony Stark spread his arms, speechless. This General Ross is simply outrageous, and he doesn't listen to persuasion at all. Worse than yourself is more stubborn. Persuasion failed, and Tony could only find a way to stop General Ross. After much deliberation, Tony decided to contact Rhodes and Shield. Let's take off General Ross's hat first. Without manpower and power, General Ross can't continue to capture the Green Titan. Only, Tony didn't know. General Ross is already on the move. Keep hunting the Green Titan. Also, continue strengthening Brunsky. This time, the blood of the Green Titan will be used for strengthening to create a new Titan. Chapter 123 The Birth of Hatred. After talking with Tony, General Ross thought of a way. Since Bruce Banner is out of control, he will cultivate another Titan that can be controlled. Brunsky is a good choice. Originally, the combat power is strong enough. If it becomes the same as the Green Titan, it will definitely be stronger than the Green Titan. At that time, even if there is no Green Titan, there will be Brunsky. With the Titan Brunsky, his own boss will not have any opinions. Thinking of this, General Ross couldn't wait to take action. On the way back, General Ross began to deploy. This time, the goal is not to capture Bruce Banner, but to find a way to get Bruce Banner's blood. Only in this way can a new Titan be made. Brunsky fought the Green Titan. Even if the Green Titan controlled the power, Brunsky was seriously injured. A normal person would probably be dead. However, Brunsky has been strengthened. It has only been half a day, and he has recovered a lot at this moment. Although it is still unable to act normally, it will not be long before it will be able to act. After learning of General Ross's order, Brunsky was very happy. Sure enough, General Ross is going to make a new Titan, so he can get the same power as the Green Titan. Thinking of this, Brunsky laughed wildly. Bruce Banner, a nerd, has no idea how to use this power. If I can gain such power, I am invincible. Brunsky has begun to looking forward to gaining such power. General Ross gave the order to continue the pursuit of Bruce Banner. In the U-Disk, there is location information. As long as Bruce Banner uses the USB drive again, General Ross will be able to locate Bruce Banner. It's just that Bruce Banner hasn't used a USB flash drive during this time. General Ross ordered people to pay close attention to the movement of the USB drive and wait for the opportunity. Finally, Tony's method worked. Because General Ross acted recklessly and wreaked havoc in the school, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the congressman. General Ross was under enormous pressure. However, General Ross also has a way to deal with it. In a few words, after fooling his boss, he got a deadline. 3 days, within 3 days, you must see the results, General Ross said. If a satisfactory answer cannot be given, General Ross will definitely be sanctioned. With limited time, General Ross frantically followed the trail of Bruce Banner. And Bruce Banner didn't know it. After the school was attacked by General Ross, Bruce rescued Betty, stayed with Betty for a while, and chose to leave alone. Without solving Hulk's problems, Bruce has to keep an eye out. After hiding for 2 days, Bruce contacted Mr. Blue. After making thorough preparations, Bruce quietly came to the laboratory of Mr. Lan, and prepared to solve his own problems thoroughly with the help of Mr. Lan. Mr. Lan has also been studying Bruce Banner's problem, but he is troubled. Now, with the key information in the USB flash drive, the two quickly developed a serum that could suppress gamma energy. As long as you inject this serum, you can control yourself and no longer change at will. Bruce Banner was extremely excited, finally waiting for the day when he could get rid of Hulk completely. Just as Bruce was about to inject, Mr. Lan stopped Bruce. Are you sure you want to inject serum? Because this is very likely to make you lose your gamma energy and turn you back into an ordinary person. Bruce thought of his girlfriend, and remembered that because of an accident, his life had undergone earth-shaking changes. I just want to be an ordinary person. Bruce injected the serum without any hesitation. At this moment, there was movement downstairs. Mr. Land discovered that someone was about to break into his laboratory, and the two immediately realized that it should be someone from General Ross. Bruce, the serum isn't fully working yet. During this time, you have to control yourself, otherwise, once transformed, the effect of the serum will also be purified. You hurry up, I'll stall for time. Bruce Banner chose to trust Mr. Lan, and took the lead in escaping from the secret exit. After 2 days, Brunsky has almost recovered. It is now functioning normally. He led his men and broke into the laboratory, but did not see any trace of Bruce. Mr. Lan was the first to stop Brunsky. Who are you? This is my laboratory. Without any hesitation, Brunsky asked people to start a search. Mr. Lan was directly grabbed by Brunsky's clothes. Say, what is Bruce doing here? Where is he going now? I won't tell you. Brunsky directly pulled out his gun and pointed it at Mr. Lan. The subordinates discovered the secret passage and immediately reported, there is an exit here. Brunsky immediately ordered, you guys, go after them immediately. Brunsky himself did not leave. Say, what is he doing here? Although Mr. Lan was afraid, he still didn't speak. He didn't believe that Brunsky really dared to kill himself. At the moment, however, Brunsky is too crazy to care. All he cares about is power and defeating the Green Titan. A shot hit Mr. Ian's side directly. You only have 3 seconds. If you don't say it, go to hell. Mr. Lan was very scared. I said. Bruce intends to purify the gamma energy in his body so that he can become an ordinary person. Hearing this answer, Brunsky was extremely angry. With such a powerful force, Bruce Banner actually wanted to give up. Brunsky couldn't help laughing. Sure enough, he's a nerd who doesn't understand what this power means. After the sneer, Brunsky was still a little angry. If he becomes an ordinary person, then I won't be able to defeat the Green Titan. No, I have to become a Titan like him. I want to defeat him. Brunsky looked at Mr. Lan, who was extremely panicked. The person in front of him is crazy, completely crazy. You have a way to help him become an ordinary person, so you should be able to make me like him, too. If you can't do it, go to hell. Mr. Lan didn't have any room to refuse, he could only agree tremblingly. I have studied his blood and copied the blood, which also has gamma energy. If you take this blood, Brunsky didn't care that much at all, so, you can do it, right? Mr. Lan wanted to say a few more words, but looking at Brunsky's terrifying eyes, he could only utter one word, yes. Then, let's begin. On the street, Bruce is on the run and has been caught. In the laboratory, Brunsky was lying on the bench, and Mr. Lan began to inject blood containing gamma energy into Brunsky. As soon as the blood entered Brunsky's body, the powerful gamma energy began to infect and spread throughout the body. A sharp pain came. Brunsky wasn't worried at all, on the contrary, he was very excited. Because Brunsky felt that this powerful force was turning himself into a Titan like the Green Titan. Hate, born at this moment, chapter 124. Only I can stop him. In the laboratory, Brunsky was injected with blood containing gamma energy. The powerful gamma energy began to transform Brunsky's body, and the powerful force seemed to burst the body. Brunsky was originally an excellent soldier, with a relatively normal height and build. He is about 180 tall and weighs more than 80 kilograms. But at this moment, Brunsky's body has grown stronger in a short time. The height seems to be developing again, and it actually started to grow taller in a short period of time. The changes in the muscles are even more obvious. Brunsky, who was originally lean, began to swell his muscles at this moment. In just a few minutes, it becomes almost like those exaggerated muscles of those bodybuilders. It seems that all this is not over yet. Brunsky's body is getting farther and farther down the road of becoming big. It has gradually surpassed normal people and turned into a Titan like the Green Titan. Half an hour passed, and Brunsky finally ended the change. At this moment, Brunsky has completely transformed into an abomination. Feeling the huge amounts of power, Brunsky couldn't be more excited. With a height of 2.2 meters, he has an extremely strong body and weighs at least 400 kilograms. The most important thing is strength. The increase in strength can be more than the change of the body. It didn't simply increase several times, but reached tens of tons. This level of strength can even continue to grow. Brunsky just felt like he could destroy everything now, destroy everything, and nothing could stop him. Hate, go wherever you want. Looking at Mr. Lan again, it seems that he was accidentally touched by himself when he changed just now. Then, the whole person knocked down on the experimental equipment beside him. Brunsky was in no mood to care whether Mr. Blue was dead or alive. Now Brunsky has only one idea, go to Bruce Banner, turn him into a Green Titan, and fight himself again. Thinking of this, Brunsky didn't stop at all. Take the stairs, non-existent. Brunsky sprinted straight for the window before leaping upstairs and onto the street. On the street, passing vehicles and pedestrians were startled by the sudden change. Especially the passing vehicles, seeing the suddenly jumping Titan, hurriedly braked to dodge. Brunsky didn't intend to dodge at all, but wanted to test his own strength. He directly reached out to stop a small car, and easily overturned it without any effort. Great power, that's what it feels like. I am the strongest. Brunsky is out of control and all he wants to do now is to find Bruce Banner and turn him into a Green Titan. Brunsky remembered that when he transformed, his subordinates reported that Bruce had been captured. Next, Bruce will be taken to General Ross. Thinking of this, Brunsky didn't stop, and went on a rampage on the street, ready to find Bruce Banner. After running, you can push the vehicle away with an easy push. This speed, Brunsky is not satisfied. Jump up casually, and jump out of a height of 4 or 5 meters. When it landed, it was already more than 20 meters away. With a full score landing posture, the ground trembled. Then he jumped again, leaving only a crack on the ground. This is still the case of jumping up casually. If you jump with all your strength, it will be really hard to say. Brunsky, incarnate as the Abomination, scoured the city for Bruce Banner. Everywhere it went was devastation and chaos. Pedestrians in the city ran away in panic, afraid of being hurt by the monster. Run, run. What kind of monster is this? It's terrible. What happened to this world? There are more and more monsters. The end of the world is coming. Where is Spider-Man? Where is Iron Man? Come and catch this monster. Can someone help me? I'm stuck in the car. Ms. Falk, my new car. Brunsky left, leaving only a mess. Such movement, pedestrians reported one after another. On George's side, the phone was about to explode. After receiving the news, immediately lead people out. Besides, it naturally caught the attention of Iron Man Tony Stark. Tony thought that the matter was resolved, but unexpectedly, the monster appeared again. How is this possible? General Ross has been restricted, and there is no one to catch that monster. Could it be that Bruce Banner is out of control? Tony Stark thought it was Bruce Banner turning into a Green Titan. According to Sui, Bruce Banner is a good guy. Try to control yourself. Don't let yourself transform into a Green Titan to cause damage. Even, in the future, he will join Avengers and become his teammate. It turns out that Sue also made mistakes sometimes. Tony didn't intend to inform Sui, but decided to come forward himself. General Ross said that his armor is not as good as the Green Titan, which makes Tony very unhappy. Just in time, the Green Titan came out to make trouble, so I can take care of this guy. Tony couldn't wait to put on his armor. J.A.R.V.I.S. Where is the target? 8th Street in Manhattan. After putting on the battle armor, with dynamic music in his ears, Tony Stark took off directly from the mansion and set off towards the goal. On the other side, Bruce Banner was captured and was about to be taken to General Ross. Although General Ross was temporarily suspended, he can return as long as he catches the Green Titan. General Ross was so excited that he finally caught Bruce Banner. Strangely, Bruce didn't transform this time. And Bruce wanted to dissuade Rose immediately. General Ross, you should stop. It's not a good thing to study this energy. It cannot be controlled, and it will devour people's minds. Once it gets out of control, it will be extremely terrifying. General Ross is ambitious. No, power has no consciousness, so it should be controlled. Your will is too weak, so you can't control this power. I will give this power to strong-willed fighters and make them invincible. Bruce was very angry. Cultivate warriors to conquer the world. If you do this, it will only lead to war and death, and in the end, it will destroy the entire world and mankind. General Ross dismissed Bruce's words. The war will come sooner or later. We must have enough strength to protect the people. Bruce was used to hearing these words, and he also saw through the actions of General Ross and the congressman. These people are just pretending, but in fact, they are all for their own benefit. Take him away. Just as General Ross was about to take Bruce away, a report came. General Ross, another Titan has appeared not far away, wreaking havoc in the city. General Ross looked at Bruce Banner in front of him, making sure that he had not arrested the wrong person. So where did the other Titan come from? Suddenly, both General Ross and Bruce thought of someone, Brunsky. At this moment, Bruce was caught in a dilemma. Bruce knows that the Titan is powerful and unstoppable. If you don't transform yourself into a Green Titan, no one can stop that Titan. But once he gets angry and transforms, the serum he just injected will be invalid, and his efforts will be in vain. With repeated hesitation, Bruce Banner remembered his idol, Captain Steve. Finally decided to come forward. I have to stop him. Only I can stop him. Chapter 125 Street Fight. Bruce Banner made a lot of painstaking efforts to make the serum, just to purify the gamma energy in the body. At this moment, in order to stop the hatred, he has to take the initiative to transform into a Green Titan. General Ross managed to catch Bruce, but he would not let Bruce go. At this moment, only by taking Bruce back can he return to his original position. As for the Titan outside, it's probably Brunsky. There is no need to worry at all. As long as I show up, I can control the situation. Bruce, you have to come with me now. That Titan, we'll take care of it. Bruce is well aware of the power of the Titan. General Ross can't catch himself, and can't deal with this Titan. What's more, now, this Titan has wreaked havoc in the city. If I don't stop it myself, I'm afraid it will hurt many innocent people. Bruce didn't have the slightest hesitation, and no longer continued to suppress his emotions. A wave of anger rushed into his mind, and Bruce felt overwhelmed by anger. The gamma energy became agitated again and began to flow through the body. The serum injected just now is vulnerable to the restless gamma energy at this moment. In just a split second, Bruce's body underwent huge amounts of changes. The originally loose clothes were now supported by strong muscles. Even, it exploded directly. Fortunately, the pants were made of special materials by Bruce, otherwise the pants would be gone. Turning into a Hulk, Bruce easily broke free and rushed towards the chaotic direction. General Ross will not let the Green Titan run away like this. Chase. General Ross's men were a little embarrassed. After all, this was a Green Titan, not Bruce Banner. If the Green Titan gets red-eyed, their lives will be lost. They have not undergone strengthening, they are just ordinary people. However, General Ross gave orders, and they had no choice but to follow. On the street, Brunsky, who turned into hatred, was extremely angry at the moment. No trace of Bruce was found, and the Abomination could only vent its anger on the objects on the side of the road and pedestrians. Pull out the street lights. Kick the vehicle. Coward, come out. With a roar of hatred, the Green Titan appeared at the corner of the street. Seeing the Abomination running amok and vandalizing the streets, the Green Titan was also extremely angry. Not only that, the Abomination even called himself a coward. Who can bear this? Hulk, not a coward. The Green Titan is also very violent. He rushed out immediately, jumped up towards the Abomination, and rushed over. Abomination spotted the Green Titan and finally smiled. Especially the Green Titan jumping towards him foolishly. Isn't this courting death? Abomination made a brief estimate, then jumped up and bumped into it. An elbow directly on Hulk's body, knocking Hulk back. Two behemoths collided in the air. One of them was knocked into the air and fell hard on the street. The hatred landed steadily, and then walked towards the Green Titan. What a powerful force. Unfortunately, you don't know how to use it at all. I am the strongest. Hulk's defense is still very strong, and at this moment, he has recovered. After raising his head and glaring at the hatred, he stood up again and rushed up again. Unfortunately, not the opponent. The Abomination and the Green Titan are at the same level in power, not much different. The key is combat experience. Brunsky is a good soldier, and Bruce Banner is just a scientist with no knowledge of combat techniques. When dealing with miscellaneous fish, pure power crushing is okay. But facing opponents of the same strength level, there is still a certain improvement in combat skills and experience. Abomination immediately gave Hulk a set of military punches. Hulk can only swing his fists randomly, commonly known as beating the old master to death with random punches. In the face of the Abomination's combat skills, Hulk obviously received more attacks and suffered more damage. Hulk was very angry at being beaten, so he could only keep roaring to vent his anger. Hulk grew angrier and stronger, and finally, it was a punch that knocked down the Abomination. The power of this punch has increased so much. Let the Abomination be treasured and more delighted. Before he came back to his senses, Hulk had already rushed over, ready to face output. Abomination is not vegetarian either, kicking the Hulk away with both feet. After kicking Hulk over, prepare to rub Hulk on the ground. The two also changed from a normal fight to a ground battle, and immediately scuffled on the street. Tony Stark finally arrived at the scene, seeing the scene in front of him, couldn't help complaining. The world is going down, people's hearts are not old. In front of the crowd, two huge amounts of monsters didn't care about the influence of the outside world, and wrestled into a ball. Aren't they afraid of teaching children badly? Tony was in battle armor, suspended in the air. Enough, you two beast hunks. You've wreaked havoc on the city, now, it's time to stop. The appearance of Tony immediately attracted the attention of some people nearby. It's Iron Man. Great, we're saved. Catch these two monsters quickly. Iron Man, you are the best. Is there only one Iron Man? What about the other superheroes? Where's the Spider Group? Audiences are excited, ready to watch Iron Man save the world. But the Abomination doesn't care about Tony Stark at all, it's just a steel armor, it's useless. Now the Abomination, with an iron chain out of nowhere, was about to strangle Hulk from behind. Being so ignored by the Abomination made Tony lose his temper. Immediately, a palm cannon hit the past, and it hit Abomination firmly. However, it does not break the defense at all. Tony Stark was amazed. What kind of monster is this? It wasn't injured. While Tony was shocked, the loathing continued to strangle Hulk. Seeing that Hulk lost his combat power, he loosened the chain. Kicking Hulk away, he flicked the chain abruptly and slammed it towards Tony. This iron chain is different from the whip of the whip, mainly because it is strong and fast. Tony broke out in a cold sweat, and immediately flew away to avoid the chain. Damn it. Before Tony could finish complaining, a car smashed towards him. No, not just one, several cars. Tony could only dodge left and right, not noticing that the Abomination had jumped up. By the time Tony noticed, the Abomination had jumped up, grabbing himself with one hand. Tony tried his best to get rid of the hatred, but the power of hatred was extremely powerful. Tony was wearing normal armor now, not anti-Hulk armor at all. Shaking left and right, Tony crashed into a nearby building. Damn, Ross actually created such a terrible monster. The strength of my armor is not strong enough. When I go back, I must study a super powerful armor. In a certain block not far away, Sui, Peter and others are celebrating Jessica's discharge from the hospital. While eating, I heard the news. Peter couldn't sit still first. I have to go to the bathroom. Sui thought that Tony could stop General Ross and avoid the birth of the Abomination. It seems that it still failed. That being the case, then I can't be idle anymore. It's time to make a move. Chapter 126. You are the only one who is called Hate. Sui's trio found a reason and set off secretly. Send Peter and Gwen there first, let them stabilize the situation first, and don't cause too many casualties. Afterwards, a teleport left the scene and went to find Ancient One Magician as foreign aid. There is only one purpose for Sui to do this, and that is for the spell of mirror space. The Abomination and the Hulk had done enough damage in battle. If he exerted too much power, he might really destroy a few blocks. As for compensation, it's better not to find Sui on his head. Therefore, Sui intends to throw them into the mirror space, and then torture Abomination and Hulk. Sui teleported to Camartage and went to find Ancient One Magician. Before finding the Ancient One Magician, I encountered Caecilius first. Caecilius noticed Sui who appeared suddenly, and his attitude was very unfriendly. This is Camartage, you can't just wander around like this. Sui didn't pay attention to it at all, she was just a 25-year-old boy. If you want to clean him up, you can do it anytime. I'm friends with the Ancient One Magician, and you can't stop me at all. Sui has already sensed the location of the Ancient One Magician, and is about to find the Ancient One Magician. Caecilius cast a spell, his hands bloomed with magic patterns, ready to attack. The Ancient One Magician also appeared immediately and stopped him. Caecilius, stop. Seeing the appearance of the Ancient One Magician, Sui directly stated his intention of coming. Ancient One Magician, I need your help. To be precise, I need the spell of mirror space. The Ancient One Magician did not refuse. If you also follow me to learn spells, you don't need to come to me specially. It's a good idea, let's talk about it later. On the surface, Sui agreed, but in fact, she declined. The Ancient One Magician didn't force it either. Let's go, let's stop the battle between Hulk and the Abomination. Once the Ancient One Magician hood is worn, a portal can be drawn with one hand. Then, Sui and Ancient One Magician appeared on the street. Not far away, Hulk performed his own trick. Hulk, sash. Open your hands, and then clap hard. The powerful collision and shock of both hands actually formed a shockwave. Shockwave is extremely fast, leaving traces on the ground. All the objects in front of it were blown away. As for the most central Abomination, he didn't react at all, he was hit firmly by the shockwave, and he fell to the ground directly. This impact force is so powerful that even the hatred can't stand it. Seeing this, little Spider-Man Peter stepped forward immediately, and shot out the cobweb to restrain the Abomination. Hey, big guy, lie down quietly. Gwen also immediately helped, and the symbiote battlesuit transformed into tentacles to control and bind the Abomination. Under the double control, the hatred can only struggle. Only then did Peter and Gwen realize that the power of hatred is too strong. The cobwebs were all broken, and although the tentacles of the symbiote battlesuit were tough, they were still a bit unsightly in front of the Abomination. There is no way, the power of hatred is too strong. Moreover, it continues to strengthen at this moment. Water? The power of this monster is too terrifying, right? Peter could only think of ways to control and delay the time. Seeing that the Abomination was about to break free, Hulk rushed over. The Abomination also broke free at this moment, and rushed towards Hulk. Seeing this situation, Ancient One Magician immediately cast a spell. The buildings near the street began to collapse, and the world has undergone earth-shaking changes. The two titans crashed into the mirror space together, and stumbled in the mirror space. Not only Abomination and Hulk, Peter, Gwen, Tony, and others were all brought into the mirror space by the Ancient One Magician. As for those irrelevant passersby, they looked confused. The hatred and the others all of a sudden disappeared. What happened? They all disappeared. Could it be that the mysterious spider took them all away? It's possible. I read the Hero Daily Analysis. Mysterious spiders have the ability to teleport. Great, anyway, we're saved. It's a pity that I didn't get to see the battle between the mysterious spider and the Titan. General Ross looked at the group of people who suddenly disappeared. His face was gloomy and ugly. The battle between the Hulk and the Abomination has spread across several blocks. Not only that, the video of the scene was also uploaded to the internet by passersby. Such a movement caused heated discussions across the internet. Passersby don't know that he caused all this, but some people know that this will make him in a bad situation. It's the same sentence, unless you can produce results and make others shut up. Damn it. Brunsky. Rose could only complain a few words, and then continue to wait. Waiting for Hulk and others to appear again. Waiting for a good result. As long as you can take Brunsky or Bruce away, there is a way to make a deal. Keep waiting, and if they show up, take people away immediately. Rose's subordinates were also very helpless. None of these people was easy to mess with. The two titans are amazingly destructive and ignore weapons. They have all heard of the name of Iron Man Tony Stark, and they can't afford to offend them. The remaining Spider Trio, Spider-Man, and Ghost Spider-Man, are doing just fine. But the most powerful mysterious spider, because it can teleport, comes and goes elusively. In addition, it does not appear at ordinary times, which seems very mysterious. Therefore, it is called Mysterious Spider by netizens. Every time the mysterious spider makes a move, it means that something big has happened. This time, it seems that it intends to solve the battle between the two titans. If the mysterious spider can do it, it means that he is stronger than Titan. Thinking about it, I feel a little headache. In the mirrored space, Peter and Gwen cling to the wall of the building, looking at the scene of the world spinning, extremely shocked. Tony Stark looked at everything in front of him, and couldn't explain it. After a while, it finally stabilized. Although it is still extremely miraculous, at least there is ground to stand on. Before the Abomination could stand firm, Sui had already flown in front of the Abomination, floating down from the air, and then kicked out fiercely. You are the only one who is called hate. Still angry, Sui quickly followed up and started the explosive hammer. You like fighting, don't you? Come on, fight me. You fought back. With just a few words, Sui has already knocked down the hatred. Brunsky was furious. Why did he inject Hulk's blood and become an abomination, or is someone stronger than himself? This person looks like an ordinary person, how can he be so strong? Strength and speed crush themselves in all aspects. A casual punch can have thousands of tons of power. Although the Abomination has rough skin and thick flesh, its defense is super strong. However, in the face of Sui's absolute strength, this defense is still not enough. Sui pressed the Abomination to the ground and beat it, just like Superman beat Steppenwolf. The hatred was extremely angry, and the power increased again. Sensing the struggle of the hatred, Sui increased his strength again. Direct 10,000 tons of power, crazy output. Every time a fist hits the body of the Abomination, the mirror image space will tremble accordingly. After enduring Sui's 8 punches, Hate finally couldn't take it anymore and was knocked out by Sui. Chapter 127 Dr. Banner, you are mentally ill. Everyone present has seen the power of hatred. In just a few minutes, it caused very serious damage to the city, which can be called a monster version of a husky. Hulk has been fighting the Abomination for a while, but he hasn't fought yet. Relying on skills to gain the upper hand, the Abomination has not been completely defeated. Fearless of bullets and gunfire, Iron Man's palm cannon can't hurt the Abomination. Neither Spider-Man's cobweb nor the symbiote battlesuit can restrain each other. However, after entering the mirror space, within a minute, Sui directly knocked him out. There was a little more fear in Hulk's eyes. This guy is too powerful to be messed with. Seeing that the battle was over, Tony and others rushed over. That's it. Sui shrugged. What do you think? Tony looked at Brunsky, who had become an ordinary person, and couldn't help sighing. This guy is a monster, and you're more of a monster than a monster. Tony Stark's complaints are not without reason. If you say, to deal with the Abomination, you can also design a set of armor. Boost your defenses, boost your motivation, maybe try to split it 50-50ths with the Abomination. But facing Sui, it was really difficult for him to come up with a set of armor that could deal with it. Sui is simply too strong to build an accurate model. Peter and others also came over, only Hulk, who didn't know what to do. It's just crazy. This world is simply magical. And that big monster was actually defeated by Sukingii. Sui's focus was on Hulk. Hulk, relax, we're not here to catch you. Can you get Bruce Banner out? We want to talk to him. Hulk was unavoidably a little wary. After all, this was someone who knocked out the Abomination with just a few punches. For this request, Hulk can't do it either. Hulk, no. Seeing Hulk, Sui had no choice but to ask Ancient One Magician for help. Ancient One Magician, can you help get Bruce Banner out? It's really not possible, let him appear in the form of a soul. After the Ancient One Magician heard Sui's request, he raised his hand and slapped it. The power of this palm is not strong, but the effect is still very powerful. I saw the soul of Bruce Banner emerged from Hulk's body, while the body fell asleep and turned into an ordinary person. Bruce Banner becomes a Hulk and can also have memories. Seeing his body fell to the ground, his appearance at this moment also terrified Bruce Banner. Bruce is a scientist after all, this kind of thing is a bit difficult to explain. Peter's acceptance of ability was still slightly stronger, but he was extremely shocked. Oh, who is she? She can knock out the Green Titan in one fell swoop. She seems to be stronger than Sue. What was that flying out? Look, the Green Titan has shrunk and turned into an ordinary person. It turned into. Tony couldn't stand listening to Peter's nagging. That's enough, boy, you'd better keep your mouth shut. Peter was quiet for a moment. Okay, Mr. Stark. All eyes were on Bruce Banner's soul to see what would happen next. Bruce Banner was also puzzled. Dr. Banner, don't get excited, just temporarily let your soul leave your body. After the soul returns, you will be able to wake up. Bruce calmed down and had already recognized Sui and others. Although he has been avoiding the pursuit of General Ross in a backward place, Bruce is not a completely isolated person. What's more, it's been a while since I came back. The news that Tony Stark became Iron Man has already been spread all over the streets. Superhero is also active, and there will naturally be no shortage of news. If you have anything to say it as soon as possible. Sui smiled and said, I want to invite you to be a superhero. Bruce didn't have such an idea. I just want to be an ordinary person, and I just want to live an ordinary life. Sui didn't refute, but your idol is Captain Steve. When the Abomination was destroying the city, you also chose to stop him. Bruce had to admit that what Sui said was true. However, after I transformed, I couldn't control my body at all. Sui also knew the other party's problems and had a solution in mind. While not guaranteed to be a complete fix, it should at least be helpful. Bruce Banner also tackled the Hulk after the Avengers Alliance 3 ended. His solution was to permanently transform himself into a Hulk and gain control over his body. However, it cannot become a normal person. Your problem, maybe I have a solution. Bruce Banner is very happy if this problem can be solved. Then, he can also become a normal person, and he can reunite with Betty Ross. Can you really solve this problem? This problem involves gamma energy. Sui wasn't sure about Bruce Banner's status, so he planned to ask the Ancient One Magician first. Ancient One Magician, what is the difference between a soul and a personality? There should only be one soul in his body, right? In the comics, Hulk is an alternate personality of Bruce Banner. There is also a classic character, Grey Hulk, Joey Facette. Grey Hulk is very cunning, clever, and selfish, and will use any evil scheme to gain his own desires. Under normal circumstances, there is only one soul in each person's body. Dr. Banner's body also has only this one soul. Personality is the expression of the soul. Usually, there is only one personality, but under special circumstances, the soul becomes distorted and another personality is formed. Bruce Banner was a little disbelieving. You mean, Hulk is just a personality of mine? I have mental problems. But, I never have. No, you must have made a mistake. This must be caused by gamma energy. Sui sighed and said, it should be your childhood experience, or your father, that left you with a little psychological shadow. It wasn't a big problem at first, but under the gamma energy, something changed and Hulk personality was born. Banner couldn't believe it, but, it's impossible. Sui continued, other people won't transform like you. Like Brunsky who turned into an abomination and was able to maintain his own consciousness. Besides, people in other Hulk families can maintain consciousness. Bruce Banner was even more puzzled, the other Hulk family? Is there anyone else who controls this power? It's not important, what's important is, Dr. Banner, you are mentally ill and you need treatment. Ancient One Magician, can you let him communicate with Hulk's personality, and then find a way to solve Hulk's problem? Or, at least enable them to communicate. This way, Dr. Banner can teach Hulk personality and keep Hulk from endangering the world. Ancient One Magician felt helpless, first came a Scarlet Witch, and now there is a Green Titan. How did you become the nanny of the superhero? No, it should be the teacher of the problem students training class. In the future, there will be Strange, who is also a troublesome problem student. Chapter 128. Dr. Banner's problem, if you find the reason, it will be easy to solve. We'll see how it develops in time. Even without a Hulk, it should be able to deal with the next crisis. Sui handed over Dr. Banner to the Ancient One Magician very kindly. Let the Ancient One Magician continue to shine before leaving this world. He is also an Ancient One Magician who has cultivated himself for many years and has a good temper. Otherwise, he has to say a few words. The Ancient One Magician just guided Dr. Banner's soul back into his body, allowing Dr. Banner to wake up. It's settled, it's time to leave. Sui was about to leave. Tony looked at Brunsky lying on the ground. What about this guy? Leave it to SHIELD, don't let Ross take people away. Sui dare not leave Brunsky to Rose, otherwise, a lot of Titans will definitely appear next. Leaving it to S.H.I.E.L.D. is not a good choice either. However, there is no other room. Aside from S.H.I.E.L.D., it's also hard to trap abominations. Unless, Brunsky can't turn into an abomination. Thinking of this, Sui suddenly had a bold idea. And many more. Ancient One Magician, don't remove the mirror space yet. Sui walked up to Brunsky, stretched out his hand and sensed it. Gamma energy, I really sensed it. The corner of Sui's mouth raised, and he started to act. Swallow. Sui cast the infinite devour ability and began to devour the gamma energy stored in Brunsky's body. Bruce saw that Sui was devouring gamma energy, and hurriedly stopped him. Stop it, you can't. Can't what? Sui devoured gamma energy frantically, improving himself. Sui's LV7 energy is actually slowly increasing. Within a few minutes, the gamma energy in Brunsky's body was almost consumed by Sui. This energy is really huge. It is equivalent to the energy absorbed by the sun for 6 or 7 days. However, it is still extremely far away from breaking through LV8. Bruce looked at Sui, only shocked. Are you okay? Definitely nothing, just gamma energy. The quality is not bad, but a little too little. Bruce's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Is this person in front of him really human? He turned into a Hulk because of gamma energy. Brunsky turned into Abomination even more. But Sui absorbed the gamma energy, but there was no change at all. This is simply unbelievable. Bruce was stunned and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I can become a Hulk because of gamma energy. If the gamma energy disappears, I don't have to worry about the trouble of transforming, and I can return to the life of ordinary people. Hulk personality? Mental illness? Nothing to do with oneself. Dr. Banner was a little moved. Become a hero like Captain Steve, or rather, return to normal life. This is a dilemma. Banner didn't hesitate for too long before making a decision. And many more. Sui and the others stopped again, looking at Dr. Banner curiously. Banner seems to have made a difficult decision. May I ask you to help me? What's busy? I want you to absorb the gamma energy in my body, so that I can return to the life of an ordinary person. It was also a whim that Sui devoured the gamma energy in Brunsky's body just now. I never thought of using this method to solve Dr. Banner's problem. Are you sure you want to do this? In this way, you will lose your super ability, and you can only be an ordinary person. I am sure. Bruce continued, Captain Steve is indeed my idol, and I also want to use this power to help others. However, I now prefer to return to a normal life. Because of this power, I hid for several years. I couldn't live like a normal person, and I couldn't stay with the people I liked. I'm tired of hiding. Dr. Banner had already made his decision, and Sui had nothing to persuade. The world line has long since changed. Dr. Banner can't change the Hulk, and the Avengers Alliance has one less person, so it doesn't seem to be a big problem. Since you have decided, then I will try. Sui chose to devour the gamma energy on Banner. The gamma energy in Dr. Banner is stronger and purer. After all, it is because of the energy gained from exposure to gamma rays, and the Abomination only gained power after being injected with blood. The devouring process was still extremely simple, and Dr. Banner didn't feel anything unusual. It lasted like this for less than 10 minutes, and the gamma energy in his body has been completely absorbed by Sui. I have absorbed all the gamma energy in your body. Bruce was a little excited. Moreover, with such mood swings, there is no feeling of transforming at all. The more Bruce thought about it, the more excited he became, and couldn't help laughing out loud. For so many years, hiding in Tibet, I didn't even dare to get too emotional. Once the heart beats fast, it is possible to transform. But now, he can laugh wantonly, get excited at will, and don't have to worry about the danger of transforming. Thank you. I guess I don't have to worry about Hulk's personality. Bruce is relaxed, has begun to fantasize about returning to normal, and started dating Betty. Now, the matter of the Abomination and the Green Titan is settled, and it's time to go back. It seems that there is no need to trouble the Ancient One Magician. Ancient One Magician didn't care. Since this is the case, I think I can leave. Sui nodded. It's time to go out, but besides them, there is another person who must be dealt with. Tony was a little puzzled. Who else? General Ross. It's not him, but Mr. Lan who helped Dr. Banner. He may also be affected by the blood-containing gamma energy, and it is very likely that he will become a dangerous person. Bruce didn't quite believe it. Impossible. He is a good man and helped me purify the gamma energy. I'm not sure either. Let's go and have a look first. Sui handed Brunsky to Peter and Tony and asked them to leave Brunsky to SHIELD. Then he and Gwen took Dr. Banner to find Mr. Lan. Under the leadership of Bruce, they came to Mr. Ian's laboratory. Mr. Lan was still in a coma. After Bruce noticed Mr. Lan, he immediately ran over to check. It's still alive, it's just his head. When the hatred transformed, he accidentally pushed down Mr. Lan. Mr. Lan bumped his head against the experimental equipment and injured his forehead. Just in time, the blood-containing gamma energy dripped on the wound. Mr. Ian's brain hasn't started to expand yet, but it should have been corroded by gamma energy. He was corrupted by gamma energy. Sui hastily absorbed the gamma energy, but the impact has already been produced and cannot be reversed. Whether this Mr. Lan will transform into a leader in the future is still hard to say. As for the blood-containing gamma energy, it cannot be kept and must be completely destroyed. Banner has become an ordinary person, and the Abomination has lost its gamma energy. The head has been affected by gamma energy and must be disposed of. Sui chose to borrow the horse charm again to help Mr. Lan eliminate the influence of gamma energy. Cut the weeds and eradicate the roots, and never suffer from future troubles. Chapter 129. The most critical link this time, Hulk's problem should be completely solved. The four main characters of Bruce Banner, Green Titan Hulk, Brunsky, Abomination, General Ross, Red Titan, and Mr. Blue, Headmaster, have all been resolved. Without gamma power, neither the Abomination nor the Hulk can transform. It is estimated that General Ross's life will not be easy, and he must pay a price. Finally, there is Mr. Blue. This guy needs to get S.H.I.E.L.D. to keep a close eye on it before anything else happens. In the comics, this is the guy who turned General Ross into a Red Titan. Even, Dr. Banner's girlfriend Betty Rose was turned into a female Red Hulk. Sui and Gwen went back to the hotel where the dinner was held first. As for little Spider-Man Peter, he was abandoned by Sui. Sui made an excuse casually, saying that Peter went out to get some fresh air. Everyone has no doubts. Who would have thought that his classmate would be a superhero? What's more, there are still 3 people. Only Jessica, a little skeptical. First of all, she knows that Sui has a special ability. Secondly, she was in a coma for several months, and found that her classmates were a lot strangers and had changed a lot. Flash doesn't seem to be the school bully anymore. Peter, too, has become more confident than the puny Parker Flash had been talking about. There is also Sui, who feels that several of her beautiful classmates have inexplicable and unclear relationships with Sui. Thinking of this, Jessica thought carefully. Sui is indeed charming. Great looks and great figure. He looks like a good guy, and has a good personality. Looking at it this way, it doesn't seem difficult to understand why Sui's popularity with women is so good. Then, it seems possible that Sui is a superhero. Jessica is just guessing, and there is no evidence. Whether Sui is a superhero has nothing to do with her. She wasn't very interested and didn't really care about it. Sui took the opportunity to send a message to Peter, telling him that there is no need to rush back. Peter and Tony wait until the S.H.I.E.L.D. guys watch as Phil Coulson takes Brunsky. General Ross wants to stop, take Brunsky away. In the end it was stopped by Tony. General Ross, do you wish to make this public? Let everyone see that the monster you created destroyed several blocks. If you don't want to be put in jail, better let it go. General Ross repeatedly hesitated, and could only choose to let the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. take Brunsky away. Now, this matter has nothing to do with him. When the time comes, the congressmen who support him will also help him cover up and pass the matter off to hostile forces. But if General Ross continues to make trouble, then what he did will be exposed. Even if someone wants to protect him, they can't do it. General Ross was forced by the situation and could only admit defeat temporarily. Dr. Banner and Mr. Lan were also temporarily taken away for inspection, and they were allowed to leave only after it was confirmed that nothing happened. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After a while of busy work, Brunsky, Dr. Banner, and Mr. Landstern are checking one by one. Brunsky, who regained consciousness, was extremely angry, because all his powers had disappeared. Bruce, what have you done? Where is my strength? Tell me, Bruce. The test results also came out, and there was no gamma energy in the body. Nick Fury watched the result from the sidelines, a little unbelievable. This time, in addition to confirming the safety of these people, I also came to invite Dr. Banner to join the Avengers. Hulk has great strength and amazing destructive power. There is also a defense that can withstand artillery fire regardless of bullets. Dr. Banner, I've come to invite you to join the Avengers. Nick Fury briefly explained a few sentences before being interrupted by Dr. Banner. I'm just an ordinary person now, I don't have super abilities anymore. Nick Fury was shocked, the information was not quite right. Just now you fought the Abomination in the street and destroyed several blocks. Now, tell me, you don't have super abilities anymore? Who believes this? Dr. Banner did not hide, our ability comes from the energy produced by gamma rays, called gamma energy. After Mr. Sue absorbs the gamma energy in my body, we will no longer become titans. Also, I don't want to be a superhero myself, I just want to be an ordinary person. Nick couldn't help but spit out, Ms. Falk. Then have they all become ordinary people? Dr. Banner explained, they are indeed ordinary people now. As long as they are not exposed to gamma rays and cannot obtain gamma energy, they will not transform again. Nick also accepted the fact that there is only one less superhero, and there are other options anyway. Thank you for your cooperation, Dr. Banner. Bruce breathed a sigh of relief, his problem was finally solved. In the end, Dr. Banner and Mr. Blue were released. Brunsky had caused havoc after all, and, at the moment, was too unstable to be locked up. Nick listened to Phil Coulson's report and learned more information. This information was also obtained by Phil Coulson from Spider-Man Peter. Magician, mirror space. There are still unknown superpowers in this world, so the potential danger is even greater. Nick Fury took out a folder with the word Avenair written on it. Avengers plan. The first, of course, is Iron Man Tony Stark. S.H.I.E.L.D. had approached Tony Stark, and Tony hadn't said no. Then came the Spider Trio. Sui seems to have no desire to join the Avengers because of Hydra. However, once something big happened, these three people would definitely not stand on the sidelines. Lawyer Matt, the Daredevil, decisively rejected S.H.I.E.L.D.'s invitation. Hawkeye Clint and Black Widow Natasha Romanoff were also planned. Hawkeye Clint is sure to be fine. It's just that Natasha Romanoff has been sent out and can't show up for the time being. So, Nick Fury picked 1,000 choices and chose a substitute, Peggy Carter's niece Sharon Carter. After this period of training, Sharon Carter is indeed an excellent agent. There is still a lack of a character who can lead the revenge team. Captain Steve, can you really find it? Nick felt a little headache. Hydra's handling here is just waiting for an opportunity. The Avengers have always lacked a character to lead the team. Sui is a good choice. As the core of the Spider Trio, he has a good relationship with Tony. It may be an option for him to lead the Avengers. Just when Nick Fury was in trouble, Hill Agent appeared at the door. Director. Agent Hill, is there something wrong? News came back, found it. Nick Fury suddenly couldn't sit still, and stood up abruptly. You mean, Captain Steve? Yes. Nick Fury knows that the most critical part of the Avengers is their Chapter 130. Steve wakes up because of Sui's news. S.H.I.E.L.D. fixed the approximate location. So, intensified efforts to find the whereabouts of Captain Steve. Finding someone is looking for a needle in a haystack. Finding a fighter plane will not be so easy. However, with Tony Stark's technical support, finding a fighter plane is indeed much more reliable than finding someone. After a long time of searching, finally, Captain Steve was found. Nick Fury finally heard good news. Let Clint go get Captain Steve back himself, and you go gather the scientists and prepare to help Captain Steve unfreeze. Hill Agent has some hesitation. Is he really still alive? He has been frozen for nearly 70 years. He's definitely alive. S.H.I.E.L.D. was on the move, sending Clint himself to escort Captain Steve back. Within 2 days, the frozen Captain Steve was transported back by a Quinjet fighter jet. In order to ensure the safety of Captain Steve, it was also specially frozen. It's because I'm afraid that something unexpected will happen after it is thawed. In the operating room, professional doctors and scientists in S.H.I.E.L.D. began to examine Steve in a frozen state. It's a miracle he's still alive. It must be the super serum that kept him alive while being frozen. The doctor and the academy messed up and started discussing how to wake up Captain Steve. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce are also watching closely. Nick Fury's Avengers plan cannot be hidden from the other party at all. Therefore, Nick Fury did not hide. Only the plan for Hydra must be cautious and cannot be discovered by Alexander. Nick, super ability users have become more and more active recently. Yeah, fortunately, we found Captain Steve. I think the Avengers plan should also start. With Captain leading the Avengers team, we can definitely handle these things. Alexander was not very satisfied with this answer. Nick, we can't wait for something to happen before we solve it. We should prevent such things from happening. This is what we should do. I think the Insight plan should be implemented. Insight into the plan, monitor the world. Keep an eye on those who are threatening, and if they change, you can quickly deal with them. If it was the former Nick Fury, maybe he really agreed. But now, Nick Fury knows that S.H.I.E.L.D. has been infiltrated by Hydra, and even Alexander is a member of Hydra. This Insight plan is definitely not that simple. Think about it. What can Hydra do with this Insight plan? Eliminate all potential threats and even take control of the entire world with Project Insight. At that time, even if he formed the Avengers Alliance himself, he might not be able to resist. After all, these Avengers Alliance members will definitely be closely watched. Even after the Insight plan started, these people would be killed by the Insight plan. Unless bullets can be ignored. Otherwise, he would definitely die. Even if he was still alive, Alexander Pierce would have other plans or ways to deal with these people. The Insight plan must be blocked. Moreover, Nick Fury is also keenly aware that insight into the plan is his own opportunity. The Insight project exposes Hydra's ambitions. If I stop it, Alexander and Hydra will definitely do it to me. If they are left to implement their Insight programs, they will also let their guard down. What's more, the Insight plan can also be an opportunity for oneself to eliminate Hydra. Hydra implements the Insight program, and its ambitions are clearly evident. At that time, thwarting this plan can take advantage of the trend to eliminate Hydra. Thinking of this, Nick Fury immediately expressed his opinion. Is the Insight plan? It's a good plan. I think it can be implemented together with the Avengers plan. After all, Project Insight can only eliminate threats from this planet. In the universe, there are more potential threats. Alexander was also relieved to hear that Nick Fury had agreed to the Insight project. Recently, Nick Fury seems to have noticed something behind the scenes. However, apart from contacting these superpowers, the people of Hydra didn't find anything unusual. Alexander felt that he was just thinking too much. As long as the Insight plan is implemented, no matter who it is, there will be no troubles. Nick, you are right. The Avengers plan can deal with threats in the universe, and I support your Avengers plan. Two old foxes test each other. Nick endorsed Alexander's Insight plan. Alexander also publicly supported the Avengers. The two take what they need. Nick earns a little more by knowing more information. Alexander continued to chat with Nick, saying it was small talk, but in fact, he continued to explore. Nick is also an old fox, extremely shrewd and easy to deal with. The two chatted one after another, and in the operating room, the professionals had already given the resuscitation captain Steve a solution. After Nick and Alexander listened to the report, Nick immediately ordered, "Let's start resuscitating Captain, we need him, the world needs him." Got permission. A team of doctors and scientists started planning. While thawing, inject medicine and use medical equipment. Then, waiting until the thawing process was complete, the rescue began. The process was extremely complicated and took more than 2 hours. It is also the Captain Steve's physical fitness is strong enough that he survived years of freezing and was rescued back. The treatment process ended, and Steve's vital signs gradually returned to normal. However, due to years of freezing, he is still in a coma. Send Steve back to his room to rest, and let the nurse do the work. I think it won't be long before he wakes up. After Steve was treated, he was sent to a special house for recuperation. The house, deliberately decorated to look like Steve's time. Nick Fury did this, hoping to give Steve a buffer time. Days passed, and Steve felt as if he had had a dream, a very long dream. In the dream, the dispute was over, and he returned home and danced with Peggy Carter. In a daze, Steve found that the music, which was obviously dance music, turned into a noisy sound. Following the sound, Steve came to the window. The sunlight outside the window was a bit dazzling. Steve was shaken a little bit blindly, and opened them again. Steve stared at the ceiling in front of him, listening to the sound of the radio in his ear. Steve realized in a daze that he seemed to have slept for a long time. The scene just now was all his dream. Everything in front of him, peaceful and beautiful, immediately aroused Steve's suspicion. At this moment, a female nurse pushed the door open with medicine in hand. Team leader. Steve was immediately alert that he might be in danger. Everything in front of you is an illusion. Regardless of all this, Steve decided to escape from here. Chapter 131. I missed a date. Steve looked at the woman who came in and asked tentatively, "Where am I?" A post-operative recovery room in Liberty City. Steve sat on the edge of the bed, wary. The radio continued to play baseball league information, but Steve noticed. This game is a game he has seen. And the radio was broadcasting the game, obviously on purpose. Not only that, but everything around him feels very wrong. Steve stood up and asked sternly, "I'll ask again, where the hell am I?" "Captain Rogers." Steve walked up to the other person and pressed further, "Who are you?" "I watched this game live in May 1941. The woman seemed stumped by Steve's question and didn't know how to answer it. In his hand, he quietly pressed a pager. Within a few seconds, 2 heavily armed agents entered the door. Steve realized that something was wrong. These people, who came here, were not kind. Without the slightest hesitation, Steve rushed up, pushing the two of them against the wall in an instant. However, the wall seemed to be very weak, and a big hole was directly knocked out. Steve didn't have time to think, and rushed out of the hole immediately. Looking at the unfamiliar environment outside, Steve chose a road at random and rushed out without any time to think. On the way, Steve also met some passers-by, but none of these people stopped him or attacked him, which surprised Steve a little. Without time to think carefully, Steve continued to run away. Behind him, the woman spread the news. "Attention all agents, urgent alert." The sound spread throughout S.H.I.L.D, and people on the road noticed Steve running out. They all stepped forward to stop them. It's just that most of them are ordinary people, not Steve's opponents at all. Steve pushed away one agent after another, and actually ran out of SHIELD. Pushing the door out of the building, Steve saw the outside world. Pedestrians on the road are in a hurry, and vehicles are constantly coming and going. Steve noticed that everything had changed. Without time to think about it, Steve just wanted to escape from here first. Weaving through the crowd, Steve ran wildly, as fast as a cheetah. After running a few blocks, Steve turns up in Times Square. Watching the surrounding scene, Steve found it hard to believe. After sleeping, it seems that the world has changed drastically. There are many tall buildings and advertisements are everywhere. Vehicles on the road look more high-level and well-made. And the pedestrians are also busy in their own way, full of laughter. There is no oppressive atmosphere brought about by disputes. There is only one guess in Steve's mind: the dispute is over. For everything in front of him, Steve felt extremely confused and uneasy. Before stopping for a few seconds, a car approached from all directions and surrounded Steve. Steve knew that these people should be in the same group as those just now, and immediately got ready to fight. "Take it easy, soldier." Steve turned his head to see a one-eyed bald man stepping out. This person should be the leader of this group of people, and he doesn't seem to have any malicious intentions. Moreover, this place is indeed on the street, and there are many people watching. The other party has no plans to do anything, so you can learn the information yourself. Before Steve could ask, Nick Fury had stepped forward and started apologizing. "Listen, I'm sorry about the arrangement in the room. We think it's time for you to get used to it." Steve was puzzled. Accept what? Nick finally told Steve the truth. "You've been sleeping, Captain. Sleeping for nearly 70 years. Steve heard the truth and looked at all the new things in front of him. He already knew that the other party should not have deceived himself. "It's just that I have been asleep for 70 years. Familiar people and things around me all leave me. The dance I missed, the woman. There was a huge wave in my heart, and it was a bit difficult to accept for a while. It's also because of Steve's determination, otherwise, ordinary people would really collapse." Steve looked at what was in front of him and knew the feud was over and he was still alive. However, Steve wasn't happy at all. Nick Fury saw that Steve was in a bad state, and asked, "Are you okay?" Steve calmed down a bit. "Yeah." Steve remembered the date with Peggy Carter, missed by almost 70 years. The other party may have died. Even if he didn't die, he was still an old man who was nearly 100 years old. Steve was so sad. "Only, I have a date." Nick Fury naturally knew what Steve meant. "Peggy Carter is still alive, but not in a good condition. When you come down, I can arrange for you to go to the hospital to see her." Steve was a little excited to hear that Peggy was still alive. At the same time, there is also some sadness. "I came back, but it was nearly 70 years late. Sharon, you come to help Captain Rogers understand the world." Sharon Carter came out from behind and appeared in front of Steve. "Captain, my name is Sharon Carter. Nice to meet you. I often hear your stories from Aunt Peggy." Steve finds it hard to believe that Peggy's niece is so old. Thinking about it, 70 years have passed, Peggy should be in her 90s, and she is almost 100 years old, so she is relieved. "Will you go back with us first, or go to see your aunt first?" Steve just wants to find a little connection with the world right now. As for understanding the world, let's talk about it later. "Yeah, let's go see Peggy first." Nick Fury didn't refuse. "Sharon, Captain Rogers gave it to you." "Yes, Director." Steve got into Sharon's car and sat in the passenger seat. The vehicle looks pretty much the same as before. The shape is indeed similar, but the performance has been improved a lot. "What do you want to hear?" Sharon started the car and set off steadily. Steve also calmed down a bit. "So, the feud is over. It ended shortly after you fell asleep." Steve nodded. After all, when he crashed, the situation was clearer. "How has Peggy been these years?" "Aunt Peggy started S.H.I.L.D with Stark and others, which is what we have now. She's been busy all these years, and she's always been alone." Steve knew that Peggy was waiting for him, so he couldn't help feeling a little more guilty. Because of her own agreement, Peggy's life was delayed. "Other than Peggy, who else is alive that I know?" "Bucky, is he still alive? Did you find him?" Sharon also told the truth. "We failed to find Lieutenant Colonel Barnes. Howard Stark is dead. His son Tony Stark is very famous. You should meet and cooperate in the future." The more Steve knew, the stranger he felt. "This world is beautiful, but it is not my own world. The only connection between myself and this world may be Peggy." Chapter 132. I join along the way. Sharon educates Steve about the changing times. Steve wanted to find a small notebook to record, but found that he had nothing on him. "Some are not used to it, so I can only prepare a small book in the future. Meet Peggy first, then talk about other things." Following Sharon to the hospital, Steve was a little apprehensive at the door. When I saw Peggy again, what did she look like? What kind of mood will it be? What should I say? Steve entered the ward with excitement and apprehension. In the ward, Peggy Carter was sleeping. However, at this age, I actually sleep very lightly. Peggy had already been woken up when Steve and Sharon showed up in the ward. Sharon came to the hospital bed first, and Peggy. Although Peggy was getting old, her memory was beginning to fade. Most of the time, people can still be recognized. When seeing Sharon, why are you here? Sharon introduced, I brought someone to see you. Steve looked at Peggy, who was old and frail, and it was clear that she was going to come to an end. Even after 70 years, the appearance has changed a lot due to aging. However, Steve still recognized Peggy at a glance. This is the woman I have been thinking about. It's just that I was nearly 70 years late, and the other party was no longer the same person as before. Steve moved closer. I'm back, Peggy. Peggy sees Steve's face, and memories come flooding back. She never thought that when she was getting old and dying, she would see Steve again. Peggy got a little excited. Steve, it's you? Steve was so excited that he squatted on the edge of the bed. It's me. I once promised to date you and dance with you. Now, I'm here to fulfill my promise. Peggy was emotional. Why so late? Steve felt guilty too. After all, he didn't want to. Peggy's emotional agitation caused her to be in poor physical condition. Sharon hurriedly comforted Peggy and calmed Peggy down. When Peggy calmed down, Sharon took the initiative to leave, allowing Steve and Peggy to spend some time alone. Steve didn't talk much. After all, as far as Steve was concerned, he was just sleeping. The memory stays at the moment of the crash. And Peggy was old and out of shape. After chatting for a while, we had to take a break. Steve also chose to leave temporarily, and he will visit Peggy again when he has time. After leaving the ward, Sharon was outside the door. She rested. Sharon said, leave first, I will take you to the place I arranged for you. Steve didn't refuse. Okay. Sitting in the co-pilot's seat, Steve was very emotional. If you are still alive, then you must look forward. Steve adjusted his mentality and looked at the scenery outside the car window, a little lost in thought. S.H.I.E.L.D. arranged for Steve to live next door to Sharon. This arrangement is also because of the relationship between the two. Sharon steps in to take care of Steve and help him understand the new era. However, as soon as he arrived at the door, he found Nick Fury's figure. Director. Steve also knew Nick Fury's identity through Sharon, Director Fury. Captain Rogers, I'm more used to being called Nick. You can call me Steve too. Steve also knew that Nick Fury's arrival must have other purposes. The three entered the room together, and Nick Fury made it clear what he was here for. Nick Fury didn't hide it. Steve, I'm here to invite you to join S.H.I.E.L.D's secret project. Steve is very confused now. He doesn't know how to live, what to do. Now, with Nick Fury's invitation, Steve doesn't actually have much hesitation. S.H.I.E.L.D was created by Peggy Carter and others. It is normal for Steve to stay in SHIELD. Moreover, he is also a soldier, and he has no special skills other than fighting. I join SHIELD. Nick Fury took out a proposal. No, not S.H.I.E.L.D, but a secret project, the Avengers project. Steve was a little puzzled and took out the information. Sharon Carter, Hawkeye Clint, Iron Man Tony Stark. Steve looked at the materials, while Nick Fury explained. In this world, the strife is over. However, the potential threat has not completely disappeared. This is the message of the superpowers that appeared in this world. Moreover, there may be more enemies in the universe outside the world. Nick showed some scenes of superpowers fighting and destroying. Steve looked a little surprised. Are all human beings this powerful? I always thought I was a monster. Compared to these people, I was so normal. Is this the enemy I will face next? Nick Fury added, it could be an enemy, it could be a friend. In any case, this type of superpower is the main target we will deal with next. Steve knew it was a difficult task. Although I have undergone strengthening, I am only a human being. Sui fought against the Destroyer with amazing power, destroying the world. The battle between Hulk and the Abomination also destroyed several streets. Peggy used to deal with this monster. No, these superpowers only appeared recently. Steve has no hesitation. What do you want me to do? I hope to gather the best people in the world, form Avengers, and let them deal with the dangers that are coming. I want you to be the one to lead this team of Avengers. Steve finds it a bit difficult. These people are all superpowers, and none of them are weaker than himself. It is indeed difficult to allow myself to lead these people. This task is very difficult, and I will try my best to do it well. Nick Fury still temporarily concealed the Hydra matter. After all, Steve worked so hard to kill Hydra back then. Now that he just woke up, it would be hard to accept that Hydra was reborn and even infiltrated SHIELD. Therefore, Nick intends to let Steve know about this era and get in touch with these Avengers Alliance members before starting the mission. It would be even better if there are other tasks to practice your hands on. When do I start the mission? Don't worry, you should adapt to this era now. We will notify you when a crisis arises and the world needs you. Steve didn't have the slightest hesitation. I'm fine. After Nick Fury explained the task, he left first. Nick Fury has made a plan to destroy Hydra. The opportunity has come. One is the Insight plan, and the other key person is Captain Steve. The famous Captain Steve Rogers detects Hydra's conspiracy and destroys Hydra in one fell swoop. Chapter 133 School starts. Sui is still living a leisurely life, moving between various beauties. In a blink of an eye, school is about to start. Gwen finishes her internship at Osborne Corporation. Peter and Ned's food truck also came to an end and made a lot of money. Sui, Peter, and Gwen are all at State University, and Liz and Hannah are at NYU. Both schools are in the Manhattan area, not far away. In order to be closer to the school, they must move to Sui's newly bought villa in Manhattan. After moving in, Gwen can naturally move in openly. Gwen wants to live with Sui, and Gwen's father, George, definitely doesn't agree. Finally, after Gwen's persuasion, he agreed. It was much easier on Mary Jane's side, and the consent was obtained without much fuss. Liz and Hannah are a little more troublesome. In the end, it was Gwen and Mary Jane who moved out before the family's consent was obtained. With the addition of Sui and Chi Lin, the villa became lively in an instant. For this reason, Sui also specially celebrated. It was a lively night, and everyone was very happy. Finally, when the school day came, Sui and Gwen went to report to school together. Sui picked up Peter by car, and they came to school together. Because of the start of the school year, the school is quite lively with people coming and going. Sui first stopped the car to let Peter and Gwen get off, and then found a place to park by himself. Gwen didn't get out of the car, but chose to be with Sui. After finding a place to park the car, the two set off together and entered the school. Sui couldn't help feeling, the wonderful college life has begun. Gwen immediately reminded, Sue, you'd better restrain yourself. Sui naturally knew what Gwen meant. After all, there are many beauties in college. If Sui doesn't hold back, I'm afraid the villa will be full soon. No way, who made me so attractive? Gwen gave Sui a blank look, but said nothing. Sui is indeed very attractive, otherwise she would not be attracted to her. Come on, let's find Peter first. Peter was looking forward to it at the school gate. Just when Peter was in a daze, he heard someone calling his name. Peter Parker. Peter thought it was Sui, but when he turned around, he saw a young boy. Peter recognized him immediately, Harry Osborn. The two were originally classmates, but for some reason, Harry went abroad. Peter didn't expect to meet Harry here. And next to Harry, a lean middle-aged man, was naturally Norman Osborn. Peter was very surprised. Harry, when did you come back? Harry explained, just came back not long ago. Norman was quite interested in Peter. Harry, who is this? Peter hurriedly introduced himself. Hello, Mr. Osborn, I'm Peter Parker, and I was originally a classmate with Harry. Mr. Parker. Norman gave Peter a meaningful look, and the keen Peter also noticed Norman's strange eyes. However, Peter didn't think much, just immersed in the joy of reuniting with his good friend. The relationship between Harry and Norman didn't seem to be very good, and he was a little impatient. Father, I think you can leave, I can handle these things myself. Norman didn't stay for long, but after saying goodbye, he left. Seeing Norman leave, Harry and Peter felt a lot more relaxed. Immediately, they hooked their shoulders together and chatted. Harry, how are you doing abroad? Not bad, how about you? Looking back on his experience, Peter can only describe it as miraculous. I'm pretty good too. Harry was about to enter the school. Come on, let's talk as we walk. Peter immediately refused. Actually, I'm still waiting for someone. Hearing this, Harry immediately became interested, and asked tentatively, oh, could it be your girlfriend? I didn't expect. Peter, you actually have a girlfriend. Peter hastily denied, it's not a girlfriend, but two friends. They and I are classmates, and both were admitted to this school. Harry patted Peter on the shoulder. Ian? Peter, don't tell me you haven't been in a relationship yet. Peter recalled that he had a crush on Mary Jane and was cut off by Sui. Wanting to confess to Liz, Liz also likes Sui. I just haven't met anyone I like. I think I should meet a girl I like in college. Harry joked, could it be that you dare not confess? Peter, you should be bolder. Perhaps. The two were chatting. Sui and Gwen came over together, and saw Peter and Harry talking happily. Sui heard the conversation and immediately guessed the identity of the other party. Harry Osborn, son of Norman Osborn, second-generation Green Goblin. It seems that Peter has a new friend, let's go to meet him too. The two came nearby and greeted Peter. Hi, Peter. Sui greeted, interrupting Peter and Harry. The two saw Sui and Gwen appear, and Peter hurriedly introduced, this is my friend, Harry Osborn. He has been studying abroad and just came back recently. Harry, they are my friends too. Gwen Stacy, and Sui, you can call him so. Sui also took the initiative to say hello, Harry. Harry didn't pay much attention to Sui, but just set his eyes on Gwen. He was surprised that a beauty like Gwen Stacy would be in a relationship with an Oriental Sui. Hello, we don't know each other well, so please call me Mr. Osborn. Sui smiled slightly, but was not angry. Mr. Osborn, you don't seem very gentleman when you look at my girlfriend like that. Harry said contemptuously, I'm just curious, how can a beauty like Gwen fall in love with you? Sui counterattacked unceremoniously, maybe, I am more attractive. Peter, I don't think Mr. Osborn is welcoming me. So, Gwen and I are going to report first, you guys come together. Both sides are his friends. Peter is caught in the middle, very embarrassed. Harry, if you do this, it will make me very difficult. Harry dismissed it at all, take it easy, Peter. Peter was a little helpless, and Harry was also a typical character of the rich second generation. Some are arrogant and domineering, bohemian. Sui's first impression of Harry was not good, and she decided to take care of him when she had a chance. In the old version of Spider-Man, the second-generation Green Goblin just happened to meet Blacken's bully version of Spider-Man. Then, he was beaten and ridiculed by bullies. Little Green Goblin, are you about to cry? Sui decided that if she had a chance in the future, she would also say this line and make fun of the other party. Putting this idea on hold for now, Sui and Gwen reported for duty smoothly. Get books and class schedules. Sui glanced over and could only say that it was very relaxed. Yes, the course is still very easy. Sui and Gwen were not in a hurry to go back, and were going to take a stroll around the school. Chapter 134 Betty and #039, as partner Sui and Gwen both wandered around the school, taking a tour of the campus. While leaving, Sui noticed a beautiful woman. The height should be above 175, with silver gray hair and emerald eyes. Wearing a short shirt, tied a knot in front of the body, revealing the lower abdomen. A pair of slim-fit jeans that exposed the ankles. It seems that the legs are extremely slender, and it is estimated that the length of the legs is more than 1 meter. Looking at the face again, it is also pure and charming. A charming, hot, and unrestrained girl. Compared with Sui's confidant, she is not inferior. Such a beauty is definitely at the top level. Sui also looked admiringly, and took a second look. And at this moment, a muscular man appeared beside the beautiful woman. This man should be a suitor, not a lover. Sui didn't have too many thoughts, but was just preparing to leave with Gwen. Felicia, let's go. Sui overheard the man addressing the girl by accident, and couldn't help but pay more attention. Felicia, could it be that she is the future Black Cat? In the film and television works, this character only appeared in Extraordinary 2 as Harry Osborn's secretary. However, in comics, Black Cat is definitely a popular character. The main reason is because it is hot and beautiful. Also, Black Cat had a love affair with little Spider-Man Peter. Sui just paid attention, and then left with Gwen. It is still uncertain whether Felicia is the Black Cat, and even if it is confirmed, Sui will not take too many actions. Felicia is beautiful, but Sui's backyard is already bustling enough. The fate points that Black Cats can provide are also limited. Therefore, Sui is more inclined to let nature take its course. If not, leave it to Peter. Right now, Sui still has 2 goals for Christine and Wanda. Sui decided to win the 2 goals in front of him first. Especially wife Wanda, you can't miss it. Back home, Liz and Hannah had already returned. A few girls were basking in the sun by the swimming pool while chatting. After Sui came back, he also came to join in the fun. Liz, why did you come back so early? Liz smiled and said, when Hannah and I went to register, there were very few people, and we came back after the registration was over. Are you starting classes next week too? No, we have a school building that needs to be refurbished, which may be delayed by 2 weeks. Sui remembered that it should be the damage caused by Ross' capture of Hulk. According to Peter, the damage at the scene was serious. Even if it is repaired quickly, it has only been a few days, and there is definitely no way to completely repair it. A delay of 2 weeks is also normal. No wonder Liz and Hannah are so laid back, basking in the sun here. Sui looked around and found that Ji-Lin was not there. Kai-Lin doesn't have the habit of basking in the sun, so she is probably in the process of exercising at the moment. When she came to this world, Kai-Lin had nothing to do. In addition to exercising, I usually stay at home and watch dramas and the like. Sui also thought about it, and was going to find something for Kai-Lin to do. After much deliberation, Sui felt that it was most suitable for Kai-Lin and Betty to work in the newspaper office together. Newspaper reporters need to obtain news clues and the truth by themselves. Kai-Lin's original occupation, coupled with her physical fitness, is completely qualified for this position. She will work as a private detective with Betty to investigate the truth. Sui came to the gym and found that Ji-Lin was exercising. It looks very soft and beautiful, but in fact, its strength is not weak. After all, it is a generation of gods, and its physical fitness has far exceeded that of ordinary people. Kirin. Kai-Lin put down the heavy object in her hands and took a short rest. Is there something wrong? Aren't you more relaxed recently? So, I found a job for you. Kai-Lin didn't mind going to work. What job? Betty works for a newspaper, you know that. She needs to go out frequently to find news and find out the truth behind things. I think it's quite suitable for you. Why don't you form a team with Betty? What do you think? Kai-Lin thought for a while. This job seems to be really good. I have things to do instead of staying at home all day. Moreover, his skills are not weak, and he can protect himself and Betty. You don't mean to let me protect Betty, do you? It's okay. After all, her job may offend some gangsters and be in danger. Kai-Lin readily agreed. I think you can try. Then I'll make an appointment with Betty and ask her to come tonight. Tomorrow, you two will go to work together. But Kai-Lin couldn't wait. Definitely yes. Sui first contacted Bella and talked about the plan to let Kai-Lin join the newspaper and practice with Betty. After all, Sui is the big boss, and she just arranged for an intern. Bella didn't refuse. Sui also invited Bella and Betty over, and was going to tell them in detail about getting Kai-Lin to join. In the evening, dinner time. Betty and Bella are seen together at Sui's new villa. In fact, Bella and Betty are also preparing to move nearby. After all, the newspaper is also in Manhattan. If you continue to live in Queen Street, it will be a bit inconvenient to commute to get off work. Before dinner, Sui called Kylan and talked about it. Bella, this is Kylan, my friend. I plan to let her join the newspaper as an intern with Betty. They can become partners and act together. It's safer to find news and find out the truth. Although Kylan is not good at writing reports, she has a certain ability to protect herself and is also good at finding clues and evidence. After all, Kylan is only here for an internship, so the requirements don't need to be too high. I have considered this matter, and there is no problem. Betty has already met Kylan, and the relationship between the two is okay. After learning that she has a partner, Betty is also very happy. Great. Kylan was also very happy. After staying at home for so long, she finally found something to do. Although she doesn't know what the specific job is, Kylan is full of expectations and believes that she will be able to do it well. I'll do my best. Bella also felt that there shouldn't be any problems. After all, Betty was by her side. Betty can teach Kylan some basic things and help Kylan grow slowly. The internship period is naturally used for practice and growth. Thank you, Bella. You are welcome. Why don't you stay and have dinner? After chatting about the business, Sui invited the two to stay and have dinner together. Betty readily agreed, and Bella had no reason to refuse. After dinner, Betty didn't want to leave at all and found Sui secretly. So, it's too troublesome to go back now. Why don't I just rest here tonight? Sui understood Betty's thoughts. Then I'll go and tell Bella that there is still a room here for Bella to rest. Betty was extremely excited. Thank you, Sue. Chapter 135 Autobots, Shapeshifting. Kylan successfully joined the job on the second day, and started working with Betty. Although the two are in the internship period, there are not many staff members in the newspaper office. Betty has also been able to find suitable content by herself and write articles. However, the article still needs to be reviewed by the editor-in-chief, Bella. Recently, Betty discovered a strange thing and was going to investigate it in depth. It happened to have Chi-Lin as a partner, and it was safer for the two of them to act together. Sui also took the opportunity to go to Pepper to set up a date, and then went to find Tony Stark. This time, Sui went to Tony, not for research, but for Wanda. After all this time with Wanda, there should be a result. Sui's initiative is also to find a reason to contact Wanda. As the saying goes, for the sake of a brother, for the sake of a woman, for the sake of a brother, for the sake of a brother. For Wanda, Sui also decisively betrayed Tony. Sui came to the laboratory, but Tony was not there. Zhao Helen was a little excited when she saw Sui coming. Sui, I thought you forgot about me. Seeing that Zhao Helen's tone was a bit resentful, Sui had no choice but to resort to 36 tactics to coax her sister. Get started directly, first pull the other person into your arms, and then start to explain. Definitely no, this is not to see you. Because of the start of school, I need to move recently, so I will be a little busy. Zhao Helen also chose to accept this reason. So now, do you have time? Sui asked suspiciously. Now, I have some time, but I also have some important matters to ask Tony. Zhao Helen said coquettishly on purpose. He didn't come today, I'm the only one here. If you think Stark is more important, go find him. Is this still an option? Definitely is more important to you. Helen Zhao received Sui's affirmative answer and chose to push Sui on the chair. Sui had some hesitation. Helen, wait. Tony will definitely be watching here, and besides, he has the artificial intelligence JARVIS. I think we should find a better place. Helen Zhao smiled. I have a solution. Not long after, the laboratory that Tony Stark invested heavily in was cut off. Seeing that the laboratory was plunged into darkness, there was no light at all. Sui is sure, in this way, it will definitely not be discovered. Originally looking for Tony Stark was a serious matter, but in the end, he was distracted. Fortunately, it didn't take too much time. Sui is busy with the side missions and chooses to teleport to Tony's house, which can save a little time. Came to the door of Tony's house. Tony, I'm coming in. Tony Stark was busy when he learned that Sui was at the door. J.A.R.V.I.S. Let's so come in. The door opened, but Sui appeared in the underground studio in a teleport. Tony was very speechless. Hey, I already opened the door for you, why do you need to teleport? You have allowed it, it will be faster. Or, do you want me to rush into your villa at supersonic speed? Tony didn't want to argue anymore. If Sui really rushed in, it would be as powerful as an explosion. The destructive power will definitely be more terrifying than monsters like Hulk and Abomination. Sui also found out that there is another person in the underground research room, Ethan. After Ethan came to this city, he also had his own work and life. Sui and Ethan rarely meet each other. The main reason is that Ethan has a relatively high emotional intelligence, and he didn't force himself to climb higher branches. He only came to visit Tony occasionally. Ethan, long time no see. Hello, Mr. Su. Sui saw that Tony was busy with his masterpiece, which was the latest giant armor developed under the influence of Abomination and Hulk. Because the body is too huge, taller than the Iron Overlord, it will be more complicated. In particular, Tony also intends to wear this giant armor when he can wear the Mark armor. So, it's not quite finished yet. This is the giant armor you are developing recently. Tony talks about his work with confidence and complacency. Yeah, I want this armor to be able to deal with huge monsters like the Hulk and the Abomination. So, I enhanced the power and size of the armor. At the same time, I hope that it can be disassembled and assembled, so the structure will be more complicated. It's going well so far, but it will take some time to complete. Sui glanced at it. It wasn't finished yet, but this appearance is indeed anti-Hulk armor. It looks fine. Tony was also very excited. So, when the armor is finished, can you test the strength of the armor for me? Are you sure you want me to test the armor for you? Are you afraid that I will tear the armor to pieces? Tony stopped immediately. I just want to test the strength of the armor, to see if I can compete with such a monster, not for you to test the strength of the battle. Sui nodded, so that's what he meant. I thought it was Tony who made this set of armor and then drifted away, ready to try his own combat power. Definitely can. Sui looked at this set of anti-Hulk armor and couldn't help but said, have you ever considered making it into a car? Tony was confused by Sui's jumping words, water. Sui continued, it is to make it into a car, and then at the critical moment, can shapeshifting. Ordinary cars might be cumbersome, but you have the arc reactor, which can replace the traditional powertrain. Also, flight can also be suspended without wheels. From a car to a set of battle armor, it is completely feasible. Tony was shocked by Sui's idea. This idea seems to be really good. Tony has always been a car lover and a person who likes to modify vehicles. The Batmobile that Sui gave to Tony has to study repeatedly, and then build a steel chariot. Now, the idea provided by Sui caught Tony's eyes. Further upgrade the steel chariot to turn the chariot into a armor. Your idea is simply too genius. J.A.R.V.I.S. Create a new project, Steel Tank 2. Sui believes in Tony's ability, and he can definitely succeed in research. At that time, you can also mix one yourself. Autobots, shapeshifting. Sui was also a little excited when he thought about it, and so was Tony. He was about to start researching immediately, but was stopped by Sui. Tony, don't worry. Tony didn't stop at all. J.A.R.V.I.S. Project the model of Iron Chariot number 1, I have to think about how to shapeshift. So, help me think about it too. Sui. Tony, I came to you for something else. Tony has already started to get started, ready to make vehicle shapeshifting into a battle frame. What's up? It's for the Wanda brothers and sisters, how is your information preparation? Tony came back to his senses, thinking of the Wanda brothers and sisters. Time flies, and Tony is already ready. This matter really has nothing to do with Tony. After all, Tony at the time was doing research and being a playboy. The affairs of the company have always been decided by Obadiah. Obadiah secretly sold a lot of weapons to some gangsters. After Tony's investigation, these have all come to fruition. I'm ready. Although I didn't sell the weapon, nor did I launch it, but it was indeed made by me, and my name is written on the weapon. Chapter 136 Reconciliation. Tony has been reforming since the kidnapping incident. In addition to researching armor and some daily activities, Tony has indeed done a lot of charity work. If we say that we did charity before, it was for messy purposes. Now Tony really wants to help more people and change the world. Sui also comforted, when you made weapons, your purpose was not to hurt others. Now, if you continue to do the right thing, you will help more people. Tony's mood improved a lot. Ethan also agreed very much, so is right. Tony is ready, and Sui is going to bring Wanda and Pietro over first to solve this matter thoroughly. A teleport, appearing in Camartage. Sui sensed Wanda's trace and was studying spells in the square. Because of the origin magic power in Wanda's body, there is no shortage of energy. What is missing is spiritual power, which is the control of energy. There is also the magic method. When Sui met Wanda, Wanda was learning a new spell. Sui didn't know what to do with this new spell. However, when Wanda is cast, it is indeed very beautiful. Sui was admiring Wanda, but saw someone very hostile to him. The 25 apprentice of Ancient One magician, Caecilius. Sui didn't understand why she offended him and was so hostile to him. Feeling a little upset, do you want Ancient One magician to clean up this 25-year-old as soon as possible? After all, it was this boy who lured Dormammu here. Facing Dormammu, Strange just used the time gem to trap Dormammu. My stats and abilities probably can't beat Dormammu. Infinite Devour, should be able to devour Dormammu's energy. I just don't know if I can withstand Dormammu's damage. For this unstable factor, Sui thinks it should be dealt with as soon as possible. The Ancient One magician didn't show up either, and Sui didn't intend to wait any longer. My goal is Wanda, so let's take Wanda away first. Sui met Calizia's gaze and came to the square. Wanda. Wanda stopped the spell in her hand and looked at Sui approaching. Why are you here? Do you have anything to do with me? Sui said with a smile, it seems that you have been immersed in the world of magic. Wanda didn't answer, just looked at Sui quietly, expecting Sui to say something serious. Sui stopped beating around the bush. Tony has prepared the information and is going to give you an explanation. Then Wanda remembered about Tony Stark. Through this period of time, Wanda is also getting to know Tony Stark. After understanding, Wanda's hatred has faded by more than half. The remaining small part is actually obsession. Stark should give us an account. Sui invited, let's go, I'll take you to pick up your brother. Wanda put away the weapon in her hand and walked in front of Sui. Let's go. Sui definitely won't miss this opportunity, wrapping her arms around Wanda's waist, closing the distance between them. Wanda was a little unnatural. I remember, when you teleported with the Ancient One magician, you didn't need to be so intimate. Sui decisively used the quotes of a scumbag. You are so attractive, I can't help it. Wanda was also not polite, and directly cast a spell, preparing to interfere with Sui's heart. Sui's mental power is strong enough to sense Wanda's magic, but it has no effect. Wanda was also a little surprised. Sui didn't seem to be affected at all. Are you messing with my mind? No, I just want you to show some respect. It seems that your magic is not strong enough to affect me. When you are stronger, you may be able to succeed. Wanda knows how powerful Sui is, so she doesn't intend to entangle her too much. To continue, I must continue to maintain a hugging posture with Sui. It's better to leave early. After the teleportation is over, we can separate. Can we go now? Happy to serve you at will. Wanda complained, then can you loosen me up? Yi's face didn't blush, his heart didn't beat, and he moved closer. Not for now, this is your punishment for attacking me. Facing the rascal Sui, Wanda seemed helpless. Okay, let's go. Sui chose enough is enough. It can be said to be flirting now, but if it continues, it will become harassment. Sui teleported with Wanda to pick up Pietro, and then went to Tony's house together. The three of them appeared in the living room, and Tony was getting ready. When the two saw Tony again, Wanda calmed down a lot, and Pietro still had some resentment. Sui stepped forward. Today, under my witness, mediate the issues between you? This is the information and evidence prepared by Tony. You can take a look first. Wanda and Pietro looked at the information. Pietro belongs to the kind of scumbag who doesn't understand at all. Wanda looked at the information and understood everything. Tony Stark is only in charge of researching and manufacturing weapons, and selling weapons is indeed not decided by Tony. In addition, Tony sells weapons, and the main partners are represented by General Rhodes and Ross. I have to apologize because I was irresponsible and let the weapons I made be used where they shouldn't be used, causing innocent casualties. That was not my intention. I'm just. Pietro was very annoyed and interrupted Tony. Tony Stark, you're really evasive. I don't believe that. Wanda, what about you? During this period of time, apart from learning magic, Wanda often meditated. And meditation makes Wanda calm, so that Wanda can think calmly. Get to know who Stark is by following Tony Stark. Wanda realized that she might be blinded by hatred. I also communicated with wise men like Ancient One Magician, and got advice from Ancient One Magician. Finally, most of the hatred was resolved. I think it's over. Pietro was shocked. Walter. Wanda said calmly, we lost our parents because of that dispute. It was those who bought the missile and decided to launch the missile. They launched the missile into our house and caused such consequences. We hate Tony Stark not because he provided the weapons, but because his name is there. We've lost loved ones, we're in pain, so turn the pain into hatred. Pietro was very puzzled. Wanda, you have changed. Why don't you talk slowly first, and then talk about your decision? Sui decides to take the two of them to the beach, and let the siblings have a good chat. No doubt Pietro was persuaded. Said to be siblings, in fact, Wanda has always been more assertive. The two reached an agreement and were ready to forgive Tony Stark. Tony Stark, we accept your apology, let's call it a day. Wanda chose to reconcile, and was a little confused for a while. The two chose to resolve their hatred, and at the same time, they also lost their goals and directions. I guess you must have a lot of time, why don't you go have a drink together? For so many years, you have lived in hatred and never really lived. From now on, you should live your own life, live better for yourself and for each other. Chapter 137 Take Wanda to the bar. Wanda lost her parents since she was a child, and hatred was born. Ever since then, I've always wanted revenge on Tony Stark. Now, when the hatred in my heart is resolved, it seems that I have lost my purpose, lost the meaning of life, and felt very confused. At this time, it is also a good choice to have a drink or two and give up thinking about this issue for the time being. Wanda resolutely agreed to Sui's invitation. Yes. Pietro knew that Sui's purpose was not pure, so he wanted to refuse. But Wanda has already agreed, and Pietro can only be forced to agree. As a big brother, he must be vigilant against Sui, a big pervert, attacking his little white sheep sister. Don't think about having any chance, I will keep an eye on you. Sui smiled slightly, not paying attention at all. Don't worry, I won't do anything while Wanda is drunk. I hope that Wanda can like me. When Sui said this, Pietro became even more worried. Sui didn't care about this. Where are you going to drink? To my house, or to a bar? Wanda didn't answer yet, but immediately replied, the bar. Sui didn't care about Pietro's opinion at all, just waiting for Wanda to answer. Wanda also gave her own answer, bar. Sui nodded, wait for a while, I'll ask Tony to borrow a car. Sui went back to Tony's studio, hey, Tony, lend me a car, I'll take them to drink. Tony still cherishes his car very much, you can choose one at will. Sui picked out a nice convertible sports car, this one is nice, I like it. One more thing, Tony, do you know of a quieter, higher-end bar? Norway Bar is not bad, I often go there. After you go, report my name. Thank you, Tony. Sui was sitting in the driver's seat and was about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Tony, do you know Hellfire Club? Hellfire Club is a well-known supervillain organization in comics. On the surface it is a social club, and Rose, Tony, and Osborn are all members of the club. However, they can only be regarded as members, not the core. The true inner circle. The members of the inner circle are named after chess pieces, black or white king, queen, bishop, rook. In the end, the most powerful person becomes the supreme king. Among them, in many cases, Mutant controls the core group. Sui doesn't know much about this organization. He only knows that in first station, Black King Sebastian Shaw and White Queen Emma lead them, and there are several mutants under their command. In extraordinary ability, it seems to have also appeared. Tony was a little unfamiliar with the name, Hellfire Club. I haven't heard of it. Sui didn't leave. J.A.R.V.I.S. Search for me, New York City, Hellfire Club. J.A.R.V.I.S. searched and got the result. Sui glanced over, but did not see the search results for Hellfire Club. What? Is there a problem with this Hellfire Club? Sui didn't hide it. Hellfire Club is a high-end social club on the surface, but in fact, it is controlled by Mutant, and the purpose may be to stir up riots. Tony looked disdainful. A high-end social club? You don't even invite me. What kind of high-end club? Either it's a rubbish club or there is no such club. Sui also thinks that maybe there is no such club. If there is such a club, it doesn't make sense that Tony Stark has no news at all. It should be this world, without this club. Speaking of mutant, Sui has never seen any mutant. It stands to reason that there are not many mutants. In such a big city, it is impossible not to encounter any of them. Sui couldn't figure it out either, so she just didn't bother to think about it. Let's talk about the mutant later. Now, it is most appropriate to chat with Wanda about life and ideals. Sui drove Tony's luxury car and left the research room. At the door, Wanda and Pietro are waiting for Sui. Sui vaguely heard that Pietro spoke ill of himself behind his back and asked Wanda to stay away from him. Sui couldn't help showing a sneer. This brother-in-law can't get along, and he does everything possible to hinder himself. It seems that after sending him back, Kelly has to strengthen Pietro's training intensity again. Thinking of this, Sui showed a kind smile. The car stopped steadily in front of the two of them. When Pietro saw this luxury car, he was a little envious, jealous, and even more hated. What a nice car. Tony Stark made a lot of money by selling weapons and ruining other people's homes. Sui got out of the car, opened the door, and invited Wanda to get on the co-pilot. Please. Seeing this posture, Pietro immediately stopped Wanda from sitting in the co-pilot seat. Wanda and I sit in the back. Sui didn't force it. You make your own decision. Wanda hesitated for a while, but still sat in the back row. Sui felt slightly regretful. There are beautiful women in Xiongsh, but it's a pity that there is an extra light bulb. In addition, that is, the beauty is not sitting in the co-pilot. Do I know a bar that's a little quieter, or should I go to a bar that's livelier? Pietro and Wanda hang out on the ground floor, preferring a lively bar. At this moment, Wanda just wants to drink quietly. Pietro, I like excitement. Wanda, be quiet, I just want to drink now. Sui didn't give Pietro a chance either, then go to a quieter bar. Pietro, don't you forget that your mission is to keep an eye on me. Or, do you want to join in the fun by yourself? Pietro definitely respected Wanda's choice, and at this moment, he also remembered his main mission. Then go to a quiet bar. Sui set off with the two of them in a car, and Pietro looked very excited, like a husky. Wanda was blowing in the wind, looking at the scenery on the side of the road, very silent. After galloping all the way, Sui came to Norwich Bar according to the navigation. Sui parked the car and was about to enter with someone, but was stopped by someone. Hello, we have a membership system here. Without members, you cannot enter. Excuse me. Sui was just about to announce Tony Stark's name when a man in a suit and leather shoes greeted him with a smile on his face. Hello, may I ask, are you a friend of Mr. Stark, Mr. So? I'm. The man immediately introduced himself. I'm Almond Dunn. Just now, Mr. Stark has helped you apply for membership. However, your information has not yet been stored in the system. So, I'm sorry to stop you at the door. Tony is really considerate. He should have contacted this bar. Only then will someone be waiting for him at the door. Sui didn't care. It's okay. Now, can I go in? Definitely okay. Please follow me. Thank you, Mr. Dunn. Led by the middle-aged man dressed as a butler, Sui entered the bar. The decoration of this bar is indeed very stylish. The music is also in an elegant style, not noisy at all. Sure enough, it is a relatively high-end bar, but the feeling is different. Chapter 138. Do you want to watch a drama? In the bar, Pietro looked at the prices of these wines and couldn't help complaining. Really expensive. Sui took the initiative and said, relax, I'm treating you today. Pietro was also polite, and directly ordered several bottles of good wine. Wanda doesn't care, she just wants to drink and pursue the atmosphere. Sui could tell that Wanda was in a bad mood. This time is the best time to attack. The three started drinking directly, and Sui also took the opportunity to comfort Wanda. Now, the hatred between you and Stark is in the past. What are you going to do next? Pietro has been training recently and has not thought about this issue at all. Moreover, he can't decide this matter. It still depends on Wanda. Wanda actually didn't think about it. I don't know. Drink first, get through today, and then think about tomorrow. Sui also found out that now is not the best time to persuade. Now Wanda probably just wants to get drunk. So, drink first. After a day off, persuade her again, and help her plan for the future. By the way, Wanda drank alone, and was not in the mood to talk to Sui. Pietro felt too bored, and happened to find that Sui was going to strike up a conversation with Wanda, and immediately interrupted. Hey, don't you try to get Wanda drunk, let's fight a drink. Pietro, you seem to be very confident in your drinking capacity. Then definitely, don't you dare. Who said I dare not? The two fought hard to drink, and the result can be imagined. Sui's physical fitness is like drinking wine like water. Alcohol doesn't affect anything at all, let alone getting drunk. Sui has controlled the speed and didn't fight too hard. Even so, after a few rounds, Pietro became a little confused. How is it possible? Are you cheating? Sui said with a smile, cheating, there is no need for that at all. Actually, with my physical fitness, alcohol has no effect at all and will be metabolized very quickly. Only then did Pietro know that Sui was not cheating at all, but cheating. Damn, you cheated. It's not cheating, it's because I'm too physically fit. Pietro was speechless. How can this be compared? I think the game should be cancelled. Whatever. The three of them drank for a while, and when the alcohol started to pick up, Pietro gradually became confused. Wanda was only 60% drunk, and she was a little worried when she saw Pietro was so drunk. I have almost drunk myself, so I don't plan to continue drinking. I think we should go. After Sui called someone to pay the bill, he helped Pietro and was about to leave. Sui casually threw Pietro on the back seat and told him to lie down. Wanda naturally sat in the co-pilot's seat. Sui drove off. Wanda gradually became sober with the wind blowing. Only then did I realize that I seemed to be homeless. Where are we going? Go to my villa. I moved recently. The villa is empty. You can rest there. No matter how long you want to stay, it's fine. Wanda was a little moved. Thank you. You're welcome. Along the way, Wanda sat in the co-pilot and enjoyed the scenery. Sui was extremely serious and sent the person to her villa. Finally, arrived at the destination. Sui threw Pietro into an empty room, and Wanda had no plans to rest. It was still broad daylight, and Wanda wasn't sleepy. Moreover, after going through this journey, I became sober a lot. I know, you will be a little confused recently. Life is what it is, it originally has no purpose and no meaning. All we have to do is live well and enjoy every day. I think you can relax for a few days recently, and you can live here for a few days. Facing Sui's kindness, Wanda was obviously overwhelmed. I don't know how to repay you. I don't ask for anything in return. As a friend, I want you to cheer up. Definitely, I hope to gain your favor, not just your friend. Wanda didn't know how to answer. I appreciate all you have done. Only, Sui also found that Wanda was a bit embarrassed, and Sui didn't have to ask Wanda to give the answer now. So, take the initiative to clear the siege. I found that you didn't seem to enjoy yourself at the bar. Would you like to drink more now? Wanda felt a lot relieved when Sui changed the subject. Definitely, I want beer, just regular beer. No problem. Wait for a while, I'll go out and buy some back. After a while, Sui returned to the villa, and Wanda was enjoying the sunshine on the balcony. Sui looked at Wanda under the sun. She was indeed beautiful. It can only be said that Wanda in front of me is more beautiful than Aome who plays Wanda. Sui took out a bottle of beer that had already been opened and handed it to Wanda. Sunshine is indeed beautiful. Thanks. The two held up the wine bottle and touched each other, taking a sip. Want to watch a show together? Wanda was a little surprised by Sui's invitation. Watching a drama. Yes, your favorite sitcom. Wanda's memory goes back to her childhood, when she liked to watch sitcoms the most. On the day when the family broke down, I was originally watching a sitcom. It's just that because of the dispute, my life has turned into a tragedy. Since then, Wanda and Pietro have struggled to survive. For survival, for revenge, there is no such leisure time anymore. As for watching dramas and sitcoms, it seems to be far away from me. How do you know? I like watching sitcoms. Don't worry about this, you will know later. Now, do you want to come together? I have always hoped that my parents were still alive and that I could have a life like ordinary people. At this moment, this kind of life seems to be close at hand and within reach. The two returned to the living room and sat on the sofa. Sui picked up a pack of snacks and handed it to Wanda. Don't be too restrained, just treat it as if you were at home. Wanda was no longer polite, kicked off her shoes, and sat cross-legged on the sofa. Sui has chosen several sitcoms. Which one do you want to watch? Wanda looked at these sitcoms. The second one, the ratings seem to be better. Okay. Play a sitcom, and the two sit on the couch and watch the show together. Wanda chose to put down the bottle and instead took the snack. Watching a movie while eating snacks. When she sees something funny, Wanda will also laugh out loud. Sui also took the opportunity to get closer to Wanda, and intentionally started from the bag of snacks in Wanda's hand. Wanda was about to grab some snacks, but she grabbed Sui's hand. Responding immediately, he looked at Sui curiously. The snacks I bought, I will taste them. Wanda didn't say much, and acquiesced to Sui's actions. Sui became more courageous, moved closer, and quietly stretched out his evil hand. Let Wanda rest on your shoulders. Wanda also noticed Sui's action, but Wanda didn't choose to stop it. At this moment, Wanda felt relaxed, depended on, and felt the beauty of home and life. Chapter 139 Wanda and #039, S-Choice. Wanda leaned on Sui's shoulder to watch the show, and laughed a little at first. But, gradually, there was less laughter. Only then did Sui perceive that Wanda had fallen asleep. Sui turned off the projection, slowly picked up Wanda, and sent Wanda to the bedroom. After letting Wanda sleep peacefully, Sui couldn't help but take a second look. Have a good dream. Sui will take advantage of the situation, but to enter Wanda's heart. If you do something else at this moment, you are a wretch. Sui walked out of the bedroom, definitely, and left a note and a card for Wanda. Both Wanda and Pietro have been homeless, without a source of income. Sui chooses to leave and let Wanda rest well. Maybe it's the alcohol, maybe it's letting go of the hatred, or maybe it's the feeling of home that Sui brings. Wanda woke up and only felt that the sleep was very comfortable. Wanda looked around and found a note on the bedside table. Wanda picked up the note and saw Sui's message. Seeing Sui's message, Wanda was a little happy. Walking to the window with bare feet, looking at the sunshine outside, Wanda realized that it was time for her to start a new life. Picking up the phone, Wanda recorded Sui's contact information according to the message, and then sent Sui a thank you message. Wanda decided to start a new life. However, before Wanda could enjoy a moment of peace, she heard the voice of her unreliable big brother Pietro. Wanda. Wanda, where are you? Damn Oriental, if you dare to touch Wanda, I will definitely beat you to the ground. Wanda. Wanda was extremely helpless, opened the door, and shouted to the outside, I'm here. Pietro ran over quickly and looked at Wanda, is that damn Oriental in there? Wanda said impatiently, he's not here. However, Pietro still didn't believe it, and rushed into the room to search, but he did not find any trace of Sui. He can teleport, could it be that he teleported away just now? Wanda was already very impatient, Pietro, that's enough. Send you over again, chat with me for a while, and then leave. Pietro breathed a sigh of relief, that bastard didn't do anything to you, did he? Wanda remembered that she was leaning on Sui's shoulder and fell asleep slowly. No, what do you think he will do to me? Pietro said hurriedly, that guy is a playboy, and there are many women around him, you have to be careful, don't be fooled by him. Wanda couldn't help but rolled her eyes, could that be called cheating? Sui is not cheating, but exudes charm to attract the opposite sex. This method is obviously more high level. It is also Pietro in front of me, who has no such thing as charm at all. I'm planning to stay here for a few days, you go and buy some food first. That's when Pietro realized, I don't have any money. Wanda picked up the bank card and handed it to Pietro. Pietro took the bank card and realized that this bank card was given by Sui. Pietro couldn't help but doubt the relationship between the two. Just about to continue asking, Wanda noticed and interrupted, Pietro, hurry up. Why don't you come with me? Go. Pietro left in a hurry, and Wanda chose to wash and take a shower. Sui wakes up and sees Wanda's message. It was a little short, and Sui couldn't see Wanda's attitude either. Sui is not in a hurry, and believes that she can slowly attack Wanda while getting along. Wanda fell asleep on his shoulder yesterday, which is also a big improvement. After thinking about it for a while, I decided to strike while the iron was hot and take further action today. During the 2 days of rest, Sui decided to seize the opportunity. After breakfast, Sui drove to the villa to look for Wanda. Wanda and Pietro were having breakfast when Sui appeared. Pietro was very surprised and angry when he saw Sui appearing suddenly. Morning, Wanda. Good morning. Pietro just wanted to get angry, but considering that he lived in Sui's house and spent Sui's money, Pietro held back. Cannibals have short mouths and short hands. At the end, Pietro couldn't help asking, why are you here again? This is my home, is it strange for me to come? Besides, I'm not here to look for you. You don't have such charm. I'm here for Wanda. Sure enough, Pietro immediately exploded. Don't think that you can do whatever you want if you have money. Sorry, you can do whatever you want with money. Wanda and Pietro looked at Sui warily, and Sui smiled and said, well, I was just joking. I came to you to provide you with a new choice. Wanda asked curiously, what choice? Let you return to normal life. Not magic, agents, but going to school like ordinary young people. Pietro is not a person who comes down and studies seriously. In contrast, Pietro is more interested in being an agent and going through adventures. I'm not a study material, but Wanda can go back to school. Pietro is actually very worried that Wanda has too much contact with Sui, and also worried that Wanda has too much contact with super abilities. In Pietro's eyes, Wanda is first and foremost a sister, an object to be protected. He prefers that Wanda can be normal and safe. Magic or something is too dangerous. Wanda naturally looks forward to being able to return to the life of an ordinary person, go to school and fall in love like an ordinary girl. In the future, be able to have your own family and career. However, facing Pietro's self-assertive behavior, Wanda was a little angry. Pietro, I can make my own decisions. Pietro immediately retorted, I'm your big brother, I hope you stay out of danger. Wanda understands Pietro's thoughts, but does not accept Pietro's kindness. You know, I'm better than you now. There was a disagreement between the two, and Sui was on Wanda's side. Pietro, we should respect Wanda's choice. Sui continued, Wanda, you can follow your heart. Wanda couldn't help feeling more fond of Sui. It is indeed a good idea to return to the life of ordinary people. Wanda was caught in a brief hesitation and finally made her own decision. I want to know, how strong can I be? Very strong, you may become one of the most powerful people in the world, you can protect the whole world, and you can also change the whole world. Wanda understood, so, if another missile falls, can I still protect the people around me? Sui already knew Wanda's choice, yes. Wanda didn't have the slightest hesitation, I want to continue learning magic. Pietro wanted to continue to say a few words, but meeting Wanda's eyes, Pietro stopped persuading. Okay, this is your choice. Chapter 140 Lightbulb Pietro. Wanda knew that she couldn't really become an ordinary person. The one who has no money or power, the only advantage is origin magic power. If you can master this power, you can protect the people around you and do many things. Therefore, Wanda did not choose to return to school, but prepared to continue learning magic. Pietro was not too happy, but had no choice but to support Wanda. Because Pietro knew that no matter what he said, Wanda would not change his mind. After all, Wanda is the one who makes the decisions. Wanda made such a decision, which is also expected. However, if Wanda wants to continue learning magic, then she must live in Camartage. Sui wants to increase Wanda's favorability, so he has to hurry up today. Sui already had an idea. I guess, you must have time today, so why don't you go shopping together? Pietro was staring at Sui, not giving the slightest chance. We don't need to shop, and if we do, we are enough. Sui asked rhetorically, are you sure? Is your money enough to pay? Sui directly completed the lore. The two brothers and sisters are alone, where did they get the money? Even if you buy a few cheaper clothes, you will need hundreds of USD, or even more. For them, this is not a small sum. However, Pietro was still stubborn, just treat it as if we borrowed it from you, and I will pay you back. Okay, I made a note of it. Wanda, what do you mean? Do you want me to come with you? Wanda seldom does shopping, so it would be good to have Sui as a guide. It would be great if you could go with me. Sui got Wanda's permission and smiled triumphantly. Seeing Sui's smile, Pietro was furious. The two seemed to be competing, which made Wanda a little helpless. After breakfast, under the leadership of Sui, the three of them went shopping together. The place Sui took Wanda to was also recommended by Gwen and others. Not particularly high-end, it can only be regarded as a shopping mall with a medium consumption level. Even so, the brothers and sisters looked at the price of the clothes and felt withdrawn. For such a price, they can live for a long time. I think it's too expensive here. We can't afford it in the future. Let's find a cheaper place. Sui has no intention of leaving. I think it's pretty good here. This dress suits you very well. If you wear it, it will definitely look beautiful. Wanda also knows that this dress is very beautiful. It's just that the price is here. The brothers and sisters have been homeless for many years, have no skills at all, and their ability to make money is average. If you buy several sets of clothes, it may take several years to get them back. Thinking about it, since I met Sui, I seem to have owed Sui a lot of favors. Sui comforted, take it as a gift from me. If you want to pay back the money, you can. Or, in the future, you can do me a little favor. Wanda is still in the middle of the hesitation. Sui has already picked up the clothes next to her. Trust me, this dress suits you very well, go try it on first. Wanda held the clothes in her hands, I will pay you back. Go ahead and try on the clothes first. Pietro is also trying on clothes, ready to choose two more handsome clothes. The clothes I chose are also more fashionable. Sui didn't pay much attention, but was just going to choose a few more clothes for Wanda. After a while, Wanda changed into the clothes that Sui had just chosen and came out. Wanda was obviously not used to it. What do you think? Extremely beautiful. Wanda stood in front of the mirror, looking at herself. It's hard to imagine that I'm actually dressed so beautifully. Wanda also has to agree with Sui's vision. This dress really suits her very well. Wanda looked away, looked at Sui curiously, and asked a fatal question. How many times have you told women that you're beautiful? Sui said firmly, about a dozen or so. However, I'm telling the truth. If you don't believe me, you can feel my thoughts. I know, your ability can do it. Wanda shook her head. Actually, I can't sense it. At least, I don't have such an ability right now. Sui was a little surprised. Doesn't Wanda have the telepathy ability? Is it because she doesn't use the power of Psychic Scepter Awakening, so she doesn't have the ability? Unfortunately, the Psychic Scepter is in the hands of Thanos. In the Avengers Alliance, Loki got a Psychic Scepter from Thanos and came to Earth. In the end, Loki was defeated and the Psychic Scepter was taken away by SHIELD. When S.H.I.E.L.D and Hydra were destroyed, Hydra stole the scepter. If you have a chance to get a Psychic Scepter, you must study it carefully. There should be such abilities in the future. Wanda asked curiously, so, you confessed to me because you thought I could perceive it? No, I'm just sincere to them, including you? Staring into Sui's eyes, Wanda replied seriously, I feel it. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere felt a little heated. At this moment, an untimely voice sounded. Wanda, you look so pretty in this dress. Hey you bastard, don't stare at Wanda. Sui felt that Wanda's favorability towards her increased dramatically. Just now, maybe there was a chance to kiss Fangs, but she was turned yellow by the light bulb. Thinking of this, Sui wished to kick Pietro away. Wanda also pulled away from the atmosphere just now, feeling unhappy, just in time to see Pietro change into a very Jongyang outfit. Pietro, quickly change this suit. This suit is simply too childish, like a rebellious boy. Pietro didn't care, I like this style. Wanda was a little helpless, but Sui persuaded, it's just a set of clothes, and they can't all be suits or sportswear. It can only be said that it is very personal. After hearing what Sui said, Wanda didn't intend to pursue further. That's all. You should choose something more normal. Sui didn't intend to pay any attention to Pietro. I helped you choose some clothes and skirts, you can try them on. Pietro immediately rushed to stop it. Hey, did you use Wanda as your model? The two almost got into an argument, but luckily Wanda stopped them. In the end, it took a lot of time to buy a lot of clothes. Pietro had only a few, and Wanda, unknowingly, picked out a dozen or so. Seeing so many clothes and price lists, Wanda immediately thought of returning them. It was Sui who succeeded in checking out first, and Wanda dismissed the idea. Wanda put on a long beige dress directly in the dressing room, looking youthful and dignified, very beautiful. Sui felt that Wanda's favorability increased, and originally wanted to continue working hard in the afternoon. As a result, a beautiful woman appeared in front of Sui, interrupting Sui's plan. Hello, Agent Sharon, you better have something important. Sharon smiled and said, sorry to bother you, Mr. So, we need your help. What's up? A congressman is missing, suspected to be related to Mutant. Chapter 141 Heading to Xavier Ability Academy. So got into Sharon's car and asked curiously, tell me specifically, what's the situation? This morning, Senator Robert's wife discovered that Senator Robert was missing. After investigation, MP Robert should have disappeared out of thin air at home. Based on the remarks made by Congressman Robert just yesterday, it is speculated that he should have been kidnapped by a super ability user. Sui was a little puzzled. What did you say, old man? Sharon suggested, perhaps, you can read the report of Hero Daily. Sui took out her phone and searched. Entering the official website of Hero Daily, I immediately saw this report. Written by Bella herself. Just looking at the title, Sui understood why this old guy was kidnapped. Because of this old guy, declaring that Mutant should be completely wiped out. Sui sneered, this old thing is not only aimed at mutants, but also sums up Sui, superheroes and villains and other superpowers, into the ranks of mutants. And, he said that all mutants should be cleared. This kind of behavior is tantamount to committing death. Sui reckoned that this old guy should have been taken away by Magneto. There is also a mutant that can teleport beside Magneto, and it is easy to capture this old thing. If Magneto had captured him, with Magneto's means, he would have been completely chilled. Wait, if Magneto is going to kill him, there's no need to take people away. With the character of the scene man Magneto, why not show off a wave of operations and create a famous scene? There must be some other purpose in taking people away. Sui suddenly thought of the plot of the X-Men, as if a congressman was captured by Magneto, and then transformed into a mutant with some kind of machine. In the end, the congressman turned into a puddle of water. That special effect is still fresh in Sui's memory. So, it's really possible. It seems that this old guy is going to be a tragedy. Seeing that Sui smiled inexplicably, Sharon knew that Sui must have a clue. Mr. So, if you have any clues, please let us know, so that we can arrange a rescue operation as soon as possible. Sui said casually, I can probably guess who caught him, but I don't know exactly where. However, even if you act now, you probably won't be able to save him. Sharon's task is to learn more clues from Sui. So, a little bit is a little bit. Also ask Mr. So for help. Well, I can only guess that the one who captured this old guy should be Magneto from the Mutant Brotherhood. As for his purpose, it should be to transform this old guy into a mutant. Sharon was speechless. Robert just said yesterday that all mutants should be removed, and then he was transformed into a mutant. So, here comes the problem. At that time, will Mr. Robert also want to clear himself? Magneto's method is indeed brilliant. Now that one night has passed, maybe all the raw rice has been cooked. However, people are still saved. Other than that, doesn't Mr. So know any other information? Sui thought for a while. There is another important message, that is, this transformation method is not mature. After undergoing the transformation, it is estimated that there will be only a few days to live. Let his family prepare early. Sharon could tell that Sui was still a little gloating, but also normal. Sui is also a superhero. Being assigned to the ranks of mutant by Mr. Robert, Robert also intends to clear Sui. It's normal for Sui to dislike this person a bit. Mr. So, don't you really know how to rescue Mr. Robert? I have no choice, but we can meet someone first. Sui is planning to go to the Xavier Ability Academy. Sui knew the location of the Xavier Ability Academy from the information provided by Nick Fury. It's just that Sui has no time to go. The Thor event took quite some time. What's more, Sui has to manage time every day. Although there are many beautiful girls in Mutant, Sui's body can handle it, but there is not enough time. More importantly, this place is not in this city, but in other places in this state. In other words, it is another city in the province. The distance is not close. It takes a lot of time to drive. Sui reported the name of the place, and Sharon said after hearing the words, could it be, you can't teleport there? I need to know the exact location before I can teleport there. Don't be dazed, I know you have planes. Sharon reported the news and got an affirmative answer. Sui rested leisurely, had nothing to do, looked at the beautiful women, and was in a happy mood. Speaking of which, Natasha Romanoff's agent outfit still has a special flavor. The only problem is that it is not very convenient. Sharon seems to be pretty good too, she should also look good in an agent outfit. How's your work lately? Sharon didn't answer. Mr. Su should know that I'm an agent. I won't disclose anything about my work. Sui nodded slightly. Okay then, let's talk about some things in life. Don't tell me that you have no normal life other than work. Sharon replied casually. Almost. I'm busy. Why do you want to be an agent? Is it because of Peggy Carter? Aunt Peggy is the person I admire the most. I have longed to be like her since I was a child. Sui suddenly thought of the ending of Avengers Alliance 4. The captain seems to have traveled back in time and stayed with Peggy Carter for life. So he asked curiously, is your aunt married? Are there any strange people around? Sharon was a little strange. She has never been married, and there are no strange people around her. Why do you ask? Sui couldn't figure out the situation in this world. Maybe there really was an old captain nearby. Maybe there wasn't such an old captain. Whether you have it or not has nothing to do with you, and it doesn't matter at all. Just chatting. Sharon didn't believe it, but she didn't ask too much. She kept a careful eye in her heart and planned to pay more attention when she went to visit next time. So Sharon, do you have a boyfriend now? No. Before joining S.H.I.E.L.D? Have you ever been in a relationship? Sharon was a little impatient when asked. This is a very personal question, and besides, you are not my type. You don't like Peggy, like Captain Steve, do you? I think he's better than you, playboy. Sui didn't intend to argue. Sui still has self-knowledge. She is an Aquaman, a scumbag. Hey, it's a pity. I thought I had a chance. By the way, have you seen Hill Agent? She should be pretty too, right? Sui remembers the Hill Agent in the movie. It was still pretty. Sui chatted with Sharon one after another. The two chatted and soon reached their destination. Definitely not the Xavier Ability Academy, but the plane front. Chapter 142 Jean Grey and Phoenix Force. Sui and Sharon stood in front of this ancient and mysterious manor, with the name Xavier Ability College written on the sign beside it. Is this our destination? It doesn't look like a school. Sui looked at the door. It seems that there is no communication equipment. Could it be that you want to fly in directly? At this moment, a woman in a beautiful dress drove to the door and greeted the two of them. Red hair, green eyes, wearing a fitted red suspenders and a black silk dress. Looks intelligent and charming. Without thinking too much, Sui guessed the other party's identity. Phoenix, Jean Grey. Not only is she outstanding in appearance, but also the huge energy in her body cannot be hidden. It seems that because it has been suppressed for too long, there is a vague tendency to explode out of control. Welcome both of you. Please get in the car. The professor is waiting for you in the castle. Sui readily agreed. Thank you, Jean. Jean Grey was a little surprised. You know my name. Definitely. You are so unique, different, and fascinating. Jean Grey was slightly puzzled. Sorry, I don't think I know you. Treasure to get acquainted. My name is Sui. You can call me So. Sharon watched Sui sit directly in the co-pilot, and silently sat in the back row. However, when Sui saw Jean Grey, she started chatting immediately, and seemed to forget about the business. Sharon couldn't stand it anymore. Hi, I'm Sharon Carter, from SHIELD. We're here. We have business to do. Sui said slightly apologetically. Don't worry, she is just like that. Could you please take us to meet Professor Xavier? Definitely yes, the professor asked me to pick you up. Jean set off with the two of them, and slowly moved forward in the huge manor. Sui couldn't help sighing, as expected of being a rich man in his family. This manor is a rich man. My own villa is just a villa, this is a manor. Professor X can adopt so many mutant students in his own castle, and can hide fighters under the playground. Sui also had an idea in his mind that he would also buy a manor in the future. Jean is still very interested in Sui. Is there something important for you to come here? Sui didn't hide it. A member who claimed to clear Mutant disappeared, and we suspect that Magneto did it. It's just that we have no clues and can't find Magneto, so we want to ask Professor Xavier for help. Jean also knew that congressman, and didn't have a good impression of that congressman. I even doubted the real purpose of Sui and others. If Sui and others also have a hostile attitude towards Mutant, then this place may not be safe either. At that time, Mutant will no longer have a place to stand. Are you also in favor of eliminating Mutant? Mutants are human beings. As long as they don't do anything out of line and don't affect my normal life, they can do whatever they like. Jean has met some people who are very afraid of Mutant. Even, consider mutants as monsters, not humans. Unexpectedly, Sui thinks so. She is not worried at all, but treats them fairly as adults. This is something Jean rarely sees. Aren't you afraid? Sui added. Why should you be afraid? I'm only afraid that your beauty will take away my heart. Is your ability an irresistible charm? Jean seemed to be pulled by Sui's heartstrings, and at the moment she denied it a little bit awkwardly. No. Really? It's hard to imagine that this is not your ability. That's right, you don't need those abilities to already have infinite charm. Sharon had to accept that Sui's love words were indeed very effective. Jean Grey can't resist Sui's offensive at all. If it goes on like this, it won't take long, and it is estimated that it will be one. Sharon couldn't help sighing. Jean is obviously the style of Yuja. Her thoughts and emotional experiences are a bit too simple. Facing a veteran in love like Sui, it's hard to resist. Gradually, the vehicle came near the manor. Sui and Sharon met mutants with different abilities. Some people, Sui can't feel the energy fluctuations in them. Only those mutants with energy can perceive their energy. No wonder, Sui was in that city and had no perception of mutants' existence. First, the number of mutants is indeed not as many as imagined. Secondly, Sui can't perceive most of the mutants. Sui wanted to understand the reason. His infinite devour can perceive energy, and it is still not very accurate to use it to perceive mutant. Coming to the castle, Qin brought Sui and Sharon to the office. In the office, Professor X is waiting for the arrival of Sui and Sharon. Seeing Sui and Sharon, they showed kind smiles. Professor Xavier. Hello, Mr. Su, Agent Carter. We already know why you are here. Sui sat down naturally, and Sharon couldn't wait to ask, since Professor Xavier already knows our reason for coming, can you help us to rescue Senator Robert? Professor Xavier sat in the wheelchair very calmly, and poured 2 cups of tea in front of them. Sui also took the opportunity to pull Sharon to sit down. Sharon, don't worry. Xavier continued, I will try my best, but Eric is very familiar with my ability and has ways to deal with it. I can't guarantee that I can find Eric and Mr. Robert. Professor X's method is naturally a brainwave amplifier. As a result, I only saw the picture of Robert being transformed, and did not find the specific location of the two. Under the leadership of Professor X, I came to the basement. Sharon looked at the basement in amazement. It seemed that a lot of thought had been put into the decoration of the basement. After getting ready, Jean Grey, Sui and others waited quietly outside the door. Sui took the opportunity and continued to flirt with girls. Jean, do you have a boyfriend? No. Sui noticed early on that there was no ring on Jean's finger. From the looks of it, Cyclops doesn't seem to be there yet. Just right, it's cheap for yourself. Could it be that the peers here are all blind and cannot see your charm? Jean declined, I'm not as attractive as you say. Sui moved closer, how is it possible? I can't take my eyes off you. Jean doesn't know how to deal with Sui's offensive, and Sui pursues the victory. A light kiss made Jean's heart beat faster and excited. The Jean began to respond, and at the moment, Sui felt the phoenix force inside the Jean began to stir. Jean seemed to have noticed this too, and immediately stopped, pushed Sui away, and calmed down. I can't, it's too sudden. Sui also hastily apologized, I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. I know, our progress is a little too fast. Jean stood aside alone, trying to calm down. Sui is also thinking about how to solve the Phoenix Force on the piano. If you use Infinite Devour, it should be able to swallow part of the Phoenix Force. In this way, Jean can control this force. However, regarding Phoenix Force, Sui is also a little uncertain. This power is extremely powerful in the comics. The devouring of oneself will definitely cause a counterattack of strength. Therefore, Sui must be cautious. Chapter 143 Stopping the plan. After a while, Professor X came out in a wheelchair. The induction this time didn't yield much, and it wasn't even as good as last time. Earlier, when the news of Robert's disappearance came out, Professor X realized that the situation was wrong, and it should be Magneto who started the action. Not only captured Mr. Robert, but even transformed Mr. Robert. Not only that, Professor X thought Magneto was going to catch Wolverine, and even sent Storm and Cyclops to protect Wolverine. This time, Professor X didn't sense any useful information. Magneto seems to have a bigger plan, and Wolverine may be a part of it. Seeing Professor X appearing, Jean immediately went to push the wheelchair. Sharon asked, Professor Xavier, do you have any clues? Professor X is very calm, there are not many new clues at present. According to my guess, he should have a new plan. In this plan, there is a key person. I have sent someone to bring him back. Sui didn't plan to watch the movie anymore, and broke the news directly. Magneto does have an evil plan. His plan is to use that machine to transform all ordinary people into mutants. At least, the people of this city. However, manipulating the machine requires his ability, which makes him very weak. So, he needs to find a substitute. The girl next to Wolverine can absorb other people's abilities. This is his plan, but his machine is not successful. If ordinary people are transformed into mutants, they may not survive for a few days. Professor X felt amazing after listening to Sui's spoiler. According to my own understanding of Magneto, this really looks like Magneto's style. That Robert Senator, because he suggested to clear all mutants, was transformed into a mutant by Magneto. Even, it is in line with Magneto's intention to transform all ordinary people into mutants. In this way, it is indeed a lot less disputes. Magneto originally stood on mutants' side, and he regarded mutant as more important than ordinary people. Therefore, Magneto's methods will be more radical, and ordinary people will not be taken seriously. But if it comes to mutants' future, Magneto is certainly open to suggestions. Professor X was very curious, how do you know? I can see the future. Professor X can perceive that Sui is very powerful. The mental power is so strong that it is difficult for him to control it. Not only that, but his physical fitness is extremely exaggerated, and there is also a powerful energy in his body. The point is, Professor X found that Sui doesn't seem to be a mutant, but he seems to be similar to a mutant. Professor X didn't care about these, and decided to stop Magneto first. If Magneto's machines were truly flawed, then Magneto's plan, if successful, would have resulted in mass casualties. After finishing speaking, Professor X returned to the room where the brainwave amplifier was located. Jean was a little worried, after all, she had just used it once. Using it again now is actually quite a burden. In case of mental breakdown, the consequences are still very serious. Professor, you just used it once, you should take a rest first, and use the brainwave amplifier tomorrow. Professor X was extremely firm. Don't worry, I can still hold on. This time, it will be much easier. Professor X knew that it would be very troublesome to find the trace of Magneto like just now. Finding Mystique Raven, however, was relatively easy. After driving Jean away, Professor X started to act. Sure enough, Raven was quickly found, and then used telepathy to talk to Raven. Raven. Charles, I think we have nothing to talk about. Professor X didn't intend to talk nonsense. Raven, you have to stop Eric. You plan to use that machine to transform ordinary people into mutants. However, that machine has flaws. The modified mutant will seriously affect the body, and even have a short lifespan. This is not the result you want to see. If you insist on planning, I will stop you. Professor X directly saw through Magneto's plan, and even revealed the flaws of that machine. This gave Raven some hesitation. Professor X knows a little too much. More than that, based on what I know about Professor X shouldn't lie to me. Then, there is only one possibility, and that is what Professor X said is true. If so, the plan is bound to fail. Raven decided to make a plan with Magneto first. How do you know this? Professor X didn't explain the reason, but planned to take the opportunity to persuade Mystique. Raven, come back. If you do this, it will only intensify the conflict, and it will lead to unbearable consequences. Raven stood firm. I'm not going back, Charles. Because of your weakness, our mutant compatriots suffered heavy casualties. Weakness equals death. I'll pass this on to Eric. After speaking, Raven no longer intends to pay attention to Professor X. Professor X was also very helpless, knowing that he could not persuade the other party in a short time, and the burden of using the brainwave amplifier was too heavy, so he had no choice but to end the conversation. Raven immediately contacted Magneto and told Magneto all the news. After Magneto heard the news, he also realized the seriousness of the matter. There must be a reason for Professor X to say that. With this in mind, Magneto decided to take a closer look at Robert's health. If Robert will really die in a short time by then, it will prove that there is a problem with the machine and the plan must be postponed. What Magneto wants is a prosperous world that belongs to Mutant. If the plan continues, this machine will become a weapon, causing a large number of casualties. And when the time comes, what greets him will be an all-out war. Magneto knew that this was not a good time for an all-out confrontation. Mutant currently has a small number and weak strength. Some mutants were secretly captured, arrested for experiments, or imprisoned. Most of the mutants are hidden, careful not to be exposed. Definitely, Professor X also absorbed a large number of mutants. There are very few mutants who are willing to follow themselves and join Brotherhood. If this fights, Mutant will definitely suffer heavy damage, and he will not be able to achieve his goal. Moreover, Magneto cannot ignore the flaws that Professor X said. If there are flaws, your own plan will directly fall through. Definitely, it is not ruled out that this is Professor X's way of delaying time. Therefore, the plan must continue. It's just that we have to pay extra attention to this Robert. Once it really does what Professor X said, we can only postpone the plan. After improving the machine, move on to planning. Mystique Raven's mission still has to go on, that is to go to the Xavier Ability Academy and bring back the little rascal, Rax Hassa. Sooner or later, the plan must be carried out, and the ability of the little rascal is very important. Chapter 144 Wolverine and the Rascal. Sui is still staying here and doesn't intend to leave so early. When it came, it took a while. It's much easier to go back. In the blink of an eye, you can go home directly. Sui took the opportunity to invite Jean to go for a walk together. After a little hesitation for a while, Jean agreed. The two walked in the dusk, and the scenery of the manor was also extremely beautiful. Sui became more and more determined to buy a manor. Jean also took the initiative to chat about Sui's ability. Su, is your ability to predict the future? No, actually, my ability is to attract the opposite sex. Jean smiled lightly, not believing it. However, faced with this joke, Jean still chose to accept it. I feel your ability. And you, Jean, what's your ability? When it comes to her own ability, Jean has a low self-esteem. At Xavier Ability Academy, every student has their own ability. The school will also help them control their abilities while studying. The teachers in the school include Professor X, Cyclops, Storm, Beast, and Jean Grey. Several other people can control their abilities. Only Jean, who doesn't know much about her abilities, can't control them at all. My ability? Nothing special. It's just the ability to control a few items, and telepathy, which doesn't really work. Sui knew that Jean's ability was completely undeveloped. Professor X is a little afraid of the Phoenix Force inside the piano. Not only Professor X, Jean himself also has some hesitation and fear of this power. This has led to the ability and control of the piano to stay where it is, without much improvement. Professor X is not fully sure about the strength of the Phoenix Force, and neither is Sui. Otherwise, Sui took direct action to help Jean solve the problem. Sui was also thinking about whether to let the Ancient One Magician take action. Ancient One Magician, together with Professor X, even if the Phoenix Force really goes berserk, it might be able to suppress it. After much deliberation, Sui decided to wait. After a year and a half, when my own strength improves, there should be a way to solve the Phoenix Force. I can feel that you are unparalleled and have magical power. If you can develop this power, you will be unstoppable. You need to be more confident in yourself, and I will help you. Qin was encouraged and very happy. You really think so? Definitely. Sui can feel that she is only one step away from success. The only problem is that I don't have time. Next, I have to go to class, and there are many people around me, so I need to manage my time well. And here, Qin is considered to be in a long-distance relationship. What's more, there is also a Cyclops, as the official original, probably thinking about the piano. Sui and Qin strolled and sat down on the lawn. Su, when are you leaving? Maybe in a while, I'll have to go back. Sui comes and goes in a hurry. Qin feels very reluctant to let go. Sui also noticed this, so he continued to play the piano. So, before I leave, can you kiss me goodbye? Looking at Sui in front of her, Qin has completely fallen, unable to restrain herself. The two approached slowly and kissed goodbye in the setting sun. Sui didn't leave immediately, because at this moment, Cyclops and Storm came back. The two not only came back, but also brought back two people. One is a comatose Wolverine Logan, and the other is a mischievous Anna Marie. Sui and Qin noticed the movement, and Qin quickly moved over. Storm saw Qin appear, and decided to hand Wolverine to Qin to deal with. This guy has fainted and needs you to check. No problem. This guy is a bit heavy, let someone help you carry it to the medical room. Sui glanced at Wolverine, who was not as handsome as Wolverine, and immediately lost a lot of interest. He is an old monster close to 200 years old. He has a very strong self-healing ability. He will be fine. The coma is only temporary, and he will be fine after a night of sleep. Cyclops Scott also noticed Sui. This person is not from the academy. Just now, it seems that they appeared together with Qin, and the relationship between the two seems to be a little close. Scott demanded, full of hostility, "Who are you?" "I'm Professor Xavier's guest, Qin's friend, Sui." Scott immediately realized that something was wrong. For such a long time, he had never heard of Qin having any friends. "I have been pursuing Qin Grey, but the progress is slow." The sudden appearance of Sui made him feel a lot of pressure. Sui also comforted in her heart, "Brother, put on your hat, I will take good care of Qin." Seeing that there was no movement from the crowd, Sui simply directed, "Find an empty room, carry him in, and let him rest for a night." In the end, Qin came forward, "Carry it to the medical room first, let me check it briefly." Qin has already spoken, so Sui has no choice but to believe in Qin. Storm found two strong students and asked them to help carry Wolverine Logan inside. Qin was about to follow in, when she suddenly came to her senses. "You won't be leaving now, will you?" "I was planning to leave. They came back. I still have something to do. I need to discuss it with Professor X. Then I wait for you." "It is good." Scott couldn't bear it anymore, and after Qin walked away, he walked up to Sui. "What's your relationship with Qin?" Sui spread his hands together. "Friends, maybe we should be closer." Scott couldn't believe that he had been expressing his favor intentionally or unintentionally, but he couldn't compare to Sui. How is this possible? Sui was too lazy to talk to the other party, but focused on the little naughty. She also looks like a little beauty, with a naughty look. "Mary, let's go, I'll take you to see Professor X." Mary was a little surprised. "You know me?" "I don't know, I just know a little bit of your ability. You can contact others and absorb their abilities, right?" In fact, Little Naughty doesn't know it too well. After awakening ability, Little Naughty avoids contact with others. But there are still some unlucky ones who met Little Mischief. Then, go straight to the hospital. "I don't know, I just know that if I contact the other party will be miserable." Sui looked at Mary, who was still wearing gloves. "Take off the gloves, and try to absorb my ability." "What? No, in this way, you will be very dangerous." "It's okay, just give it a try. If there is danger, then just let go." Mary had some hesitation, but Sui's attitude was extremely firm. Scott couldn't stand it anymore. "I don't think you should make your own claims. We will take her to see the professor first before making a decision." Mary also hesitated and stopped taking off the gloves. Sui encouraged, "Trust me, it's fine." Mary finally took off her gloves and held out her hand. Without any hesitation, Sui gently grabbed Mary's hand. The moment the two hands touched, Mary's ability was triggered. Uncontrollably began to absorb Sui's ability, as well as energy. Chapter 145 Little Rascal and #039's ability. It can only be said that there is something about the naughty ability. In the comics, Little Rascal can steal the abilities and energy of many people at the same time. He has also absorbed Captain Marvel Carol's ability, which can fly, emit energy, and enhance his own quality. In the movie, the performance is much worse. It just almost took away Wolverine's self-healing factor and became a tool for Magneto. After that, there was the emotional entanglement with Iceman. Sui tried to use Infinite Devour to avoid the loss of energy, and found that it was really feasible. Even if Sui wants to devour the energy of the opponent, he can also plunder it. This Infinite Devour skill is indeed very powerful. Sui prevents the energy from being swallowed by the Little Rascal, which surprises the Little Rascal. His own ability didn't hurt Sui. This excited Little Rascal. Sui is that special existence, one cannot be afraid of her ability. "Are you okay? I feel it, you are not afraid of my ability." "Indeed so?" Sui didn't stop anymore. She wanted to let the Little Rascal continue to seize her energy, to see what the result would be. Little Naughty felt that he was stealing Sui's energy again, and suddenly became nervous. Sui comforted, "It's okay, I just want to see how much you can absorb. If you feel any abnormal changes in your body, just tell me, and I will stop immediately." Little Naughty doesn't understand Sui's purpose for doing this, but he can only choose to believe Sui. Storm and Cyclops saw this and didn't know whether to interrupt or not. Finally, Scott couldn't stay any longer. "I'll go to the professor first." Okay. Scott entered the castle alone, and immediately went to find Professor X. Not only to report the situation this time, but also to inquire about Sui's news. Sui's sudden appearance and being so close to Jean made Scott feel like an enemy. Enter Professor X's office. "Professor Scott, you guys did a great job on this mission." Scott also expressed his suspicions. "Magneto's people must have ulterior motives in arresting Wolverine. We must be careful." Professor X nodded. "I already know. Magneto intends to use machines to transform ordinary people into mutants. However, the burden of the machine has too much side effect on him. So, he grabbed the girl and made the girl start the machine instead of him." Scott immediately understood. "If we stop him this time, Magneto will definitely not give up. I know, you should pay more attention and take good care of her." "I see." After finishing his business, Scott had no intention of leaving. With a look of hesitation, Professor X could tell at a glance that there was a problem in Scott's heart. "You want to ask about the relationship between Sui and Jean, right?" "Yes, Professor." "Who the hell is he? Will Jean be hurt by him?" "He is the mysterious Spider-Man, and he came here this time for this purpose." Although it was the first time he and Jean met, Jean seemed to have a good impression of him. Scott knew Sui's identity, and knowing this, he felt unwilling. Professor X has always regarded Scott as his successor, even as his own son, so he naturally knows Scott's feelings for Jean Grey. At this moment, Sui, who suddenly appeared, was the first to capture her heart. It's normal for Scott to be unable to accept it for a while. "I don't believe it. I'm going to ask Jean to find out." Professor X was also very helpless. "Scott, you have to learn to accept it." Still unwilling to give up, Scott chose to leave and went to find Jean. Soon, Jean was found in the medical room. Jean had already checked Wolverine Logan's condition initially, and it seemed that she was fine. Just about to let the students carry Logan to the bedroom to rest. Just after leaving the medical room, Jean ran into Scott head-on. "Jean, what is your relationship with that Oriental man?" Scott's almost questioning tone made Jean feel dissatisfied. "Scott, what do you mean? Are you questioning me?" Scott calmed down a bit. "I'm just worried about you. I've always liked you, can't you feel it?" Faced with Scott's confession, Jean was also a little confused. "Sorry, Scott, I don't like you. With So, I am very relaxed and happy. You can't give me this feeling. Although I have only known him for a short time, I am sure that he is the more suitable person for me." Scott was speechless and wanted to continue to stay, but Jean had already turned and left. Scott looked at Jean's leaving back and could only accept this fact. And in front of the castle, Mary has been absorbing Sui's energy, and even gained Sui's ability. The reason why Sui dared to let Mary absorb it was also because of the existence of the system. After about 10 minutes, Mary felt that her body seemed to be unable to bear the force. There's a little too much energy, and I'm feeling a little sick." After hearing this, Sui decisively absorbed some more, and then let go of Mary's hand. Mary felt much better now. Feeling her powerful energy, Mary couldn't believe it. Sui is not afraid of her ability at all, even with so much energy absorbed, she is still fine. "How do you feel now? Do you have any special abilities? Such as flight, wind blade, teleportation?" Mary was also a little skeptical. "I'll try." Mary felt the energy in her body, felt her newfound ability, and was amazed. "It seems that I can really fly. Slowly float up, and then start a free flight in the air." However, Mary was not used to it because it was her first flight, so she almost had an accident. Finally, Sui flew up, put her arms around Mary, and landed slowly. The two landed safely, and Mary was still in Sui's arms, feeling extremely at ease. "I can fly. You can take other people's abilities. I guess, you should only temporarily share some of my abilities. Can you use other abilities?" Mary felt for a while, as if she didn't have any other abilities. "It seems that there are no other abilities. However, I feel that my strength and speed are much stronger. It's okay, but it doesn't seem to be as powerful as expected." It may be that Mary's physical fitness is relatively average, and she cannot bear such huge amounts of energy. Sui is also looking forward to the fact that Mary can take all of her energy and replicate many of her abilities. At that time, Mary will also be extremely powerful, and she should be able to obtain a lot of destiny points. "Not bad, but your ability has not been developed to the extreme. If you develop it to the extreme, you should be able to retain the ability forever." Mary left the family because of ability awakening. He has been wandering outside, lonely, hungry, and without a fixed place to live. Today, however, Mary feels at home. Storm told her that there are all mutants here, no one will discriminate against her, and she can live and study here. So Mary looked forward to it. As soon as she arrived here, Mary met Sui. Sui is not afraid of her abilities people at all, moreover, she is very handsome. This made Mary look forward to living here even more, but she didn't know at the moment that Sui was not from here at all. Chapter 146 Sui and #039's suggestion. The naughty ability is still very good and has great potential. Sui also gained some fate points from the system, but unfortunately not many. It should be that little rascal does not have the ability permanently, but only temporarily obtained Sui's flight ability, so the rewards are not many fate points. If you get the ability permanently, you will definitely gain more. Sui is not greedy, take her time. As little rascal gradually develops and enhances his ability, he will definitely be able to absorb his own energy and gain some ability permanently. Sui's task for today is almost done. There are still a few things left that are nothing more than spoilers for Wolverine's experience. Find a way to gain a few confidant friends here. There was no rush for these, so Sui decided to go see Professor X again, and went back first. Mary, live here well, I still have something to do, I have to see Professor X, and then go back first. Mary was a little puzzled, don't you live here? Definitely not, I'm in the free capital. Mary was very disappointed, unexpectedly, Sui was so far away. As a result, my expectations seemed to be in vain. Sui added, if I have time, I will come here often. Sui was going to meet Professor X, Mary, and Storm also dropped by. Several people went to see Professor X together. Professor X is also thinking about one of the things Sharon proposed, teaming up with S.H.I.E.L.D. and even joining the Avengers. They are all mutants, and they all have super abilities. If they join, the Avengers will definitely be stronger than ever. However, Professor X is still in hesitation. It's hard to say how common people accept mutant. Superheroes like Sui who often do good deeds are opposed and resisted. Counselor Robert proposed to eliminate all mutants, that is, to solve all super ability users, and it also received the support of many people. There have also been some speculations on the internet that Robert's disappearance is suspected to be related to the super ability. As a result, it immediately aroused many people's fear of people with super abilities. These people began to openly oppose super ability people, and the number is increasing. If it continues like this, it will get bigger and bigger. Once being led by someone with ulterior motives, it is not a good thing for all superpowers. Professor X is worrying about this. The situation of Mutant has always been very bad. Some people arrested Mutant for experiments, and some people arrested a lot of Mutant and imprisoned them. Now, Mutant's reputation has deteriorated, which has a great impact. Cooperating with S.H.I.E.L.D. and joining the Avengers Alliance is one way. Eric's behavior will only lead humans and mutants to the opposite. Although we temporarily stopped him, he will not give up. Beast Hank also made suggestions on the sidelines. As a high IQ talent, Beast even entered the political circle as a mutant in a certain movie and became an important official. There have been a lot of comments condemning Mutant on the internet. If it continues, it will be very unfavorable to our situation. Professor X also had an idea, we can cooperate with them, but, not join them, but ourselves, in the name of Mutant. What do you think, Hank? I'm not sure. After all, we are far away from the city, but we don't have many opportunities to show up. The two were discussing and sensed the arrival of Sui and others. When Professor X saw Sui, he became more and more curious about Sui's ability. In particular, Sui can predict the future, which makes Professor X look forward to it, expecting that Sui can point out a clear way for Mutant. Mr. So, I'm ready to go back, definitely, I have the teleportation ability, and I may come here often. You are always welcome here. Before Sui left, he reminded, Magneto will not give up easily, and he will continue to find ways to catch the little rascal. So, be careful of Mystique. Professor X understood what Sui meant. Magneto is going to send Mystique to take the little rascal. With Mystique Raven's ability, he can easily enter and exit many dangerous places. This place, even the place where Raven grew up, is extremely familiar. It's really easy to take away the little rascal here. I'll keep an eye on Raven. There is one more thing about Wolverine Logan. I will come again tomorrow and tell him about his life experience and origin. I need your help to let him stay here temporarily. No problem. Professor X was very kind, and Sui's work was almost finished. Next, after saying goodbye to the two beauties, one big and one small, he can go back first. At this moment, Professor X stopped Sui. Mr. So, you have the ability to predict the future. I want to know, what can you see about the future of Mutant? Mutant's fate, Sui is really hard to say. Whether it's comics or movies, I like to play reboots. As a result, Sui didn't know either. One thing's for sure, though, and that's that life won't be easy for Mutant. Unless, Professor X makes a change. Everyone present looked at Sui, hoping that Sui could tell some good news. I don't know either. There are many variables about your future. The future is in your hands. The key is, how do you do it? Professor X was a little disappointed, Sui didn't say anything useful. So, Mr. Su thinks, what should we do? Sui was a little surprised that famous professors, some of the smartest people in the world, actually asked him for advice. Professor X, this is for the future of Mutant. Sui didn't refuse either. After all, Sui already regards Jean as her own. Like Magneto, always regard mutant and ordinary people as hostile, it must not work. Definitely, like you, it's not okay to compromise. Sui directly denied the two major forces of Mutant, and Cyclops Scott was immediately unhappy. Originally, Scott was very upset when Sui took the lead and intercepted Grey. Now, hearing Sui's high-spirited talk and negating Professor X's efforts, Scott could no longer bear it. You don't know about Mutant at all, and you don't know what the professor paid for Mutant. Sui didn't object and just continued to speak her own words. A great man once said that if you seek peace through struggle, you will live peacefully. If you seek peace through compromise, you will perish peacefully. I don't mean to ask you to use force like Magneto. Military force, most of the time, is not the best option. You need to pay attention to strategy, you need to expand your influence and gain the support of more people. Professor X humbly asked for advice, how to get more people's support. The X-Men project is a good one, it can create a positive image. Or, some of you can go into politics and improve your voice. Hank is a good choice. There is another way, you can seek justice for Mutant's tragic experience. There are many righteous people who will support you, and many caring people who will sympathize with you. These methods have advantages and disadvantages, you can figure it out. Chapter 147 I Feel It. Sui made some suggestions to Professor X, which must be useful in theory. After all, the exposure of someone like Wilhelm Stryker would definitely cause an uproar. As for whether Professor X will take such an approach, Chen Chuan is not sure. After Sui, Jean Grey, and Little Rascal said goodbye, they were ready to leave. Sharon has been waiting for Sui. You are finally willing to leave, I thought you planned to stay. Good idea, do you want to stay together? Does Sharon know that Sui is a playboy? Facing Sui's flirting skills at this moment, she is unmoved. It's time to go, use your teleportation ability to take me back. What about the plane? Someone is responsible. Sui didn't intend to waste any more time, it was indeed time to go back. Sui stretched out her hand, but Sharon didn't refuse, she just held Sui's hand lightly, so that she could teleport back. Seeing how lively Sharon was, Sui gently pulled Sharon into her arms. Sharon knew that Sui must have done it on purpose. However, it was just a hug, and Sharon didn't mind. Can we go? Definitely can. Sharon doesn't like her very much, so Sui chooses enough and not too much. In a teleport, Sui brought Sharon back to the villa. Wanda and Pietro were very surprised to see Sui appearing suddenly. In particular, Sui also has a beautiful woman in her arms. Pietro suddenly exclaimed, Wanda, look, I told you, he is a playboy, you have to stay away from him. Wanda was very helpless and did not speak. He just folded his hands on his chest and looked at Sui with interest, as if he was waiting for Sui's explanation. Sui also hid his knife with a smile. Pietro, you should know that I am standing in front of you right now. Sharon reminded out of time, you should know that you have reached your destination. You can let me go now, I have to go home. Sui let go of her hand with a little regret. Goodbye, Sharon. Bye. Sharon didn't intend to get involved in other things at all, and left in a cool way. Seeing Wanda's appearance, Sui didn't panic at all. Wanda, don't you trust Pietro? It's just a normal protection for teleportation. Although Wanda has never been in a relationship, she also sees through Sui. In other words, Sharon is a beautiful woman, so Sui must have wanted to take advantage of her to be so close. When teleporting before, Sui put his arm around Wanda and grabbed Pietro's shoulder with the other to complete the teleportation. It's none of my business, Pietro, it's time for dinner. Sui asked cheekily, do you mind having one more? Pietro refused decisively, we don't have your share. Wanda also didn't intend to keep Sui. It's getting late, I think you should go back too. Wanda must be jealous and angry, Sui thinks that she should explain it to Wanda. However, not now. Now that there is a light bulb like Pietro, it is very inappropriate. Sui decided to wait until night before teleporting over quietly to avoid Pietro, the light bulb. That's right, it's getting late, I have to leave. Good night, Wanda. Pietro, take care of Wanda. After Sui said goodbye to the two, he teleported back home. My own home is still quite lively now. Gwen, Hannah, and Liz are preparing dinner. It seems that Hannah's technique is not that good, and it's a bit of a hindrance. As a result, the three of them seemed a little messed up. Sui appeared. Girls, it seems that you are a bit busy. Seeing Sui appear, Hannah didn't ask much. You are finally back, you have to help me. Hannah's slightly pleading eyes, no matter who it is, can't refuse. Sui took the initiative to say, leave it to me. Sui joined in the dinner preparation, the three of them worked together, and the speed was much faster. Has Kylan not come back yet? Hannah stood aside with her hands on the dining table. Not yet? Both Betty and Kylan like their jobs very much, so they are also very involved. It's normal to come back later. Today, it is estimated that it will be the same. Seeing that the family is harmonious and that everyone gets along very well, Sui feels very relieved. However, there will be more people in the future, and Sui is not sure whether they can maintain such harmony. With Sui's help, dinner was prepared in no time. Several people had dinner together, and Gwen also asked about Sui's whereabouts today. Sui briefly mentioned something about Wanda, and brought the topic to Mutant Academy. Several people are very puzzled, there are still mutants in this world? The number of mutants is not very large, and many mutants were arrested and injured. Most of them tried to hide and did not show their faces. Coupled with the official blockade, ordinary people don't know the existence of Mutant at all. If it weren't for Robert, Mutant should have disappeared in this world for a while. Robert mentioned Mutant, the reason is also very simple. It is because of superheroes and super abilities that have brought uneasiness to many people. This caused his popularity to drop. Therefore, Robert put forward the slogan of clearing Mutant, hoping to gain support and help him rise to power. As a result, he was taken away by Magneto before he took the position. Now, Robert's life has entered the countdown. After dinner, Sui planned to find some time to explain to Wanda. When the time was right, Sui teleported quietly to Wanda's room. Sui also has rich experience in climbing windows. Sui climbed through the windows of Gwen's house, Mary Jane's house, and Betty's house. This time, it quietly appeared in Wanda's bedroom. Wanda was wrapped in a bathrobe and her hair was still a little wet. Sui's sudden appearance made Wanda extremely alert and almost cast a spell directly. However, after seeing it was Sui, Wanda relaxed. How did you come? Sui originally wanted to explain the matter with Sharon, but when it came to the present, Sui changed her words. I just think we still have unfinished business during the day. Wanda was a little puzzled. Is there? Sui got closer. The two of them were close in front of their eyes. Wanda could clearly perceive Sui's heartbeat. Wanda, there is no such light bulb as Pietro. I have something to say to you. Wanda is extremely hesitation at the moment. This opening remark, Wanda has already guessed what Sui is going to say. To agree or not, that is the question. Sui hugged Wanda lightly. Fate is so wonderful that I met you, such an incredible you. I want to give you a warm home, and I want you to feel happy every day in the future. It's like a sitcom, full of joy and happiness. Sui's promise obviously touched the softest part of Wanda's heart, and it is also Wanda's deepest expectation. Wanda's mood was a little complicated and excited, and the energy in her body seemed to be unsteady. Sui was a little worried about Wanda's situation. Wanda, are you okay? Wanda said inexplicably, I feel it, I feel your heart. Chapter 148 Telepathy Ability. Sui could feel that Wanda's origin magic power was awakening again due to emotional fluctuations. Wanda's origin magic power is extremely powerful, and it can display extraordinary combat power when the mood fluctuates greatly. In the movie, it's very obvious. Because of Pietro's death, the energy in Wanda exploded, directly crushing many robots. In the Avengers Alliance 3, Wanda, encouraged by Vision, destroyed the Mind Gem while facing Thanos alone. In the Avengers Alliance 4, the resurrected Wanda almost tore Thanos. In addition, Wanda modified the reality of Westview Town by herself, and asked the whole town to accompany her to act and play house. Definitely, also bloodbathed the Illuminati of the parallel world. Although the plot is a bit too outrageous, Wanda's ability is undoubtedly powerful. In the comics, Wanda's abilities are even more exaggerated. In the family event, Wanda was extremely sad because of the loss of her child, and just saying no or didn't directly erased most mutant abilities. Even, it may affect the multi-universe. Now, because of her happiness, Wanda is awakening again and has gained a new ability. Can you perceive my heart? It seems to be okay, I can sense some. Sui is not worried that Wanda is spying on her heart, but rather happy. Try. Wanda didn't refuse, and the red energy appeared in her hand, which was the energy of origin magic power. With both hands on Sui's sides, a little bit of energy enters Sui's mind. Wanda began to perceive Sui's heart. However, Sui's spiritual energy is indeed very strong. When the energy of origin magic power entered Sui's head, Sui's own spiritual energy immediately sensed this foreign energy and repelled it very much. Wanda's origin magic power energy was repelled, so the induction was not successful. I failed, your spirit is too strong, I can't accurately perceive it yet. However, just now, I perceived your love. Sui gently stroked Wanda's tender face, and said Wanda's classic lines, I feel you. Wanda replied affectionately, me too. Sui's plan to sneak in was very successful. When Wanda was confused, let Wanda feel the warmth and happiness of the family, and successfully entered Wanda's heart. Finally, Wanda was successfully cut off. Sui recalled Wanda's experience, the words beautiful, strong, and miserable are the most appropriate. Childhood misfortune, and lost his only relative Pietro. I even fell in love with the robot Vision. Worst of all, even Vision was killed. Sui gently stroked Wanda's hair. Wanda's future has changed, it will definitely not be so miserable. I promised myself that I would never break my promise to give Wanda a happy family. The system gave another reminder that it was time to harvest. This is another huge harvest after the Thor incident. Scarlet Witch Wanda is worthy of being one of the top battle forces of the Avengers Alliance, and the rewards are extremely rich. 1.2 million destiny points. Thor didn't reward so many fate points, did he? Maybe it's Wanda's fate, it's changed completely. With Sui, Wanda will not fall in love with Vision in the future, there will be no Westview Town incident, and there will be no Wanda's search for relatives. In this way, it seems quite reasonable. What really amazed Sui was the bonus. Additional bonus, telepathy ability. Telepathy ability has always been a relatively broad term. Take Professor X as an example. To be precise, it is telepathy and mind control ability. There are many ways to use ability. The telepathy ability rewarded by the system is not simple. The weakest is the ability to sense the other party's emotions and some vague thoughts. The stronger the mental ability, the more exaggerated the telepathy ability will be. Sui now has LV7 mental power and can directly communicate with others. It is more appropriate to be able to clearly sense the thinking and memory of the target, or to read. If Sui's mental ability is stronger, he can even tamper with other people's thoughts and memories. Overall, this ability is very powerful. Sui is quite satisfied with this ability. Seeing Wanda sleeping beside her, Sui decided to practice with Wanda. Wanda is resting at the moment, her mind is full of chaos, and she doesn't have any thoughts. However, Sui reads Wanda's memories over the years. When I was a child, I lived a happy life despite embarrassment. The grief of the day a family member died, and the despair of facing the crisis of death. Wandering together with Pietro, struggling to survive. Hate for Tony Stark. There is also the change of Wanda after I appeared. Sui saw it all, and felt it from Wanda's perspective. This kind of feeling made Sui love Wanda even more. Sui bent down and kissed Wanda lightly on the forehead. Good night, Wanda. Have a good dream. Sui also gradually fell asleep until the next morning. As soon as Sui opened his eyes, he saw Wanda. This kind of life can only be said to be extremely happy. Good morning, Wanda. Good morning, dear. There was a happy smile on Wanda's beautiful face. However, Sui felt that Wanda's smile seemed a little strange. Why are you looking at me like that? I feel it, you seem to read my memory. Sui didn't deny it, just pulled Wanda into her arms. Last night, I also awakened a bit of telepathy's ability, so I used it on you. Wanda was slightly angry. It's not fair, I can't feel you, but you read my memory while I was resting. Sui comforted, you can always feel me, my love for you will always be there. If you also want to read my memory, I think you can try it. I have awakening ability, so I should be able to control the power. This time, it shouldn't stop you. Wanda was very happy, like a little girl. I'm going to try. Wanda was extremely attentive, and the power of origin magic power invaded Sui's mind. Sure enough, this time, there was no obstacle. Wanda read Sui's memory. It's just that Wanda read part of it. Wanda immediately withdrew her strength, ending the memory reading. Wanda, have you read my love for you? Wanda was very upset. I read it. It's not just me, there are many people. Sui feigned surprise. No way. You feel it again. Wanda is unwilling to read the memory anymore. Seeing Sui's intimate memory with other women, Wanda will inevitably still be jealous. No, I don't want to. Sui had no choice but to express it with actions. It took a while. After Sui comforted the jealous Wanda, Sui was about to leave. Wanda, I have to go. Remember, I will always love you and I will always feel your love. Sui was about to leave. Wanda also said goodbye affectionately. Me too. Chapter 149 Harry and #039's invitation. Sui teleported home, washed up, had breakfast, and set off for school with Gwen. Sui and Gwen walked across the campus and came straight to the classroom. Sui doesn't have much interest in school clubs. Before time traveling, Sui joined the school club in college, which was a waste of time. The school club here may be a little better. However, it didn't appeal to Sui either. Isn't participating in club activities just to pass the leisure time, make friends, and meet girls? Sui is too busy to manage time now, so there is no need to participate. The class officially started, the professor gave lectures on it, and Sui taught himself on the bottom. This knowledge can easily be learned in 10 minutes. The current Sui has an intelligence of LV7, and has dabbled in many subjects. Although not the top in every aspect, at least the basic aspects are very good. What Sui is studying now is the knowledge of quantum mechanics. After one class, Sui learned a lot. Quantum mechanics is really complicated. Sui studies hard, on the one hand, to improve her intelligence. On the other hand, it is also to make preparations for finding Dr. Pym in the future. The university courses are indeed very easy. It's no wonder that the protagonists of many SLG games that Sui played before time travel can manage time well. After class, the school also became lively. Sui and Gwen didn't stay together for too long, and Gwen was going to study in the library. Sui thought about it for a while, and there was nothing to do today, so she went to study with Gwen. After class, Peter was also very busy and was found by his good friend Harry Osborn. Peter. Harry, do you have anything to do with me? Harry had something to do with Peter definitely. Have you joined the club yet? Oh nope. Harry smiled and said, you're still the same as ever, a nerd. Just studying is useless, and you can't find a girlfriend either. I joined the school's elite club. Soon, the club will hold a dance. Are you interested in joining us? Peter wasn't interested in proms or anything. What's more, I don't have a dance partner. However, Harry Osborn was his friend, and his hospitality was hard to deny. This made Peter look very embarrassed. Harry didn't know this, and thought Peter was just shy. Peter, be bold. I tell you, we're going to invite a lot of hot girls, and you might find your true love. Harry's invitation made it difficult for Peter to refuse. Okay, I will participate. Seeing that Peter agreed, Harry also began to express his true intentions. Peter, where are your two friends? You invite them to join us. Just going to the prom, Peter didn't think much of it. Moreover, Peter still had a lot of trust in Harry, and he didn't think Harry had any bad intentions. I'll invite them, but I'm not sure they'll say yes. Peter, I believe in you, you can definitely invite them. After Peter was complimented, I'll do my best. After Harry got Peter's answer, he looked very happy. The elite club is a club formed by the rich second generation of the school. The criteria for entering the community is also very simple, that is, to see if the family has money. This club also has a long history, and it has been developed until now, becoming a channel for the rich second generation to socialize and expand their contacts. The purpose of Harry Osborn inviting Peter was also for Sui and Gwen. From the first moment he saw Gwen, Harry fell in love with Gwen. And Sui, in Harry's eyes, is not worth mentioning at all. Inviting Sui and Gwen to the dance is just to make things happen. Show your financial power, beat Sui, and find a way to steal Gwen away. Harry was extremely confident. With his identity, there was no reason why he couldn't compare to an Oriental man. After Harry left, Peter had no choice but to ask Sui with information. Sui and Gwen were studying in the library, and just as they sat down, Sui received a message from Peter. Sui was taken aback when she saw Peter's message. Prom. In Sui's mind, the arrogance of the bully when he danced immediately appeared. Throwing away this thought, Sui felt a little puzzled. Peter, doesn't he seem to be the kind of person who likes dancing? Maybe it's because Peter has no pressure in life now, and the task of superhero is relatively easy, so he can enjoy it. After all, in comics, villains can never be wiped out. After hitting one, another one pops up. If you catch one, you may be afraid to escape 2 or 3. In this world, the villains who were captured are now well locked up, and it is not so easy to escape. Because of the efforts of Peter, Daredevil, and law enforcement officers like George, the number of gangsters on the street is also slowly decreasing. Peter is not as busy as in the movie, which is normal. Sui still took the opportunity to ask Peter, and then learned that it was Harry Osborn's idea. Harry Osborn, what's the idea of inviting Peter, and me and Gwen? Sui couldn't figure it out for the time being, but no matter what Harry had in mind, Sui was not afraid at all. Even if his father Norman Osborn comes, Sui is not afraid, let alone him. Sui moved closer to Gwen and talked in a low voice. Gwen, what's wrong? Peter's friend, Harry Osborn is going to invite us to a club dance, do you want to attend? Gwen's attitude towards the prom is mediocre. If it's a class reunion with some acquaintances, it's more interesting. They were all strangers, and then went to socialize, but Gwen didn't have much interest. Definitely, there is also a reason for Sui. Gwen still remembers Sui's operation at the last class reunion. This time Sui attended the prom, maybe she was attracted by hot girls again. Are you interested in going to the dance? Normally, I'd rather watch a movie with you, or study for a while. However, Peter's friend Harry Osborn invited us, and he seems to have some plans. Sui briefly stated his guess, and Gwen was a little unconvinced. Are you thinking too much? Perhaps. You decide, Gwen. Gwen hesitated for a while. You can also participate. Then I replied to Peter and said, we will participate. Okay. The news that the two agreed to come down soon reached Harry. Harry was extremely excited when he received the news. He was worried that Sui and Gwen would refuse, so he would not be able to implement the plan. Now, both Sui and Gwen will be there, and when the time comes, it's time to watch their own performance. With this in mind, Harry decided to plan more carefully. Picking up the phone, he contacted Martin Jefferson, the current president of Elite Society, the grandson of oil tycoon Musk Jefferson. Senior Jefferson, I'm Harry Osborn, and I'd like to ask you to do me a favor. My pleasure. Chapter 150 Spoiler Wolverine. Sui didn't know what Harry was planning. However, no matter what plans the other party has, Sui is not worried. If he is ignorant, then Sui has no choice but to throw some ashes into his eyes. Sui and Gwen were studying at school, and it was almost time before they chose to go home. Sui has one more thing to do today. Go to the Xavier Ability Academy again, talk to the girls about life, and spoil Wolverine's experience by the way. For some reason, Wolverine lost her past memory. While wandering, he is also looking for the memories of the past and himself. Professor X's ability helped Wolverine recall part of her memory, but it was still very vague. Sui has a good impression of Wolverine. Although this Wolverine doesn't look like Wolverine, Sui still intends to help out and get a wave of fate points by the way. After saying goodbye to the beauties at home, Sui teleported out of the castle. Sui's appearance was very abrupt, but it was not unacceptable to Mutant Academy. What happened yesterday also made Sui a celebrity here. When Sui came here, he didn't stay too long, and aimed directly at Professor X. Professor X was not surprised by Sui's appearance. You came. I'm here to see Wolverine Logan. He shouldn't have left yet. Professor X said with a smile. He hasn't left yet. He is very interested in his past. I helped him recall the fragments, but he still can't recall all the content. He knows that you know his past, so he is looking forward to meeting you. Sui didn't intend to waste any more time, and went directly to the topic. With the Wolverine thing done, I can still date Jean Grey. After waiting for a while, Professor X sent someone to find Logan. Logan is drinking a bottle of ice soda at the moment, because there is really no alcohol in the academy. Looking at Sui, Logan was not polite. You are the one who knows about my past. You look a little young. Wolverine Logan has a bohemian temperament. Sui was not angry either. If you don't believe me, you don't have to listen. Logan also chose to endure it temporarily, found a chair and sat down. You can start now. Sui didn't want to waste time, and directly started to tell Wolverine's life experience. Logan, you were born in the 18th century, in the home of a rich man in Maple Leaf Country. When you were young, you were weak and sickly. During one illness, you discovered that your parents were arguing with the gardener, and your father was killed by the gardener. In anger, you stretched out your bone claws and killed the gardener. You didn't know until the gardener died that the gardener was your real father. Your mother saw you as a monster, you were overwhelmed and ran away from home. On the way, you were taken away by your half-brother, Victor, and from then on, the two lived together. You have participated in many battles together, because of your super self-healing ability. You are not afraid of death. However, in battle after battle, Victor becomes more brutal and bloodthirsty, like a beast, while you retain some humanity. In one battle, Victor killed civilians and even his superiors. You were arrested and executed by shooting. You didn't die, though, but were recruited by Wilhelm Stryker. Wilhelm Stryker led your mutant team on many missions. The last task is to find adamantium. Since then, you parted ways with the others, became anonymous, became an ordinary lumberjack, and even had a girlfriend. Security is always short, and one day Wilhelm Stryker found you. Not only Stryker, Victor also found you and brutally killed your girlfriend. You are so angry that you want to seek revenge on Victor, but you are not your opponent. In the end, you chose to join Stryker's Weapon X program, injecting adamantium into your body and becoming what you are today. Logan listened quietly, and some images flashed in his mind. Logan remembered Wilhelm Stryker, remembered the name of his girlfriend Kayla. Also, that story Kayla told herself, Wolverine's story. Because of that story, I have that necklace. Recalling the scene of Kayla being killed, Logan exploded with anger and almost lost control. Victor, I remember. Seeing that Logan was furious and ready to fight Victor to the death, Sui interrupted Logan. Are you sure you want to leave now? Don't you want to know about Kira's life or death? Logan calmed down. Kayla is still alive? I remember, I saw her die in front of me. At that time, she did not die. Logan was so excited that he almost grabbed Sui's clothes. Is she still alive? Listen quietly, or leave. Logan hesitated for a while, but calmed down. Sui continued to narrate, telling Wolverine's story. You successfully completed the experiment, but Stryker planned to erase your memory, so you escaped from the experiment base. When I passed a farm, I was briefly taken in by a couple of farmers. However, Stryker sent someone to kill the couple, and you also succeeded in killing the pursuers and escaped the pursuit. Afterwards, you searched for old teammates to inquire about the news, and prepared to take revenge on your big brother Victor. You have received a piece of news. It turns out that Victor and Stryker are in the same group. Their purpose is to let you voluntarily accept the experiment and become a weapon. Eventually, you made your way to Stryker's secret base and met the dead Kayla. It turns out that Kira is also a mutant, and her ability is to influence and even control the other party through contact. Because my sister was caught by Stryker, she had no choice but to work for Stryker and monitor you. Her suspended animation was because of her ability, which affected your judgment. In the final battle, you and Victor defeated Stryker's secret weapon, destroyed the experimental base, and rescued many mutants. Just before leaving, you found Stryker and were about to kill him. Shot in the head with a bullet he made of adamantium and lost his memory. Kayla was killed by Stryker. Kayla had the opportunity to use ability to make Stryker commit suicide, but she passed up the opportunity. Logan remembered that the woman in front of his eyes was his beloved, his girlfriend Kira. However, I lost my memory, even without hesitation, and left the scene. This is roughly what you experienced before you lost your memory. Wolverine Logan was filled with pain and anger after hearing about her early life. Painful because of losing Kayla. The anger, of course, was because of Victor and Stryker. Sui's spoiler is done, and it's paid off. Logan, remember what Kayla told you, you're not a beast. Chapter 151 Burning Man John and hashtag 039's jealousy. Sui's spoiler task has been completed, and next, whether Logan intends to seek revenge on Stryker or stay, it has nothing to do with him. With Logan's character, the possibility of staying is unlikely. Logan's heart has no destination, so it cannot be settled down. Unless, Logan really calls this place home. Sui leaves the office and is going to chat with Jean Grey about her life and her ideals. The cute little naughty girl stood impressively at the door. Little Rascal was entertaining and relaxing with his companions. When he heard that Sui was coming, he immediately ran over and waited outside Professor X's office. Seeing Sui, he seemed a little embarrassed. Hi Sue. Hello, Anna. How are you doing? Are you still adapting to life here? Anna was very happy. Everyone is very friendly, and I have made several new friends. Anna has been wandering around since awakening ability. Because of his younger age and his inability to control his own ability, he is worse than Logan. Now that she has settled down, Anna is naturally very happy. Looks like you're doing pretty well. Anna asked curiously, are you leaving now? I tried to practice flight, but I still can't control it well. Can you teach me? The ability that Anna obtained from Sui will not disappear in a short time. I don't have any skills, just practice more. Anna was a little disappointed. Then, can you practice with me for a while? Seeing Anna's lost look, Sui couldn't refuse. However, my primary goal is Jean Grey. Definitely can. Let's go practice now. Anna pulled Sui and was about to practice flight outside the castle. The two walked through the corridor and were about to go out when they went down the stairs, when they met a boy head-on. This boy was playing with a lighter, he looked cool, and he looked like he was #1 in the world. Seeing Anna and Sui leave, Fireman John showed a somewhat provocative look. Sui appeared here yesterday, because of flight ability, she shined. Not only that, Sui also has a good relationship with the beauty Anna, which makes John even more dissatisfied. Seeing the two leaving the castle, John followed immediately. Sui and Anna came to the lawn in front of the castle, and Anna was about to practice flight. However, Anna didn't dare to fly too high, she just flew close to the ground and flew very slowly. Sui watched from the side, ready to give a word of encouragement. If something goes wrong, he will save others by himself. Pyro John watched this scene from afar, feeling jealous. Sui also heard the existence of Pyro John. Seeing the other person's appearance, and also likes to play with lighters, Sui immediately knew the identity of this person. Pyro from Academy X, who eventually chose to join Magneto. In the movie, this kid seems to be interested in Anna. Originally wanted to show a wave of operations, but was destroyed by Iceman. This kid seems to be here. Could it be that he likes Anna? Sui can also understand. Here are all mutants, most of them are not too old. Anna was around his age, both adults. Moreover, Anna is indeed quite beautiful. At this age, it is normal to be attracted to beautiful women. Pyro John walked over with aggressive steps. You are also a mutant. Is your ability the flight? It doesn't seem to be useful at all. Sui didn't want to pay attention to this ruffian boy. They think they are invincible, but in reality they lack education and beatings. Seeing that Sui didn't take himself seriously, John became even angrier. The lighter made a flame, and then used his ability to control the small flame. Under John's control, from a small cluster of flames, it turned into a fireball. See, this is my ability. Anna saw in the air that John seemed to be trying to trouble Sui, and she became anxious. Immediately landed beside Sui and rushed in front of Sui. John, what are you doing? It's nothing, I just want to see his ability. Unfortunately, this Oriental looks like a coward. Sui sighed, young people these days are really young and energetic. However, Hua Qiang is right, if you are not arrogant, you are still called a young man? But the one in front of him is obviously a little ignorant, and lacks the beatings of the society. Do you want to challenge me? Let's talk about breaking this energy barrier. Sui waved his hand and formed an energy barrier. When John saw Sui's ability, he was not afraid at all. The fireball in his hand became even bigger and smashed directly towards Sui. Huge amounts of flames lit up the night sky a little. This situation immediately attracted the attention of some people. The teachers and students noticed the situation outside the castle one after another. Seeing the big fireball, they thought the college was under attack. What happened? Could it be someone attacked? Go back to the room immediately and enter the secret room. The students were not too flustered. This situation has been simulated and practiced many times. As a mutant, this is the last paradise. However, Professor X also prepared for the worst. If one day, I and these teachers cannot protect the students well, then we must transfer the students as soon as possible. Storm and the others sensed the commotion outside and rushed outside immediately. All I saw was that John was attacking the barrier in front of Sui frantically, but it had no effect at all. Storm flew down, and stopped John before he landed. Enough, John, what are you doing? Anna immediately complained, I don't know what kind of nerves he has, it seems that he is very hostile to Sui, and even launched an attack. Storm knew Sui's true identity. If Sui wanted to do something, I'm afraid John would have already laid down. Scott didn't like Sui very much, you have caused a lot of trouble here. If it's okay, you'd better leave as soon as possible. Sui is not afraid of Scott at all. Did I cause the trouble? Or, did he provoke it? Your task should be to educate him well, let him learn to control his temper and ability. Instead, let him use ability to trouble me, or even hurt innocent people. Like him, if you think you are invincible, you will have a big problem. Scott still wanted to argue, and Jean Grey showed up. Scott, that's enough. John, we taught you to control the ability, not for you to use it to hurt innocent people. You must apologize. John calmed down. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have shot you. I don't care. After all, you can't hurt me. However, next time you attack someone else, you might be caught as a bad guy. John was still a little unconvinced. Jean Grey continued, John, the professor wants to see you. I see. Jean Grey also came to apologize. I'm sorry, Sue, we failed to educate him well. It's not your fault. It should be that he was a little jealous when he saw me with Anna. Just like him, he seemed to be jealous of me. Sui looked at Scott, and Jean Grey also heard what Scott said to Sui just now. Facing Jean's eyes, Scott was a little ashamed and nervous, and immediately explained, Jean, I'm not. You should not explain to me, but apologize to Sue. I'm sorry, but I do envy your relationship with Jean. Chapter 152 Obtaining the ability permanently. Sui never expected that Anna would be so charming. Just came here for a day, and John the Pyro was attracted. So much so that Pyro John got jealous and started a fight. Sui calmed down and thought about it, and he could understand. One is the age issue. The second is the personality of Burning John. Poppy Iceman wouldn't be so reckless. Sui noticed that Poppy Iceman was indeed nearby. However, he had just arrived nearby, and before he could stop him, Storm and others came. With teachers like Storm coming forward, he doesn't need to make a move for the time being. If he had come early, he would have made an early move to stop Pyro's reckless behavior. John was taken directly to Professor X by Storm because of his recklessness. Using ability to attack others is not allowed. Even if Professor X is not punishing, education is absolutely indispensable. Sui was not interested in what happened to Burning John, and focused on Anna and Grey. When Jean sees Sui and Anna together, she also knows that Sui is helping Anna practice and control her abilities. Anna's ability comes from Sui. With Sui's help, she can indeed master ability faster. After John was taken away, the surrounding students also left one after another. Anna, Chin, and I still have something to talk about, so let's stop today's practice. You have practiced very well, and you will be able to master ability soon. Seeing Sui and Chin leave, Anna originally wanted to keep her. However, seeing that Sui and Chin are extremely close, it is easy to guess that the relationship between the two is unusual. I have no choice but to bother the two of them. Anna could only look at the backs of the two of them, lost alone. It turns out that So likes teacher Chin. Ms. Chin is very beautiful, and So is also a good person. They are a good match. Anna was very disappointed, but seeing the two walking, Anna was very unwilling. I wanted to leave, but my footsteps seemed to be disobedient, so Anna couldn't help but keep up with the two of them. Looking at Sui and Chin Hua, you and me, Anna can only observe secretly. After chatting with Chin, Sui sent Chin back to the castle. Sui had already noticed Anna's behavior of secretly observing from behind. Now, after sending Chin back to the castle, he can also deal with Anna who is following behind. Sui teleported and disappeared in place. Anna looked at Sui's disappearing figure and was very disappointed. What the hell am I doing? Why would I do this? So and teacher Chin are lovers, I shouldn't think too much about it. Anna accepted this fact and was about to go back to rest. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared behind Anna. What do you think too much? The sudden sound coming from behind made Anna jump. What? Following the sound, he suddenly turned around. Turning around, I saw Sui's face. Didn't you go back? Seeing Anna's slightly nervous expression, Sui couldn't help but smile. I was going to go back, but I found that someone was watching me from behind. I thought it was some bad guy. Anna was caught and appeared, flustered, unable to think of a reason to explain. I suppressed forward step by step, and Anna couldn't help taking a half step back. This half step back is serious, because, at this moment, Anna doesn't know how to face Sui at all. Seeing that Anna was like a frightened cat, Sui retreated every step of the way, and didn't intend to tease Anna anymore. The hand that was stretched out suddenly went around behind Anna and wrapped around Anna's waist. With a slight force, he pulled the other party into his arms. Anna became even more nervous, and at the same time, also had some expectations. However, Anna chose to reject Sui. Aren't you closely related to teacher Chin? Sui smiled evilly. What does that matter? Seeing the little beauty so close at hand, Sui decided to turn into a demon. Anna has some hesitation in her heart, and knows one more thing. If Sui is really a good man with one heart and one mind, then she has no chance at all. Without too much resistance, Anna chose to cooperate with Sui. After a while, Anna breathed a sigh of relief. Anna looked at Sui who was right in front of her eyes, with mixed emotions in her heart. Anna, shall we do something fun? Is it here? Definitely not, this manor is so big, and everyone is about to rest. Sui turned into a demon, and the devil in Anna's heart was also drawn out. Without too much hesitation, Anna chose to agree. The two disappeared in place and appeared in a secluded place in the manor. So, I feel it, my ability seems to have changed. What kind of change? Anna threw herself into Sui's arms again, extremely excited. My energy, this time, has not dissipated. It seems that I have acquired these abilities forever. Anna's words surprised Sui. Such a change was really unexpected. Then if Anna spends more time in the future, can Anna share her other abilities? Thinking of this, Sui couldn't help but want to transmit more energy. Considering Anna's body's ability to bear, yesterday, Anna's body had a limit. Still not very good for transferring too much power at once. Thinking of this, Sui decided to take her time. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. That's not bad, you have these abilities, and you can protect yourself. I will. Sui saw Anna back to the castle, feeling happy. Sure enough, the ancestors were right, appreciating beautiful women makes people feel happy. Sui can not only appreciate the external beauty, but also appreciate the inner beauty of beauties, so she is naturally happier than ordinary people. I didn't expect that Anna would get the ability permanently by accident. With the addition of Wana, the rewards are quite rich. Not to mention earning some rewards, but also a confidant. Seeing Anna go back safely, Sui also knew that it was time to go home. Sui disappeared in place in an instant, and teleported back home. Anna is crazy too, it's getting late. As soon as Sui finished speaking, she felt that there were people in her bedroom, not just one. Honey, who is Anna? Sui immediately recognized that it was Liz's voice. Liz, and Hannah. In order to avoid too much conflict, Liz and Gwen briefly discussed the time allocation to help Sui with time management. Sui looked at the two. Liz and Hannah seemed to have been waiting for a long time. While waiting for Sui, the two played games at home. Liz as bunny girl Raven, and Hannah as sweet nurse Akalai. Are you guys spying? Should I be the big bad wolf, or should I be the patient? Hannah was a little cautious, but Liz was not afraid at all. A black rabbit went straight into the wolf's mouth. There was no other way. Sui had no choice but to stay up late and play games with her two confidant friends. Chapter 153. This is your plan? Sui's life is back to normal. At the Xavier Ability Academy, you can't go every day, and you have to set aside time to take care of other people. Sui is full every day. Before you know it, it's the weekend, and it's also the day of the dance. Harry Osborn got ready and waited for Sui and Gwen to arrive. Harry kept urging Peter to make sure Sui and Gwen would arrive. Peter could only contact Sui, and Harry was relieved when he learned that Sui and Gwen were on their way. The place of the dance is in a mansion in the school. This mansion was invested and built by members of the elite club, and it became the base of the elite club as a matter of course. Not only the base, but also the residences of the core members of these elite associations. For example, Martin Jefferson, the president of the elite association, does not live in this city. A rich and young man like him will never live on campus. Therefore, you can only buy a house off campus. With this villa right on campus, they can live on campus. Tonight's dance is hosted by Martin. Invited a lot of rich and young from the school. Definitely, beauties and babes are indispensable for the prom. However, in order to enter the ball, the requirements are not low. Either there was an invitation card, or a member of the elite club brought it in. Sui and Gwen didn't have invitations, they were invited by Harry Osborn. The two drove to the vicinity of the mansion, and there were quite a lot of luxury cars nearby. It is normal for these rich and young to have their own luxury cars. Sui parked the car, took Gwen to the courtyard of the mansion. Looking around, the mansion is already very lively. There were also some people who came to the dance outside. Sui is formally dressed, and Gwen is also very smartly dressed. Just this appearance, this image, can definitely attract everyone's attention. Gwen took Sui's arm, and the two came to the door together, but they were stopped by security guards. Please show your invitation. Sui smiled slightly, curious in her heart. Could this be Harry's plan? Stop yourself with security guards to embarrass yourself? This method is a bit naive. Apparently, this wasn't Harry's plan either, because Harry Osborn was nearby and seemed to be waiting for Sui and Gwen's arrival. When the two were stopped, Harry Osborn appeared just in time. They are my friends. The two security guards backed away immediately. Please come in. Harry immediately explained. They are the security guards of Silver Sable Security Company. They are very professional and reliable. Sui took a look, and saw that these security guards were all strong, looked very professional, and had a sense of security. Push open the door and enter the villa. The dance has not yet started, and the crowd in 2s and 3s are chatting happily. Peter also came out from the next room with a glass of wine. Hi, Sue, Gwen, you're here. Seeing Peter dressing up as an adult, Sui really made sense. Peter, take your chances and move around more. Peter said a little awkwardly, after I finish this glass, I'm going to walk around. After Peter finished speaking, he was ready to look around and chat with girls. Sui was looking forward to Harry's performance. He was not Harry's friend at all, and Harry had no reason to invite himself and Gwen. He must have another purpose in doing this. Thank you very much for the invitation, Harry. If nothing else, Gwen and I are going to enjoy the dance. After Sui finished speaking, he prepared Gwen to leave, but Harry finally couldn't sit still and blocked Sui's way. Hey, wait a minute. What's up? Harry continued. I want to ask Gwen to be my dance partner. Seeing that Sui's eyes became less friendly, Harry continued to explain. This is a dance held by our elite club. However, I just came back, and I don't know many people at all, so I couldn't find a suitable dance partner. Our president, Martin Jefferson, has a bad relationship with me. If the dance partner I bring is inferior to his partner, he will definitely mock me. And the dance partner I invited couldn't come to the scene due to special reasons. I can only ask for your help. Sui watched Harry's performance quietly, unmoved. Edit, you continue to edit? If I believed one word, I would not be called Sui? Oh, really? I don't believe it. Harry's expression froze in an instant. Sui did not follow the routine at all, completely disrupting Harry's train of thought. We're all friends with Peter, you gotta help me. I'm only wasting your time for a while. Sui immediately agreed. I have no problem, you have to tell me where there are hot girls. Sui obviously said that on purpose, and Gwen immediately understood. Sorry, Harry, our relationship is not that familiar yet. Besides, Sue's charm is too great. I worry that if I leave him, he will attract too many beautiful women. If you really lack a dance partner, you should hurry up and find another one. Harry couldn't believe that he was rejected by Sui and Gwen. The most important thing is that Gwen also said that Sui is too attractive and worried that Sui will attract too many beauties. Isn't this excuse too outrageous? Harry still didn't give up. Hey, but I invited you to the dance just to do me a favor. Sui patted Harry on the shoulder. Brother, we will help you find a dance partner right now. I think all I need to say is, Harry Osborn needs a dance partner. I believe there must be many hot girls who will come to you on their own initiative. Harry's face was ashen. His plan had failed just like that. However, this was only the first plan. Harry had other plans. Harry believed that he was definitely better than Sui. Okay, since you don't want to, forget it. I really can't imagine that Peter would make friends with people like you. Sui didn't bother to pay attention. Gwen, do you want a drink? Definitely. Sui and Gwen entered the next bar together. That's right, there is a bar of over 100 square meters in the villa. There are dedicated bartenders making drinks at the bar, and there are waitresses in maid outfits carrying fine wines. Let's leave here. This group of rich and young usually only have these few hobbies, so it seems normal to have a big bar in a mansion. Sui and Gwen were about to drink when Harry joined them again. Have a shot of vodka with cranberries. Harry failed at one plan, so he could only move on to the next plan. The theme of the next plan is also very simple, which is to use one's own family background to attack Sui. Harry started planning, and took the initiative to get close to Sui. Hey, let's talk to the side. Sui looked at Harry with great interest, knowing that Harry must have other ways. Definitely yes, as long as you don't ask Gwen to be your dance partner, everything is negotiable. The two came to the side, and Harry stopped hiding. I'm into Gwen, so you'd better leave her. If you take the initiative to leave her, I can give you $1 million. If you continue to insist, you should know my identity. I have many ways to tear you apart. Sui couldn't help laughing. Is this your plan? Harry Osborn. Too childish. Chapter 154. Sui looked at Harry with a sneer on his face, as if he was watching a Joker performance. Harry Osborn, I knew from the moment you invited me and Gwen that you must have plans. Otherwise, we don't know each other well at all, and you wouldn't invite us. I just didn't expect that your target was Gwen. 1 million, just want me to leave Gwen? Are you kidding me? Harry's plan was ruthlessly dismantled by Sui, and his face was very ugly. Sui didn't intend to let go of this opportunity, and was going to continue teasing Harry. Harry didn't intend to pretend at the moment, and went straight to the showdown. You'd better think about it. Maybe you have no competitors before, so you have a chance to be Gwen's boyfriend. However, if you compete with me, you have no chance of winning. I'm richer than you, I'm a local, I'm more suitable than you. As I said, I have many ways to break you up. Sui does not deny this. Osborn's company does have money, even if he hasn't inherited the family property yet, it's still okay to spend some pocket money. As for the locals, this is indeed a problem. Fortunately, neither Gwen nor the family cared about any of that. There is not much difference in living habits, and they are also getting used to each other. As for what Harry said, there were ways to break up the two. Sui was also sure that Harry could think of many ways. In the third part, Harry regained his memory, and in order to get revenge on Peter, he deliberately separated Peter and Mary Jane. In this world, if Harry wants to separate Sui and Gwen, he can definitely think of many ways. Sui didn't think the problem was that big. No matter how many he tried, it was useless, and he and Gwen would not be separated easily. Hearing Harry's threat, Sui suddenly had a new idea. Oh, it sounds like I'm bound to lose Gwen. Sui changed the topic. You know, Gwen is very beautiful, prettier than many celebrities, and I love her very much. And I love her very much, very much. So, add money. Harry didn't realize it for a moment, Walter. After being stunned for a while, Harry finally came to his senses. Sui actually planned to give up Gwen for money. It's a good thing for yourself. Money is nothing at all. A beauty like Gwen is his goal. Okay, I'll give you another 500,000, a total of $1.5 million. Harry was in a good mood, and he shot very generously. Sui stretched out her index finger, denying Harry's proposal. No, no, no. $1.5 million is not enough. Gwen is priceless in my heart. If you have to use money to measure it, it must be at least 10% of Osborn's equity. Harry was shocked by Sui's appetite. One bite was 10 shares of Osborn Company. Even though Harry had been away for a long time, he didn't know much about Osborn Company. However, as one of the best large companies, there are still some worth hundreds of billions of dollars. While Harry was shocked, Sui continued. I've already met Gwen's parents. Gwen's father is George Stacy. You should know his identity. If I give up Gwen, it means giving up George, the father-in-law. I think he's worth 10 shares too. If you can give me 20 shares of Osborn Company, I will break up with Gwen and quit directly. Seeing Sui's playful smile, Harry realized that he had been played by Sui. Sui has no intention of giving up Gwen's idea at all. What I said was purely for fun. Harry's heart was burning with anger. As the son of Norman Osborn, he came from a wealthy family. I have been superior to others since I was a child. No one dared to treat myself like this, let alone treat myself like a joker. Are you kidding me? Sui restrained her smile. Have you realized it? It seems that you are not stupid. You invited me and Gwen to the dance just to plan to break up Gwen and me. You are still recording quietly now. Isn't it just to show Gwen to listen to, and then let Gwen disappoint me? You can hurt me, why can't I tease you? Sui's words made sense, leaving Harry speechless. However, in Harry's eyes, it was different. I can bully you, but you can't bully me. I swear on Osborn, you're fucked. No one can ever play tricks on me. I'll make you lose Gwen and make you suffer. Sui didn't intend to spoil him either, really? Then you'd better not be caught by me. Otherwise, I will absolutely throw some ashes in your eyes. Harry was so angry that he left without looking back. Sui let out a sigh of relief. Seeing Harry leave, he felt extremely relieved. Xiaomian, you still want to steal my girlfriend. If you don't restrain yourself, don't blame me for being rude. Sui knew one thing in his heart, Harry would definitely not give up. As for what plans will be in the future, Sui is not yet clear. However, Sui had already figured out how to deal with Harry. When the time comes, lock them both father and son, file-size Green Goblin, in. Then, he could occupy their family's property. Osborn Company, although not comparable to Stark Company, is also a large company in the top ranks. To kill someone is to punish one's heart. If you want to deal with me, I will deal with you and take over your property by the way. Sui went back to the bar and told Gwen that Harry was going to spend money to break up the two of them. Gwen was a little surprised. Then if he is really willing to give it, and he can give this price, are you willing to leave me? Sui looked into Gwen's eyes. How can I be willing to leave you? I already have enough money to feed you, what do I need so much money for? Gwen knew Sui's answer a long time ago, but at this moment, knowing Sui's choice, she is still very moved. Just as the atmosphere between Sui and Gwen heated up, an untimely voice sounded. Welcome to my ball, I'm Martin Jefferson. Martin Jefferson, the grandson of oil tycoon Musk Jefferson, is the current president of the elite society. Hi Jefferson, I'm Sui. I'm Gwen Stacy. Sui was sure that this Jefferson had been watching before. I deliberately came to say hello, I don't know what the purpose is. No matter what it was, Sui didn't panic. Hey buddy, your dance partner is so pretty. Thank you, your dance partner is also very beautiful. Martin looked very happy, and he was not polite. I saw you chased Harry Osborn away just now, it was great. Ever since this kid joined the elite club, he wanted to kick me out and become the president. I didn't want to invite him to the ball, but he is also a member of the club. Now, it's very kind of you to get him out of here. Sui didn't know Martin's purpose, so he just replied casually, we don't have the ability to drive him away. There seems to be something wrong with his partner, maybe he just went to pick up his partner. Martin didn't care about this, I can see that you seem very unhappy. I don't have a good relationship with him, maybe, we should have a drink. When Sui heard Martin's proposal, she immediately became alarmed. Okay, have a drink. Chapter 155 A mere beauty trick. Sui and Martin had a drink. After drinking this glass of wine, Sui sensed something was wrong. Good guy, it turns out that this Martin is not a good thing either. In this glass of wine, it is obvious that some seasonings that should not appear have been added. And the function of these seasonings is to make people unable to control themselves. Sui was speechless. This Martin is probably in the same group as Harry. These two are acting in front of themselves. The two pretended to be at odds, but actually carried out the plan together. Sui is very sure that this Martin is also part of the plan. Let yourself drink this glass of wine. What do you want to do next? Sui has already thought it over clearly, and it is very clear that she must use beauty tricks. If Sui is a hero saddened by beauty, he will be caught on the spot. At that time, there will be no debate. Gwen must be very sad to see this scene. Sui sighed, good guy, Harry, the plan is one after another. Missing my wife, in the words of a certain god king, this is called the way of death. Sui obviously had a perception that there were seasonings in it, but pretended not to know that nothing happened. Seeing that Sui had already drank the glass of wine, Martin said happily, have a good time, I'm going to drink with other guests. Please feel free. Martin left, but Martin's partner, Camilla, stayed. Sui had a guess in his heart that this Camilla should be the most important beauty in the beauty trap. Blonde, beautiful, and hot. Her appearance is slightly worse than Gwen's, but she is still considered a top-notch beauty. It can be seen that Harry spent a lot of money in order to complete the plan. Sure enough, Camilla took the initiative to talk to Sui. Hey handsome guy, it looks like you are from the East. Yes, I am from the Eastern Dragon Kingdom. Camilla was delighted. Oh, really? I'm very interested in Oriental culture, and I especially like Kung Fu movies. I heard that you all know Kung Fu, is it true? Sui was a little surprised. This girl has good acting skills, quite natural. If it were someone else, maybe they would really believe it. Oh, not everyone knows Kung Fu, but I do. Sui pretended to be fascinated by Camilla and started talking with Camilla. Although Gwen didn't know the specific situation, but seeing Sui and Camilla having a happy conversation, she was still a little unhappy. Sue, can we go dance? Gwen finally couldn't bear it and interrupted the two of them. Camilla pretended to be sorry and said, I'm really sorry, because I'm very interested in Oriental culture. It's okay. Seeing that the plan was successful, Camilla waited for Sui to take the bait. So, take this opportunity to complete the last step. Handsome, shall we have one last drink? Very happy. The two drank another glass, and Camilla finished it. Just as he was about to leave, his feet suddenly softened, as if he was drunk. Sui could tell that it was Camilla faking it. Although it was a straight hook, Sui took the bait directly. Sui hurriedly supported Camilla, and took advantage of the opportunity. Camilla smiled, I think, I'm a little sleepy. Handsome, can you take me upstairs to rest? Definitely can. Seeing Gwen standing aside, Camilla hurriedly said, I'm really sorry to delay your boyfriend's time, I don't think you mind. Looking at the posture of the two of them, Gwen thought that Sui was planning to act boldly, but hearing Sui's voice sounded in his mind. Relax, Gwen. Gwen knew that this was Sui's ability, telepathy. Okay, I'll wait for you here. I'll be back in a minute. Sui helped Camilla leave the bar and went upstairs. Camilla also intentionally rubbed against Sui. I don't know, I thought these two people had some ulterior secret. Camilla showed the way, and Sui sent him to the bedroom. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Camilla stopped acting and closed the door directly, wrapping her arms around Sui's neck. Sui pretended to be a little panicked. Camilla, what are you doing? Camilla winked like silk. I know, you really want to. Why don't we do something happy? Sui took half a step back and leaned against the door. Well, my girlfriend is still waiting for me downstairs, and there is no time at all. Besides, you are Martin's partner, so I can't do this. Camilla smiled and said, is it okay? We are very open here. Didn't you say you know Kung Fu? Show it to me. Eon, baby. Sui watched Camilla's performance without any interest. Her heart was like a dry well, calm, without any evil thoughts. There is a question in my mind. What should I do next? If you don't cooperate, you may not be able to trigger the next plot. But if you cooperate by yourself, to what extent should you cooperate? Sui perception checked the room and made sure there was no surveillance in the room. That being the case, it's easy to handle. Sui walked to Camilla's side and used telepathy's ability to stun Camilla. Next, just wait for Martin's arrival with peace of mind. Sui thought about the follow-up plan and quietly left the room. After a while, Martin came to the door, followed by a waiter and 2 bodyguards. Are you sure you saw the 2 of them go in? I am sure. Martin looked at his expensive watch and estimated the time. It's been 5 minutes since I went in, it should have started. Why is there no sound at all? Could it be that it's over? It can't be so fast, can it? It should be that the sound insulation effect is so good that I didn't hear the sound. Martin couldn't care less. Go in and take pictures immediately. Make sure to take clear pictures. In order to do this game, Harry paid a lot. Martin received the money and benefited, so he naturally wanted to help people finish the work. Pushing open the door, Martin, the waiter, and 2 bodyguards all started filming with their mobile phones. 2 people took pictures and 2 people videoed to make sure nothing was missed. However, as soon as the door was pushed open, the 4 people who swarmed in did not see the scene they imagined. The room was very quiet, as if no one was there. When Martin got closer, he saw only Camilla who had fallen asleep. As for Sui, there was no one to be seen at all. What's the situation? Is it over? Isn't this too fast? The most important thing is that people are gone. Martin couldn't understand. What happened? This plan is not perfect, but it is definitely not the result. Sui drank that glass of wine, and there was such a moving Camilla in front of him, but Sui was indifferent, and even disappeared out of thin air. Sui watched the movement of Martin and the others not far from the quiet door, and smiled slightly. Hehe, you just want to shake my heart because of a mere beauty trap. How do you know that there are too many beauties around you, and you can't manage your time? Chapter 156 Felicia in Danger. The elite club held a dance party, and many students filled it up. This is a dance held by the rich and the young. Being able to enter it represents identity. Felicia Hardy was also quite interested in this ball, but only interested. What she didn't expect was that Ryan found her and said that he had found a relationship and could enter the ball, so he invited Felicia to participate. Felicia also agreed, just in time to go to the ball and enjoy it. Felicia was already extremely beautiful, and with a little dressing up, it also attracted the attention of many people. Enjoying the lively dance, Felicia didn't realize that danger had come. Ryan left for a while and brought back a young rich and young man. Felicia, this is John Paul who invited us to the dance. After all, he was the one who invited him to the dance, so Felicia greeted her warmly. Hello, Paul. Let's get acquainted. Drinking 2 glasses of wine is also a normal social activity. But, soon, Felicia felt something was wrong. I actually felt a little confused, as if I was drunk. Felicia is very aware of her drinking capacity. It is impossible to get so drunk after just a few drinks. However, Felicia, who was still a little immature at the moment, never thought that this was Ryan and John's plan. I'm going to the bathroom. Ryan knew that the opportunity had come. Felicia, are you alright? Felicia shook her head. It's fine. He quickly left the room and went to the bathroom. Ryan and John followed closely behind and entered the bathroom together. Sui finished dealing with Camilla and was about to go back to join Gwen. When I went downstairs, I saw Felicia head on. Felicia was going upstairs alone, holding on to the banister, as if she had drunk too much. Felicia's appearance is absolutely top-notch, and in terms of figure, she is even better than Camilla. Originally close to 180 tall, wearing a dress and high heels, it was amazing. Especially Sui is now condescending and able to see more. Seeing that Felicia was not in good condition, Sui still took the initiative to strike up a conversation. Hi, miss. You seem to need help. Felicia was a little alert. No, thank you. Sui didn't pretend to be sentimental, and simply reminded, okay, please be careful. Felicia continued upstairs to go to the bathroom. Sui also didn't intend to keep pestering her. She had to go to the bathroom, so it's not appropriate to strike up a conversation by herself. Sui walked down the stairs, but saw 2 wretched men discussing something in a low voice. Felicia is already a little delirious. This is a good opportunity. You did a good job. I'll let you taste it later. Sui's super hearing naturally heard the conversation between the 2. Sui also remembered that she seemed to have seen one of the men before. On the day of reporting, Sui saw Felicia for the first time, and there was a man next to Felicia. Sui was a little confused. Could it be that Felicia is in danger? Sui stopped for a moment and continued to listen. Sure enough, the 2 had ideas for Felicia. Moreover, Felicia's state is not right, and it is very likely that these 2 people are responsible. Sui knew that she had to stop them, otherwise Felicia might be hurt. Sui trotted all the way to the bar, grabbed Gwen's hand, and ran upstairs. Gwen was deeply surprised and didn't know what Sui was up to. Sui pulled Gwen upstairs and said, just now, I saw 2 wretched men preparing to do something nasty. I can't transform here. Besides, I must have a witness before I can make a move, otherwise, it is very likely that I will be slapped back. Gwen instantly understood what Sui meant. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing when I came to the dance. What Sui said is right, it is indeed inappropriate to transform here, so he can only use his original face and act chivalrously. But this is the elite club, the base for the rich and the young. If Sui has no witnesses or evidence, he will be slapped back at that time, and he will be in trouble. Sui's super hearing has already heard Felicia's voice. How did you get in? Ryan and Paul didn't talk too much nonsense, and they were ready to get to the point. He planned to cover his mouth to avoid making a sound. Soon, Sui and Gwen had already arrived at the door. Gwen pushed the door and it was locked. Gwen called deliberately toward the door, "Is anyone there?" At the moment when Ryan and Paul were excited, their pants were taken off, and a voice suddenly came from outside the door, which startled them. Looking at it this way, it seems impossible to continue. Ryan was a little timid and retreated. Paul, on the other hand, was daring, and became even more agitated at the moment. "Paul, why don't we stop?" With a wretched smile on his face, Paul insisted on continuing. Outside the door, Sui was speechless. "Good guy, you have learned from Hong Shixian, right? Since you want to pursue excitement, then follow through to the end. Gwen, you kick the door, I'll go in and save people." Sui controlled his strength well and smashed the door with one kick. Huge amounts of power, huge amounts of sound, startled Ryan and Paul in the bathroom. Sui immediately spotted Felicia. As for the two scumbags, Sui easily hit the ground and rubbed the two of them on the ground. It perfectly interprets what a thug in a suit is. Seeing Felicia who was almost hurt, Sui gently took off her coat and put it on Felicia. Never mind. Felicia had already sobered up a lot because of her fear. Looking at Sui, he remembered Sui's concern for him before, and his heart warmed. Sui gently picked up Felicia and walked out of the bathroom. Outside the door, Gwen had already made a call, preparing to ask his father to bring someone to arrest these two scumbags. There are huge amounts of movement here, which immediately attracted the attention of many people. Martin, whose original plan failed, was very angry. Hearing huge amounts of movement here, he rushed over immediately, ready to catch the troublemakers. But I saw Sui walking out with Felicia in his arms. When Martin saw Sui, he was furious. "What have you done?" Sui didn't hesitate at all. "Oh, someone wanted to spoil your prom, but we stopped it." Martin was furious. "I see, you are trying to ruin the dance." Sui replied with a smile. I am helping you, President Martin. Think about it, if a girl is hurt at your ball, it will damage the reputation of your elite club. In the future, you and the elite will hold a ball again, and the girls should think carefully about whether they want to come to participate. Gone. Martin quickly calmed down. "What happened? Go in and see for yourself." Martin walked into the bathroom and saw what happened to Ryan and Paul. You can see what just happened. He also knew this Paul, and his family was not bad. Sui offended Paul and would definitely be retaliated against. Thinking of this, Martin thought it was pretty good, and asked Paul to try Sui's situation first. Even, he and Harry didn't need to take action to solve all this. Chapter 157 Felicia and #039's heartbeat. Sui successfully rescued Felicia, but she still looked a little confused, probably not recovering yet. Peter also ran over to join in the fun. "What happened?" Gwen said simply, "They were going to bully a girl, and it's all right now." Peter looked at this appearance, coupled with Gwen's explanation. He had already figured out what the scene was like. Peter breathed a sigh of relief. It was fine. If Peter knew that something like this happened at the dance he was attending, and he couldn't find out and stop it in time, he would definitely blame himself. Gwen also knew Peter's character, and comforted him. "Don't take it to heart." Sui added, "Peter, don't blame yourself. If you are free now, go and buy a cup of coffee. The sheriff will ask about the incident later, and Felicia needs to wake up. I'm going right now." Soon, Gwen's father brought people over. After learning about the situation from Gwen, he took him away mercilessly. Ryan and Paul, two wretched men, were pressed to the ground by Sui, and their noses and faces were swollen. George is somewhat personal in it. After all, he is also a father and has a daughter, Gwen. It just so happened that Gwen was also attending the prom. If this happened to his daughter, George would not dare to imagine it. It's just that Paul seems very unwilling. "My dad is the director of XX company. I want to see a lawyer." George has been in the industry for many years and has seen many storms. George has seen people as rich and young as Paul. "Listen, you can see your lawyer, but you have to come with me first. I believe that many people in the prison like you, a young man with delicate skin and tender flesh." Paul felt his body tense instantly and began to panic. "No, don't." Seeing the panicked appearance of these two people, Sui felt very happy. These two scumbags must be taught a lesson. Due to his identity, he couldn't be cruel. However, Sui believes that there must be someone who can teach them a lesson. Who is Felicia? Future Black Cat? Although he is an ordinary person, he is also a ruthless person who can join the defenders. The system's rewards have also arrived, and the rewards are average. However, Sui knew what he had changed. According to the original fate, Felicia will be hurt in this incident. Therefore, he inherited his father's mantle, trained himself as a black cat, and became a thief. And, also began to hate men. Because of Sui's appearance, Felicia was saved in time. Felicia should still choose to become a black cat, but she shouldn't hate men so much. The dance didn't stop. Sui, Gwen, Peter, Martin and others were all outside, ready to deal with this matter first. Regarding Felicia's situation, George arranged for someone to inquire on the spot. After a simple inquiry, I got a similar experience as Gwen, and confirmed the criminal behavior of Ryan and Paul. After a few minutes, the inquiry was finally over. Gwen asked with concern, "Felicia, are you feeling better?" Felicia was wearing Suyi's clothes, holding coffee, and her hairstyle was a little messy. He raised his head, but his eyes were more on Suyi. "I'm better, thank you for saving me." Martin also stood up and apologized immediately. "Beautiful Ms. Felicia, I am very sorry that this happened to you at my ball." Felicia didn't like Martin very much, but it wasn't Martin's fault after all. "I accept your apology." With Martin as host, something happened that affected the ball. While asking people to appease the rest of the guests, he stayed outside to deal with the matter. "Now that things are done, it's time to go back. Thank you for your tolerance, I have to go back to host the ball too." After speaking, Martin went back. The polite words were over. Gwen saw that Felicia was alone, and asked, "Felicia, let's take you back." "Thank you so much." "You are welcome." Suyi and Gwen had no interest in the dance anymore, so they took this opportunity to leave. "Peter, we're leaving first, you have fun." Peter saw that Suyi and Gwen were going to leave. There was no one he knew at the dance, and he felt that it was meaningless. Goodbye. Suyi sent Felicia home. Gwen chose to sit in the back row with Felicia, so she could take the opportunity to comfort Felicia, and the two quickly became acquainted. We exchanged contact information and chatted happily, just like girlfriends. Gwen knows that Felicia is very beautiful and is not worried about Suyi, because there's no use worrying. Instead of being on guard and worrying, it is better to deal with it generously. This kind of life now seems to be not bad. Felicia didn't know what Gwen was thinking, but had a good chat with Gwen. At the same time, he also quietly followed Suyi. When I met Suyi before, I didn't feel anything. But at this moment, the more I look at it, the more I feel that Suyi is handsome, and I feel a little admiration in my heart. The only downside is that Suyi already has a girlfriend. And Suyi's girlfriend, Gwen, is a very beautiful and excellent girl, not inferior to her at all. After a while, Suyi arrived at the destination. Felicia's apartment still looks very nice. Felicia's father is a famous jewel thief, and it's normal to be able to afford such an apartment. Suyi suddenly thought of Liz and her father. Liz's dad is the future vulture. Although it has not become a vulture yet, the foundation should not be very clean. If Felicia also becomes his confidant, Felicia's father is a big thief. Suyi felt that it had to be dealt with as soon as possible. "Anyway, it's my old father-in-law, don't be caught in it when the time comes." "Felicia, here we are." Suyi opened the car door and escorted Felicia out of the car. Felicia was already awake a lot and hugged Suyi lightly. "Thank you, Su. If it wasn't for you, I can't imagine what would have happened." Suyi is also very polite. "You're welcome, I think most people would do that." Felicia let go of Suyi. "I want to buy you a cup of coffee tomorrow to express my thanks, is that okay?" Suyi also agreed, yes. Felicia seemed a little happy. "Then, see you tomorrow. Forget the unhappy things, have a good dream, and see you tomorrow." Felicia turned and left, and just took 2 steps before she realized that Suyi's clothes were still on her body. At this time, it is obvious that Suyi can be stopped. Felicia hesitated for a moment. "I should return it to him after washing it." Thinking of this, Felicia quickened her pace, afraid that Suyi would react and ask for a coat. Back home, Felicia looked at Suyi's coat. "Su, I remember you, you are the only man who makes my heart beat." Chapter 158 Tracking. Felicia returned home and packed Suyi's clothes before getting ready to rest. Felicia is a person who pursues perfection and perfection. Once she has set her goal, she must do her best. After experiencing this incident, Felicia not only raised her vigilance, but also decided to train her fighting ability and fighting skills. Just as they were about to rest, Felicia's father, Walter Hardy, returned. Walter Hardy, apparently a salesman, is actually a famous thief civet. Today, Walter went to check out another mansion, planning to do it soon. However, Walter is also a little worried that Spider-Man will appear again. Last time, after Walter succeeded, he quickly left the scene. Not long after they left, Spider-Man appeared. Walter can only sigh. Fortunately, he ran fast and was not found. Otherwise, you will definitely be caught by Spider-Man. This time, although the place he chose was relatively remote, Walter was still a little worried. As the saying goes, if you often walk by the river, how can you not get your shoes wet? Once found, be entangled. When Spider-Man shows up, there must be nowhere to go. The stakes are high, but Walter isn't about to give up. After completing this vote, you can wash your hands in the golden basin. When he got home, Walter discovered that his daughter Felicia had returned. "Felicia, are you home?" "I'm here." Walter heard a small voice and came to Felicia's door. "Knock on the door, may I come in?" "Definitely can." Walter just felt a little strange. Felicia clearly said that she was going to the dance and would come back later. However, I didn't expect Felicia Yabi to come back earlier. Looking at Felicia, who was in a bad state of mind, Walter was a little worried. "What happened? You look like you've had too much to drink." Felicia did not hide anything, and briefly explained what happened to her. Walter blew his beard and stared angrily, and clenched his fists. Thinking of what happened to his daughter, Walter was extremely angry, wishing he could take them out on the spot and give them a hard lesson. "Where are those 2 bastards? I'm going to destroy them now. Felicia hastily persuaded, they should still be in the prison, and they probably won't be able to get out tonight. Besides, I plan to learn fighting skills and teach them myself when the time comes. Walter was a little surprised that Felicia actually had such a plan. He knew Felicia's character, and once he made a decision, he would do his best. Since Felicia has such a plan, it is not easy for him to intervene. However, Walter was still unwilling to let him just let the two of them go without doing anything. Since you plan to teach them a lesson yourself, then I won't interfere. When the time comes, teach them a lesson and let them know the price of bullying you. Walter was still thinking in his mind, and he couldn't let the two of them go easily. Even if Felicia decides to teach them a lesson, she can't do nothing. Ryan, this boy, he will be taught a lesson when the time comes. There is also that Paul, who has money in his family and is a rich and young man. That being the case, it's normal for me to patronize as a bandit civet. Considering the Spider-Man factor, Walter decided to abandon the current plan and go to Paul's house instead. Felicia had no idea what her dad was planning. Daddy, I'm going to rest. Tomorrow, I have to thank Sue for saving me. Only then did Walter notice that there was another key character, Sui. Sui saves Felicia. Walter could see that his daughter seemed to have a good impression of Sui. After what happened with Ryan, Walter worried that Sui would be a jerk like Ryan. I also wondered in my heart, could this incident be directed and acted by Sui? What's more, Sui is not a local yet. The doubts in Walter's heart couldn't go away. However, Walter had no evidence either. After all, he was also the one who saved his daughter, so without proof, he can't talk nonsense. He saved my baby, and I want to thank him too. Felicia immediately refused. If her father went, wouldn't there be an extra light bulb? Moreover, if Walter went, wouldn't it be equivalent to meeting the parents? One more elder will inevitably make people feel nervous. Daddy, this is not good. Okay, I'm just talking. Only then was Felicia satisfied. Good night. Good night, my darling. Walter was worried about his daughter, especially after what he had just been through. For safety reasons, Walter decided to go with Felicia tomorrow because he was worried that Felicia would be deceived again. On the new day, Felicia had breakfast and set off before the appointed time. Walter pretended to go out to sell, but in fact, he waited patiently downstairs. Finally, it was time for Felicia to set off. Walter drove quietly and followed behind. When he arrived at the appointed coffee shop, Walter found that he couldn't see what was going on inside at all from the outside. So, I put on a hat and sunglasses, disguised myself a bit, and entered the coffee shop. Sitting not far away, quietly observing the two of them, especially this Sui. It doesn't look strong at all, and it doesn't look like it has the ability to protect Felicia. My daughter, so perfect, this kid is not worthy of Felicia. Sui and Felicia make an appointment to meet at a coffee shop. Sui arrived at the coffee shop early and waited patiently. After waiting for a while, I saw Felicia. After a night's rest and careful dressing up, Felicia is extremely youthful and beautiful at the moment. Sui couldn't help feeling that Felicia deserves to be Marvel's most famous female character. Especially when saying hello, showing a smile makes people fascinated. Hi Sue. Good morning, Felicia. Felicia sat down readily and returned the cleaned clothes to Sui. Here's your coat, I've cleaned it out. Sui jokingly said, oh, it's not really necessary. Even if I smell your scent, I won't mind, maybe I'll like it more. Although Felicia is still a little innocent at the moment, she also has a charming side. Then I will approve it for a while now, and then I will return it to you. Casual. Felicia didn't do that, she just called the waiter and ordered a cup of coffee. Thank you very much for what happened last night. You have already thanked me. If you are grateful, there is no need to say too much. Sui and Felicia had a good conversation. Definitely, Sui with keen senses noticed something strange. Someone was observing him. During a conversation, simply observe your surroundings. Sui confirmed the existence of Walter, also heard Walter's words, and confirmed the identity of the other party. Felicia's father, the thief civet, has not been caught yet. Sui couldn't help laughing. I guess I came here because I was worried about Felicia. Just right, I can also take this opportunity to warn the other party. Chapter 159 Stop it. Felicia's father was watching, and it was obvious that Felicia didn't know. Sui planned to wait until the chat was over, and take this opportunity to persuade the other party. Felicia and Sui had a very happy conversation, and the feeling of heartbeat couldn't go away. However, Felicia also knew that she should not be too anxious. Moreover, I still have a plan to train fighting skills, and I have to start it. Felicia chose to leave voluntarily. Sui has no intention of leaving, and waits for Felicia's father to show up. Sure enough, when Felicia left, Walter deliberately hid himself to avoid being discovered. After confirming that Felicia had left, Walter took the initiative to sit opposite Sui and took off his disguise. Walter didn't waste any time and went straight to the showdown. Boy, let me introduce myself. I'm Felicia's father, Walter Hardy. Sui's reaction was very calm, and he introduced himself. My name is Sui. On the contrary, Walter was a little surprised by Sui's calmness. I heard what happened last night from Felicia. She is my baby. I am very grateful to you for saving her. You're welcome, Mr. Hardy. I think many people will choose to help when encountering such a situation. After Walter thanked him, he also got to the point. Although I thank you for saving my daughter, I don't object to her falling in love. However, I will pay attention to you. If you hurt her, you will die. I won't let anyone hurt my daughter again. Sui was a little dumbfounded. I and Felicia are still early, and the horoscope has not been written yet. The other party had already put himself on guard mode, treating Sui as a pig who stalked the cabbage. To be honest, Felicia's cabbage is really good. Mr. Hardy, don't worry, I won't hurt Felicia. That's good. Now that Walter's story is over, he doesn't intend to stay any longer. Put on your sunglasses and get ready to leave. Thanks again. Sui stopped the other party. Mr. Hardy, wait. Anything else? Mr. Hardy, please sit down. There is one more thing I want to talk to you about. Walter looked puzzled. He and Sui didn't know each other. The only thing we can talk about is Felicia. Thinking of this, Walter still stayed, ready to hear what else Sui had to do. Anything else, kid? Sui has already observed it, but there is no one nearby. So, he opened his mouth directly and exposed the identity of the other party. Hello, Civet Cat. As soon as Sui opened his mouth, Walter immediately became alert, looking around to see if there was anyone in ambush. His identity has always been kept secret, even Felicia didn't know it. He also knew that once his identity was revealed, he would be arrested and implicated Felicia. And Sui, a person who has never met himself, directly pointed out his identity. How could Walter not be surprised by this? Walter, too, had a suspicion. Sui knew her identity and saved Felicia. All of this is definitely not a coincidence, but a purpose. There is no ambush here. Definitely, don't try to deny it, I'm absolutely sure, you are a civet. Walter had a lot of thoughts in his heart, guessing Sui's purpose, and thinking about how to deal with it. Who are you? What is your purpose? Sui said calmly, don't be nervous, Mr. Hardy, I mean no harm. If I really wanted to do something, you should have been arrested. Walter didn't relax, this shows that your purpose is more dangerous. Suddenly, Walter thought of something. Don't try to threaten me with my identity, I won't let you hurt Felicia. Sui smiled slightly, using Walter to pinch Felicia. It seems that there is no need for this. Seeing that Walter was very vigilant, Sui stopped hiding. Stretching out his hand directly, the symbiote transformed into a mysterious Spider-Man in Sui's palm. Walter slumped on the seat directly. Unexpectedly, Sui actually had such an identity. Yesterday I was worried about Spider-Man, but today I was directly caught by the mysterious spider. What are you going to do? Have someone arrest me? Sui shook his head. For yourself and for Felicia, stop. Let the identity of Civet disappear, or die completely. If you don't want to, I can only have someone arrest you. If it's because of difficulties in life, I think I can help you. With your ability, there is still room to play. After Walter encountered Spider-Man, he had the idea of stopping. Now, Sui hardcore persuasion, he basically has no choice. I will stop, but before I stop, I want to go to that Paul's house for a while. Sui doesn't like Paul very much, but she doesn't agree with Walter's plan either. Trust Felicia, after training, she will be better and more perfect than you. Let her handle this matter by herself. Walter finally determined that Sui's target must be Felicia. Even if Walter was caught by Sui, Walter did not decide to back down when it came to Felicia. What do you want to do with Felicia? Sui replied calmly, I don't want to do anything to her, I just want to persuade you to stop as soon as possible, that's all. As for Felicia, I swear I won't hurt her. Walter finally chose to agree, I will stop, but I will also pay attention to you. If you hurt Felicia, I will not let you go. Sui smiled and said nothing. If you want to hurt them, you must kill them. How can you give them a chance to retaliate? Felicia's father is done. Whatever. I have finished what I want to say, and I hope you can do it. About your true identity, in fact, you can also tell Felicia. Definitely, whether you want to tell her or not is up to you. Goodbye, Mr. Hardy. I hope next time I see you, it won't be me who catches you. Sui took her coat, got up and left, leaving only Walter. Walter sat silently in a daze for a while, and finally made a decision. It is definitely necessary to stop. I have been a thief for so many years, and I have saved a lot of money, which is basically enough to spend. Maybe he can confess his identity as a civet to Felicia. Felicia's father, Civet, has already succeeded in persuading her. There's also Liz's father, Adrian, aka Vulture. So far, Adrian has not become a vulture. Sui reckoned, but Sui reckoned that Adrian's background probably wasn't very clean either. I have to find an opportunity to persuade Adrian. These old men really don't worry about themselves. It may also be that my father-in-law has too many people. Sui got into the car, ready to go to Wanda. Wanda has rested for so many days and plans to go back to practice magic. She is going to say goodbye to Sui, so Sui can't be absent. Chapter 160 Mystique appears. Sui goes back to the old villa, and spends another day with Wanda before Wanda goes back. Wanda's appeal is also very simple, to watch sitcoms together. Sui naturally readily agreed to this condition. Pietro was very upset. Sister Wanda chose Sui even though she knew Sui was a playboy, but he also talked to Wanda and knew it was Wanda's choice. Pietro had no choice but to recognize Sui. Knowing that Wanda was going back to learn spells, Pietro took the initiative to return to the helicarrier early to receive training, leaving Sui and Wanda to live in a two-person world. Sui was a little surprised. Pietro's eyesight is not bad today. You know, the previous cheating Yo has been wary of Sui like a thief. Anyway, this brother-in-law is considered sensible. Seeing that Pietro is so sensible, Sui also gave up the idea of increasing the amount of training before. After sending Pietro away, Sui and Wanda live a two-person world. On the side of Xavier Ability College, Anna is sitting on a bench in the campus, thinking of Sui. A girl approached and sat next to Anna. Anna, what are you thinking? Anna was suddenly interrupted and came back to her senses. The one who came to her side was none other than Anna's new best friend in college, Shadowcat Katie Pride. Katie, I'm not thinking about anything. Katie sat next to Anna and said, I know, you should be thinking about someone, right? With a single sentence, Katie could tell through Anna's mind, as if she could see through Anna's heart. Anna was obviously flustered. How do you know? Your ability is not telepathy. Katie smiled and said, your thoughts are written on your face, you don't need telepathy to see through. Anna is a little worried. After all, she likes Sui. In the eyes of most people, Sui and Jean Grey are just a couple, for which Scott is very sad and disappointed. It would be bad if someone found out about his relationship with Sui. In particular, there are all mutants here, and they may be perceived by people with the ability perception of the mind. Is it that obvious? It is clear. Anna was a little flustered, but fortunately, it was Katie who noticed this. Katie didn't have telepathy ability, so she didn't know the specific situation. Therefore, I can still hide it. Katie seemed very interested in Anna's concerns, and continued to ask, Anna, tell me, who is he? Is it Poppy, Iceman, or the mysterious Sue? Although Anna pretended to be calm and tried her best to perform, she was still spotted by the other party. Is it so? Do you like Sue? Anna was guessed to have something on her mind, so she had to admit it. Definitely, just admitting that she likes Sui, more specific things, naturally Anna will not admit it easily. Katie, don't tell anyone. Katie didn't think much about it. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone. It's just that he seems to like Teacher Chin, that's why you are so distressed, right? Anna didn't refute, she couldn't expose her true relationship with Sui. Yes, that's right. Katie said mysteriously, actually, I have a way. Any solution? Katie quietly looked nearby and looked around. It's not suitable here, let's go to a remote place. Anna was also reminded by Sui to beware of a mystique who can shapeshift. At this moment, a little more vigilance suddenly appeared in my heart. Anna, what are you looking at? Katie, is that really you? Katie looked puzzled. What are you talking about? It's definitely me. I'm not Katie. Who else would it be? Anna breathed a sigh of relief. I'm just a little nervous all of a sudden. The professor told me that Magneto probably won't give up on his plan and will come to catch me. They have a shapeshifting mutant over there, Mystique Raven. Maybe I think too much. Katie was fine, and Anna believed Katie. Anna took the initiative and said, let's go over there and talk. It is good. By the way, Katie, aren't you playing flight chess with them? Katie replied, it's too boring to play chess with them, so, I'll go out and hang out. Anna, this is a temptation, and the temptation has already come to fruition. Katie loves computers and is a computer genius. As for flight chess, she really doesn't like it very much. Therefore, the person in front of him may not be Katie. Anna pretended to be calm just to find an opportunity to fight back. However, Katie moved more quickly. I don't know when he took out a needle and pierced Anna. Good vigilance, but still too young. Anna felt instantly weak all over, losing strength and control. Katie in front of her eyes has changed, her skin has turned blue. Anna has already determined that this person is Mystique. However, even if the identity of the other party is confirmed, it is already too late. Anna was so anxious that she had no chance of calling for help. Seeing that the plan had been successful, Mystique Raven was about to take someone away, but was stopped by someone. Beast stopped Mystique Raven. Only then did Raven realize that Professor X attached more importance to Anna than he expected. I guess I have been targeted, or even surrounded. Sure enough, Storm, Cyclops, and Wolverine Logan also surrounded him. Raven did not act rashly, knowing that one enemy is many, and there is no advantage at all. Charles. Jean Grey pushed Professor X slowly approaching. Professor X looked at Raven in front of him. From childhood companions to strangers now, the two have experienced a lot. Raven, stop it. Charles, you know my character, and I will not stop. Your retreat and forbearance will only lead to the destruction of Mutant. Although Eric's plan is a bit radical, as long as it succeeds, everything can be changed. Professor X knows that Raven is actually more determined than Magneto and has suffered more. It is very difficult for me to persuade Raven. To be precise, Raven cannot be persuaded by persuasion, only by actual actions. You're right, Raven. Because of my retreat and tolerance, I saved this small number of mutants, but most of the mutants are still hiding and are in danger. So, I decided to make a change. Raven couldn't believe that Professor X, who was always conservative and advocated getting along with others, planned to make a change. I have decided to disclose Mutant's identity and provide Mutant with shelter publicly. Hank will go into politics and increase Mutant's voice. At the same time, to put pressure on Parliament to release the mostly innocent mutants they're holding. Professor X said a lot of decisions and plans, hoping to convince Raven. We mutants need to fight for our own safety and interests, but violent conflict is not the only way. Raven, give me some time. After speaking, Professor X made way for Raven. Definitely, Anna had to stay. Raven looked at the road out of the way, with some hesitation. Charles, you will not succeed. They fear us and will stop at nothing to destroy us. I still believe that there is light and kindness in the human heart. Chapter 161 I Am Mutant. In the evening, Sui went to Xavier Academy, and then learned about Mystique Raven's visit from Jean Grey. Fortunately, Anna was fine and was rescued. However, Professor X finally let Mystique Raven go, which is also expected. Professor X has also made the final decision. Starting tomorrow, the Mutant Rising plan will be fully implemented. Making this decision was not made by Professor X alone, but the result of discussions with several X-Men. Doing so is naturally risky. The Xavier Ability Academy will be exposed, and they, and the students in the academy, may be in danger. However, Professor X also believed that those people would not be blatant. What's more, they are not alone, and Sui and others will also help them. There are definitely risks, but they have to consider not only themselves but also the people in the academy, and there are many mutants who are in danger. Sui sighed, and all the first-generation members of the Avengers appeared. Mutant will also appear in the public eye. Next, it will definitely be the era of changing conditions and the era of super ability Super Smash Bros. Sui wasn't too worried. At least, the power of superhero had begun to take shape, and some scumbag villains didn't need Sui to show up. Sui stayed here for a while, and quietly asked Anna out. Anna encountered Mystique Anna, but was rescued. After resting for an afternoon, after recovering, I was very energetic. After secretly communicating for a while, the two continued to try to transmit energy to Anna. Sui expects that after Anna absorbs more energy, new changes will appear. The energy transmission process lasted for more than an hour, and Anna's body reached the limit before ending the energy transmission process. Anna's ability has also evolved again. Last time, Anna's energy basically didn't decline, it existed forever, and she also got the flight ability. This time, Anna gained a new ability, telepathy. However, Anna's telepathy is still relatively weak, far inferior to Sui, let alone a master like Professor X. However, Anna's growth rate is very impressive. As long as Sui transmits energy frequently, Anna will definitely grow up quickly. According to this calculation, Anna's potential is also immeasurable. Anna improved again and Sui got feedback. By transmitting energy, I can continuously improve Anna's ability, and I can get feedback. Getting feedback makes me stronger. In this way, more energy can be transmitted to Anna, allowing her to obtain more powerful abilities. Unfortunately, the system rewards are relatively small, so it can only be regarded as positive feedback. If the system rewards a little more, it will be called a card bug. After a short rest, Anna quietly returned to the castle, ready to go back to rest. As soon as I entered the castle, I saw Jean Grey. Anna, were you outside just now? Anna remembered that she was staying with Sui just now, and immediately felt guilty. I was a little too awake to sleep, so I went out for a stroll. Jean Grey also has telepathy ability, but because of fear, it has not been developed. I can only feel that Anna is a little guilty, as if she is lying, but I can't perceive the specific reason. Mystique may not give up, you still have to pay attention to safety and rest early. Mr. Chin, good night. Good night. Anna breathed a sigh of relief and hurried back to her bedroom. It can only be said that it is very thrilling and exciting. If it is discovered, the consequences will be disastrous. After Anna returned to the room, she sent a message to Sui, telling Sui about the experience just now. Now I still have to hide it for a while, and wait for a suitable time to confess to Jean Grey. A new day, Sui has a new plan. As for Professor X, he has already started to act. As one of the representatives of high IQ in the Marvel world, Professor X has multiple degrees in biology and psychology. Today, Professor X originally gave an academic speech, and the topics of the speech were human evolution and mutant. Because of the mutant incident, this topic was very hot, and many students participated. This is not only an academic speech, Professor X is also preparing to make an official announcement at this speech. Although Peter didn't study biology, he was very interested in this lecture because of his mutation, so he was naturally prepared to listen to it. After all, Gwen did not study biology, so she did not participate. Before the academic lecture started and there were not many students, many media came to hear the news. Mutant is a hot topic, and Professor X is a well-known professor in the field of biology. Many people hope that Professor X can make some high-level remarks. Peter was very excited and arrived at the scene early. Looking at a large group of reporters, I was amazed, there were too many people. Wow, it's really lively. It's a pity that Sue is not interested in this academic lecture. Peter has no friends to accompany him, so he can only wander around by himself. Finally, the speech began. From an academic point of view, Professor X talked about the reasons for human evolution and the evolution process. Definitely, mutant is also a manifestation of evolution, and it is one of the topics of academic speeches. Professor X will naturally mention it from time to time. The speech lasted for nearly an hour, and many students actively asked questions. Professor, I think the emergence of mutants is not the result of human evolution. The evolution process is long, but mutants appear together in this era. I suspect that the emergence of mutants is man-made. This point of view, from an academic point of view, is indeed correct. But the problem is, this student is a bit too ignorant. Student, your point of view is very good. You think that mutants appear together in this era, don't they exist before? Actually, mutants appeared a long time ago. Mutants may have existed hundreds of years ago, or even thousands of years ago. It's just because the science is not developed enough, because the transmission of information is too slow, plus various reasons, everyone doesn't know. However, the mutant genes are gradually accumulated through inheritance, and more. Combined with factors such as changes in the environment, many mutant genes appeared and became mutants. So Professor Xavier, do you think the appearance of mutant is good or bad? Professor X patiently explained his point of view. Everything has two sides, good and bad. I think the emergence of mutant will bring a lot of trouble. For example, mutant is better than ordinary people, which is not fair at all and will cause many social problems. Moreover, mutant also has the ability to kill ordinary people easily. I've heard about mutant harming people, but I haven't heard about mutant doing anything good. Professor X listened carefully. I don't think there is any need for everyone to worry about mutant. The shooting incidents have obviously injured more people. As for the fact that mutants did all bad things and didn't do good things, the reason is also very simple, because most mutants dare not reveal their mutant identities. Once they reveal their identities, people around them will be afraid and jealous, making them unable to live a normal life. Even, many mutants, who are clearly innocent, are arrested and detained. There are also many mutants who are arrested for experiments. I know this because, I am mutant. Chapter 162 End of speech. Professor X officially announced on the spot that he was a mutant, which immediately aroused many people's exclamations. Many people didn't expect that Professor X dared to admit that he was a mutant. The students and reporters at the scene were shocked. This is big news. You know, Mr. Robert, who disappeared not long ago, is suspected to be the work of Mutant. At this juncture, Professor X was able to admit his identity as a mutant. Mystique Raven turned into an ordinary person early on, sitting on a chair, watching Professor X quietly. Professor X has really made an official announcement, and it seems that he really intends to make a change. However, Raven knows that human fear and discrimination will not disappear. When people know that he is a mutant, he and the students of the Xavier Ability Academy will definitely be implicated. In comparison, Professor X is still somewhat idealistic. But Raven, who has experienced a lot, knows that reality is often more cruel. Charles, you're thinking too well, and these people aren't going to be like you at all. They only fear, discriminate, and want to destroy us. If you do this, you will only drag yourself and the students in the academy into trouble. Raven is not disappointed with Professor X, on the contrary, he is even more happy to see Professor X who is willing to stand up and work hard for Mutant. At the same time, I couldn't help but feel worried for Professor X. Sure enough, after Professor X revealed his identity, some people immediately questioned him. Professor Xavier, is Mr. Roberts' disappearance really related to Mutant? Professor X is basically sure that this must have been done by Magneto. However, I didn't investigate after all, so I definitely couldn't just talk nonsense. Moreover, Professor X didn't want to deliberately suppress his good brother on this occasion. Professor X's goal is to help Mutant, not start fighting now. As for what happened to Senator Robert, I don't know the inside story. However, I totally disagree with Senator Robert's previous remarks, blaming Mutant for all problems. Mutant has been persecuted over the years. In the northern part of the state, there is a prison dedicated to detaining mutants. Many innocent mutants, who did not commit any crimes at all, were directly imprisoned without trial. There are still many people who covet mutants' ability, and have secretly captured many mutants to conduct brutal experiments. For this reason, the vast majority of mutants can only hide their identity as mutants and live in silence like I did before. And once someone discovers mutant's identity, he can only be forced to wander, otherwise he may be caught. Many people naturally don't believe Professor X's words. Professor Xavier, do you have any evidence? We have not heard of such a thing. Professor X has long expected. You haven't heard of it. It doesn't mean it doesn't exist. After this speech is over, I will hire a well-known lawyer to let those innocent mutants who were imprisoned return to society through legal channels. After Professor X revealed his identity, the first goal was mutant prison. The people present were discussing one after another. If what Professor X said was true, it would be big news. In this free country, there is such a thing. It is simply appalling. Professor X answered the questions one after another calmly. An academic lecture, such a big thing happened. The speech was finally over, and Professor X was about to leave, looking for a law firm to help him resolve these lawsuits. Just as she was about to leave, Mystique pretended to be a speaker and quietly came to Professor X. Charles, you're going to fail. They can't be trusted. Professor X can naturally perceive the other party's true identity. Perhaps, but it must be tried. Mystique is not here to persuade Professor X, but to remind Professor X. After the reminder is over, it is natural to leave. Mystique knows that it is not easy for Professor X to achieve his goal. Therefore, she had to help, find a way to get some evidence, so that Professor X's plan could proceed smoothly. Seeing Mystique leave, Scott was still a little worried. Having had many skirmishes with Magneto and Mystique, Scott is very wary of Magneto. Professor, will she and Magneto sabotage our plans? Professor X believed in his old friend. The purpose of the two was the same, but they chose different paths. Professor X stopped Magneto many times, also because of Magneto's means. They are all thinking about the future of Mutant. I don't think they should do this. From here, Professor X has already started looking for a suitable law firm. In the capital of freedom, there are many large law firms. However, these are not within the scope of their consideration, and they have already agreed on a law firm. This law firm is recommended by Sui, the law firm of Daredevil Matt. Although the firm is small, there are only lawyers Matt and Fergie. However, both of them have the ability and a heart of justice. What's more, lawyer Matt has the identity of Daredevil. At the moment, word of the academic talk has spread. Shocking news began to spread on the internet. Professor Xavier is actually a mutant. Mutant has actually existed for many years. Mutant has been treated unfairly. Faced with these news, netizens talked a lot. There are so many mutants. It's scary. I can't believe how dangerous it is to have a mutant around. Member Robert's disappearance must have been done by mutant. Arrest them. Walter, isn't mutant a human? No crime. Why should he be arrested? I haven't heard of mutant hurting people, but shootings happen every day. I don't know what to say. Frito. I'm so envious. I also want to have super ability and become a superhero like Spider-Man. Everyone was discussing, and Peter was so excited beyond words that he contacted Sui immediately. Hey, Sue, do you know what happened to me when I attended an academic lecture just now? You won't believe it. Professor Xavier is a mutant, right? Water? How do you know? I contacted you as soon as the speech was over. The internet is significantly faster, and I knew about it ahead of time. They identified themselves, and I actually suggested it to them. Peter was speechless, and wanted to share a piece of good news. As a result, Sui knew the good news a long time ago, and there was no feeling of surprise at all. You suggested them? Why? Mutants are in a very bad situation, being arrested and persecuted. I just helped them and let them live a normal life. Chapter 163 Responses from all party swords spread quickly. On S.H.I.E.L.D. side, Nick Fury was lost in thought as he watched the news. After S.H.I.E.L.D. was established, it naturally encountered the mutant incident. I have also investigated and recruited mutant, but the results are not satisfactory. Because mutant was captured and used as an experimental research object, this kind of thing is real. Many mutants are reluctant to show their faces in public, for fear of accidents. But after Professor X's torment, more and more mutants will definitely come out to do activities. If there is any trouble at that time, they may have to deal with it by SHIELD. This situation is actually a better one. The worst case scenario, of course, is that the mutant prison and the mutant experiment are fully exposed. If someone leads a large group of mutants and starts causing trouble, it will have a big impact. Mutants have a variety of abilities that a mutant might handle well. But when a group of mutants gather together, their absolute destructive power is astonishing. An event of this magnitude has the potential to cause more damage than Hulk versus Abomination. Mutant, once it is handled carelessly, causing mutants counterattack, the consequences will be disastrous. Nick Fury knows the situation of those congressmen, and this matter may cause problems. Although Professor X's group did not agree to join the Avengers, overall, they can still win cooperation. When something happens, the number of Avengers may not be enough. Thinking of this, Nick Fury knew that he had to prepare early. Picking up his fur coat and putting it on, he was going to talk to the captain who was practicing boxing and talk about it. When I came to this old boxing gym, there was no one around, only the Captain Steve was practicing against the sandbag. Because he is alone in this era, Captain Steve spends most of his time exercising and always ready for missions, except for visiting Carter often. Team leader. Steve didn't stop at all, just a little surprised by Nick Fury's appearance. Director, do you have a mission? Not yet, but it will be available soon. I came here to inform you and get ready. There was some expectation in Steve's heart. I've been preparing for nearly 70 years, so, now, who is our enemy? Nick Fury said, mutant. Steve looked puzzled, not knowing what it meant. Mutants. Nick Fury had no choice but to patiently explain. Mutant is a type of person who has acquired super abilities due to genetic mutation. Steve understood a little bit, but not much. The opponent also has a super ability. Do you have any specific information? I want to make some plans based on the opponent's ability. Without specific information, I'm not even sure how many mutants will be enemies. After this period of time, Steve is slowly adapting to this era and has learned some information. I know that there are several superheroes in this world who are active. Now, there's mutant again. It sounds like there are quite a few people. I thought I was the only monster in the world, and now it looks like I'm normal. Want to fight a group of superpowers? I can't do it alone. Nick Fury definitely knew that no matter how powerful Captain Steve was, he was only one person. Facing a group of mutants, one Captain Steve is definitely not enough. I have prepared a team. Nick Fury took out some materials and placed them in front of the captain. Nick Fury knows the power of mutant. If mutant really gathers to make trouble, these few people in the Avengers plan may not be enough. It would be the best if Sui can make a shot. If it doesn't work, we can only invite Captain Marvel in space to come back. As Professor X's old enemy, Magneto Eric is also watching the video at the moment. The content in the video is exactly the lecture where Professor X revealed his identity. Seeing Professor X's actions, Magneto was not worried at all, but rather happy. When they were young, the two were friends, have a common goal and fight together. Later, due to different ideas, the two parted ways. But in fact, it's all for the future of mutant. Professor X was born in a wealthy family, had no experience of big storms, and was still in elite class, so he chose to get along with ordinary people, established Xavier College, and rarely showed up. And Magneto was born in an ordinary background. Because of his identity as a mutant, he has had many tragic experiences. Years of suffering have made Magneto a radical, if not extreme. Do whatever it takes, just for the future of Mutant. Although the current Professor X is still friendly, he hopes to improve the future of Mutant through softer means. Charles, you finally realize that we need to fight for a better future for Mutant. It's just that your plan is destined not to succeed. Mutants are much stronger than humans. Humans want to control the strong. When people find that they can't control them, they will choose to destroy. They can't control the mutant, so they get scared and they want to kill the mutant. Magneto really wanted to have a theory with Professor X, but unfortunately, the two were separated. Old man, you have to start acting according to your method, and I will continue to plan. Magneto's approach is to transform all normal people into mutants. The plan is very good, but this machine still has a lot of problems. Senator Robert has indeed become a mutant and possessed an ability. However, it didn't take long for Robert to turn into a puddle of water and die completely, not even ashes left. Although Magneto's plan was frustrated, Magneto did not give up. It is still possible to continue the project as long as the machine can be improved. Magneto's first priority is to adjust the machine and continue with his plan. Definitely, there are ordinary people and mutants all paying attention to this big movement sweeping the internet. The exposure of mutant prison made the warden very angry. There are still mutants making trouble outside, and they still want to deal with themselves. Wilhelm Stryker has been planning to make mutant into a weapon to destroy all mutant. Although Professor X's speech did not expose his deeds this time, it also made Wilhelm Stryker feel threatened. Mutant, damn it. After years of research, Wilhelm Stryker's knowledge of mutant is definitely far ahead. To this end, Wilhelm Stryker has prepared several plans. Wilhelm Stryker's plan, of course, is the Sentry plan. Using Mystique Raven's genes, Sentinel was created. It's just, Mystique comes and goes without a trace, kaleidoscopic shapeshift, he has no chance to get Mystique Raven's gene at all. In this event, he was sure that Mystique Raven would definitely appear. As long as you seize this opportunity, you can get Mystique Raven's genes and complete your plan. Chapter 164 You are really going to cause trouble. The matter of Mutant caused a lot of noise on the internet. Everyone's attitude towards Mutant was also very different, and a crazy debate started. Sui is just watching the show, and has no intention of making a move at all. Originally, Sui thought that the filming was a bit exaggerated. How could so many people have such hostility towards Mutant? Now it seems that Sui realizes that she completely underestimated these people. Seeing these outrageous remarks, Sui realized the difference between people. In the eyes of many people, Mutant is not a human being at all. Some people plan to go to the parade and let the authorities arrest all mutants. There are also people who are more extreme, saying that if they let themselves meet Mutant, they will directly serve them with bullets. After reading these, Sui didn't know what to say. Forget it has nothing to do with me anyway, as long as these people don't mess with me. Sui doesn't care about these things anymore. Since someone has a headache anyway, it's not her turn to worry about it. Sui does her own thing with peace of mind, and continues to wander among her confidant friends. Recently, Sui has been busy because Jane Foster is coming back. Jane observed and studied outside for a long time, and finally returned to the capital of freedom. Sui can't even teleport because he has no fixed place to live. Now that Jane is back, she notified Sui early. Sui greeted the two Jane Foster. Jane was dressed similarly to before, looking dusty. Seeing Sui, he threw himself into Sui's arms immediately. Su, do you miss me? Definitely miss you. This time, how long do you plan to stay when you come back? Jane stroked her hair. I'm not sure either. Maybe a month, maybe a week or so. Sui knew that this was Jane's career and also her dream. It is definitely impossible for Sui to persuade Jane to stay and be a canary. What's more, if Jane stays, there will be more people in her backyard, and there will be more problems. It's good to keep it like this for the time being. Oh, what a pity. I wish you'd stayed longer. The two were very close, and Daisy on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Hey, have you two hugged enough? Can't you take my feelings into consideration? Sui said with a smile. Daisy, do you want a hug too? Daisy was a little flustered by Sui's bold move. Naturally, Sui simply hugged her and didn't move too much. Don't be so stingy. We have an idiom in the East, which is called tolerance is greatness. People like you should be broad-minded. Both Daisy and Jane couldn't help laughing when they heard Sui's joke. You two beauties, it's time to go. I've made a reservation for the restaurant. Sui is going to clean up the two beauties. All the way to a high-end restaurant. Both Jane and Daisy were amazed. Especially Jane, who looked at the people who came in and out were all gorgeously dressed and looked either rich or expensive. The clothes of himself and Daisy looked a bit ordinary. Jane basically lives and sleeps, and doesn't have much spare money. Neither of them had ever been to such a high-end restaurant. Jane was still a little uncomfortable, but Daisy was very happy. Jane, this looks great, and it's the first time I've been to such a good restaurant. Jane also echoed, me too. Sui knew the worries of the two. I seldom come here. I prefer to cook by myself. I just heard from people that the food here tastes good. Today is the day you come back. Definitely pay more attention to it. Jane also dispelled too many doubts, and the three sat down together. The food here was really good, at least to Jane and Daisy's taste. It may be that Sui still prefers Chinese food. In Sui's opinion, these foods are just average. Sui chatted with the two, chatting about some light-hearted things. Just when the atmosphere was getting better, Sui noticed her phone rang. This call is really inappropriate. Sui didn't want to pay attention to it at first, but the other party didn't give up. Sui had no choice but to answer the phone. Jane, Daisy, I have a call, I have to leave for a while. Fine. Sui left her seat and came to the side to answer the phone. Hi, hello, I'm Sui. Hey, Sue, didn't bother you. Sui was so familiar with this voice, it was obviously the playboy Tony. No, the current Tony Stark has changed his ways. Tony, you almost messed up my date. Tell me, what's important? It's nothing important, just an old man who has been frozen for nearly 70 years and asked me to join the Avengers to deal with the crisis that may arise next. Sui was a little surprised. You mean Captain Steve? Yes, that's him. Before the plot of Avengers Alliance appeared, the two giants of Avengers Alliance met. Such a commemorative scene, it is a pity that I was not there. Is that all? The matter of Tony Stark's call was naturally because of the very hot topic of Mutant these 2 days. The action of S.H.I.E.L.D. and Steve at this moment is to deal with the coming Mutant crisis. Speaking of Mutant, Tony Stark knows something from Sui. In particular, there is a mutant named Magneto who can control metal. The coming Mutant crisis is no small matter. No matter how conceited Tony Stark was, he knew that it was impossible for one person to deal with a large group of mutants. What's more, time waits for no one, and the mutant crisis may appear at any time. Tony Stark had a suspicion that this incident might have something to do with Sui. This call is just to confirm. The mutant matter, shouldn't it be related to you? Sui replied, well, I just gave them some advice. Tony didn't know what to say. Because of Sui's suggestion, his tasks increased dramatically. Originally, I also wanted to study nano armor and shape-shifting steel chariots, Autobots. Now, suddenly there is a mutant crisis, which keeps me busy. So, you're really going to cause trouble. You have nothing to do with Mutant, so there's no need to meddle in Mutant's affairs. Who said it's okay? There are many beautiful girls in Mutant, and some of them may be my confidant. Tony Stark was completely speechless. So, you are still young, you have to pay attention to your body. Sui jokingly said, oh, Tony, don't you? It was a matter of a man's dignity, how could Tony not take it seriously? Suddenly, it was as if my hair was fried. My body is very healthy, but you, according to your situation, maybe, in a year or two, you will not be able to do it at all. Sui looked indifferent. Impossible. With my current physical fitness, another 100 will not be a problem. Tony realized that Sui's physical fitness is not normal at all, and maybe his kidneys are stronger than ordinary people. The important topic was over, and the two began to make jokes. I'll hang up if I have nothing else to do. I'm still dating. One more thing. My research has made new progress. Come to my villa tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 165 Excellent series Armor. Sui was speechless. She was on a date when Tony interrupted her. Fortunately, not much time wasted. What Tony told himself on the phone should be about the Iron Chariot. Sui didn't expect that Tony's speed is quite fast. In less than a month, he has almost finished his research. Wait until tomorrow, go and see for yourself. In the evening, Sui has a long talk with Jane and Daisy. On a new day, Sui took time out and went to Tony's villa at night. Because there is an extra hostess in the villa, it looks more lively. Tony, here I come. Sui teleported to the studio again. Looking at the mess here, he knew that a lot of thought was put into making this thing. Sui naturally set his eyes on the central position. This is a car that doesn't look so normal. In order to facilitate shapeshifting, the vehicle must not use a large amount of a whole piece of steel, but assembled like a battle armor. Tony carefully designed the shapeshifting module, which is a lot of work. After all, after shapeshifting a car, that's the Autobot. With a huge body, the workload naturally increased. Hey, Sue, you're finally here. Sui made some observations and came to a conclusion. Tony is indeed the top talent in the world today. Such a structural design is simply perfect. This was the moment Tony Stark had been waiting for, to accept the compliment. However, it looks like it hasn't been painted yet, and the last step has not been completed. Tony said, no, there is one last test left. I need to test various data of Steel Chariot too. This task needs your help. You mean, let me try this on. Sui is still very interested. Autobots, who wouldn't want to have one? However, before Sui got into the car, he was stopped by Tony. No. I mean, using you to test the data, I think that only you can resist the true power of this armor. Sui's interest faded by half in an instant. He thought he was wearing a battle armor, and after a long time, he was acting as a sandbag. Be a sandbag. Let's be a sandbag. Seeing that he can prostitute a suit of armor for nothing, Sui also endured it. Okay, but I need to customize a set of armor. The Mark series made by Tony is very valuable, and the cost price may be tens of millions. This does not include the technology of the arc reactor and Tony's labor costs. Counting these, it is definitely a sky-high price. And this battle armor of the Beyond series uses more materials and is more complicated, so its value is naturally higher. However, when Sui said that he wanted to customize a set of armor, Tony also agreed without any hesitation. No problem. By the way, how did you name this series of armor? Tony proudly introduced. I named it the Excellence series. So, stop talking nonsense and start testing. Tony had been waiting for this moment. Sui is also looking forward to the car starting to change. It can't be used here, let's go out and test it. No problem. Tony drove out of the laboratory directly, Sui followed behind the car and flew out slowly. Out of the villa, came to the outdoors. Tony couldn't contain his excitement anymore. J.A.R.V.I.S. Activate the excellent armor. The first thing to change, of course, is the seat. The seat began to wrap around Tony's body, becoming the inner armor. This inner armor is more advanced than the Mark V portable armor, and is basically close to the number 41 detachable armor. Also because of the change in the plot, Tony didn't spend too much time building a functional armor. Moreover, the early exposure to and research on nanotechnology made Tony's armor evolve much faster. While the seat wraps the whole body and becomes the inner armor, the car also began to change, standing up directly, becoming a mechanical titan close to 3 meters high. The subtle changes in the process are amazing. Seems simple enough, but it's actually a surprisingly large amount of work to make sure the change process is accurate. Only Tony cooperated with J.A.R.V.I.S. to complete it so quickly and so well. The change process is still relatively long, and it took nearly 1 minute. However, after the change is completed, the effect is amazing. Sui looked at the excellent battle armor in front of him. It was really similar to the Mark series, as if it had been scaled up in proportion, and then a little stronger. It looks powerful and full of technology. The most important thing is that there is no sense of fragmentation. Ha ha ha, So, how's it going? Sui flew around the Joyo armor, looking up and down. There are indeed gaps. If you meet Ant-Man, maybe you can let Ant-Man use his fists. Ignoring Ant-Man, this armor is perfect. Tony, can you see what's behind you now? Tony replied proudly, do you think I'd be stupid enough to ignore the vision problem? I definitely have designs that make sure everything in the vicinity can be observed. So, do you have the means to attack the rear? It seems that your arms can't reach the back at all. Not only that, but with such huge amounts of stature, your movements will inevitably be a little slow. Tony knew it too, so he was prepared. Behind the battle armor, several openings were suddenly opened. There is an attack method hidden in it, and if ordinary people are caught off guard, it will definitely be very dangerous. Sui is naturally not an ordinary person, and she is not afraid at all. And Tony didn't attack, just showed his design. Finally, Sui couldn't help but exclaimed, it looks really good. Tony is still a little dissatisfied. I have spent a lot of time on shapeshifting, and there are still many abilities and functions that have not been added yet. There is also nanotechnology. If this suit of armor can be made with nanotechnology, it will definitely be more perfect than it is now. Tony is not very satisfied with the armor, but Sui thinks it is very good. Although not as presented in the movie, at least it looks very good, like an Autobot. Tony, don't waste time, let's start the test. Okay. The two started the test, and it was definitely an earth-shattering battle. Sui cast an energy barrier, while Tony consumed energy and smashed it with his fists. Huge amounts of power bombarded the energy barrier, actually denting the energy barrier, but it couldn't completely destroy the energy barrier. Increase energy output efficiency to 40. Upgrade again. Tony was very reconciled. He was already overloaded and couldn't break the energy barrier, let alone meet Sui. You know, under the overload state, the power of this punch is already nearly 100 tons. Unfortunately, it's still not enough. Hey, Sue, can you not use super ability? Try it with your body's strength. Sui is also very helpless. For the sake of his armor, this sandbag can only be used to the end. Okay, let's start directly. I'll start with 30 energy first. Sui was a little impatient. Just start at 60, start at 30, it's too troublesome. Oh, this is not good. As much data as possible is good. Are you ready? Sui suddenly realized that this old boy Tony must have some other purpose. Maybe he planned it long ago. No wonder he made a special trip to call himself yesterday. Let's start. Chapter 166. You are such a monster. Tony waited for this day, for a long time. Tony has been simulating and calculating various data of Sui, but the data is still not enough. Today, take advantage of this opportunity to collect data well. Looking at the collected data, Tony began to doubt life. Sui only relied on the energy barrier to block such a powerful force. Next, Sui will use his physical strength to fight against the excellent armor. According to Sui's request, Tony directly used 60 energy to punch this punch. This powerful force has amazing destructive power, and can easily demolish houses and destroy cities. However, Sui just used both hands to catch the huge fist of Zwoyu armor. Cracks spread under his feet, but Sui remained motionless. This power is not bad. Tony had already expected it in his heart, but he still couldn't help but want to say a few words about the quintessence of China. Su, do it again. Sui is also going to give it a try, to see if he can block the power of this punch in the air. Okay, I'll try it too and see if I can catch this punch in the air. Sui floated directly into the air, and could even catch the punch without moving a muscle. If Sui wanted to, she could even rely on her own strength to push back. Tony looked at the output efficiency of the excellent armor. Sui can actually increase his strength, push back the thick mechanical arm, and it hasn't even damaged the armor. This gap cannot be made up by a set of battle armor. Sui's strength made Tony feel desperate. Sui's physical fitness is extremely strong. Super strength, speed, and defensive ability. This kind of physical fitness is basically invincible. Tony has thought about it. The way to completely eliminate Sui is very difficult. The first way, of course, is to use the ultimate weapon without Sui being aware of it. Such a price is extremely heavy, and it may not be successful. Because Sui's flight is too fast, and there is teleportation. As long as Sui has a little time to react, he can teleport away. Another way is to be a despicable poisoner. Sui's physical fitness is indeed beyond ordinary people, but now he is still a living organism. As long as it is a living organism, some toxins can play a role, but only the file size. Otherwise, you can only use extreme environments. For example, send Sui into space, freeze it with ultra-low temperature, or project it into the sun, etc. Likewise, there is a serious problem with Sui's teleportation ability. As long as Sui is given the ability to teleport, he cannot really kill Sui. Apart from these several methods, it is difficult for Tony to think of a way to kill Sui. Do you want to continue? Tony looked at the data displayed by J.A.R.V.I.S. a few more times. After a dozen or so attempts, the test was finally over. The combat performance is still good, but because of its large size, it is a bit bulky. Finished the test, the excellence armor is shapeshifting again. Relying on the device behind it, the entire armor lay down. In the process, quick shapeshifting. Eventually, the appearance of the vehicle was restored, and Tony Stark sat up from lying down. Then, got off the vehicle. How about the test? There is definitely nothing wrong with my armor, but the shapeshifting process is a bit complicated and needs to be optimized. If nanotechnology can be done, it will definitely be a lot easier. Sui is quite satisfied with this excellent armor, at least in terms of appearance and ability are in line with Sui's expectations. I think it's pretty good so far. Tony must be dissatisfied. This set of battle armor can't even test the limit of Sui's strength. So, tell me, how much power have you exerted? Sui didn't bother to calculate. Maybe 1%, maybe less than 1%. Sui's strength is 100,000 tons, and the output of this outstanding record is only about 100 tons. Tony looked at Sui in disbelief. This set of excellent armor is so strong, but the strength is less than 1% of Sui's. If this is the case, Tony feels that the battle armor alone may not be able to match Sui. You are a monster. Sui was very indifferent. Is this a monster? My own level is stuck at LV7. If I upgrade to a higher level, what should I call it? God? Sui has no interest in being a god. After the 2 tests were over, they naturally had to go back. However, the cracks on the ground made it impossible for the 2 of them to ignore them. Tony, I think you've got a chance to fix this up. Tony didn't care about it at all, he just had to find someone to do it when the time came. The 2 returned to the villa, and Maya was waiting for them. Hey Maya, you're just getting more and more beautiful. After Sui greeted Maya, the 2 continued to chat. About Mutant, about Avengers. After Sui left, Tony returned to the studio and continued to study. J.A.R.V.I.S. Keep improving Sui's model. J.A.R.V.I.S. projected a virtual screen showing Sui's appearance, and then various data. These are the data collected by Tony's secret investigation. It's just that it's not quite ready yet. J.A.R.V.I.S. Increase the power attribute by 100 times. Looking at Sui's strength attribute, it has reached a terrifying 100,000 tons. Excellent physical fitness, 100,000 tons of strength, and a speed exceeding 10 times the speed of sound. As well as teleportation, flight, energy barrier, and other abilities, and maybe other abilities. Looking at the data model in front of him, Tony felt dizzy. Solving Sui is much more troublesome than making a set of excellent armor. First of all, it is necessary to limit Sui's teleport super ability. Then, there must be a means to kill Sui. Tony immediately thought about it, and there were several feasible ideas. However, it is only theoretically feasible, and in practice, it is estimated that it will not work at all. After much deliberation, Tony thought of a way to clone a Sui. As the saying goes, beat magic with magic. If you want to defeat Sui, the best way is to use Sui to defeat Sui. This method, Tony hesitated for a while, and finally chose to give up. Tony suddenly thought of the story of Avengers Alliance Civil War told by Sui when he went to solve the Red House incident. In that story, Tony used Thor's hair to clone a robot Thor. The ending of the Civil War is naturally not very happy. If he did this, Tony knew that he would definitely lose Sui as a friend and end up being betrayed by all relatives. After repeated hesitation, Tony still made the final decision. J.A.R.V.I.S. Destroy the data model. There is no point in studying this monster. He has a lover and a family. If he wants to destroy the world, I don't need to take action at all. His lover will definitely stop him. Soon, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. came. Sir, the data model is destroyed, and all data has been cleared. It's time to accompany Maya. Tony turned and left the studio. The busy period was over and it was time to take a break. Chapter 167 Avengers Alliance new member Sui came back from Tony's house and stopped by Pepper. After Pepper got back on track with Stark, he also found an assistant. Although it is much easier, but after all, he is the president of a big company, and there are still many things to do. Sui returned to her normal life until she received a message from Natasha Romanoff. Sui was a little surprised. Natasha Romanoff was the quietest, and never took the initiative to contact herself. More or less, other people will also take the initiative to contact Sui to chat about their relationship. And Natasha Romanoff never did. When it was empty, Sui teleported to the space carrier immediately. Sui teleported to Natasha Romanoff's room, but Natasha Romanoff was not here. Using the space carrier's internal communication facilities, Sui quickly found Natasha Romanoff's location. Natasha Romanoff, do you need me? Natasha Romanoff approached Sui. I miss you. Natasha Romanoff's provocative tone, and this charming expression. If you use this to test veteran cotters, you will definitely be unstoppable. I miss you too. Training room? The location is also quite good, just in time for special training? After the special training, Natasha Romanoff explained why she called Sui. So, I called you here for another purpose. What purpose? You must take Yelena and Antonia back. Sui doesn't quite understand. What does it have to do with these two people? Could it be? What tasks are they going to do? Natasha Romanoff also slowly explained the whole story. Because of the mutant incident, director Nick felt the pressure, so he is recruiting Avengers members. And they will become Avengers. Sui was not a little surprised, but very surprised. Walter, are they going to join the Avengers? Sui also calmed down quickly, because all of this was related to herself. Because of my spoilers, cuts, and other operations, the plot has been completely messed up. The original Avengers alliance has changed drastically. Except for the two cores of Captain Steve and Iron Man Tony Stark, the others must have changed a lot. Sui thought for a while. Natasha Romanoff probably won't be able to join the Avengers alliance. Because of the bombing plan, Natasha Romanoff is already a dead man on the surface. At least until Hydra is removed, normal activities cannot be performed. Otherwise, it will definitely be noticed by Alexander. Bruce Banner can't transform into Hulk anymore, and he probably won't be a member of the Avengers alliance either. Thor, Sui is not sure either. After all, Loki has been arrested. If not for Loki, Thor probably would have no reason to come here again. Counting, the original F6 of the Avengers alliance has been half changed by Sui. Without these three, the spider trio of Sui, Gwen, and Peter would not ostensibly join the Avengers alliance. Captain Marvel is still in space, and it is far away and cannot quench thirst. Most of the time, it may not be possible to come back in time. Well, Nick Fury can only pick someone else to join the Avengers. From Natasha Romanoff, Sui also learned about Nick Fury's other options. Number 13 Sharon Agent, Second Generation Widow Yelena, Imitation Master Antonia, Dr. Ant-Man Pym or Second Generation Wasp Woman Hope. This lineup looks okay, but it feels like it still lacks a bit of powerful output. Sharon and Antonia are still in the range of agents, and ability is still a bit short. The frontal combat power of Ant-Man or Wasp is actually not very strong. Only Yelena got the Fire Spirit Orb from Sui. With the means of energy attack and some special abilities, the combat power is not bad. Is this Nick Fury's idea? Natasha Romanoff explained, what I suggested to Nick was to have Yelena and Antonia join the Avengers alliance. I plan to let them establish a stronghold in the capital of Freedom as a place to stay for the agents. Sui didn't continue to ask, okay, I will take them there. Natasha Romanoff said, so you have to take care of them. Seeing Natasha Romanoff's expression, Sui felt a little weird, as if it was intentional. It was as if they were encouraging Sui to find a way to take them down. How do you want me to take care of them? Natasha Romanoff hooked Sui's neck, looked at Sui with a playful expression. What do you think? Sui felt that she was a bit overwhelmed. As for Yelena and Antonia, they were indeed very pretty. At least, it's much prettier than shown in the movie. Yelena, although not pink and tender, is not that strong either. Antonia, a fighting nation under the age of 20, has also been baptized by the water of life, and she is also top-notch. I'll take care of them. They should be ready. We should leave the training room. Sui didn't care. Let them wait a little longer. I still have something to discuss with you. What's up? What should our baby be called? The two were discussing major future events when Yelena suddenly appeared in the training room. Yelena's appearance interrupted their discussion. Seeing that the two were discussing about their future child, Yelena knew that she was a bit redundant. Sorry, I didn't come at the right time. With that said, Yelena was about to leave the training room. After all, this matter has nothing to do with me. Just let Sui and Natasha Romanoff discuss it. And in Sui's mind, a classic scene in a certain drama suddenly flashed. With a twitch of his brain, he uttered the lines smoothly, and it was still in English. No, you came just in time. Yelena was a little confused and froze in place. What does this have to do with her? Natasha Romanoff also felt that Yelena could give some advice on this matter. So, Natasha Romanoff personally came forward to persuade a few words. Natasha Romanoff came forward, and it was definitely a success. So Yelena also joined the discussion. Discussed for a while, but did not discuss the results. Sure enough, naming a child is a time-consuming and labor-intensive effort. Fortunately, Anthony Yabi is more calm. If Antonia also came over to urge the four of them to discuss together, they would probably have to quarrel for a long time. It was getting late, Sui teleported back to Liberty Capital with Yelena and Antonia. Although they can still live in their own villa, they are obviously not suitable. After some consideration, it was arranged to go to the old villa. This old villa used to live in Kylan, Pietro, and Wanda brothers and sisters, and now Yelena and Antonia are staying temporarily. If they can find a better place to live, it won't be too late to make it vacant. These 2 rooms have been occupied by people. This one belongs to Pietro, and this one belongs to Wanda. They should come back to live again, so you can only choose other vacant rooms. There are also some daily necessities that you may need to buy yourself. Car Curry also has a car, the key is here, you can open it whenever you need it. Sui explained something, and after the 2 settled down, she chose to go back. Chapter 168 Betty moves softer. Sui settled the 2 of them, she returned home. Gwen, Liz, and Hannah are watching the show together and getting along very well. This kind of life is naturally what Sui wants to see. Sui naturally sat in the middle and watched the show with the 3 of them. At this moment, Kylan came back alone. Chi-Lin, you're back, let's watch the show together. I have to go wash up first, and come back later. About half an hour later, Kylan had changed into her home clothes and came to the living room. Recently, Kylan and Betty are busy investigating a black shop selling used cars. This black shop usually does business normally, but if you meet people who don't understand cars, they will fool around and sell some garbage trucks to customers. Betty and Kylan have almost finished the investigation recently, and they will get the evidence soon, and then they will directly wipe out the black shop. Chi-Lin, how is your investigation with Betty going? It's almost finished, and we can get the evidence in a maximum of 2 days. Sui reminded, you'd better be careful, open a black shop to deceive people, maybe you will do even more outrageous things. Kylan herself is a divine body, so don't worry too much. However, Betty is just an ordinary person after all, and can still be hurt by weapons. Sui also considered transforming all her confidant into god bodies, but the technology of god bodies is still a bit complicated. The technology is so powerful that Sui doesn't have many people to trust. In addition, ability is naturally needed. It is really difficult for Sui to find someone who is both trustworthy and capable. Tony Stark was half of him, Sui couldn't trust him completely, and besides, he also had his own business to attend to. Sui can only start research and manufacture equipment by himself. Although it was a bit slow, it took a few months to produce related equipment. When the time comes, strengthen the confidant around her into a generation of gods. Kylan readily agreed, I will protect Betty well. And yourself? Kylan's cheeks were slightly rosy, and she was a little shy. I see. By the way, Betty and Bella have packed up their new home and invite you to visit their house the day after tomorrow. Sui naturally readily agreed, no problem. Several people chatted on the sofa for a while, and it was getting late, so they dispersed. On the way back to the room, Gwen quietly grabbed Sui. So, when are you and Kylan? Although Sui is a scumbag, her thoughts are her own, but she must never admit to what she has not done. Gwen, don't talk nonsense, I have nothing to do with Kylan. Gwen naturally knew this, because she didn't, she felt embarrassed seeing us so close. Sui understood what Gwen meant in an instant, and it seemed to make sense. Sui thought about it, and it was time to eat the grass beside the nest first. I know what to do. Gwen reminded herself that Sui would naturally repay Gwen well. As for Kylan, we will wait a little later. After all, Kylan is not as proactive as Liz and Hannah. Even if the love process can be saved a little, but the classic 3 steps, eat, watch a movie, and then get to the point. Sui thinks that at least there must be a dating process, so that Chi-Lin can accept it more easily. 2 days passed in a flash. In addition to her normal class, Sui also runs around in several places, trying to take care of everyone around her. In the evening, it was a small party for Betty and Bella to move to a new house. Bella didn't have many acquaintances, so Bella didn't invite anyone. On Betty's side, they simply invited Sui and the others over. Coincidentally, the task of Betty and Kylan has also been completed. After finding all the evidence, the 2 reported decisively and took over the black shop. Afterwards, Betty also wrote a report, passed the review of Bella, and reported it. As a reporter, Betty has taken a crucial step. Both Betty and Kylan are very happy, after all, this is also their achievement. When the 2 things come together, it can be regarded as double happiness. At least, that's how it was for Betty. After moving here, it is much closer to Sui's villa. At that time, you can come and visit frequently. Bella also prepared a very sumptuous dinner. Everyone had dinner together, which was very lively. A dinner can be regarded as a feast for the guests and the host. Tonight's time must belong to Betty, Sui naturally wants to stay. Gwen and the others also tacitly agreed. After dinner, they rested for a while and went home together. Sui stays here and helps tidy up. When everything was settled, Sui and Betty were going to go back to the room and spend some intimate time together. The 2 returned to the room hand in hand. With a bang, the door was closed. This door cuts off the outside world, and the inside of the house is naturally the 2-person world of Sui and Gwen. The atmosphere gradually heated up, but there was a knock on the door. So, I need your help. This critical moment was unexpectedly interrupted, and I felt unspeakably uncomfortable. Fortunately, it hasn't started yet. It's never too late for a good thing, it's just a short while. Bella already knew about the relationship between the 2 and would not stop them, Sui didn't need to worry about anything at all. Sui tidied up a bit, suppressed the rising flame in her heart, and opened the door. As soon as she opened the door, Sui saw Bella in pajamas standing at the door. Bella, is there anything I can do for you? Bella immediately said, my computer seems to have a problem. I am writing a manuscript. This manuscript is very important, and I will use it tomorrow. Hope it doesn't bother you. Repairing a computer is not a difficult task. Your own ability should be able to solve this problem. Definitely no, I'll fix your computer right away. Sui didn't need to explain to Betty anymore. Betty was on the side and heard everything. Betty also looked at Sui with a smile on her face. So, go and help fix the computer first. I'll wash up first. Sui watched Betty deliberately tempting herself, and the flame that had been suppressed just now started to burn again. Wash the fragrance, I will make you look good later. Sui followed Bella to Bella's room to help fix the computer. At this moment, Sui has only one idea in his mind, to get rid of this broken computer quickly. If things go well, you can also wash yourself first. It's the computer on the desk, right? Right. Sui sat down resolutely, ready to check the computer problems. With just a glance, Sui found that there seems to be no problem with the computer. Bella, there seems to be no problem, it can be operated completely. Bella moved closer, took the mouse, and tried it out. Just now, the computer suddenly turned into a blue screen. My files seem to have disappeared. Sui looked at Bella who was so close, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart, you really don't treat me like an outsider, do you? If you continue, I'm afraid something big will happen. So, Sui hurriedly interrupted, it's okay, I'll look for it for you. Chapter 169 Dating with Kylan. Sui didn't expect to waste so much time by repairing a computer. Although, it's a bit unorthodox. But for Sui, being able to appreciate such a performance is not a bad thing. The matter of Betty's moving came to an end, and Sui also determined what to do next. Grasped by the nest, Kylan. Gwen keenly noticed Kylan's embarrassing situation. There's no way, the room full of beauties are all Sui's confidant. Kylan was summoned by Sui, she is Sui's friend, not a confidant. With different identities, seeing Sui getting intimate with other beauties would naturally feel a little awkward. With such a big oriental beauty beside her, seductive eyes are not enough. Sui decides to date Chi-Lin. Because the previous black shop is over, and there are no major events recently, it is natural to get off work earlier. Kylan sat in the co-pilot's seat. Where are you taking me today? Definitely is taking you on a date. After all, Kylan has never been in a relationship before, and when she heard Sui's bold and straightforward words, she immediately blushed a little. Dating? Yeah, how can you enhance your relationship if you don't date and fall in love? Chi-Lin knew Sui's purpose, and originally had a natural liking for Sui. During this time, I have been with Sui for so long, and I also know Sui better. But neither of them developed in this direction, so naturally they didn't take this step. Today, Sui took the initiative to take this step, and Chi-Lin would not refuse. Everything is so natural, it will happen when conditions are ripe. Well then, where are we going? Go to Chinatown, the Oriental culture is more intense. Kylan is also full of expectations. After coming to this world for so long, Kylan has gradually adapted to life here. However, he is an Oriental after all, and besides Sui, he seldom sees Oriental faces around him. If you go to Chinatown, you will indeed feel very cordial. The two drove to Chinatown, and a lively atmosphere suddenly appeared. Here, many Oriental elements can be seen. People walking on the street also have many familiar Oriental faces, and they can also hear familiar languages. Sui was also a little emotional. It has been a long time since I came to this world, but I have never been to the East. Thinking of this, Sui is still very interested in the ancient Oriental country in this world. In the comics, there are also many superheroes in the East, and there is also a spear bureau. In the movie universe, only Shang-Chi was filmed, and it was filmed as depressed, which is really shocking. Sui also had no way to get on the line with the Shen Spear Bureau. Collaborate if possible. Sui quickly put aside these thoughts, and now the focus is on dating Kylan. Sui and Kylan got out of the car, and Sui took Kylan's hand. Kylan reacted subconsciously, wanting to do a combo of grappling and throwing over the shoulder, but still under control. Sui felt Kylan's small hands, which were soft and slender, and felt very good. Do you mind if I hold your hand? Chi-Lin has long experienced Sui's brazen behavior. Reluctantly replied, you only asked after you had already started. Is it too late? Sui naturally interpreted the brazenness to the extreme, it's just a symbolic question, whether you answer or not, it's useless. Kylan also acquiesced to Sui's actions, and even took the initiative to hold Sui's hand. The two intertwined their fingers and walked on the street. Where are we going? There is a hot pot restaurant not far in front. You know, Gwen and the others can't eat spicy food. Kylan asked curiously, then you can also eat hot pot with clear soup. Let them slowly accept Oriental food. Sui took Kylan to eat hot pot. If it was in the original world, taking a girl to eat hot pot on the first date would probably be a blow. But this is the Marvel world, and the date is still Kylan. Kylan didn't mind, but looked forward to it. As soon as the two entered the hot pot restaurant, they smelled a familiar smell. Hot pot still has a familiar taste and a familiar feeling. Most of the people who come to eat hot pot are from the East, and only a few are from the West. After all, not everyone can accept hot pot. Sui and Qilin are still very satisfied with the meal, the food and atmosphere are very good. The two came out of the hot pot restaurant contentedly. How is it? It's not bad. After buying the ingredients in the future, you can also eat hot pot at home. Nice plan. Qilin looked at Sui. Next, shouldn't it be time to watch a movie? According to the process, it should be. If you don't want to, we can skip this link. Qilin knew that Sui was deliberately teasing her, but she was unavoidably shy. Who said to skip it? Then let's go. I don't know if there are any good movies. The two chose a cinema nearby. This movie theater in Chinatown will not only release large-scale commercial films, but also import some films from the ancient Oriental country. After all, it is Chinatown, and theaters have to adapt to the surrounding environment and choose suitable movies. Especially during the Spring Festival, the box office of some cartoons imported from ancient Oriental countries is not low. Sui and Qilin entered the theater, watching the popular movies, not knowing which one to choose. Looking at these celebrities, they basically don't know each other, and Kylin's situation is even worse. Which movie do you want to see? Qilin looked at it, but she wasn't sure what it looked like. Then watch this golden heist. It looks like an action and suspense second-generation commercial film, and the scene looks pretty good. Don't watch romantic movies. Qilin tilted her head and looked at Sui. If you think the atmosphere of watching a romantic movie is better, I can accept it. Sui doesn't care, it's just a general routine, that is, a love movie or a horror movie. I don't care about these, so let's watch this movie. In the theater, Sui watched the movie seriously. It can only be said that the plot is really ordinary and full of loopholes. A bad movie, only a few scenes can still be watched. If it wasn't for Qilin, Sui probably would have left the stage less than halfway through. Qilin looked at it with gusto, and seemed to enjoy it very much. Sui has nothing to do, so she can only study Kylin's little hands. The love line, career line, and fate line seem to be pretty good. Qilin must have noticed it, but she didn't withdraw her hand, nor interrupt Sui. Just keep watching the movie and put up with Sui's trickery. The movie was finally over, and Qilin couldn't help asking, is that enough? It's not enough, I feel that I can appreciate it for a lifetime. Qilin blushed, but did not withdraw her hand. The movie is over, it's time to go back. Sui took Qilin back to the car. The next step is the last procedure. Qilin, are you ready? Qilin also knew what Sui meant. Facing such a straightforward question, Qilin did not hesitate. Qilin was slightly shy, and her voice was much lower. Let's go home. Seeing Kylin's appearance, Sui couldn't bear it anymore and kissed her. Chapter 170 Dilyi has experienced another kind of beauty of Qilin, tenderness like water. This feeling made Sui almost indulge in tenderness. From now on, the king will not go to court early. Sui really wanted to stay in Ruanxiang, and didn't want to leave. But in the end, Gwen interrupted. Sui was extremely reluctant, but she also struggled to get up and wash up. There is still a lot of time in the future, and there is no need to rush for a while. While at school, Sui also took stock. Of the confidant around me, there are only a few who have not finished cutting off their beards. First up is Kristen. Sui and Kristen have simply dated many times. The current situation is that Sui can finish the final cut at any time. The next ones were Felicia and Antonia. The difference is that Felicia is the active one, and teases Sui from time to time. As for Antonia, she didn't have much contact with Sui, and it still needs some process. After school, Sui and Gwen were about to leave when they ran into Felicia. To be precise, Felicia is waiting for Sui. Hi Su. Felicia. Felicia was a little dissatisfied with Sui's reaction. Oh, Su, your attitude is so indifferent, it's really sad. Sorry, how can I make it up to you? Shall we have a cup of coffee together? Felicia invited Sui to drink coffee with Gwen, and Gwen was no stranger to it. She knows Sui's charm. Such a change in Felicia was expected. The three of them were walking on campus and were about to leave. Sui was stunned suddenly, because, in the campus, Sui saw a figure that shouldn't appear here. A young gentleman, wearing a well-fitting black suit and holding a cane in his hand, looked very regal. This gentleman has a smile on his face, but he looks a bit evil. Shui is very handsome and charming, but Sui doesn't like him very much. Hey old friend, you don't seem very happy to see me. Sui remained calm. Loki, you always have a way to sneak out. The person in front of him is none other than Loki, who should be imprisoned in the prison of Asgard. He was able to appear here. He was definitely not released, but used some method to sneak out. Such an operation is not difficult for Loki. Hearing Sui's words, Loki smiled even more happily. You guessed it, I ran out secretly. Sui didn't say anything. If you're here for tourism, it's up to you. But if you want to do something, I think I've warned you. As a smart person, you should know what the end of doing this is. Loki definitely knew Sui's strength, and it was not a problem at all to rub him against the ground. No, I'm not here to destroy this place. I'm here just to make a deal with you. Sui had no interest in Loki's affairs at first. He ran out as soon as he ran out, and Sui had no intention of arresting him. However, Loki said to trade, which got Sui some interest. In Asgard, there wasn't much that Sui was interested in. Although there are many Ulu alloys and more advanced technology than the Earth, these are not what Sui wants most. To say, Sui is most interested in infinite gems. In current Asgard, there are no infinite gems. However, Loki can go to Thanos and bring the mind gem. Sui didn't know what Loki wanted to do with her, but she had strength and was not afraid of Loki's tricks at all. Trading? I do have a treasure I'm interested in, and only you can help me get it. I think we can have a good chat. That's great, I think we'll have a great time working together. Let's go together, let's chat over coffee. The team that originally drank coffee expanded again. Only this time, it became 4 people. Loki also took the initiative to introduce himself to Felicia and Gwen. Nice to meet you two beautiful ladies. I am Loki, son of Odin, god of trickery, from Asgard. Felicia didn't know anything about Loki's self-introduction. Gwen has heard Sui talk about Loki, and has heard a little about Loki. As the god of intrigue, Gwen definitely has to be vigilant, worrying about the conspiracy of Loki's so-called deal. Hello. Loki's social ability is really not weak. If it is an ordinary person, it must be a few words, and it will be integrated into it. Too bad Felicia is now pissed off that Loki showed up out of the blue and ruined her chance. Gwen knew Loki's identity and was always on guard. When we arrived at the coffee shop, a few people ordered coffee and started chatting. Loki, tell me, why did you come to me? Loki directly explained the purpose of coming. The Dark Elves are about to attack. I want you to help. Make sure I can save my mother and save Asgard. If you can do it, you will gain the friendship of Asgard, the blessing of Odin, and the terms I promise you. Since the Sui spoiler, Loki has not been idle in prison, read a lot of books, learned a lot of things. The power of the Dark Elves made Loki extremely worried. God Empress Frigg and Asgard are parts he cannot part with. So, after learning what's going on in the future through Sui's spoiler, Loki is determined to change his destiny. Even if he doesn't guide the Dark Warrior, with the strength of the Dark Elves, Asgard may suffer heavy losses. Under such circumstances, God Queen Frigga may still be in danger. If it was before, Loki must have chosen to protect Frigg himself. But now, Loki has some doubts about his combat power. What if she couldn't protect Frigg herself? With this thought, Loki decided to find a powerful target to cooperate with. What do you think? It sounds like the reward is very generous, but asking me to do it will cost you a lot. Loki isn't worried at all. What do you need? Sui said with a smile, I need infinite gems, but Asgard doesn't have them right now. If you can get the Mind Scepter from Thanos, give me the Mind Gem, and I can grant your request. Loki's smile froze. Thanos, the Mad Titan, slaughter wantonly in the universe, with a great reputation. Because of Odin's presence, Thanos dared not invade the 9 realms. But now, Odin is getting old, and he and the 9 realms are about to lose their biggest backer. If I offend Thanos, the end will not be easy. As the god of trickery, Loki can naturally see this. You asked me to offend Thanos, which is not a good idea. If he invades the 9 realms, aren't you worried that he will bring disaster to this planet? As I remember, you care about this planet and them. Sui said with a smile, I definitely care about this planet, just like you want to protect Asgard. Loki was lost in thought. If you can stop Thanos, I can try. Sui knew that if Loki made a move, the Psychic Scepter would definitely be available. I'll stop Thanos. Loki also readily agreed. Deal. Chapter 171 and #039, okay, I will make a move. Sui doesn't really believe in Loki, but if anyone can get the Psychic Scepter, it must be Loki who is the most suitable. As for Loki going to Thanos, Sui thinks, definitely not. Sui reminded Loki that Thanos' goal is to kill, to wipe out half of the life in the universe. This also means that Asgard will also suffer. As long as Loki knows Thanos' true intentions, he will definitely not go to Thanos sincerely. Sui believes that the reason why Loki asked him to cooperate is true, in order to save his mother. But, it's Loki after all, so maybe he's going to play tricks. So, first question, then believe? Let's talk about other things after Loki hands the Psychic Scepter into his hands. Loki looked very happy cooperation. Pleasant cooperation. Loki finished chatting about business and was about to leave. I have to leave first, maybe my stupid big brother will find him soon. Loki got up to leave, but Sui stopped Loki. And many more. Loki was a little surprised. Is there anything else I can do for you? You give Thanos a message for me. If he's ready to die, let him do it. The corner of Loki's eye twitched. Sui is a ruthless person. He had heard a little about Thanos' deeds. I heard that the combat power is very strong, and it must be weaker than Odin at his peak. However, Odin is old now, and his combat power is no longer what it used to be. Are you sure? Doing so will surely anger Thanos? I don't think it's a wise choice. Sui was very calm. I'm sure. He doesn't dare to call now. Loki didn't know where Sui got the confidence, but after a moment of hesitation, Loki still agreed. I'll pass that on to Thanos. After talking about cooperation, Loki left, leaving Sui behind. Gwen reminded, Su, you have to be careful. He doesn't seem like a reliable person. I know, if he is a reliable person, he wouldn't be called the god of trick. In the face of absolute power and strength, any trick will be reduced to a joke. I am confident that he will make the right choice. Leave him alone, let's talk about some happy things. Sui was chatting with the beauties, while Asgard was extremely lively. Loki fled, and Thor was the first to sit still. My younger brother is a brat and a troublemaker. Thor knew that nothing good would happen if Loki ran out. What's more, it was Odin who ordered Loki to be imprisoned. Loki ran away without authorization, and it was an extra crime. The people of Asgard naturally want to capture Loki and keep him locked up. Only, not even Heimdall found Loki. Without knowing Loki's whereabouts, there is no way to capture him. Thor was still very worried about Loki, and immediately suggested, "Father, let me take someone to find Loki back. Loki is missing, and it will take a long time to find Loki. The 9 realms still need you, Thor." After Thor went through the last incident, his strength has grown a lot, and his heart has matured a lot. This time, Thor was not as reckless as before, but calmed down. But, where will Loki go? The 3 warriors of Asgard, Thor's good brother, Fandral with a very romantic temperament said, "Maybe it's Midgard. He failed in Midgard, maybe he will find a way to get revenge." Fandral obviously understood Loki, and he pointed out Loki's whereabouts in one sentence. God King Odin also thinks there is this possibility. "Thor, you go to Midgard and tell their people to watch out for Loki." Thor readily agreed, "Yes, father." Heimdall, keep an eye on Midgard. If you spot Loki, report it. Unbeknownst to them, Loki is on Earth as they discuss it. Felicia also chatted about her recent situation. Because of what happened last time, Felicia is practicing fighting skills. Felicia is a smart person with high ability, coupled with serious work, but also the pursuit of the ultimate. Therefore, the progress is naturally very fast. According to this speed, Felicia can become a master in half a year. After drinking coffee, Sui and Gwen went home. Before I could sit still for 2 seconds, I received a call. When Sui saw the phone number, he knew that the matter was not simple. Phil Coulson, agent. "Mr. So, we just welcomed an old friend from God's domain, Thor, and he wants to see you." Sui's expression was speechless. These 2 people are not brothers, they are better than brothers. Did he say something? Yeah, he said Loki has escaped and is likely to come for revenge on you, and the world, let's get ready. It turned out to be a reminder, so it's not a big deal. I've met Loki, you tell Thor, Loki won't be here to cause damage, and he has left here to find infinite gems in the universe. Although Phil Coulson doesn't know what infinite gems are, it sounds like it's very powerful. He still chose to believe Sui's words. Phil Coulson has learned about infinite gems from Sui before, and the Cosmic Cube is one of them. Sui asked Phil Coulson to tell Nick Fury not to continue working on the Cosmic Cube. However, Nick Fury did not listen to this suggestion, and invited Dr. Savage to the past. "Mr. So, if Loki finds infinite gems, it's not good news." Compared to the politicians of this world, Sui trusts Loki more. These politicians have no bottom line. For the sake of profit, they can disown their relatives. But Sui knows Loki's weakness and can handle Loki. "It's okay, if something goes wrong, I will take action." Phil Coulson could only choose to believe it temporarily, hung up the phone, and passed the news to Thor. Thor learned that Loki was looking for the whereabouts of infinite gems. Knowing that the matter was important, he didn't stay any longer, and immediately returned to God's domain. Phil Coulson naturally reported all the news he got from Sui to Nick Fury. As an old fox, Nick Fury will not put all his hopes on Sui alone. After learning this information, Nick Fury is ready to call Captain Marvel at any time. Infinite gems, with powerful energy. At the beginning, Dr. Lawson used the Cosmic Cube to carry out the Pegasus project. Captain Marvel was also accidentally impacted by the energy of the Cosmic Cube to obtain such an ability. If Loki gets infinite gems, maybe his combat power will be enhanced a lot. Loki, who has increased his fighting power, might endanger the world. Not only Nick Fury, Odin also has such concerns. Odin lived so long to know more about infinite gems. At the beginning, Odin's father defeated the Dark Elves and sealed the TIE particles. Odin also got the Cosmic Cube, but he didn't choose to keep it for himself, but buried it deep in the earth, which was very backward at that time. If Loki gets the power of infinite gems, maybe it will really bring huge amounts of crisis. Chapter 172. Do you want to go to heaven? Loki's appearance is just a small episode, waiting for Loki to get back the scepter. Sui's thoughts are all on time management, and she plans to win Christine in the near future. However, Jane Foster, who had just returned to New York for a few days, couldn't sit still. This time, where the brief goes, is even more distant. Not other states, but outer space. Sui didn't know it at first, but Jane had Sui's undercover agent, Daisy, by her side. After Daisy knew about Jane's crazy plan, she quietly told Sui. Sui didn't expect Jane to be so crazy, and she planned to go to heaven. It's just that going to heaven is not so easy. Technology and money are indispensable. Jane just came back. If she wants money but no money, and technology but no technology, how can she go to heaven? Anyway, it's not a small matter, and Sui must check it out. Don't wait, something really happened. Jane is also in hesitation. Should I tell Sui about this? Daisy must have persuaded Jane to confess to Sui directly. After thinking about it again and again, Jane agreed, and decided to have a good chat with Sui about God. Jane decisively invited Sui to discuss this matter together. Sui rushed over without stopping, and met Jane and Daisy in Jane's room. Seeing Sui appearing, Jane looked a little nervous. Going to outer space is no small matter. After all, Jane is just an astronomer, not an astronaut, but she has never had such an experience. He didn't even receive the corresponding training. "Sue, are you here?" Sui also pretended not to know. "Definitely, you said you have something to discuss with me. I must have rushed here as quickly as possible." Jane was at a loss and didn't know where to put her hands. Yes, I have something to discuss with you." Sui could also see Jane's situation, hugged Jane lightly, and then found a place to sit down, letting Jane sit on her lap. Don't worry, as long as it's what you want to do, I will support you. After being comforted by Sui, Jane felt a lot easier. So, I want to go to outer space. Sui didn't refuse at all, but it's better to ask some questions clearly. Sui directly threw out the classic triple question, why? Seeing that Sui didn't deny her own thoughts, Jian felt even more joyful, and said slowly, these days, I met a friend, Susan. They observed that there will be a cosmic storm in outer space in the near future, so they plan to take a spacecraft to outer space for observation. You know, a cosmic storm, a cosmic spectacle that is rare in thousands of years. I plan to go and have a look together. Sui was startled. Susan, cosmic storm, should be the invisible woman in Fantastic Four. They're going to outer space, and you're going with them? They were hit by cosmic rays, gained super ability and became the Fantastic Four. If you follow, the danger may be great. When exactly? The cosmic storm, 1 month later. We may go up early, live in the space station, and stay in outer space for about a month. I will come back when the cosmic storm is over. Go to outer space? I'll go too. This time, it was Jane's turn to be stunned. I went up to observe the cosmic storm, but, aren't you going to class? I can go to the space station with you, and then teleport back. I will teleport there before the cosmic storm comes. I think it should be able to protect you. Jane was very moved, only Daisy ate snacks silently, and couldn't help complaining in her heart. Crazy, completely crazy. It's not enough for one to go to heaven, and the other one will also go to heaven together. Is there really such fun in heaven? Sui planned to go together, which made Jane a little embarrassed. This, I have to discuss it with Susan and the others. It is good. Thank you for supporting me, Sue. Jane is very happy. She should not miss this opportunity. If the cosmic storm, which is rare in 1,000 years, can be observed and enough data is collected, my understanding of the universe will go a step further. Jane was also thinking about how to tell Susan about this. Suddenly, Jane had an idea. So, I have a suggestion. What advice? Susan's team still needs some funds. If you can sponsor some funds, both of us can definitely get places. Sponsorship money, no problem. Sui is not really short of money, as he owns the shares of Stark Company, the dividends will be quite a lot. There is also a friend like Tony, even after Xiaojiao became the president, he also got a little share, so he can be regarded as a rich woman. Sponsorship is fine. Jane was very excited and gave Sui a kiss. Great, if you are willing to sponsor, Susan won't have to worry about funding, and we can also have a place. Jane went to contact Susan and told Susan all about Sui's sponsorship and plans to go to outer space together. It is a great thing to have sponsorship, but it is not a big thing to bring more people. Daisy was a little helpless. You want to go crazy with Jane and go to outer space together? I'm sure I won't go crazy with you. Sui said, I just make sure that nothing happens to Jane, and I'm here most of the time. Only then did Daisy calm down a bit. Anyway, she wouldn't go to outer space if she was killed. Jane also brought back good news. Susan agreed, but she wants to meet you and talk about the sponsorship in detail. Shall we meet and discuss? Invisible Susan, she is still a pretty beauty, worth seeing. Sui is still deeply impressed by the invisible woman in the movie, but she doesn't know whether the real Susan in this world is pretty or not. Judging from my own experience in Cutting Who, these female characters are actually very beautiful. Susan, certainly not bad. No problem, you can arrange a time, let's meet tomorrow. I've got an appointment with Susan, it's tomorrow night. Not bad timing. On the other side, the Bash building, Susan was very happy. I didn't expect the matter of funds to be solved like this, which is really a surprise. Jane is an astronomer, and Susan has a related career. The two had a common topic, met by chance at the beginning, and became friends. Recently, Jane Foster was back in New York and contacted her. Hearing that Susan plans to go to outer space, Jane is also very interested. Unexpectedly, Jane actually had a way to help solve the financial problem. After all, their team's lack of funds now is not just a little bit, but tens of millions, or even more. Great, the funding issue has finally been resolved. Thinking of this, Susan relaxed and prepared to tell Reed the good news. Reed, I have good news. Reed looked impatient. Oh, God, Susan, I remember I told you, I'm busy now, don't bother me. My current job requires a lot of focus. Susan's good mood was swept away, and she didn't bother to continue talking, so she just turned around and left. Chapter 173 Susan drunk. Susan was in a bad mood, and left the laboratory angrily, going to the bar to have a drink or two to relax. However, going to drink alone is too boring, so I plan to find someone to go with me. His younger brother, Johnny, is indeed a bar lover. However, going to a bar for a drink with my brother felt a little out of place. Susan immediately thought of Jane who had contacted her just now. The two had a good relationship, and it happened that they could meet for a drink together. Susan immediately contacted Jane. Jane was disturbed, and felt a little unhappy. However, as soon as he saw that it was Susan calling, he had no choice but to answer the phone. Hello, Susan. Jane, are you free? Come out for a drink together. Jane looked at Sui beside her, thinking about what she had just done. But on the other end of the phone is my friend Susan, who is also related to the next trip to outer space. Jane immediately had an idea. I have time, I'll come right away. And my boyfriend, come together too, can you? Susan knew about Suyi's existence before, and also knew that Suyi was the one who sponsored her. It was originally planned to meet tomorrow, but it seems like a good choice to meet in advance today. No problem. After agreeing on a time, Jane hung up the phone. It seems that our business has to be postponed. Susan asked us to have a drink together. The meeting that was originally scheduled for last night may have to be brought forward to today. It didn't matter to Suyi, and it didn't matter to meet this beauty earlier. Then I'll call Daisy, and we'll go together. The three of them set off together and arrived at the agreed-upon bar. After arriving at the bar, it took a while to find Susan. Susan had already drank a lot alone, but she was still sober. Several people got to know each other, naturally sat down to drink and chatted. Susan, it's just right, let's discuss the sponsorship first. Susan intended to drink away her worries, and didn't want to talk about business. What's more, it's not suitable for a place like a bar to vent your emotions. But this matter is related to her dream after all, so Susan still agreed. Anyway, things are not complicated, and the chat will be over soon. Suyi contributed, and Susan also promised to give Suyi a place. Susan's group of 4, plus Suyi and Jane, and 1 Victor, made a total of 7 people. The business is over soon, and next, it's time for drinking and carnival. The 3 beauties are very happy, as long as Suyi, the flower protector, does her job well. Definitely, Suyi also took the opportunity to get in touch with the beautiful Susan. With many confidant friends, Suyi also developed a pair of discerning eyes. It was obvious at a glance that Susan was not happy, so she was going to take the opportunity to comfort Susan. Beauty Susan, you don't look happy? You look like a broken love. Susan was a little surprised that Suyi could see through her situation at a glance. It's not lovelorn, but the situation is similar. Thinking about myself and Reed, I have a good impression of Reed, but Reed is puzzled and has not confessed for a long time. Not only that, but Reed's attitude towards himself just now was also very bad. Thinking of this, Susan said angrily, I don't have a boyfriend yet. This sentence is not wrong. Reed has yet to confess, and the two have not formalized their relationship. How is it possible? A beauty like you, Susan, doesn't have a boyfriend? I think that a man who is willing to pursue you can line up from the bar to the White Palace. Susan is still very confident about her appearance, and she is also very happy to hear Suyi's compliment. Su, you're so funny. Suyi continued to praise, it's such a pity, I met Jane first, if I met you first. Susan looked at Jane at the side, and deliberately followed Suyi's meaning to ask, could it be that you will choose me? Suyi was not fooled, I met you first, and I will definitely pursue you first, but I can't say the result. If Susan Beauty agrees to my pursuit, maybe there will be no follow-up. Susan's affection for Suyi has increased slightly. Compared with the bookworm Reed, Suyi has been in love for a long time and is obviously better at flirting with girls. Under the provocation of Suyi's few words, he gradually opened up his heart. Jane didn't pay much attention to it, she only thought that Suyi was helping Susan get rid of her inner unhappiness. The beauties drank a lot, so it was inevitable that there would be some unsightly ones who wanted to take advantage of it. How could Suyi, the flower protector, allow these people to succeed? Suyi is always by her side, taking good care of the 3 of them, allowing the 3 beauties to enjoy their leisure time at night. The 3 of them gradually drank too much and were no longer as sober as before. Seeing that the 3 of them were half drunk, Suyi planned to stop the 3 of them from continuing to drink. Beauties, it's getting late, and you've had a lot to drink, it's time to end. Susan was not happy, I still want to drink, come on, keep drinking. Jane and Daisy drank a lot, and they didn't intend to stop at the moment. Suyi was also very helpless, so she could only continue to accompany the 3 beauties and drink together. Sushin was teased by Suyi, and gradually became more courageous, and began to tease Suyi back. Suyi was quite surprised by Susan's bold move. I am not a gentleman, but an Aquaman scumbag. No matter how indifferent he is to the beauty delivered to his door, then there is something wrong with his body. Finally, the 3 of them were a little confused, and only Daisy was still awake. Looking at the drunk Jane and Susan, I wanted to send Susan back. Well, Susan, it's in the Bash building. At this moment, Suyi suddenly had a new idea in his heart. As the saying goes, if you lose your mind after drinking, you will be distracted. Suyi's strategy in attacking confidant before is to first increase the goodwill, and then unlock the intimacy process. Today, do you want to change your mind and attack Susan? After repeated hesitation, Suyi made a decision to take Susan back with her. Daisy still kept a little sobriety. You send Susan back. I don't know where she lives. Then what to do? Take her back first. Daisy didn't object, but she was unconscious at the moment and wanted to go back and rest early. Suyi took the 3 of them back to Jane and Daisy's residence. Daisy had just returned to the room, and was about to go back to her own room. I'm going to rest, and they will leave it to you. How could Suyi miss this opportunity and let Daisy go back? While supporting the 2, Suyi also grabbed Daisy and pulled Daisy back to his body. Daisy, stay here. Daisy looked at the drunken Jane and knew what Suyi was thinking. However, I also drank a lot of wine, and I was very sleepy. So, I'm already very sleepy, let's go to another day. Suyi said quietly, Daisy, I have a way to confess to Jane. Suyi explained the method to Daisy in detail. Daisy naturally knew that with Suyi's method, she could confess the relationship between the 2 to Jane. Definitely, this method will also satisfy Suyi's wish. As exciting as it is to be sneaky, Daisy doesn't want to hide from Jane for the rest of her life. Therefore, without much hesitation, Daisy readily agreed. I agree. Sui knew that tonight was a good day. Chapter 174. This is crazy. Early in the morning, the four of them were sitting on the sofa, looking at each other in silence. Sui and Daisy, both of them were still awake last night, remembering what happened last night. At the moment, the next step is being planned. And Jane and Susan, who were completely unconscious, received too much information after waking up, and they still haven't recovered for a while. All this, to them, is too crazy. Jane only remembered that she drank too much in the bar last night, and she was a little not sober at that time. I can't even remember what happened after I came back. At that time, Sui and Susan seemed to be flirting with each other, but she didn't pay much attention to it. As a result, something that shouldn't have happened. Susan was even more distraught. I was originally in a bad mood because of Reed. As a result, under the dual effects of Sui's teasing and alcohol, something wonderful happened. Sui understands herself very well, and she also has a good impression of Sui, so everything goes with the flow. The only problem is, Sui is Jane's boyfriend. It's messed up, completely messed up. The first one to speak was naturally Sui. As soon as you open your mouth, admit your mistake first. I was still awake at the time, but, you are so beautiful, I lost control. Jane was also very puzzled at first. She knew a little about Sui's physique. If she never gets drunk after drinking 1,000 cups, it couldn't be something after drinking. As a result, Sui confessed herself. This situation is indeed difficult for ordinary people to endure. Sui also took the opportunity to apologize. Jane, I know it's my fault. I just hope you can forgive me. Susan, I'm sorry that it's just you. I'm overwhelmed. Susan also didn't know how to face Sui. I really have a crush on Sui. At least Sui is not as bookish as Reed, and she is good in every way. She also said that she has no boyfriend, and also responded to Sui's teasing. After some hesitation, Susan still chose to forgive. Okay, I'm fine. But, Jane. At this time, Daisy also said, actually, I wasn't drunk when I came back. But, Jane, you know, I've always been single and never had a boyfriend. Since you have Sue as your boyfriend, you often show affection, which makes me very envious. What's more, Sue is a very good man. He is hard to refuse, isn't he? What Daisy said seemed to make sense. From Daisy's point of view, it seems reasonable. Sui is so good, it's hard to say no. But, anyway, Daisy stole her own tower and put a hat on herself. Jane, if you can't accept it, treat it as a dream. If you want to break up with Sue, I will definitely not let Sue go. Jane's thoughts were confused, and at this moment, under Daisy's few words, she finally figured it out a little bit. Daisy, you are right, treat it as a dream, and all this is over. The problem is solved. It can be said that everyone is happy. However, this result obviously did not meet the expectations of Sui and Daisy. Jane, I have another idea. What idea? Daisy said her thoughts. Jane, I think, I have fallen in love with Sue, and I can't leave him anymore. How about, happy together? Jane was completely shocked. This idea is really too bad. Seeing Jane's hesitation, Daisy decided to give in a little. Jane, I know it's hard for you to accept. I have two choices. The first choice, you try it first, and then decide whether to continue. The second option, it doesn't matter if you don't accept it at all. However, I want to relive the old dream with Susan. Susan suddenly regretted why she hadn't left yet. At this time, Daisy was dragged into the water again. Walter, what does it have to do with me? I have to go. Daisy stopped Susan. Susan, you may not remember clearly at that time. You're very happy and crazy. Don't tell me you just want to forget everything and end it all. When Susan was reminded by Daisy, she seemed to recall some pictures. It seemed that as Daisy said, she was very happy. Jane, just once. Jane was completely shaken, and chose the second option, just once, and then, it's all over. It's like a dream, nothing happened. No matter which option Jane chooses, it will serve Sui's purpose. Thank you, Jane. Daisy continued to seduce Susan like a devil. Susan, just this one chance. In the future, Jane will not agree. What should happen has already happened. Now, it's just a dream. Daisy's ability to bewitch people, Sui thinks, is almost comparable to the legendary Faith. Daisy's mission has been completed, and it's time for Sui to appear next. Thank you, Jane. Sui naturally started with Jane first, and resolved the conflict with kisses. Jane slowly emptied her mind and put these complicated things behind her. Susan wanted to leave at first, but, Sui and Daisy, how could they let Susan leave so easily? Crazy, go on. On the other hand, Gwen got up and washed as usual, then had breakfast and went to school. Knock on the door to wake up Sui, but there is no response. After pushing the door and entering, I found that Sui was not in the room at all. According to this situation, it is likely that he did not return all night. Gwen also knows that Sui has many confidants, probably due to time management. In this case, you can only go to school by yourself. Came to school and waited for class. However, Sui did not appear in the classroom as expected, which made Gwen a little puzzled. Under normal circumstances, Sui would come to class even if she was in time management. Did something happen today? After a short hesitation, Gwen decided to call Sui. The bell rang for a while before it was connected. However, within a few seconds of connecting, Gwen knew what was going on. Before Sui could explain, Gwen hung up the phone. In the Bashi building, Reed was rushing out of the laboratory in a state of irritability, ready to find Susan. On the way, Reed met Susan's younger brother, Johnny. Johnny, where is Susan? Johnny looked confused. Do you still need to ask yourself this kind of thing? At this point in time, it must be in the laboratory. Isn't she in the lab? Not here? Johnny was also a little surprised. Maybe it's in the room. Reed came to Susan's door and started knocking on the door, but there was no response. In desperation, Reed chose to call Susan. Susan took a break from her busy schedule, picked up her cell phone, and answered the call. Seeing that it was Reed's call, Susan felt mixed feelings. Hi, I'm Susan. I'm Reed. What's up? Reed also said it directly. Where is the pulse launcher I made? Walter? How do I know? Who else would mess with my things but you? Susan was so angry that she asked, when did I mess with your things? Reed started to enumerate, which made Susan even more angry. He didn't come home all night, and Reed didn't care at all. Not only that, but he also blamed all those things on himself. It's obvious that you, Reed, like to mess things up, and I'll help you tidy them up. Why do you still have so many opinions? There was a quarrel before, and Susan would not help Reed pack things after that. Now, when something is missing, I still ask myself, is it my fault? Susan was furious. I'm not interested in your crap at all. I went out for a drinking date last night. Don't disturb me, okay? Susan hung up the phone angrily and became more focused. Chapter 175, You can cherish only after you lose. You can cherish only after you lose. Chevron_left. Previous. Next. Chevron_right. Nights_stay. After everything was over, after lunch, Sui drove Susan back. Susan in the co-pilot seat has calmed down and started to return to rationality. Through rationality, start to analyze the two people around you. On one side is Reed, who I have known for many years, and has obvious advantages and disadvantages. Rational and smart, he is a nerd, incomprehensible, and often loses his temper. On one side is Sui, although they have just met, she is funny and has a good manner in her conversation. In contrast, Sui is definitely better. It's just that I still can't let go of my feelings for Reed, and I need some time to get out. Sui can also see Susan's troubles. She definitely needs to continue to improve her favorability. Along the way, Sui relied on her flirting skills to improve Susan's impression of herself a lot. Finally, we arrived at the Bash building. Sui escorted Susan out of the car. Do you want me to take you up? Susan flicked her hair. Don't bother. Thank you for sending me back. Sui didn't force it. You're welcome. I'm happy to work for a beauty like you. If you have anything, you can contact me at any time. Sui's tenderness and consideration are something that Susan can't see in Reed, which makes Susan gradually fall for her. I will. Sui watched Susan go away and watched Susan go upstairs. Susan also packed up her mood and returned to the laboratory. Reed hasn't confessed to himself, and he's still single, so there's nothing wrong with dating. Moreover, based on my own conditions, there are indeed many people who want to chase me, and I don't have to hang myself on the Reed tree. Susan went back to her room, ready to change clothes and go to work in the laboratory. Met Johnny passing by. Johnny is also very worried about Susan, because he learned from Reed that Susan went on a date last night and did not return all night. My own sister has very little experience in relationships. I've always liked that nerd Reed. John doesn't like Reed very much, but John is more worried that Susan will meet some prodigal sons like himself outside. Susan, I heard Reed say you're out on a date. Susan was a little surprised. Yes, I went on a date. Johnny became nervous when he heard this, and stopped Susan immediately. Are you really dating? What kind of person is the other party? Don't you be deceived. I'm not a little girl, okay? I'm your sister. Johnny also replied immediately, I'm just worried about you. You don't have much experience in relationships. Susan just opened the door, leaning against the door at this moment. Johnny, like you, it's not something to show off. Johnny spread his hands. Ian, Susan, you must at least tell me what kind of person he is. I'm your brother, and I should have the right to know. Wait a little longer, you'll see him later. Johnny couldn't help but muttered, I'm afraid that by then, you will have been completely deceived. What did you say? Johnny hastily denied, it's nothing, I said. Reed seems a little lost. Susan didn't take it to heart at all. What does his loss have to do with me? It's okay, I have to change clothes. Johnny could only back away. It's okay. Susan closed the door, remembering Johnny's words. Reed's loss should be because of himself. It's just that you don't know how to cherish until you lose it. Is it too late? Belated affection is the cheapest. Susan tidied up her mood, changed into a set of clothes, and put on a lab coat. When I came to the laboratory, I saw that Reed was not interested in researching at the moment. Susan didn't even bother to say hello to Reed and started her own work. When Reed saw Susan appear, he seemed to have a glimmer of life. Susan, you. Susan ignored it at all, which made Reed helpless. Reed finally mustered up the courage to confess his love. Susan, I have something to tell you. Susan had no choice but to turn her head and looked at Reed coldly. What's the matter? Could it be that your pulse transmitter was damaged by me? No, not this one. I just didn't find it for a while. It doesn't matter now. What I want to tell you is that I like you. If this confession had been made earlier, Susan might have happily agreed. However, in this day, too many things happened. At this moment, Susan couldn't be happier with Reed's confession. Even a little indifferent. So, when you don't need me, you never care about me, without a greeting. In your eyes, experiments are the most important thing. Wherever I am, it's like an instrument. Do I have to be by your side when you need me? I'm not your thing, I'm a person, Reed. Reed was left speechless by Susan's response, recalling his getting along with Susan and his attitude towards Susan. It seemed that it was indeed a bit inappropriate. After Susan finished speaking, she felt much happier. I'm sorry, I'm not in good shape today, I'm going to rest. One more thing, the sponsorship has been negotiated. You can rest assured to study, don't worry about funding. Susan turned her head and left without much reluctance. Reed also knew that he had missed Susan. At least, if he is still the same as before, he will definitely lose Susan. Susan went back to her room, ready to take a good rest. And Reed stood there blankly in the laboratory, extremely depressed. Just as John was about to go out to take his sister for a drive, he saw Susan coming back from the laboratory, and she seemed to be in a bad mood. Susan didn't bother to pay attention. Leave me alone, Johnny. Susan went straight back to the room and slammed the door behind her. John thought it was Reed who had provoked Susan, and he didn't care about taking the girl for a ride. At this moment, my sister is the most important thing. Johnny came to the laboratory angrily, and saw Reed standing there like a sculpture. Johnny didn't care about this at all, and rushed over, grabbing Reed's clothes. Nerd, what did you do to my sister again? To make her so angry? Reed seemed to be awakened by Johnny. I confessed to her, but she rejected me. Johnny suddenly realized that something was wrong. As Susan's younger brother, he knew early on that Susan liked Reed, a bookworm. But now, Reed confessed, but Susan was not happy. Something must have happened last night, and there must be something wrong with that date. At this moment, Johnny felt that his IQ had reached the pinnacle of his life. The problem has to be found. Listen, something must have happened to Susan. Tell me, what happened last night? Reed recalled last night. I don't know. Only then did Reed realize that he really didn't care about Susan at all. Last night, Susan seemed to have something important to do with herself, but she didn't spare any time for it. No wonder, Susan would be so disappointed in herself. It doesn't matter anymore. She was right, I never cared about her, I always ignored her. Reed also realized his mistake, felt hopeless, and prepared to drink away his sorrow. Johnny, I want to drink 2 drinks, do you want to go with me? Chapter 176 Strike while the iron is hot. After Sui sent Susan back, she also returned to her normal life. Thinking of last night's experience, Sui was in a good mood and couldn't help whistling. Invisible Susan, that's how successful it was. It can even be said that it was delivered to the door by Susan herself, and Sui didn't bother at all. Next, we have to work hard to make Susan completely give up on Reed. Sui is very confident in herself and can definitely attract Susan firmly. When Gwen saw Sui, she didn't say much. At that time, the voice on the other end of the phone had already explained everything. Fortunately, the teachers here don't have the habit of calling names, and Sui's truancy was not discovered. For Sui, skipping classes is nothing. Sui has fully grasped the knowledge learned now. In contrast, life events are more important. Sui decided to strike while the iron was hot, and quickly increased Susan's favorability. Who let Susan have such a rival in love as Reed? Like Christine, Sui originally had a rival in love with Strange. But now, Strange has given up on Christine. Therefore, Sui doesn't have to worry about Strange's problems at all, and can slowly develop with Christine. Susan is different. Sui has to strike while the iron is hot, and make Reed completely lose the possibility. Otherwise, Sui can't rest assured that someone is thinking about her woman all day long. After school, Sui decided to continue to act. Gwen, I have to go see someone, and I may be back later in the evening. I see. After Sui and Gwen separated, they went straight to their destination. Sui contacted Susan directly, planning to ask Susan out. Susan is in the lab, minding her own business. When the phone rang, he picked it up. Hi, I'm Susan. Beauty Susan. Susan was stunned by Sui's voice for an instant, and the man who confuses her appeared again. Susan didn't know whether to be happy or worried. Sue, are you okay? I want to have dinner with you. Susan's heart wavered even more, and the appointment seemed to be progressing a little too fast. If Reed is so good at teasing, maybe he has children. Unfortunately, Reed is Reed. Susan wanted to go on a date, but she was still a little worried. It's just us. I mean, Jane, does she know? Sui lied decisively. Jane, she definitely knows. Susan hesitated and asked, did she agree? Definitely. Susan's heart beat faster, panicked, and almost touched the experimental equipment. I need a little time to prepare. No problem, I'll wait for you downstairs. Susan couldn't calm down. She was very happy and a little surprised. At the same time, she felt inexplicable excitement. Returning to her room in a hurry, she immediately changed into a set of clothes and tidied herself up. Susan, who was already very beautiful, looked even more glamorous and beautiful after dressing up. Sui was standing by the car, watching Susan appear in sight. Susan, you are so beautiful. Susan didn't know how to answer this sentence, so she changed the subject. Sorry to keep you waiting. It won't be long, please get in the car. Susan sat in the co-pilot's seat, like a girl on a first date, feeling extremely anxious and full of expectations. In fact, Susan was indeed on a first date. After getting into the car, Sui drove away with Susan. Coincidentally, Johnny and Reed took a ride back to the building. Damn it, this guy can't drink at all. It takes my time and affects me and my girlfriend. While complaining, John carried Reed into the building. When I was about to enter the building, I found a figure not far from the door, which seemed to be very similar to Susan. Johnny can almost confirm that this is his sister Susan. Susan appeared to be having a good conversation with someone and got into the car. John was worried that Susan would be cheated. Now that he saw this scene, he wanted to chase after her to see who wanted to be his brother-in-law. However, Reed beside him couldn't be thrown aside. Just 2 steps away, the vehicle has already started. Johnny could only watch the vehicle go away, but he still stopped Susan. Damn it. Extremely helpless, Johnny can only send Reed up first, and then talk about other things. Susan will come back sooner or later, and when the time comes, I just need to wait for Susan downstairs. Then you will know who your sister is dating. Sui and Susan are dating in a restaurant. Sui's dating experience can be said to be quite rich. Naturally, I know how to express myself to attract girls. Sure enough, after just one meal, Susan's affection for Sui soared again. This kind of dating, this kind of heart-wrenching feeling, Susan knew that she had gradually fallen into a trap. Susan didn't wake up until the dinner was over and the two left the restaurant. For myself and Sui, it seemed impossible. Sui was about to send Susan back, but she saw Susan froze in place. Susan, what's the matter? We shouldn't be doing this. Sui knew what Susan meant, and hugged Susan gently. It's okay, I'll take care of it. Susan wanted to say a few more words, but Sui directly blocked Susan's mouth. After a while, the two separated, and Susan looked at Sui with a slight resentment. It's hard for me to fall in love once, but Sui has such an identity. Don't worry, Jane will agree. Susan recovered quite a bit. The two returned to the car and walked all the way back to the building. Sui just took Susan's hand and asked Susan to get out of the car. Johnny, who was waiting at the door, saw his sister Susan at a glance. Oh, it's you? Johnny rushed to Susan immediately, aggressively. Sui noticed it naturally, and Susan also noticed Johnny. Seeing that Johnny's posture was wrong, she immediately stopped Johnny. Johnny, why are you here? Johnny said unruly, I'm waiting for you. By the way, who are you dating? Sui calmly said, Hi, my name is Sui. You must be Susan's younger brother, Johnny, right? Nice to meet you. Johnny felt the same kind of breath from Sui, and the Sui in front of him was probably also a prodigal son. My sister dated such a person, 9 times out of 10 she was going to be played with her feelings. I'm not happy to meet you, I warn, stay away from my sister. Susan suddenly became angry. Walter? Johnny, what are you doing? This is my business, do you have to do this? Johnny immediately said, Susan, this kid seems to be someone who often cheats on girls, you have to be careful. Sui immediately retorted, I won't cheat on a beautiful woman, especially a beautiful woman like Susan. Susan knew she couldn't continue arguing, so she immediately apologized. I'm sorry, Sue, but John is not like this usually. Sui didn't care. Pietro was the same way back then, although Human Torch Johnny was a bit more thorny. He wasn't afraid either. It's nothing, he just cares about you, just as I care about you, so I can understand. Johnny obviously wanted to say more, but Susan interrupted him. That's enough, Johnny, we should go back. John still didn't give up. I remember you. If you hurt Susan, I won't let you go. I will never hurt Susan in my life. Chevron_left chapter 177 Mutant and hashtag 039's initial victory. Sui watched Susan leave, feeling a little regretful in her heart. It's a pity that the situation was disrupted by Johnny, otherwise, I might be able to go further. However, it's not bad. It seems that Susan's favorability for herself has grown rapidly. Reed, shouldn't be a problem, right? Thinking of this, Sui decided to go back and deal with Jane first. With the joint efforts of Sui and Daisy, Jane naturally acquiesced to this situation. Sui also knew that Jane no longer minded how many people there were in her backyard. While Sui was busy with time management, Mutant was not idle and made a big news. Under the leadership of Professor X, prepare to sue Mutant Prison. Some information about Mutant Prison has been exposed, which is shocking. This Mutant Prison held many mutants and tortured mutants. Among them, many mutants were arrested without doing anything at all. This is known as the capital of freedom and an advanced society. If something like this happens, isn't that a slap in the face? It's fine if it's behind the scenes, but now that it's being stabbed in the open, isn't that a slap in the face? There are also many netizens who have eaten melons and expressed sympathy. The life of a mutant is also a life. Sui was stunned when she saw the lively discussion on the internet. It actually started stacking buffs. If Mutant is really allowed to stack buffs, wouldn't Mutant be invincible in the future? However, Sui also knows that the difficulty is very high. Mutants are not the same as people of color. Mutants have various abilities. These abilities will inevitably make people jealous. That's certainly good news for Mutant. Because of the tragic experience of these mutants, many people sympathized with them. This means that no one would dare to target mutants so openly. Mutants' living environment will be much better. Today is the day of the official court session. Professor X's lawsuit against Mutant Prison kicked off. Many people paid attention to this matter, and the reporters all watched from the outside of the court and asked questions to the parties. Hello, may I ask why Mutant Prison can arrest Mutant without authorization? We heard that Mutant was tortured in prison, is this true? On the side of Professor X and Lawyer Matt, many reporters also asked questions. Jean pushed Professor X, while Lawyer Matt and Scott blocked the reporters on both sides. The four of them turned a deaf ear to most of the questions and passed through a group of reporters. After passing through the crowd, Lawyer Matt stopped and said loudly to the reporters, "We believe in the fairness of the law, and we also believe that the court will make a fair judgment." Sui watched the live broadcast, and guessed that many mutants in the world are closely watching this trial. In this case, no matter what the outcome of the trial is, I have to accompany Jean. If it's good news, then as soon as Jean Grey is happy, doesn't his chance come? If it's bad news, I can comfort Jean Grey, and then, take advantage of it. In the Xavier Ability Academy, because several teachers were absent, only Storm and Wolverine Logan took care of these students temporarily. It is definitely impossible to attend class, and students can only learn by themselves. And today is an important day. Many students are looking forward to the results. Everyone stood in front of the TV, ready to watch the live broadcast and see the result of the trial. And somewhere in a hidden place, Magneto is also watching the live broadcast. In Magneto's eyes, mutants and ordinary people cannot really coexist in a friendly way. Therefore, Magneto does not believe that Professor X can finally succeed. Even if this trial can be won, so what? There are still people who will be hostile to Mutant. There will still be ambitious people who persecute Mutant. Charles, you're going to lose, and lose badly. The trial began, with both sides holding their own. Attorney Matt is the most famous lawyer in the Marvel Universe, and ability is beyond doubt. Soon, the balance of victory was in favor of Lawyer Matt. The final result, as Lawyer Matt and Professor X expected, Mutant won. This also means that those mutants who have been imprisoned may be freed. It also means that those anonymous mutants can finally walk in the sun. Many mutants were ecstatic when they saw the result of this trial. How many years have passed, such days are finally gone forever. Professor X and Lawyer Matt came out of the court in a good mood. The same goes for Jean and Scott, who now no longer have to hide their identity as mutants. And all these changes start with the arrival of Sui. Thinking of Sui, Jean felt extremely joyful, and wanted to share the good news with Sui earlier. So, you should have seen the good news, right? Besides joy, Professor X is also thinking about an old friend, Magneto. Eric, do you see that? We have many options, and we don't have to use violent extremes. Mystique Raven is still pretending to be an ordinary person at this moment, observing this scene. Although Professor X and Lawyer Matt won the lawsuit, Raven still doesn't think Mutant has won. She can guess that next, there will definitely be a big move against Mutant. Right now, it's not the time to be happy. Magneto thought the same, he didn't think Professor X had won. Thank you, Charles. Do you think the mutant released from mutant prison will appreciate you? No, they will only hate. They will join my brotherhood and fight for the future of Mutant. Magneto has no intention of destroying Professor X's plan at all, because Magneto knows that these imprisoned mutants can be used for himself. I was worried that my brotherhood was not strong enough, and there were not enough mutants. Now is the right time to release such a group of people. They suffered huge amounts of torture, just like their younger selves. As long as they persuade themselves, they will definitely join brotherhood. It's time to start acting. When the matter in the court was over, Jean hurriedly called Sui to share her joy. Sui could hear the joy in Jean's heart through the phone. It's time to meet Jean. Sui found time to meet Jean and Professor X. Professor X is proud of himself, smiling all over his face. Thank you, Mr. So, it was your idea to rescue those tortured mutants. Sui waved his hand. I just made a suggestion, I didn't do anything. The contradiction between mutants and ordinary people has not been completely resolved. Next, you may face more difficulties. Professor X is also an old fox. After so many years of turmoil, he naturally knows this. I know, we will continue to work hard. Please, Mr. So, help us more then. Sui definitely agreed boldly, based on the relationship between me and Jean, I will definitely try my best to help you. Chapter 178 Night Attack. This trial was a complete victory for Lawyer Matt and Professor X, and it could also be said that Mutant had achieved a preliminary victory. Next, Mutant Prison had to release most of the innocent mutants. The news spread and aroused discussions among many people. When hundreds of mutants are released, some people worry that these mutants will cause chaos. Magneto is not idle either, and plans to go outside the mutant prison and recruit some mutants to join his brotherhood. Magneto knew very well that most of the mutants who were captured were also homeless after they came out. This time is the best time to incorporate them yourself. In addition, these mutants have been tortured, and there must be people who are full of hatred for the mutant prison. Magneto felt sure to be rich. Not only that, but Magneto has a new plan, which is to completely destroy this mutant prison. Use this action to witness the rise of Brotherhood and announce to the world that the era of Mutant is coming. Professor X will not be idle here, and plans to go to mutant prison himself. So many mutants, tormented. Professor X intends to lend a helping hand and provide help. It is also good news if someone is willing to join the Xavier Ability Academy. And secretly, Stryker also smiled. This news is also good news for me. Originally, being imprisoned in mutant prison, I didn't dare to be blatant. But, now, the mutants are about to be unleashed. Then, just catch them all. Especially Magneto and Professor X, these two mutants with super ability. Stryker has always wanted to eliminate Mutant, and these two core characters must be unavoidable. If you can catch the two of them in one go this time, then you will make a profit. All eyes are on the Mutant prison, ready for some big moves. Sui can also predict that this incident will definitely have a great impact. However, Sui is not in the mood to think about these things now. Taking advantage of Jean Grey's good mood, asking Jean Grey out is the right thing to do. Sui and Jean went on a date, and Scott looked at Jean and Sui's intimate appearance, feeling extremely unwilling and disappointed, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to change anything. Sui took her sister away in style, but at a critical moment, Sui realized a problem. Where should he take the piano? The place where I live, Yingyinyan, is very lively. The original villa was also arranged for Yelena and Antonia. If you go there, you will be misunderstood by Jean. After thinking about it, Sui decided to go to the previous villa. After Sui notified Yelena in advance, she took Jean back to the villa. Sui is also on the way, explaining to Jean that Yelena and Antonia live here. In the villa, Yelena was making macaroni and preparing dinner for herself and Antonia. When Sui and Jean appeared here, neither side was surprised, nor did they have any doubts. After a brief introduction, Sui played the piano and went back to her room to go about her own business. In the living room, Antonia and Yelena were eating pasta together. Antonia looked at Yelena curiously. They are back in the room. How do you feel? Antonia has long seen Sui's relationship with Natasha Romanoff and Yelena, and at this moment, Sui is dating Jean again. Obviously, a complete scumbag. Yelena also took it easy and didn't care. I don't feel anything. You should know that we are all agents. The only way to have a normal life is to quit. So, he and I just take what we need. What's more, his conditions are very good in all aspects. I think you can get what you need from him, too. Antonia was silent and made no reply. It is undeniable that Yelena has a point. The two continued to eat their pasta, not paying much attention to Sui. In the bedroom, Jean still felt something was wrong. Are they really just your friends, living here temporarily? Sui knew that she might not be able to hide it, so she simply confessed. For a while, Jean felt a little hard to accept. Sui comforted softly, and tried her best to make Jean accept this fact. Jin, I love you too, Su. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, looking at Jean in front of him. Sui knew that the other party could no longer run out of his palm. Jean was already sound asleep. Sui began to take stock of the harvest. Recently, there have been a lot of beauties who cut off their beards, but the rewards given are very average. Jean Grey has Phoenix Force, and his own potential is extremely powerful. If it is fully developed, it will definitely be very strong, and it can be regarded as the top superhero. Sui is looking forward to what kind of reward Jean Grey will give her. The counting ended soon, and the system notified the final reward. Sui looked at the reward and was extremely happy in his heart. Sure enough, the rewards given by Jean Grey are really rich. One person provided 1.5 million destiny points, and got an additional chance to draw a God-level lottery. A God-level lottery chance with a high value and a high probability of getting something good. Sui has a lot of things, all of which were drawn in the God-level lottery. System, extract directly. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level item, Indomitable Heart? Indomitable Heart? What? Sui has never heard of this thing, nor has it been heard of in the Marvel world or the DC world. However, after reading the introduction, Sui knows that this is a good thing. The unyielding heart has two functions. The first ability is to improve resistance to abilities such as mind control, and even achieve the effect of immunity. The second ability, the tougher one's own will, the stronger the physical fitness, including strength, speed, and endurance. This boost, like Hulk's rage, is still unlimited. To put it simply, it is really possible to be immortal and fight against the gods. Immune mind control, it's not bad. However, the second ability is not very useful to me. What I want is to be able to crush other people's combat power. This kind of madly squeezing and improving one's own ability in the face of headwinds is not suitable for me. This thing, give it to someone else another day. Sui already had a good candidate in mind, and that was Captain Steve. Theoretically speaking, with this unyielding heart, Steve may be able to single out Thanos alone. After counting the harvest, Sui put her arms around the Jean, ready to rest. At this moment, Sui sensed a slight movement outside the door. The door was quietly pushed open. It was pitch black inside and outside, but Sui could see very clearly. It was none other than Yelena. Sui was a little surprised. Why did Yelena come here in the middle of the night? Sui was worried that Jean would be disturbed, so she didn't make a sound. Instead, used telepathy's ability to ask Yelena, "Yelena, what are you doing here?" Yelena smiled slightly, signaling Sui to keep quiet. Sui instantly sensed Yelena's thoughts. She came here for excitement. Moreover, it is the kind that intends to follow through to the end. Sui took a deep breath and her heart beat wildly, but Yelena couldn't be stopped. Chapter 179 Mystique and #039's exploration. Early in the morning, 4 people sat at the dining table and had breakfast together. Jean could feel that the Phoenix Force in her body was about to move and was about to recover. When the Phoenix Force is fully recovered, this powerful and inexhaustible force will destroy the entire world. Most importantly, it is difficult to control. For this reason, Jean is inevitably a little worried. She could clearly feel that it would not be long before this power fully recovered. Maybe a few months, up to a few years. Sui also perceived the revival of the Phoenix Force inside the piano, and even sensed Qin's worries. Jin, it's okay, I'll be by your side. I will try my best to help you control this energy. If it doesn't work, I'll find a way to erase this energy. No matter what, I will protect you. Qin was very moved. I believe in you. Qin also has a task next, which is to accompany Professor X to the vicinity of Mutant College. For these mutants who came out of prison and returned to society. It looks easy, but in fact, accidents are easy to happen. Sui was not worried about Qin being injured, but she also had a hunch that something might happen this time. Therefore, Sui still intends to keep an eye on this place all the time. If something really happened, I still have to show my face, get a little heat, and get a wave of fate. Sui set her sights on Yelena and Yelena, who were recruited by Nick Fury to join SHIELD. Right now is not the best time to show up. Therefore, I usually prepare to establish a new stronghold here, a security company. So far, some progress has been made. At that time, some Black Widows will be transferred to become security personnel, and they will definitely occupy a place. Speaking of security companies, Sui thought of a group of people. The first one is Felicia's father, Walter Hardy, the big thief civet. As a thief, from the perspective of a thief, you should be able to give a lot of good advice. The second, Ant-Man Scott Lang, an electrical engineer, is also a thief. Scott and several of his good friends can also be recruited. Yelena, does your team need outsiders? I know a few people who might join your security team. The original intention of setting up a security company was to serve as a base for these agents. This stronghold will not hide too many secrets. Therefore, it is also possible to join outsiders. Moreover, if it is a security company composed entirely of female agents, it will be easier to attract attention. Adding some outsiders is also a kind of disguise. What kind of person? Sui briefly talked about the information of Walter and Scott, a thief and a thief. Yelena didn't know what to say. However, being a security company does require some professional advice from thieves. I think it's okay, let's wait until we meet them. Okay then, I'll arrange it. After breakfast, I went to my own business. Sui went to school as usual, and found time to contact Walter and talk about it. Walter was taken advantage of by Sui, so he had no choice but to agree. Speaking of which, this job is actually quite suitable for Walter. As for Scott, Sui used the artificial intelligence sent by Tony to investigate, but the result is that he is still in jail, and he will not be released for a while. Sui was speechless and could only see if he could find a lawyer to get Scott out. If it doesn't work, then he can only stay in it. Unable to find Scott, Sui decided to bring in some of Scott's friends first. Sui sent the materials and information to Yelena, and Yelena took care of other matters. Sui has been wandering outside for several days, so it's time to take care of the flowers at home. Sui and Gwen strolled through the campus together and were about to go home together. Walking towards her was a tall blonde beauty who looked very hot. Just in front of Sui, suddenly there was a fall on the ground. The whole person fell towards Sui. Both Sui and Gwen were quick responsive, but Gwen didn't make a move, but let Sui follow the beauty. The beauty seemed to be in shock, and lay in Sui's arms. It wasn't until Sui helped him up that the other party reacted. I'm really sorry, there seems to be something wrong with my high heels just now. It's okay. Sui looked at this beauty with a strange look in his eyes. During the brief contact, Sui had a strange feeling. To be precise, it is intuition. The identity of this beautiful woman does not seem to be simple. But the strange thing is that Sui didn't feel any strange energy from the opponent. Sui suddenly had a guess, the beauty in front of him might be Mutant. Thank you so much, I still have something to do now, otherwise, I will buy you a cup of coffee. You are welcome. The beauty was very persistent. My name is Lucy, can I leave a contact information? I'll treat you to coffee another day. Sui didn't know the other party's purpose, so she decided to agree. Definitely yes, my name is Sui and this is my girlfriend Gwen Stacy. Hello. Your girlfriend is so beautiful. After Lucy and Sui exchanged contact information, they left directly. Sui was still guessing the identity of this beautiful woman. Gwen said, I feel that this woman is a bit strange. I think so too, but I didn't detect energy fluctuations from her. It might be a mutant, a non-energy mutant. Mutant? What is her purpose in contacting you? Not sure yet. If the other party is a mutant, if you contact yourself in this way, there are 9 out of 10 people who are not from Professor X's side. Sui thought for a while, and thought of a person, Mystique Raven. Mystique Raven can change into other people, even through iris authentication. It is difficult to detect the abnormality. Unfortunately, she faced Sui and Gwen. I probably guessed who it was. Who is it? Mystique Raven. Gwen had never heard of the name at all, and had no other information. Then what is her purpose? Sui also couldn't figure it out, so she simply gave up. Now that you know her identity, let's show the cards directly, contact her, and ask her directly. Sui called directly, and the call was connected quickly. Hello, handsome guy. We just separated, do you miss me? Is your girlfriend still around? Sui didn't hide anymore. Mystique Raven, I think we should have a cup of coffee and talk about your purpose. Raven heard that Sui revealed his true identity, so he also chose to show his cards. Mysterious Spider-Man, Sui, I also know your identity. I think we can indeed talk about your purpose. Raven deliberately revealed Sui's identity and showed his whole cards. Okay, we'll wait for you at the coffee shop. Mystique hung up the phone, turned and walked towards the school gate. Chapter 180 showing his true colors in the cafe, Sui and Gwen quietly waited for Mystique Raven. Speaking of which, the last time I met Loki was here. Unexpectedly, now, I saw Mystique Raven again. Sui is still looking forward to the original appearance of Mystique Raven, and even once thought about adding Mystique Raven to the Confidant group. After all, Mystique's transformation ability can change into various appearances. Owning a Mystique is equivalent to having countless beauties. It's exciting to think about being able to change your appearance every day. Although Sui doesn't have any special hobbies, but if Mystique's original purple appearance is also very beautiful, it seems quite attractive. Sui was imagining that Mystique Raven was still the same as before, and walked into the coffee shop. Although Mutant has gained the support of some people, Mystique still dare not show his original shape blatantly and act like this in broad daylight. Not only because of his appearance, it is easy to be recognized. It is because Mystique Raven has been active all these years, wandering in the gray area, and even has a lot of non-crossing behaviors. If these things come to light, Mystique Raven will definitely be arrested. Raven entered the coffee shop, glanced around, and immediately found Sui's figure. He went straight to Sui and sat down. Raven crossed his long legs and got straight to the point. I guess we don't need to introduce ourselves anymore. Need not. I heard from Charles that you came up with these ideas. I want to know, what is your purpose? Raven, like Professor X and Magneto, are people who fight for Mutant. It's just that the three of them have different ideas and experiences, and a lot of grievances and entanglements have arisen. I don't have any purpose, I just want to help Mutant. Let them have fair treatment and live a normal life. Raven doesn't believe it, but doesn't completely deny it either. Are you a mutant too? Sui shook his head. No, I'm not. However, I have friends who are mutants. When Professor X directly pointed out Magneto's plan, it aroused Raven's suspicion. Later, after failing to catch the little rascal, Professor X revealed his new plan. Raven sensed that the person behind it all was crucial. After collecting information and following up for so many days, Raven finally confirmed the existence and identity of Sui. According to the investigation, Raven also knows that Sui and Jean Grey have a very close relationship. At the same time, Sui is still with the little rascal, and there is an ulterior secret behind it. A friend, maybe a girlfriend? In this way, Sui seems to have no reason to kill Mutant. However, Raven isn't sure yet. The only thing she can be sure of is that Sui's methods will make Mutant's situation even more difficult. Do you really think that these methods of yours can make Mutant's situation better? Sui could only confess, to be honest, I'm not sure either. The contradiction between mutant and ordinary people is not a simple math problem, and there is a definite answer. This complex issue will take time and be troublesome to deal with. Other accidents in the middle may lead to different results. This point, Raven absolutely agrees. The difference is that Sui is optimistic about the future results. Raven, on the other hand, doesn't think there will be any good results in doing so. You haven't experienced it, and you don't know what these people will do. Raven's original mutant partners, except for Professor X, Magneto, and Beast, all of them seem to be dead. The deaths of these people must be related to those ambitious officials. I really haven't experienced it, but I can guess some. So, I don't think Professor X or Magneto's method will work. Blindly shrinking back and forbearance like Professor X will only make an ambitious man like Stryker act recklessly. It's even more unrealistic to be determined to fight the entire world, like Magneto, with incalculable consequences. Ordinary people and mutants are not eternal enemies. Raven definitely knew that what Sui said was true. Raven knew better that this was just a theory. In reality, there are too many blind and ignorant people. Now, they recognize Mutant. Once it is recognized that Mutant is not in the mainstream and not in their interests, they will change their minds without hesitation. Sui said with a smile, so, it's not just them, you can do it too. Not using the method of telepathy, but using other normal methods to guide these blind and ignorant people. Raven's eyes widened. Can he still play like this? Manipulate the discussion, and then influence the thoughts of ordinary people. It seems that it is not impossible. Others can hack Mutant, so Mutant can also find a way to spread some news that is beneficial to Mutant. Unexpectedly, Sui's thick eyebrows and big eyes, the method is really disgusting. Raven's purpose is only to test Sui's purpose. After testing, Raven could feel that Sui didn't want to harm Mutant. Sui's view of Mutant is also very common, and he doesn't treat it specially. The solution to the Mutant problem is not something that can be proposed casually. These all show one thing, Sui has really thought about it. If you don't really care, you won't spend so much thought at all. In fact, Sui really didn't think about it that much, but suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It's just some simple buff stacking methods, plus the fan circle method. Your approach is too idealistic. However, I can basically confirm that your idea is not to hurt Mutant, and that is enough. I have to go. Sui was stunned for a moment. The conversation had just started for a while. Why did he leave? It didn't look like Raven was very angry either. Is this going to leave? I don't know your purpose yet. Raven leaned over in front of Sui, and the two got very close. At this moment, Sui can clearly feel Raven's breath. Most importantly, Gwen was on the sidelines. My purpose, I hope you can help Mutant. Sui didn't have any hesitation either, so he agreed. Both Jean and Anna are mutants. If Mutant has an accident, it will definitely affect them. Sui will definitely not sit idly by. I'll do my best to help. Immediately afterwards, Raven's face began to change. The skin turned purple and the eyes changed color. This face is extremely natural and beautiful, with a different kind of charm. Looking at this face, Sui seemed to be prettier than her eldest cousin. Just when Sui was slightly dazed, Raven kissed her lightly. This is your reward. I wonder if you are satisfied. Sui was speechless, she was teased, and it was still in front of Gwen. Sui glanced at Gwen out of the corner of her eye, and Gwen must have noticed it. Raven laughed immediately. I hope you don't mind, Miss Stacy. Gwen turned a deaf ear and seemed very generous. I won't mind. Raven was about to leave. Sui stopped Raven. Where are you going? The most likely place for something to happen. Raven turned around and left gracefully, with long legs, disappeared. Chapter 181 Lorna gets out of prison. Mutant prison in the north. Mutants are all put on collars developed to suppress mutants' ability. At the moment, the mutants are letting loose. And there are extremely strict walls all around, and there are a large number of jailers. These jailers are all heavily armed and may open fire at any time. For Mutant, even if ability is suppressed, I dare not underestimate it. In the warden's office, an assistant asked, Warden, the reporters have already surrounded us, are we going to release him? With the trial over, Mutant prison is in the spotlight. In a short while, it will be time for the release of Mutant. Warden Reed Strucker stood in front of the window, looking into the distance. Is the release list ready? Ready, here is the list. Strack turned around and took the list, and after a brief glance, he didn't take it seriously. Warden, there is one more person. This is the one Colonel Stryker wants. Strack remembered that there was such a person. This person's ability seems to be controlling objects. Strack didn't know why Stryker named such a mutant. Shall we keep her with Colonel Stryker? Strucker was lost in thought. Handing over this person to Stryker, Stryker doesn't seem to be doing him any good. If you don't give this person to Stryker, Stryker can't help himself. Let it go. Stryker wants it. Let him grab it himself. Stryker didn't give people to Stryker, because what Stryker did was even more cruel. Once the transaction between the two is discovered, his situation will be even more dangerous. And let the person out. Stryker wants to, so he can only catch it himself. Let go. Strack confirmed again. Release. Everyone on the list is released. Strack also has plans of his own. Once Mutant makes trouble again, it will definitely attract the attention of many people. At that time, there will definitely be many people calling for restrictions on Mutant. In this way, he can imprison Mutant openly. In the prison, the mutants are letting loose and moving freely on the playground. Lorna, with green hair, has only been locked in for a while. But because of his outstanding appearance, he quickly accumulated fame among the two groups of Mutant and the jailer. Definitely, good looks didn't stop the jailers from torturing Lorna. There are even jailers who want to take advantage of the opportunity to do something wrong. In the end, he was discovered by the warden and stopped this behavior. Lorna is here and doesn't have any friends yet. I can only walk alone, and I overheard a few people chatting by chance. Yesterday, I heard a few jailers chatting. They said that some mutants might be released. Really? It's completely impossible. How could these people let us go easily? Jerry, your jokes are not funny at all. The man named Jerry said, I swear, it's true. I haven't heard any specific reasons, but it seems to be due to external pressure. So, Jerry, is that why they beat you up yesterday? Because you overheard the news. Everyone laughed and didn't believe Jerry's words at all. This will let them out unless God shows up. After entering, these people all realized one thing. Up to the warden and down to the jailers, everyone likes to torture them. How could these people let them go? Just as they dispersed, the warden's assistant appeared with a group of jailers. A whistle sounded, attracting the attention of all mutants. Assemble, assemble. The jailer appeared, which was not a good thing for Mutant. All the mutants looked at these people with resentful eyes, cursing softly. Although very dissatisfied, they could only obey orders and gather in front of these jailers. The assistant took out a list. Those whose names I can read, stand over here. The mutants looked at each other, wondering what the assistant had planned. At this moment, they have no strength to resist at all and can only be slaughtered. One individual is named, Lorna among them. Lorna didn't know what plans these people had, and observed all this silently. And there are quite a few mutants who have been named in their names, about 60% to 70% of them. These mutants didn't know what was going on, and felt uneasy. Finally, a more courageous one popped up and asked questions directly. What are you going to do to us? The assistant said impatiently, come with us, you will know later. Although some people were very dissatisfied, they could only be forced to return to the cell under the pressure of the jailer. Go get your own things back, and then, you are free. Everyone found it unbelievable that they were really released. Lorna heard what Jerry said before, and thought it was fake. Unexpectedly, he actually regained his freedom. Although the time here was short, Lorna suffered a lot, and Lorna didn't want to stay any longer. Originally, Lorna pinned her hopes on her ability, which was not very bright. Hoping to break out one day and allow myself to escape from here. Now it seems that it is no longer necessary. He took his things from the prison, changed into his old clothes, and was taken to the door. Lorna, wearing a leather jacket, stands at the prison gate. Looking at the crazy reporters, everything seemed to be in a dream. There is no collar that suppresses ability, do not continue to suffer. Can have freedom? Lorna was also questioned by the reporters, but these made Lorna feel uncomfortable. Cutting through the crowd, Lorna was about to get out of here. As for taking revenge on those in mutant prison, Lorna also thought about it. Lorna is more aware that her ability is limited. If you want revenge, you can only seek revenge one by one in private. Thinking of this, Lorna decided to leave here before making a decision. Just thinking about how to get out of here, Lorna heard a voice. Hey, Lorna, here. Lorna followed the voice and saw that it was her good friend, Clarice. Clarice's ability is teleportation. At the beginning, because Lorna was entangled, Clarice couldn't help, so she had to run away first. Clarice, why are you here? Clarice sat in the car and said hello. I'm here to pick you up. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid of being discovered? No, how do you know that I will be released? Clarice pulled Lorna into the car and immediately explained, recently, something big happened. Clarice briefly talked about what Professor X did, and let Lorna know why she was released. So that's how it is. Clarice said happily, I'm planning to go to the Xavier Ability Academy. I heard that Mutant will be taken in there. Will you go with me? Lorna has some hesitation, but she has nowhere to go. Going there seems to be a good choice. Okay. The two agreed on the result, and when they were about to set off, an accident happened. Chapter 182 Magneto, Lorna and Clarice were about to leave, but they saw that the vehicle seemed to be shaking, as if it was affected by some force. Clarice looked at the condition of the vehicle, not knowing what was going on, and was a little puzzled. Earthquake. The two looked out the window, and the others didn't seem to feel anything. Trees and people have no influence. Only the vehicles, and the wire fence that surrounds the prison. This kind of ability seems familiar. Clarice looked at Lorna, is that you? Lorna immediately denied, no. I haven't used ability at all, and my ability is not that powerful. Who would that be? Who has the same ability as you? While the two were in amazement, the others also felt the nearby changes. The reporters and the mutants who just came out were all very puzzled. Nearby vehicles, as well as the prison's wire fence, and many metal objects, were shaking. These people, like Lorna et al., initially thought it was an earthquake. However, the ground did not feel any vibration at all, and everyone stood firmly. There was a staff member who was carrying a camera, and felt that the camera on his shoulder seemed to be drunk and couldn't control it. My camera looks like it's going to fly. Oh my, what happened? Get out of here first. Could it have been done by the mutant? This situation is really confusing. At this moment, someone inadvertently saw something in the sky, like a long stick. Look, over there, what is it? Flying in the sky. Everyone's attention is on the sky, the stick-like thing in the sky. I really can't figure out what it is. A wise man suddenly panicked. Could it be a missile? Impossible? Shouldn't the missile be like this? Don't worry about it so much, get out of here quickly. Run, something is wrong here. These things seem to be flying in this direction. The people at the gate of the prison scattered in all directions, not daring to stay too long. However, some reporters are more courageous. After discovering this thing, instead of running away, they chose to record it. Lorna and Clarice stared blankly at the sky, watching these things slowly approaching and magnifying in their sight. The two finally determined that this was not a missile. Missiles are not like that at all. These are some steel pipes. The pipes are not thick, about 3 meters long, like materials commonly used in construction sites. However, there are many. Rough calculation, at least hundreds of roots. These hundreds of steel pipes spread out in the sky, quite like 1,000 swords flying together. The difference is that this is not a flying sword, but a steel pipe. Hundreds of steel pipes flew towards them slowly and stopped in the air in front of the prison. Lorna and Clarice looked at the steel pipes, and there was a figure among the steel pipes. This man is none other than Magneto, the man of the scene. Magneto often makes a big scene in the movie. For example, a stadium was directly moved and dropped from the sky. Or, take control of the Golden Gate Bridge and play the bridge like an helicarrier. This time, Magneto's appearance is a 10,000 swords flying together scene. These steel pipes were found on the road on a truck transporting steel pipes. Magneto thought the steel pipes were fine, so he took the truck down, just for this moment. Magneto slowly fell from the sky, but the steel pipe did not fall, but was ready to go, aiming at the mutant prison. Lorna looked at Magneto and felt that the other's ability seemed to be very similar to her own. To be precise, it is the strengthening version of one's own ability. Lorna, his ability is amazing, just like the strengthening version of you. You think so too? It's obvious. Lorna also had some doubts in her heart. Why is this person's ability so similar to her own? Unbeknownst to Lorna, there is a deeper relationship. All I know is that if my ability is so strong, I won't be easily caught. The people present were also stunned, staring blankly at the falling figure. Mutants, I'm Magneto. Today, I'm here to save you. I will lead you to destroy this prison. We mutants are free, and they deprived you of your freedom. This prison has imprisoned you and tortured you. Today, let them witness the power of our mutant. As long as we mutants are united, the world will tremble. Brothers, release your anger. Let the whole world see the power of our mutant. Magneto's words are extremely provocative. These released mutants, listening to Magneto's words, are awakened from the painful experience in prison. The anger in the heart is burning, and some people can't contain the anger in their hearts. The sudden change caused the reporters nearby to panic. This is incredible. Mutant is going to make trouble. Unevenness is a big battle. I am an ordinary person. Will these mutants attack me by then? Everyone was terrified, but some reporters still didn't want to run away and were ready to grab first-hand information. Lorna is also a fearless master. After hearing Magneto's instigation, she is ready to get off the car and join Magneto. Clarice stopped immediately. Lorna, what are you going to do? I'm going to destroy this prison. Clarice is noticeably calmer. No, Lorna. He didn't come to rescue you all the time these mutants were held for so long. Why, appear at this time? He just wants to use you. Before, those people captured Mutant. After something like this happened, very quickly, there will be a bill against Mutant. In the future, they will be able to capture Mutant openly. You will also be wanted, and then you can only escape for the rest of your life. If you have a family, if you have children, they can only flee together. If they were caught, there would be more torture. When Lorna heard Clarice's words, her hand on the car door stopped. I stayed in prison for a while, and I don't want to experience this kind of experience again in my life. Inside the prison, the assistant to the warden noticed the movement outside and panicked. He hurried to Warden Strucker's office. Warden, there are mutants coming outside, saying they want to destroy the prison. Strack had long expected such a day, so he didn't panic at all. Calm. But the assistant couldn't calm down. Just the scene with Magneto, how can you calm down? And, so many mutants just unleashed. If all these mutants were shot, then the jailers alone would definitely not be enough. Warden, don't forget, there is also the mutant who was just released. Dozens of mutants were released just now, and so many mutants all have abilities. Chapter 183 X-Men, Go to Battle. The Scene Man, Magneto, appeared outside the prison gate. Delivered a speech that immediately incited some of the mutants. Magneto even used his ability directly, tearing open the iron mesh fence. Brothers, go and rescue our compatriots. Go and send those who bully you to hell. We, Mutant, will surely rise. Magneto's speech wasn't over yet, but the jailers were already standing in front of him. These jailers are heavily armed and ready to shoot. Hands up and surrender, or we shoot. Surrender immediately. The jailers were also nervous. What I usually face are mutants after losing their abilities. Without ability, it is ordinary people. But now, these mutants have regained their abilities, which is not the same as before. Although most mutants are still afraid of bullets, there may be some who are not. Magneto looked at the group of jailers and pointed his gun at himself, and couldn't help showing a contemptuous smile. Young, really too young. As long as these people have heard their names, they will not be stupid enough to threaten themselves with guns. Are you threatening me? Seeing Magneto slowly raise his hand, the jailers instantly felt that the guns in their hands were beginning to lose control. It seems that there is a huge amounts of power attracting these items. Sensing the change, the jailers immediately increased their strength, trying to grab the weapons in their hands. These weapons are his life-saving means. If it is taken away, then you can only be slaughtered by others. However, no matter how much force they use, they cannot control the weapons in their hands from being drawn away. The guns in his hands were dropped one after another, floating in the air. The jailers watched helplessly as the guns were turned and aimed at themselves. This is nothing, even, the gun is automatically loaded. Just pull the trigger, and the bullets will pour out. Those who are facing each other at the gunpoint will immediately become dead souls. Watching this scene, the jailers swallowed one after another, feeling the fear of death. All of them could only raise their hands in surrender, hoping that Magneto would let him go and spare his life. Magneto watched the scene and continued his speech. Look, that's why they want to destroy us. Because we are stronger than them, because we are a higher level species than humans. They are envious and longing, while they are afraid of our power. As long as we have power, they will continue to persecute us. Magneto paused slightly, and continued, now, it's time to announce to the world that our mutant era has arrived. We will lead the world into a new era. Brothers, follow me, destroy this prison and save all fellow mutants. With a wave of Magneto's hand, he is about to storm the prison. And the jailers couldn't stop them, so they could only raise their hands and step back slightly so that Mutant could rush in. At this moment, the sky suddenly darkened. A thunder rumbled, and a gust of wind blew, making people wonder if it was going to rain. Only the people of Magneto know that it's not about to rain, but someone is coming. Charles, are you going to stop me? As soon as Magneto finished speaking, a figure descended from the sky. Storm landed in front of Magneto, and then, not far away, Jean Grey, Scott, Professor X, Wolverine, and Beast all appeared here. The X-Men are all here, and the purpose is to stop Magneto from doing big things. If Magneto destroys this prison, kills here and takes Mutant, then, the conflict between humans and mutants is irreconcilable. There will definitely be many ambitious people who will make a fuss about this matter and target all mutants. For mutants' sake, Magneto must be stopped. Eric, I can't let you do this. Magneto looked at Professor X fearlessly. None of the people around Professor X can block his ability. Charles, I thought you had seen the true colors of these people, but unexpectedly, you still had illusions about them. Professor X, as always, it is true that some people are full of malice towards Mutant, but not all of them. Most people don't care about the existence of Mutant. But if you do this, it will definitely arouse more people's hostility towards Mutant. Magneto was arguing with Professor X, while the mutants, reporters, and jailers on the side could only watch the two arguing, not daring to intervene. They've already done it. They've captured so many of our countrymen. Why should we just suffer in silence, Charles? We want revenge. We want to fight back, and we want to tell them that we mutants are not easy to bully." Magneto's words resonated with many mutants. Immediately, someone shouted loudly, "Those gangsters don't treat us as human beings, they torture us like crazy. Now, I want to fight back." Someone raised his arms and immediately got a response from some mutants. Professor X knew clearly in his heart that these mutants were being tortured. It is unrealistic to say that they should let go of everything. But if they are allowed to do so, these people will be wanted in the future, and they will encounter such things again. It cannot be said that they are short-sighted, but because of the torture they suffered. By this point, Wolverine couldn't sit still. He directly showed his claws. "Control him first, and the others will be nothing to worry about." Magneto looked at Wolverine in amazement. "This guy, the bones in his body are all metal. Isn't your body full of metal?" Wolverine just took 2 steps forward, and then, as if frozen in place, unable to move at all. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't take that step. Wolverine was very uncomfortable and let out a roar, but still was directly controlled by Magneto and thrown on the wire fence. It's not over yet. The wire turned into a snake, pierced the skin directly, drilled into Wolverine's body, and restrained Wolverine. This pain really penetrates deep into the bone marrow. The fight started when Wolverine showed her claws. Storm didn't intend to wait any longer, and took advantage of Magneto's time to clean up Wolverine, and mobilized the power of thunder to find a way to release the gun controlled by Magneto first. Otherwise, no one else would have the means to block the bullet. As strong as Professor X, he was also hit by a bullet in the spine in the movie, and he was permanently in a wheelchair. The battle was about to break out, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Several mutants brought by Magneto immediately joined the battle. Some of the newly released mutants have already decided to take revenge. Taking advantage of this moment, hurry in and get revenge first. Catch those people who bullied you at the beginning, and then bully them back first. However, Professor X can't watch these people go astray, and immediately use the mind control ability to control these people so that they can't rush into the prison. In this way, there is still room for relaxation. Chapter 184 The Scary Magneto. The two sides are already at war. Wolverine, one of the main players, was restrained tightly. At this moment, taking advantage of Magneto's inability to take care of himself, he could only endure the pain and pull out the wire. Fortunately, it's iron wire. If it's a steel bar, it's not easy to handle. What? The other main force, Professor X, had to take these mutants into consideration to prevent them from falling into an irreparable situation due to impulsiveness. So positively, we can only rely on Storm, Cyclops, and Phoenix. Phoenix Gray is not very proficient in controlling his ability, and can only barely control others and objects. The main output still depends on the other two people. Cyclops touched the glasses and fired laser light. Magneto was also always on guard against Cyclops. Steel pipes descended one by one and turned into shields, temporarily blocking the laser. Then, bullets chug and chug, interrupting the Cyclops attack. The two sides fought fiercely, but there have been no casualties so far. Sui hid at the scene and watched the live broadcast, feeling extremely curious. This fight, the thunder is loud, the rain is light, and there is no dead man for a long time. The worst thing is Wolverine, who was restrained to death by Magneto. Are Cyclops fake? Lasers can't hit dead man, so hot. No, I remember that in a movie, Cyclops just came out and directly cut down a teaching building in the school. Now it's like this. I'm afraid it's a match-fixing match. Sui didn't want to come either, but the matter was so important that she couldn't just do nothing. What's more, my confidant Jean Grey is still here. Sui is really worried that something will happen to Jean. The second concern is the Phoenix Force inside the piano. This power, it is different from other powers, it is originally a little spiritual. Sui is worried that absorbing this force will cause resistance, hurt Jean, and even cause damage. Otherwise, the Phoenix Force would have been resolved by hand. While Sui was watching the play, someone else intervened. This time, the people who intervened were none other than the members of the Avengers Alliance led by Steve. Nick Fury organized the Avengers Alliance. The original purpose was to fight against powerful enemies. Not long ago, the Mutant incident made Nick Fury speed up the pace of forming the Avengers Alliance. Now that Mutant is really in chaos, it's time for the Avengers Alliance to appear. Iron Man Tony Stark descended from the sky and stood majestically in the air. Everyone, stop. Otherwise, you will be attacked. People watching the battle and the theater in the distance are all confused. Today is really lively. First, Magneto took people, ready to destroy the prison. Then Professor X took the X-Men, ready to stop. Just as the two sides were fighting, another group of people appeared. Magneto didn't think much of Tony at all. Wearing a set of steel armor outside the body, this is another one restrained by oneself. With a direct wave of his hand, Tony was inexplicably controlled by a force and flew upside down, smashing hard against the wall. Tony looked confused. J.A.R.V.I.S. What happened? Sir, iron armor seems to be under control. Tony was very speechless and hadn't succeeded yet. These mutant abilities are really annoying, not scientific at all. Not knowing what power it was, he flew out by himself. What is certain is that it should be an external force that controls the battle frame. Control without contact. Tony immediately thought of how the other party did it. Through a force field, to be precise, a magnetic field. Damn it, with such an ability, how can I defeat him? Tony has only one way to attack from a distance with the palm cannon. However, the current situation is so chaotic. A palm cannon bombards the past, I am afraid it will accidentally injure the friendly army. Just as Tony was thinking, the friendly forces had already been dispatched. As soon as the plane stopped not far away, Captain Steve, wearing combat uniform, rushed out with Hawkeye and Agent Sharon. On the plane, I also roughly understood the current situation. In short, to stop Magneto from destroying the prison. So, as soon as the captain met, he threw the shield out. The strength of this shield is still very strong, but the opponent is Magneto. Shield stopped in midair, unable to progress at all. Walter, how did he do it? Tony stood up, watching the captain's actions, feeling extremely speechless. Does this old guy not learn from his own experience at all? Still throwing the shield over in such a daze, isn't that for nothing? So, Tony started complaining directly, you didn't see that, he can controlling magnetic field. What's the meaning? Tony had to put it another way, he can control metal. Yeah, I see it. Just then, Cyclops found another chance, and Cyclops launched. Unfortunately, the captain just sent a shield over. Magneto controls the shield, directly blocking the Cyclops laser. Even without paying attention, he directly used a wire to wrap behind Cyclops. Take off Cyclops' glasses and bind Cyclops' arms. Cyclops lost his glasses, so he could only close his eyes and dare not open them. He was afraid that if he opened his eyes, he would accidentally injure his allies. Magneto, as a hostile, so terrifying? With his own strength, he was fighting against a large group of people with super abilities. Fearless, Steve continued to charge forward. The opponent has ability, but Steve believes that his close combat ability can definitely defeat the opponent. Even if the opponent was an old man, Steve couldn't keep his hand. At least you have to control the opponent, even knock him out. However, Steve had just rushed to a distance of 3 or 4 meters in front of the opponent, and was controlled. The whole person was floating in the air, more than half a meter above the ground, and a few meters away from the other party, so he couldn't touch the other party at all. Steve just couldn't believe it, he did have a bit of metal on him. However, there are not many at all, and the other party can still control himself like this. Steve couldn't help but rant. This super ability is simply terrifying. Steve always thought he was a monster, but he didn't expect that there are still mutants in the world, with all kinds of magical abilities. Magneto manipulated the vibranium shield and slammed it directly at the captain's head. If you are stunned, you will have to be dazed for a few seconds if you don't faint. At this moment, Hawkeye in the distance finally exerted his strength. An arrow flew over. Magneto showed a contemptuous smile. What age is it, and he still plays with bows and arrows? I can control the bullets, what is there to be afraid of with an arrow? When Magneto was about to take control, the arrow suddenly exploded, emitting a dazzling white light. Suddenly, the surroundings were enveloped in white light. All the people at the scene were blinded by the sudden bright light. Magneto's grip loosened for a moment as well, and Steve fell from a height of half a meter. At this moment, Iron Man and Hawkeye in the distance attacked again from a distance. Although, they are also affected by white light. But fortunately, Magneto's direction has been locked before. This attack will basically not fail. Chapter 185 Runaway Magneto was experienced, and when he was blinded, he immediately flew out and didn't stay where he was. The attacks of Iron Man and Hawkeye still failed. When the white light dissipated, Magneto also saw the current situation clearly. These people actually teamed up to bully this old man. If that's the case, then you don't have to keep your hands. The steel pipe floated up again, floating beside Magneto. The mutant will surely rise, and no one can stop us. At this moment, steel pipes shot towards everyone on the ground. Every steel pipe, like an arrow, is very fast. At this speed, if it hits someone, even if it is not penetrated, it will still be seriously injured. Others can only dodge to avoid being pierced by the steel pipe. Only Cyclops Scott, who closed his eyes and didn't know the outside world, was still dumbfounded. Under the dense steel pipes, Scott was also in danger. The people around Professor X were extremely worried when they saw that Scott was in danger. After all, he and Scott have been together for so many years, and they are also very good friends. At this moment, everyone wanted to save Scott. However, none of the abilities of several people can stop Magneto's attack. Jean Grey has ability, and her ability can control objects. Usually, only some small objects can be controlled. Jean Grey has never tried a pole that shoots like this. But at this moment, there is no room for hesitation at all. Jean Grey has to try, and if it doesn't work, Scott will die. Jean Grey stared at the falling steel pipe with a high degree of concentration. At the same time, very nervous. This shot is related to Scott's life and death. However, Magneto's ability is clearly more sophisticated. Jean Grey tried his best to resist, but he couldn't control the falling steel pipe. Fortunately, Steve was not far away, so he had already discovered this scene. A roll, picked up his own shield, and then used the shield to block the falling pole, saving Scott. Magneto's attack is not over yet, the steel pipe is still falling. Even those fallen steel pipes were recycled again by Magneto. If no one threatens Magneto flying in the air, then only bear Magneto's attack. If it continues, the casualties will continue to expand. Sharon, who was of no help at all, was very helpless hiding aside. The Avengers Alliance will fight against superpowers of this level in the future? It's really not an easy task. Tony didn't dare to get close at all, so he could only interfere with Hawkeye at a distance with the palm cannon. Moreover, being able to fly by himself is also considered a major advantage, at least he can face Magneto without falling behind. This guy's ability is really outrageous. Unfortunately, another outrageous guy didn't come. If he came, I guess it wouldn't be so troublesome. What Tony said was naturally Sui. According to Tony's analysis, if Sui was there, he would definitely be able to take down this Magneto in a few seconds. Magneto's ability, he has basically analyzed it. Control metals with magnetic fields. Such an ability definitely cannot control Sui. The monster Sui has all kinds of magical abilities and a strong physique. Let Sui make a move, Sui only needs to fly in front of this old guy, and then grab his neck, everything is over. Sharon, didn't you inform Sui? Sharon is very innocent, he did not agree to join the Avengers Alliance, and he is not considered an official member. We have notified him, but he does not seem to show up. Tony didn't want to ask for help either. If he contacted Sui now, he would definitely be laughed at by Sui. Those of us on the ground are forced to take cover. Stark, Clint, is there anything you can do? Tony's mind was running fast, and there was really no good way in a short time. After all, I have only been engaged in technology. If you say that you have prepared in advance, you may have a way. Time is urgent at this moment, and Tony really can't think of any good solution for a while. Yeah, I have two options. The first way is to attack with energy, he can't stop it. The second method, if anyone can fly in front of him without control, maybe he can be killed. Steve was left speechless by Tony's nonsense. Stark, this is not the time to be joking. Tony half-jokingly said, I'm not kidding, this is the solution. But if it does, it's another problem. Magneto's attacks continue. Controlling the steel pipe, it fell like a rain of arrows. Jean Grey failed for the first time, and he doubted himself a little more. However, at this time, when there is no doubt, you must be very careful, otherwise, you will be hit by Magneto's attack. The steel pipe kept falling, and another one flew towards him. Jean Grey looked at the pole, his mind went blank. At this moment, Jean felt death. No memory, not even time to fear. Jean just watched the steel pipe fall blankly, as if the steel pipe was going to penetrate the next moment. At the time of life and death, the Phoenix force in the violin was out of control and burst out. A powerful force erupted, blowing up waves and knocking back the people around him. And the steel pipe finally fell, and it stopped in front of Jean's eyes, unable to fall again. The sudden change caught everyone's attention. What happened? Professor X was shaken back. Although he stabilized the wheelchair, he would not fall down. But at the moment, he was a little bit embarrassed. Looking at Jean's appearance, he fell into panic. He could feel that the strength in Jean's body exploded. Not only did the power explode, but even Jean's consciousness fell into a deep sleep. At this moment, it is not Jean's consciousness that dominates Jean's body, but that force. That power was so powerful that Professor X couldn't use telepathy to awaken Jean's consciousness. The power in Jean's body exploded, and she was dominated by the power at this moment and lost consciousness. Be careful, don't get close to her. Jean's target is none other than Magneto in the sky. Jean walked out slowly, no longer needing shelter. Facing the dense steel pipes, Jean just stretched out her hand and controlled the falling steel pipes. Magneto was extremely shocked. These steel pipes seemed to be out of his control. This situation has never happened before. How can that be? Magneto knew Jean's identity and hadn't paid much attention to her before. After all, Jean didn't show any combat power before, and what's more, she still manages students in the college. He never expected that Jean's burst of strength actually suppressed his own ability. This power is extremely terrifying, stronger than Professor X's power. Just when Magneto lost his mind, he had completely lost control of the steel pipe. Those steel pipes are about to fly towards him next. Magneto was shocked, although he could control the metal. However, these steel pipes are obviously under Jean's control at this moment, and he has no way of regaining control. The situation reversed again, and I fell into danger. Chapter 186. Jean Grey ran away, instantly changing the situation on the scene. Magneto, who was originally invincible, could only flee in a hurry. If you can't fly, I'm afraid, it's really dangerous. However, just as Magneto dodged the steel pipes flying backwards, an arrow was mixed among several steel pipes and exploded around Magneto. Hawkeye has been looking for an opportunity, and finally, let him wait until this moment. Magneto couldn't control the steel pipes and chose to back away. Unexpectedly, there was an arrow in the steel pipe. The impact of the arrow explosion affected Magneto, who was flying in the air. His body swayed, and he almost fell down. This is not half a meter high, but a height of more than 10 meters. If it falls, it may be disabled. Fortunately, Magneto was steady and did not fall. However, he just dodged Hawkeye's attack, and others followed. Seeing that Hawkeye did not talk about martial arts and engaged in sneak attacks, Tony himself was not far behind. At this moment, directly fire the palm cannon and pursue the victory. Magneto reacted and dodged hastily, using metal defenses. He really didn't expect that the arrow was so secretive. At this moment, Magneto was really angry. However, it was not his turn to get angry. On the ground, there was someone more angry than him, and that was Jean, who had lost consciousness. After the outbreak of Phoenix Force, Qin at this moment has been completely controlled by Phoenix Force. After hitting back with a steel pipe, Qin was still not satisfied. Immediately, powerful energy erupted from both hands and bombarded into the air. This time the explosion had a wider range, and it was many times stronger than Hawkeye's arrow. Hawkeye's arrow affected a range of 4 or 5 meters at most. Qin's energy wave explosion this time directly covered a range of more than 10 to 20 meters. People on the ground are affected by huge amounts of impact. Seeing this scene, Steve hurriedly yelled, "Get down. Everyone, get down." Those who reacted quickly were all lying on the ground, still feeling a wave of air hitting their backs. Those who reacted slowly were directly blown several meters away by the air waves, and fell to the ground fiercely. With such high AoE damage, Magneto's situation is even more difficult as a target. Injured by the remaining prestige of the explosion, and severely impacted by the air wave, he fell down. Fortunately, Magneto was still conscious, trying his best to control it so as not to hit the ground directly, but still fell heavily and landed on the ground. When I'm older, even if I have a super ability, I can't stand such a toss. Injured, the whole person is depressed. The idea was to destroy the prison and free all the mutants. Take the opportunity to subdue some mutants to join their brotherhood. Unexpectedly, an Avengers alliance came out halfway, and there was an explosive Jean Grey. At this moment, Magneto couldn't care less about the scene, and even the few mutants around him didn't have time to recall them. You have to retreat first and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will be caught. Professor X should be able to remember old feelings, and won't do anything to himself. But others may not be sure. Especially Wolverine, this is a bone pain. And those of the Avengers Alliance, representing other forces. Just as Magneto was about to leave, he heard voices nearby, and there were quite a few people. Looking up, an old face came into view. Magneto felt bad when he saw this face. Raising his hand, the iron sheet turned into several slender iron needles, ready to attack. I only felt pain in my body, and I was shot. The hand that had just been raised became weak, and the whole person began to feel drowsy. He knew that this was a special bullet prepared for himself. There is no metal, and the bullet contains anesthesia, which can quickly paralyze oneself. Stryker. Stryker knew that today was a special day, so he brought people over early to ambush him. I have been watching from a distance, sitting and watching many battles. Just as he was about to make a move, Magneto delivered himself to the door. Tie him up and keep him safe. Stryker didn't intend to make a move. At this moment, Jean Grey was still in an explosive state and was not suitable for a direct confrontation. Jean Grey loses consciousness and loses the target of Magneto. Immediately afterwards, he fell into a state of berserk indistinguishable from friend and foe. The energy continued to erupt, and the power was astonishing. Seeing this scene, Professor X knew that the situation was not good. If you can't control this force, these people around you will probably be destroyed by this force. Jin, wake up. Control this force, you can do it. Qin. While calling, Professor X used telepathy ability to try to communicate with Qin's consciousness, but to no avail. Seeing that the situation was getting worse, Steve couldn't sit still. As the captain, he knew that it was necessary to prevent Qin's power from continuing to erupt. He raised the shield and rushed towards Qin. Since Qin's consciousness cannot be awakened, let Phoenix Force's consciousness fall into a deep sleep again. Just 2 steps after rushing over, it was stopped by a powerful force. Struggling, unable to move forward at all, Steve felt like he was being pushed by a train. The force was too strong to resist. Steve gritted his teeth and didn't take a step back, but was pushed back by the force, leaving a trail on the ground. Professor X kept trying, and finally succeeded, sensing Qin's heart. Qin, wake up. Control this power, you can. Called by Professor X, Qin finally regained consciousness and knew what happened. The power within him exploded, defeating Magneto. At the same time, Phoenix Force is gradually getting out of control. Qin's consciousness and Phoenix Force's consciousness began to confront each other. After all, Phoenix Force had just recovered at this moment. It still couldn't fight against Qin's consciousness, and quickly retreated. The Phoenix Force dissipated in an instant, as if it had never appeared before. Qin also regained consciousness, but due to excessive consumption, she immediately weakened and collapsed on the ground. Fortunately, Storm had quick eyesight and quick hands, and ran over to hold Qin. Jin, are you okay? I'm fine, just a little tired. Captain Steve panted and relaxed. Fortunately, this power is gone. If I continue, I really can't stand it anymore. Not only myself, S.H.I.E.L.D. may not be able to stand it either. After everything was settled, Sharon came over. Captain, what should we do next? Steve looked at the surrounding situation. Take those mutants under control. These people, forget it. At this moment, a person with purple skin came out. Charles, the matter is not over yet. Stryker is here, and Eric has been captured by him. Professor X suddenly became alert, extremely worried. Stryker, a mad scientist who studies mutant, an ambitious man. Many mutants died at his hands, and some were transformed into weapons by him. Wolverine couldn't contain her anger when she heard Stryker's name. He had recovered his memory of what Stryker had done to him. Stryker, he's come just in time. I'm going to chop his head off with my claws. Chapter 187. The protagonist often appears at critical moments. Soon as everyone got the news that Stryker was nearby, Tony noticed something strange. Oh, there are several helicopters flying over, and they seem to be planning to surround this place. Steve himself was a product of the Super Soldier Project. He could see through Stryker's thoughts at a glance. Grab these mutants and study their super abilities. Such an approach was absolutely unacceptable to him. Several helicopters were suspended in the air, the ropes fell, and several heavily armed soldiers were airborne. In the distance, Stryker personally led a small group of soldiers and surrounded the place. Professor X and others have no way out, and the mutant prison is behind them. Although there is a huge gap in Magneto's destruction, even if he retreats to the mutant prison, he cannot escape. Professor X knows that there is only one battle at this moment, but there's someone more positive than Professor X, and that's Wolverine Logan. Stryker. With a roar, Wolverine stretched out her wolf claws and rushed towards Stryker. Stryker misses Wolverine when he sees it. One of my most outstanding and perfect works. Judging by the posture of the other party, he should have remembered something. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so angry. Stryker took his time and retreated back, and the soldiers immediately stepped up to block Wolverine's path. The bullets poured on Wolverine, but they couldn't stop Wolverine's footsteps. Wolverine has experienced this level of pain countless times. For Wolverine at the moment, there is nothing but hatred. Professor X was also very helpless. He couldn't hold Wolverine, so he could only make a move at this moment. Storm and Beast rushed to help, and the scene suddenly became chaotic. On the Avengers Alliance side, Sharon and Steve are both melee and forced to dodge. Hawkeye and Tony, who were in the distance, didn't know whether to make a move or not. Captain, what should we do? Do you want to help? Faced with Hawkeye's questioning, Steve had already made a decision. These mutants did nothing wrong. Moreover, Wilhelm Stryker's purpose of capturing Mutant may not be pure. Help Mutant, be careful, don't cause casualties. At this moment, a huge amounts of energy barrier suddenly appeared between the two sides, separating them. This energy barrier is extremely wide and protects everyone. The bullet hit the barrier, unable to penetrate at all, was blocked, and fell to the ground. In the face of sudden changes, everyone is very curious. Only Tony knew, looks like someone's late. Don't you know? The protagonist often appears at the most important moment. Sui fell from the sky and landed outside the energy barrier. Seeing that Wolverine was still looking for trouble with Wilhelm Stryker, Sui decided to stop it. Just then, Sui noticed, Stryker pulled out a weapon and loaded it. Sui knew clearly that this should be the bullet made by adamantium. Stryker is going to try to kill Wolverine with adamantium again, but if it doesn't work, Wolverine will lose his memory again. Sui was extremely fast, and a teleport appeared in front of Wolverine Stryker, blocking the shot. The shot went straight to the center of the eyebrow. Anyone else would definitely be dead. However, it was Sui. Sui only relied on the symbiote battlesuit and his own physical fitness to block it. If the energy barrier is used again, the bullet cannot hit itself at all. It really hurts. Sui looked at Stryker in front of him, grabbed the weapon and grabbed Stryker. Wolverine Logan also came over and was about to fly over and stab Stryker to death with her claws, but was stopped by Sui. Logan, have you forgotten what Kayla told you? Logan, you're not a beast. Wolverine was slightly distracted. Sui grabbed Wolverine's shoulders and directly sent Stryker and Wolverine back to the other side of the barrier. Throw the Stryker on the ground as if it were trash. Stryker's men were stopped by the barrier and could only watch this scene helplessly. Wolverine looked at Stryker on the ground, still furious. With a fist on Stryker's jaw, it only takes one thought, the claws stretch out, and Stryker's life can be taken away. Stryker looked at the angry Logan, and prodded Logan with words. Logan, you are destined to have no family and be a lonely beast forever. Go ahead, kill me. Logan was furious, panting heavily. If his eyes could kill, Stryker would have been hacked to pieces by now. No, I have family and Kayla will always be my family. A monster like you is not worthy of being a human. Wolverine didn't stretch out her claws after all, but that didn't stop Wolverine from punching Stryker in the face. Although he controlled his strength, his body was made of metal bones. In one blow, several of Stryker's teeth were knocked out, and Stryker's face quickly swelled up. Wolverine still regained some sanity and controlled the final killing intent. Faced with this situation, Stryker is not afraid at all. Do you think you have won? No, never. Mutants, as well as you superpowers, are unstable factors and must be eliminated. Sui said contemptuously, eliminate unstable factors, you are truly great, Wilhelm Stryker. Have you ever considered that, in fact, you are the unstable factor? I think the situation would be better without an ambitious person like you. Stryker is still stubborn. Superhero, don't look at the current scenery. Sooner or later you will be abandoned by the world. Sui was too lazy to talk nonsense, and went to capture Magneto first. Then, he said to the people outside, put away your weapons and go back directly. This person, I will hand it over to S.H.I.E.L.D, and he should be able to go back by himself by then. Sui dealt with it briefly, and decided to hand over Magneto and Stryker to SHIELD. As a Stryker, he should not be arrested. Sui also didn't want to publicly target Stryker to avoid trouble. However, it does not prevent Stryker from having an accident. For example, accidental fall, drowning, or insanity. Sui handed everyone over to the captain. I've left everything to you, I have private matters. Sui noticed Sheen. Professor, what's wrong with Sheen? The ability in her body exploded. Although she finally suppressed the ability, she consumed too much and passed out. Sui frowned, extremely worried. The strength in Qin's body is recovering faster and faster. If this continues, Qin herself will become a time bomb, the kind that can destroy the world. In the movie, it is Wolverine who fights against the extremely powerful Phoenix Force, kills Jean, and quells the outbreak of Phoenix Force. Sui definitely wants to change this ending, and Qin can't end up like this. Professor, I took Qin back first. The professor knows the relationship between the two. Sui will definitely not hurt Qin, and will take good care of Qin. So, feel free to hand over the piano to Sui. It is good. Scott wanted to stop it, but Sui had teleported away and returned to the villa with Qin. Chapter 188 The Great War ends. Sui took Qin back to the villa, leaving the affairs of the mutant prison to the X-Men and the Avengers Alliance to deal with. The war was over, and the surrounding area was in a mess. This time, Brotherhood, X-Men, and Avengers Alliance are all here. Even Wilhelm Stryker, who has always wanted to eliminate Mutant, also led the team. Fortunately, there were not too many casualties in the end. However, hidden dangers remained. One, of course, is the Phoenix Force in the violin running amok, which is amazingly powerful. The second is that Wolverine has played too hard. These two things can easily be used against Mutant by interested people. Qin's words were taken away by Sui, but Wolverine stayed here. With Wolverine's situation just now, Steve can take people back. After hesitation, he still didn't do anything, and let Wolverine go back with Professor X's people. Professor X was about to leave with his people when Lorna, who was hiding in the distance, ran out. And many more. Lorna's target is not Professor X, nor a member of the Avengers Alliance, but Magneto. Lorna has been observing Magneto during this process, and found that his ability is too similar to his own ability. Seeing that everything was over and Magneto would be taken away later, Lorna couldn't bear it anymore. Decided to rush out and question Magneto to see if this man is his irresponsible father. In this world, Lorna was raised by her mother alone. Later, due to an accidental death of her mother, Lorna awakened the super ability. Lorna is helpless and determined to find her father after losing her mother. From the relics left by her mother, Lorna knew that her father was a mutant, and there were not many clues other than that. In order to find an answer, and to know why her father abandoned her mother and herself, Lorna chose to wander alone. On the way, Lorna met Clarice and became friends. Later, he was hunted down and taken to mutant prison. At this moment, a person suspected to be his father appeared in front of him, and Lorna couldn't bear it anymore. Lorna rushed over, followed by Clarice. However, just as Lorna rushed over, she was blocked by the captain. Seeing that both of them were little girls, Steve's heart relented. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would have picked up the shield and were ready to fight. Hey girl, you can't go over there. Lorna knew that Magneto was most likely her father. However, Magneto is now unconscious and unable to ask questions himself. But if you don't ask questions now, you may not have the chance to meet them again in the future. So, Lorna could only say to Steve, I have a few questions I want to ask him, can you wake him up? Steve fell into hesitation, but Lorna couldn't care less and yelled at Magneto, wake up for me. Seeing that shouting was useless, Lorna simply used his ability, trying to find a way to lightly hit Magneto with metal to wake him up. Unfortunately, it didn't work out. Professor X has long guessed that the two girls in front of him are also mutants. Especially the green-haired Lorna, this ability is really similar to Magneto's ability. Take the initiative to come forward, son, what can you do with him? Lorna said angrily, I just want to ask him a few questions, very important questions. Professor X also saw Lorna's anxiety, but with Magneto's current situation, he probably won't be able to wake up in a short time. And, Captain Steve certainly wasn't going to let Magneto go. Captain, I want to apply to you. We hope to visit Eric when Magneto wakes up. I can't call the shots on this, I need to tell Nick, he's the one making the decisions. Professor X also knows that in this case, there is still some discussion. I think Director Nick will agree to our terms. After getting an affirmative answer from Steve, Professor X set his sights on Lorna. Son, I know you are in a hurry. If you believe me, you can follow me back to Mutant Academy first. We will visit Eric after he wakes up, and you can also ask what you want to know. Before Lorna agreed, Clarice immediately replied, Professor, my name is Clarice, and this is my friend Lorna. Both Lorna and I are homeless. I heard that, Professor, you will accept Mutant. I originally planned to join Mutant Academy. Professor X showed a kind smile, you are always welcome at Mutant Academy. Clarice also tugged on Lorna's clothes, and Lorna also decided to wait for a while. I'll go back with you first. The captain took the Avengers Alliance members, as well as Magneto and Stryker, boarded the plane and went back. The X-Men also came here by plane, and at this moment, they are definitely going to fly back. Everyone left, but on the plane, Professor X suddenly remembered something. Mystique Raven disappeared without knowing it. She only showed up when Stryker was first notified to show up. Afterwards, Stryker came with his people, and all eyes were on Stryker and Sui, but Mystique Raven was missing. Professor X looked sad and couldn't guess where Mystique went. Scott also noticed something was wrong with the professor. Professor, what's wrong? Raven is gone. It was only then that Scott remembered that Raven appeared for a moment and then disappeared. Perhaps, she's gone. After all, she's more on Magneto's side. Professor X doesn't think so, he only worries about one thing now, and that is that Raven hasn't left there, but mutant prison. Although some mutants have been released, there are still some mutants who have committed crimes and have not been released. With Raven's personality, perhaps, he will take action to rescue those mutants who are still in custody. If she really did that, not only would she be in danger, but it would also be bad for the entire mutant group. After all, these mutants committed crimes, and they are not good people. When Magneto was worried, Mystique Raven had turned into a jailer and sneaked into the prison, walked through the corridor and come to the warden's office. The warden, Strax, sat firmly in the office, observing the situation outside. Even though the fight was in full swing, Strax showed no sign of wanting to leave. What's wrong? Those people have already left. I saw. Raven continued, there's one more mutant that hasn't left. Strax didn't quite understand, and at this moment, Raven made a sudden move. Strax couldn't react at all, so he was shot and killed. Before dying, watching Raven's pupils change color, he realized that the person in front of him was the mutant who hadn't left yet. Those mutants who have made mistakes do not deserve to be saved. But people like you who take pleasure in destroying mutants must die. Chapter 189. Joining the Academy. Mystique left quietly after doing this. Although the shot caught the attention of some jailers, no one noticed her at all thanks to her transformed ability. After leaving the prison, he drove a car and disappeared completely. Clarice and Lorna are on the plane, each with their own ideas. Lorna is still worrying, if Magneto is really her father, what should she say when she sees him again? Clarice, on the other hand, was extremely excited and looking forward to it. I have been wandering, rarely settled down. Now, with Mutant Academy, you can settle down. At this moment, Professor X looked at the two of them and said, Son, can you tell me about your abilities? Clarice is not afraid of strangers at all. My ability is teleportation, which can open a portal. Like this? Clarice covered up a bit, and a portal appeared in the plane in an instant. However, the distance is very close, and fortunately the space inside the plane is large enough, otherwise it would be quite easy to have an accident. Lorna's ability, similar to the one in the helmet, can control metal. However, Lorna's ability is weaker than him. Professor X understood that this girl might be Magneto's daughter. No wonder, Lorna was so emotional when she saw Magneto. Lorna, you are Eric's daughter, right? Lorna recovered and looked cool. No, I don't have a father. If he is really that man, I just want to know why he abandoned his mother. Professor X sighed. Although he didn't know the reason, he also knew that Magneto was often helpless. Because of his status as a mutant, Magneto has encountered too much. When he was a child, his mother was killed by Xiao because of her ability. Later, he finally teamed up with himself to eradicate Xiao and revenge. But later, the two parted ways. What happened to Magneto during this period, Professor X does not know. However, Magneto has been trying to grow the Mutant Brotherhood, and has friction with humans. Over the years, humans have frantically suppressed and arrested Mutant. As a result, Mutant could not hide, and Mutant Brotherhood suffered heavy damage. If it was during this time, Magneto had a baby. Regardless of whether it is for the sake of the children or the mutant group, Magneto's departure is understandable. But, from a child's point of view, it was indeed Magneto who abandoned her. Therefore, Professor X could only enlighten, Son, you should know about Mutant's situation. If he stays with you, it may bring more danger. In addition, he has been leading Mutant and fighting for the future of Mutant. His departure may have been forced. After being reminded by Professor X, Lorna can also know the reason. However, that doesn't mean Lorna has accepted it. For some things, Lorna still decided to ask them in person. I'll ask him and let him tell me the answer himself. Professor X didn't say much. Lorna had a problem in his heart, and he had to ask his father, that is, Magneto, to come forward to solve it. After all, I am still an outsider, and the effect of persuasion is limited. The plane continued to fly, and after a while, it finally arrived at its destination. Professor X's ancestral estate, Xavier Ability College. When the plane landed, the students in the college looked at the plane from a distance and knew that the teachers had returned. The older children take care of the other children. Although some care is not taken well, but in the short term, it can still be handled. At this moment, the children are very happy to say the teachers come back. It's back, the professor and they are back. Great. The professor is back. Iceman Bobby lamented, it's really torture to take care of these children. The little naughty Anna is also looking forward to seeing Sui. After all, for such a big event, Sui will definitely appear. Maybe we will come back together? The plane landed in the open space, and Professor X got off the plane with people. A person appeared in sight. The teachers of the academy, and two young girls. Anna didn't see Sui's figure and felt a little lost. However, this is also normal. After all, Sui has the teleportation ability, so he didn't take the opportunity to come here by plane. Professor, you are back. Professor X also asked, is there anything wrong with the academy? No, everything is fine. That's good. Many people's eyes were on the two new girls. Clarice, very beautiful and smart, a rare beauty. As for Lorna, her green hair is particularly conspicuous. Looks cool, with a bit of a bad girl temperament. Just looking at her appearance, she is also a beauty. There were two beauties in the school again, which was naturally something that many young boys were happy to see. These two are your new classmates, Clarice and Lorna. Anna, take them to familiarize yourself with the school. Later, let Orlo arrange a dormitory for them. Okay, Professor. Anna looked at the two people in front of her, very happy. There are 2 more peers, and 2 more friends. Hello, my name is Anna. You can also call me Little Naughty. My ability is the ability of contacting others and absorbing others. My name is Clarice, and my ability is to open the portal. Anna was amazed, and immediately thought of Suyi's teleportation ability. If I also have this kind of ability, can I go to Suyi? It's a pity that Suyi transmitted energy to herself many times, but she failed to obtain the teleportation ability, which made Anna a little disappointed. At this moment, seeing Clarice's teleportation ability, I am extremely envious. Amazing ability. How far can your portal open? I don't know, it seems that the portal can only be opened within the line of sight. Anna comforted, your ability will definitely become stronger in the future. Thank you. Lorna still looked aloof. Lorna, my ability is to control metal. Sounds cool. While Anna was chatting with the two, Pyro John appeared playing with a lighter. Lorna's full of personality immediately attracted him. Hey Lorna, would you like to see my ability? John used a lighter to start a flame, and then began his own performance of controlling the flame. Transferred the flame to the fingertips, intending to attract Lorna's attention. However, Lorna has no interest in John's ability at all. That's it? Playing little flames? How about you put on a magic trick? Anna watched John show off his ability, ready to attract Lorna's attention, and suddenly felt a little helpless. John, that's enough. Didn't the professor teach you enough last time? Do you have to show your little flame? John remembered the last time when he was taught a lesson because of Suyi, and he felt extremely upset. However, he couldn't get angry. Once you make trouble again, you will be taught a lesson. Chapter 190 Father and Daughter Recognize. Clarice and Lorna joined the Xavier Ability Academy and settled in quickly. Suyi took Qin back to the villa and took care of Qin until she woke up. After waking up, Qin was very moved to see Suyi guarding her side. However, as soon as he woke up, he recalled his previous experience. The explosion of energy in his body caused a lot of damage. Defeating Magneto, and even nearly hurting a teammate, made Jyn blame herself. This energy is too strong, so strong that Qin doesn't have the confidence to control it. At this moment, Qin was extremely worried that one day in the future, this force would no longer be controlled by herself. Hurt teammates around you, hurt Suyi. Suyi comforted softly, sorry, I'm late. Qin didn't speak, but Suyi felt Qin's inner struggle. What are you thinking? Qin hid her worries, it's nothing, I'm a little hungry. Suyi already felt something, but didn't say anything. Okay, I'm going to prepare the food. Suyi decided to have a good chat with Qin about this matter later and enlighten Qin. Qin got up and ate food, and regained some energy. Suyi took the opportunity to sit on the swing in the back garden with Qin. Suyi can feel that Qin is no longer entangled now, as if she has made some decision. Jin, tell me, what were you thinking before? Qin turned her head and looked at Suyi, those are not important anymore, I just want you to know that I love you. Qin's confession in this way is naturally heart-pounding. Suyi also has thoughts in his heart, but there are more important things right now. I recently acquired a new ability, telepathy. You know what this ability does. I don't want to pry into your thoughts, but I really care about you. Qin didn't expect that Suyi actually had the ability of telepathy. After struggling for a moment, Qin decided to express her inner hesitation. You know, there is a powerful force in me, and I can't control it. Today, I almost heard the professors. One day, this force will get out of hand and wreak havoc, even killing those around me. Suyi hugged Qin gently. So, you want to leave alone, right? I just can't hurt you? The professor is my teacher, just like my father. Orlo and the others are my friends, and you are my lover. Suyi recalled that the choice of Qin in the movie was very similar to now. In the movie, when the flood is approaching, Qin resists the flood while helping the X-Men's plane take off. Later, it disappeared. When she reappeared, Qin was out of control. Suyi definitely couldn't let Qin leave just like that. If she left, there was really no way to solve it. My ability has improved rapidly, and I will definitely be able to solve the Phoenix Force in the future. I know, you are my lover too. So, I can't let you face it alone. I can probably feel that it will take a year or two for the ability in your body to fully recover. I will become stronger and find a solution to this energy. Qin was very moved, but still couldn't accept Suyi's opinion. No, Suyi blocked what Qin wanted to say, and continued after a while, just give me a year, and I will definitely be able to solve this problem. I do not want to lose you. Me too. The two of them talked about it, and then, Suyi chose to change the way and continue to swing with Qin. A few days later, Magneto was held in a special prison. The box is made of special material, which is extremely hard and does not contain metal. After making sure Magneto couldn't escape, he was relieved. Professor X finally got the chance to visit Magneto. Nick Fury allowed Professor X to visit, hoping to make friends with Mutant. The power of Mutant should not be underestimated, and Nick Fury hopes to cooperate with Mutant. Even if you can't cooperate, let Mutant calm down and don't cause trouble. Professor X took Scott and Lorna on the plane of S.H.I.E.L.D, all the way to the place where Magneto was held. In this prison, many people with super abilities are imprisoned. For example, Electro-Optic Man, Professor Lizard, Jin Bin, and others are all locked up here. And because of Magneto's special ability, the place of detention is also the deepest and most special. After passing through layers of checkpoints, the three of them entered the huge prison. In the center of this prison, there is a transparent cell, in which Magneto is. Magneto sighed deeply when he saw Professor X and others coming. The two are both enemies and friends, and they have been fighting each other for so many years, and it seems that this is the end of the situation. Charles, Eric. Both of them have a lot to say, but they don't know where to start. Still, Lorna was more impatient and asked her own question first. I want to ask you a question. Do you know a woman named Suzanne? In case Magneto could not remember or remember wrongly, Lorna also added some information. Although Magneto is getting old, his memory is not so bad. After Lorna's supplementary information, Magneto remembered. I did have a relationship with a woman named Susanna. Looking at Lorna in front of him again, Magneto realized something. Are you Suzanne's child? My daughter. Lorna has already got the answer. The person in front of her is her own father. However, Lorna did not have the slightest joy. Some are just grievances, just anger. Why did you abandon your mother? Why never showed up? Why? Lorna asked angrily, which made Magneto extremely ashamed. As a young man, Magneto had many romantic relationships. Sorry, my boy. I know that nothing I say at this moment can make up for you. I am an irresponsible father. Lorna didn't accept it. I don't need an apology. My mother needs an apology. I just need an explanation. Magneto was very helpless and explained, I used to settle down, marry a wife and have children, and be an ordinary person. One day later, in order to save people, I had to expose my ability. What was waiting was not thanks, but an arrest. Although I escaped, my wife and children died because of it. Later, I knew I couldn't be an ordinary person. When I met Suzanne, I spent a few months with her and then continued to wander. When I left, I didn't know she was pregnant and had a baby. After listening, Lorna also accepted Magneto's explanation. I accept your explanation, but I cannot forgive you. That's enough. Magneto is also much more relaxed. Unexpectedly, he has a child, which is considered a lucky thing. Charles, old friend, I hope you take good care of Lorna. I will try my best. Chapter 191 Meeting. Although the mutant incident has ended, the impact has not subsided. The Battle of Mutant made people see the powerful ability of Mutant. In particular, these abilities are likely to get out of control. Not only that, but the inexplicable death of the Warden Strucker made people suspect that Mutant did it secretly. The debate on Mutant is getting more and more intense, but there is no conclusion yet. Beast Hank also entered the political circle with a high profile at this moment, speaking for Mutant, and started confrontation with those politicians who targeted Mutant. With Hank, Mutant is no longer a fish to be slaughtered. It is no longer an easy task for these politicians to easily handle Mutant. Sui has no interest in these things. At this moment, Sui is rushing to Bashi building, ready to find Invisible Woman Susan. To be precise, it was Susan who took the initiative to invite her today. Sui didn't know what was going on with Susan, but she had an appointment. How could Sui miss it? The problem is, Susan also asked Sui to bring Jane and Daisy along. Although she didn't know the exact reason, Sui complied. According to Susan's news, the three of Sui went upstairs to the top floor. Here is the research base of the Fantastic Four and where they live. Sui came all the way here, and quickly determined Susan's direction. Hey, you can't come in here. The three of them were stopped directly. This man was strong, and he looked very big. However, no matter how big he is nothing in front of Sui. The Green Titan is not even Sui's opponent, let alone the one who has not yet become the Stone Man. I'm here to find Susan. We are her friends. Susan asked us to come. Ben looked at Sui, still not sure if it was true or not. Sui had no choice but to say, if you don't believe me, I'll contact Susan now. Sui was about to contact Susan, who had already come out of the laboratory and saw Sui and others being stopped. So, Susan. Ben immediately apologized. Sorry, I don't know about your relationship with Susan. The three of Sui saw Susan, but Susan said to Ben, Ben, we have something important to announce, you should come too. It is good. Susan led Sui and three people to the laboratory, and there were already three people in the laboratory at this moment. Sui took a look at these three people, and immediately confirmed their identities. One of them is Susan's younger brother, Johnny. At this moment, when Johnny saw himself, he still had a displeased expression on his face. There is another person, the person in the white coat research outfit, should be Reed, who is known as one of the smartest people in the Marvel world. The last one, wearing a suit, looked a bit gloomy. Not surprisingly, it should be Dr. Doom Victor Von Doom. Everyone is here. This is our new project sponsor, Sui, Mr. So. The condition for Mr. Su's sponsorship is that the three of them will also go to outer space together. Sui and Jian were supposed to go, but Daisy didn't plan to go. Later, after persuasion by Sui and others, Daisy agreed. After all, going to outer space is a very rare experience, a very rare experience. Only then did Sui know that the purpose of Susan calling people here was for this matter. Reed stood up and said, you can go to outer space together, but I hope you will listen to our advice when you are in space. We are astronauts and have more experience. No problem, we're just doing some simple observations, so we won't disturb you too much. Jane also nodded, yes, we will follow your advice very much. Reed really doesn't want to take outsiders to outer space. After all, going to outer space is not tourism. If something goes wrong, no one can come to the rescue. Moreover, the item they want to observe is a cosmic storm, and the degree of danger of the cosmic storm can be imagined. Now, with the guarantee from the three of them, Reed relaxed a little. Sui looked at Reed. You must be Reed, right? I heard that it's nice to meet you. Me too, glad you're sponsoring this project. Sui set his sights on the last person he didn't know, this young man in a suit and leather shoes. Susan, who is this? Susan introduced. So, this is Victor, and he is also one of the sponsors of the project. Sui took the initiative to step forward and extended his hand to say hello, hello, hello. While shaking hands, Sui stared at Victor, intending to use telepathy ability to perceive Victor's past. Let's see what this Victor is like, whether he is more of a comic book or closer to a movie. However, after perception of magical energy fluctuations, his telepathy ability becomes invalid. In the end, nothing was found. Victor seemed to be aware of Sui's prying eyes, and showed an inexplicable smile. Mr. So, you look so friendly. Sui understands that Victor is deliberately reminding himself that his snooping has been noticed by Victor. After this trial, Sui knew that this Victor was not simple. In this way, it may be closer to the comics. In the comics, Victor's magic and technology go hand in hand, and his ability are top-notch. In terms of technology, it is no different from Iron Man Tony and Mr. Fantastic Reed, and in terms of magic, it is also a top existence. Later, he returned to his own country and became the lord of the country, known as Dumushenjan. Such a villain is not so easy to deal with. Sui felt that the failure of her mind's perception ability should be due to her magic ability. Thank you. Where are you from, Victor? Latvia, a small remote country, maybe you haven't heard of it. Sui nodded. I really understand. I heard that the king of Latvia is a cruel man. Victor was a little surprised that Sui had heard of such a small country as Latvia. Not only that, but he even knew that the king was a cruel man. Just now, he planned to find out his own means, and these few words made Victor curious about Sui. It's true. The people in my hometown are living in a very difficult situation. I was lucky enough to leave there and live here. Sui also intends to continue to probe. Then, why do you want to sponsor this project? I'm a classmate with Reed. Is it normal to sponsor his project? Besides, I'm also very interested in cosmic storms. If I can understand the mysteries of them and control the energy, it will definitely benefit the world. Indeed so? Sui always feels that Victor's goal is not simple. Maybe Victor is planning to use the energy of the cosmic storm to achieve a certain goal. Hope everything goes well. Sui ended the simple probing. As for what Victor's purpose is, he will know when the time comes, and he is not in a hurry. Chapter 192 Dr. Otto and #039's experiment. Another incredible weekend. Sui was very crazy last night, taking advantage of the weekend to rest well. And Peter packed his backpack early in the morning, ready to go to a special place. Today, there is an important experiment. This important experiment is Dr. Otto's nuclear energy experiment. After a long period of research, Dr. Otto has come close to success. Norman Osborn was extremely excited when he heard the news. This is the only good news for a while. Several projects of the company have the problem of large file size and small size. The progress of physical strengthening agents has been slow, and the side effects have not been eliminated. The gene therapy researched by Connors turned himself into a lizard professor, which caused quite a negative impact. Then there's the impact of Tony Stark. The Osborn company is also imitating Tony's set of steel armor, but in the end, there is no result from the imitation. There is also the arc reactor researched by Tony, which provides a large amount of power resources and has also caused a lot of impact on Osborn. Osborn's stock price has continued to decline amid successive setbacks for several projects. The board of directors already had opinions on Norman Osborn, and even thought of joining forces to remove Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn knew that the situation was not good, so he could only hope for Dr. Otto's nuclear energy research. Knowing that Dr. Otto was about to succeed, Norman Osborn decided to go public with his research in order to revive Osborn's stock price. At the same time, it is also a tough response to the board of directors. The experiment was ready and Norman Osborn showed up with Harry Osborn. Peter met Dr. Otto at school and visited him. Peter is very interested in Dr. Otto's research, and Dr. Otto also appreciates Peter's intelligence. The two chatted happily, and Dr. Otto simply invited Peter to visit the site. After Peter came to the scene, he met Harry and Norman. Mr. Osborn. Norman also admired Peter somewhat. After all, Peter was smart and independent. Peter, hello. After Peter and Harry chatted for a while, the experiment was about to officially begin. For this experiment, Norman invited members of the board of directors to visit together, in order to witness the success. In addition to these people, there are only a few reporters. After Dr. Otto chatted with his wife and the guests, he was about to start the formal research. Now, let me introduce you to my assistant. Dr. Otto pulled back the covering cloth, revealing 4 mechanical arms. Everyone looked at the mechanical arm with a look of surprise. Dr. Aotuo walked directly in front of the mechanical arm, started to equip it, and introduced it to everyone. These 4 robotic arms are designed to help me deal with nuclear integrate. They are resistant to high temperatures and are immune to magnetic influences. While speaking, Dr. Otto had already equipped 4 mechanical arms. Everyone looked at the mechanical arm and were amazed. However, seeing the many needles that need to be inserted into the body was a shock. These needles are actually important connections for the nerves to control the robotic arm. My brain, through neural connections, controls these robotic arms. And these arms can continue to complete experiments under extremely dangerous conditions. During the speech, Dr. Otto also showed his control of the mechanical arm, which looked like a real arm and looked very flexible. At this time, some reporters also asked, Dr. Otto, this mechanical arm has super artificial intelligence, will it affect your nerves? Dr. Otto was extremely confident, turned around, and pointed to a chip behind his head. I specially designed a suppression chip to protect my brain nerves. The preparations are ready, and the next step is to get down to business. Norman didn't want to wait anymore. Dr. Otto, can we start? Otto was also looking forward to it. Turn on the blue light. With the help of the assistant, under the blue light, everyone saw the machine designed by Dr. Otto. This machine can emit vibrations and achieve harmonic resonance with tritium atoms, which promotes nuclear integration and erupts with powerful force. Otto took out the materials. I am very grateful to Mr. Norman Osborn for his great support. Norman just wanted to see the results sooner, so that these old guys on the board would shut up. I'm more than happy to pay for that. The experiment is about to start. After placing the materials, Dr. Otto took the sunglasses from his wife. No one loves wearing sunglasses. Dr. Otto, start operating the machine. Soon, the machine emitted vibrations. From 4 directions, 4 vibration waves are emitted and gathered on the tritium crystal. The vibration wave came into play, and the tritium atoms began to resonate, immediately bursting out of energy. The tritium crystal, which was originally only the size of a soybean file, swelled to the size of a basketball file at this moment, like a fireball. The difference is that this fireball is extremely dazzling, like the sun. Everyone was very excited when they saw this scene. The experiment worked. This also means that Stark is no longer the leader in the field of nuclear energy. Osborn will vigorously develop nuclear energy next, and it will definitely rise rapidly. Norman was ready to celebrate and clapped his hands. However, experimentation continues, generating 10 billion watts per hour. At present, the state of the nuclear integrate is still stable. Dr. Otto controls the machine and the mechanical arm to continue the nuclear integrate experiment. After a few breaths, the energy of the nuclear integrate becomes stronger and gradually becomes unstable. The powerful energy created an extremely strong magnetic field that began to attract nearby metals. Peter, as Spider-Man, immediately realizes that something is wrong. Keep going like this, and the magnetic field will grow stronger and stronger, engulfing all nearby metal. Then, all the energy exploded in an instant. This energy is enough to destroy half of the city. Others also perceived the change, found the great attraction of nuclear integration, and began to panic. Dr. Otto immediately explained, this is normal and will stabilize soon. The board of directors was extremely frightened, and immediately shouted at Dr. Otto, stop. Norman stared at the nuclear integrate experiment, and did not order to stop. Go on, Dr. Otto. But Peter felt something was wrong and knew he couldn't go on. Once the nuclear integrate experiment fails, the damage will be huge amounts of. So, Peter decided to act immediately. Quietly leave the scene, change clothes, and prepare to stop this. Just when Peter left, the nuclear integration reaction went further, and the energy that erupted was even greater. Warning, energy overload. At this moment, the energy has broken through the barrier formed by resonance. Huge amounts of energy leaked out, like a fire snake, very terrifying. Touching the wall immediately left a terrifying trace, and the cement on the wall fell off. The leaked energy can only be regarded as 1 in a billion, and even a small amount of energy can easily kill a person. Peter finally changed his clothes and saved a reporter who was almost hit. Climb to the ceiling, Dr. Otto, you have to stop. No, I can control it. Chapter 193 Energy Absorbing. Peter knew that the experiment could not be allowed to continue. Prepare to unplug the power immediately and stop the experiment. However, when Peter jumped off the ceiling and was about to unplug the power, Dr. Otto reacted. A mechanical arm directly knocked Peter flying, hitting the wall hard. Peter was severely injured, and he was a little unable to use his strength for a while. Norman is also close to madness at this moment, putting all his hopes on this experiment. This experiment can only succeed, not fail. Norman knew very well that if he failed, he would lose the support of the board of directors. At that time, these old guys would definitely drag him down from his position. Dr. Otto, continue the experiment. While speaking, Norman Osborn had already stopped in front of Peter, and even pushed down the heavy object directly on Peter's body. Spider-Man, I can't let you stop the experiment. Otto is also ready to continue, as long as it is under control. Through this time, it will be over. Otto's wife was extremely worried, but she could only choose to trust Otto. However, the energy continued to leak, and the prominences became more and more frequent, like a jumping tongue of flame. Strong magnetic fields attract nearby metals. Under this attraction, a large amount of metal was attracted to it. The windows also shattered at this moment, and countless pieces of glass flew past along with the metal frame. Otto hurriedly used the mechanical arm to block the debris, but Otto's wife had no protection. Otto watched helplessly as his wife was slashed by glass shards and lost her vitality. Do not. Otto stared blankly at this scene, extremely regretful. If I stop the experiment myself, nothing will happen to my wife. However, there is no time to be sad and repentant. With huge amounts of energy and magnetic field, a small amount of leaked electric energy was transmitted through the mechanical arm, directly destroying the suppression chip at the back of the brain, and also stunned Dr. Otto. Peter struggled to get up, but saw that the nuclear integration reaction was completely out of control. Dr. Otto's wife died, and Dr. Otto also had an accident. Peter knew that the situation was critical now. You must unplug the power supply yourself to prevent the nuclear integration reaction from continuing. But Peter is also worried, that is, the nuclear integration reaction may not stop even if the power is unplugged. So, while unplugging the power, Peter contacted Sui. The nuclear integrate reaction is out of control. The location is in the XX laboratory. Hurry up! Peter unplugged the power and looked at the experimental machine. The small fireball is still expanding, and now it has a water tank file size. Constantly spitting out the tongue of fire called prominence, Peter saw that Norman was still approaching, so he immediately shot Cobweb and pulled Norman back. The moment Peter dragged the man back, a flame spewed out, almost engulfing Norman. Peter could only leave with Norman Osborn, Dr. Otto, and Dr. Otto's wife first, let Dr. Otto and his wife receive treatment first, and wait for Sui's arrival by the way. Sui finally arrived, only to see Peter circling anxiously in place, extremely nervous. Seeing Sui's appearance, he immediately asked, "It's up to you now, move this to no man's land, otherwise, this energy will destroy half of the city." Sui watched the out-of-control nuclear integrate reaction. "Leave it to me." Sui didn't intend to take it away, but absorbed it on the spot. For such a long time, Sui has been basking in the sun energy absorbing, but the progress is limited, and there is still a long way to go before LV8. However, the thing in front of him might be able to help him upgrade to LV8. Sui walked up to the nuclear integrated reaction and held out his hand. Infinite Devour. Sui directly started energy absorbing, and powerful energy was transmitted into Sui's body. This feeling is extremely fulfilling. Peter was shocked when he saw what Sui did. "What are you doing?" Another way to solve the problem, for example, absorb this energy. Walter. Although Peter was shocked, he could only trust Sui. Moreover, Sui energy absorbing seems to be fine. The speed of Sui energy absorbing was very fast. After this energy found a vent, it began to pour into Sui's body frantically, and then began to stabilize. Although Norman was not reconciled, he was still taken away by Harry. 1 minute, 2 minutes passed, and there was still no explosion in the laboratory. Many people are very curious, do not know what happened inside. Sui is still inside energy absorbing. Peter is guarding at the side. "Are you okay? Should I tell them that the crisis is over? How long will it take you to absorb the energy?" 5 minutes have passed, and the sheriffs are almost here. Sui never expected that this energy would be so huge. "You delay them, just say that I am dealing with it, and it will take a little time." Peter was so helpless that he could only choose to rush out of the laboratory and landed in front of Sergeant George. "My partner is processing it inside, and it will take some time. It's still very dangerous here, you'd better stay away. Are you sure you can handle it?" Peter replied very positively, "Definitely yes. Otherwise, before you arrive, this place has become a flat land." Sergeant George could only trust Spider-Man. "Everyone, evacuate the crowd nearby." It took about 15 minutes for Sui to finally absorb all the energy. Absorbing too much energy in a short period of time, Sui didn't feel uncomfortable. The only change is that Sui's energy has finally reached LV8. Phew, it's finally absorbed. Peter also heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Sui's voice. Looking at the scene in front of him, he could only say that the change was too great. In the morning, like Dr. Otto, I was full of expectations. But now, Dr. Otto's wife died, Dr. Otto was also sent to the hospital, and the laboratory was damaged beyond recognition. I have absorbed too much energy, I need to go back and take a rest. I will leave it to you to deal with it. Peter had an intuition that Sui didn't absorb too much energy at all, but left first because he found it troublesome. It's true that Sui finds it bothersome and doesn't want to worry too much about it. Back home, feeling the impact of the energy upgrade to LV8, it seems that nothing has changed. I didn't expect to come forward to energy absorbing, and there will be gains, and the gains are extremely rich. 2 million destiny points great harvest. Sui couldn't figure out why the nuclear integration reaction would completely get out of control. According to the original plot, Peter unplugged the power supply, and the nuclear integration reaction stopped directly. But it's good, I gave myself a chance to play. Because Sui energy absorbing prevented the explosion from happening and saved so many people, he got 2 million fate points at once. Not bad. By the way, Dr. Otto will conduct another experiment in the future. Sui suddenly had an idea and let Dr. Otto experiment again. At that time, I can absorb energy again. Even, you can save the city again and get a lot of destiny points. Friendly reminder, the complete loss of control of the nuclear integration reaction is an accident and cannot be replicated. Chapter 194 Aftermath. The system's prompt made Sui dispel this idea. Let Dr. Octopus Otto do it again, and you won't be able to gain so many fate points. Even if you absorb energy once, the energy attribute cannot reach LV9. That being the case, let's deal with it directly. Sui remembers, in the movie, Dr. Otto lost consciousness. While receiving treatment in the hospital, the robotic arm went on a rampage, killing several doctors. Thinking of this, Sui felt that he had to act quickly to save as many as possible. If Dr. Otto's mechanical arm can be directly abolished without the influence of artificial intelligence, perhaps Dr. Otto will not become Dr. Octopus. At least, without a mechanical arm, Dr. Otto is just an ordinary person. Sui acted immediately, and soon, through Peter's information, Dr. Otto's hospital was determined. Coincidentally, it was the hospital where Christine was. Sui immediately showed up at the hospital, and asked a doctor at random, "Do you know where Dr. Otto was sent over just now? The one with 4 mechanical arms." Many people must have the impression of Dr. Otto's appearance. Sure enough, when Sui asked such a question, he got an answer immediately. Sui immediately appeared outside the emergency room, but was stopped by Strange. "Mysterious Spider-Man? This is the emergency room, outsiders are not allowed to enter." Sui reminded, "I still have some things to deal with, otherwise, you may be in danger." But Strange didn't back down. "Leave here, even if you are a superhero, you can't do this, you can't delay my rescue, okay?" Sui didn't care too much anymore, and was about to break in by force, but met Christine. Christine saw Sui, because she didn't know Sui's real identity, she just thought it was a mysterious Spider-Man. "What happened?" Sui explained, "Dr. Otto, who was sent in just now, has 4 robotic arms on his body. These robotic arms have autonomous consciousness and are very dangerous. I need to go in and deal with these mechanical arms first." Strange disagreed, "We will handle it ourselves." Kristen also took a stand, "Trust us, we'll take care of it." Sui had no choice but to pull Christine aside and whispered, "You have to trust me, Christine." Only then did Christine discover that Sui is actually the mysterious Spider-Man. But at this moment, the operating room has already started to move, and the mechanical arm is ready to be sawed off first. Then, there was neurosurgery, which Strange was good at. In the operating room, Dr. Otto was lying on the hospital bed, with 4 robotic arms suspended in the air. However, in such a situation, there is definitely no way to operate and treat it. Should we get rid of these robotic arms first? It seems that there is no way to untie it, so I can only saw it. Several doctors were about to start their hands when the mechanical arm suddenly responded. Although it was hung, it was bound. However, such a restraint, even if it restricts the mechanical arm. What? Hearing a scream, Sui didn't care too much, and rushed directly into the operating room. As soon as Sui appeared, he saw 4 mechanical arms dancing wildly, attacking the doctor frantically. Without any hesitation, Sui rushed up immediately and directly grabbed a mechanical arm that was about to hurt the doctor. "Everyone leave first." The doctor in the operating room ran away in a hurry, leaving only Sui to fight against the mechanical arm. The other 3 robotic arms also responded and immediately attacked Sui. Either sweeping or stabbing, the power is amazing. However, Sui's strength is even more exaggerated. The symbiont battlesuit instantly transforms into 3 arms to bind the other 3 mechanical arms. While exerting force, in the end, the mechanical arm was broken abruptly. This is not over yet, after all, there are still 3 robotic arms. Sui followed suit, and within half a minute, all 3 robotic arms were broken and thrown to the ground. Then, it's time to control the connection. After all, it is the brain that controls the robotic arms, and these devices are connected to Dr. Otto's nerves. Sui was also very careful in dismantling these devices. Done. The next question is left to the doctor to deal with. As for the mechanical arm, Sui thought about it and decided to give it to Tony Stark. The robotic arm has been fixed, and you can perform surgery. Strange led the charge, followed by the other doctors. Seeing the mechanical arm under Sui's feet, he relaxed. If Sui hadn't appeared, they might have died in the hands of these mechanical arms. "I think I should go," one of the doctors immediately said. "Thank you, Mystic Spider-Man. Thank you very much." Sui waved his hand and said goodbye to the doctors, then put on the mechanical arm and disappeared in place. Strange also didn't expect that he almost made a big mistake in stopping the mysterious Spider-Man. If it weren't for the mysterious Spider-Man, I'm afraid several of my colleagues and even myself would be hurt by the robotic arm. Well, it's all gone now. The top priority is to save Dr. Otto. Clean up, re-sterilize, and continue the operation. Sui teleported and appeared in the old place. "Tony, here I come." Tony was very speechless, looking at Sui. He actually brought something. "So, come in." "Wait, what are you bringing?" Before Tony finished speaking, Sui had already appeared in the laboratory. Tony looked at the mechanical arms. "What the hell?" The mechanical claws look like the tentacles of an octopus. "Is it some alien creature?" "A mechanical octopus," Sui said with a smile. "Nice imagination. This is researched by Dr. Otto to help him complete the nuclear integrate experiment." However, the nuclear integrate experiment failed. The suppression chips of these robotic arms are also damaged, and the artificial intelligence of the robotic arms will interfere with his consciousness. Tony knew, too, that this was what had just happened. Not only did he know it, many people knew it. Even, the stock of Osborn Industries has shrunk a lot. I took a look at his experiment. It's a genius idea, and it's worse than mine. If it were me, maybe I would improve it a little. Sui directly interrupted Tony's thoughts. "Stop it, I'm not here to listen to what you say." "Then what are you here for?" "With these mechanical arms. I don't know how to deal with it, so I leave it to you, you are the expert." Tony looked shocked. Are you kidding me? I'm not a waste collector. If you don't want it, then throw it away. It's useless to me anyway. Tony also observed it during this time, and the technical content of these 4 robotic arms is not bad. Although it is not as good as my own technology, it is not bad. It would be a pity to lose it. After hesitation for a while, I decided to stay. Okay, then you can stay, I'll fix it. Chapter 195 Removal. Sui has solved the most critical external factor for Dr. Otto Blacken to become Dr. Octopus, the mechanical arm. As for whether Dr. Otto will be Blacken in the future, it is hard to say. On the other hand, Norman Osborn fainted because of the failure of the experiment and the stock plummeted. Originally, the body was disobedient, but now the projects in the company have been frustrated one after another. The sharp drop in stocks has already made the members of the board of directors very dissatisfied. While Norman Osborn fainted, several members of the board of directors had already contacted each other, preparing to complete the final step and force Gong to abdicate. For businessmen, the primary purpose must be to make money. The current situation is that under the leadership of Norman Osborn, several projects of the company have all ended in failure. A lot of investment, but little return. Not only that, but it generated a ton of bad news that sent Osborn's stock down. The shares in their hands have shrunk severely, which is not what they want to see. Their only solution, of course, is to change managers. Several members of the board of directors hit it off and immediately decided to convene the board of directors in a few days to remove Norman Osborn from his position. Norman woke up in the evening and realized that the old guys on the board of directors would definitely do something. Osborn Company is my painstaking effort for many years. These people on the board of directors want to kick themselves out, but Norman will never agree. It's just that, up to now, the board of directors is definitely in favor of replacing a new CEO. Norman lay on the bed, lost in thought. There is no way to stop the people on these boards, unless let them all die. After this idea was born, it could no longer be contained. Norman Osborn knew that this was his only way. Moreover, it must be faster. These old guys will not wait for themselves. Norman thought of a way, that is physical strengthening potion. This physical strengthening potion has a lot of flaws, and even now, Norman decided to use the potion and pretend to be a super ability person. Then, find a suitable opportunity to eradicate all the members of these boards. That way, no one can stop you. Father, are you all right? Harry heard from the housekeeper that Norman had woken up, so he came to visit immediately. I'm tired, you go back and rest too. Harry didn't say much, and could only go back to his room. After sending Harry away, Norman immediately set off to the research base to inject himself with physical strengthening potions. After coming to the laboratory, Norman Osborn directly stated his intention. I want to use the physical strengthening potion. The researchers were dumbfounded. Mr. Osborn, the physical strengthening potion is still flawed, and it cannot be tested on humans now, let alone used directly. Osborn changed his normal routine, showing a very terrifying expression, and said very domineeringly, you do what I say. Horrified, the researcher said, I know. Norman Osborn got ready and entered the sealed experimental cabin. The experimenters operated outside, and released the atomized physical strengthening medicine into the experiment cabin. After a while, the experimental cabin was filled with green gas, and these green gases were physical strengthening potions. Half an hour later, the process of using the potion was all over. Norman Osborn felt the changes in his body, the strength, the incomparable strength. Already close to 50 years old, because of family diseases, Norman's physical fitness is not as good as before. But now, Norman feels young and his body is clearly muscular. When he came to the glass in front of the experimental cabin, Norman slammed the glass into pieces and rushed out. Ha 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 ha. Green Goblin's almost maniacal laughter spread throughout the laboratory. The experimenters were all frightened by the eerie laughter and did not dare to disturb them. Suddenly, Norman noticed the experimenter in front of him. You did a great job, Dr. Bona. I will reward you, but I need you to keep it a secret. Dr. Boner was very happy. I'll keep it a secret. Suddenly, his face froze. He felt a hand strangling his throat, and a sense of suffocation enveloped him. The strength of this hand was too strong, it directly grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Dr. Bona reached out to break Norman's hand, and even wanted to kick Norman, but he didn't have much strength anymore. Watching a life disappear, Norman did not regret it, but was very excited. Ha ha ha. Anyone who stops me will die. Norman set his sights on the members of the board of directors, but not now, and he also needed to put on a disguise. Norman remembered some equipment, glider, pumpkin grenade, and so on. Definitely, what happened here must also be completely hidden. Norman returned home after finishing all this. Sure enough, the next day, while Norman was still eating breakfast, he received the message. Members of the board of directors have decided to hold a board meeting tomorrow. Speaking of opening a board of directors, Norman already knew the purpose of these people. It is nothing more than dismissing himself and electing a new CEO. Norman's face was gloomy, his eyes were fierce, and he was extremely terrifying, like a beast who would choose to eat someone. At this moment, Norman has been completely blackened, and the Green Goblin personality completely occupies the body. There is only one thought in his mind, to get rid of these people who want to depose him and regain control of the Osborn Company. No one can stop himself, and no one can go against himself. The board meeting was held as scheduled, and Norman also came to Osborn Company. Norman knew that once he dealt with these board members, he would be suspected immediately. Therefore, it is necessary to have a comprehensive plan. Norman has been planning this too, looking for a suitable opportunity. Deal with these people above board and without suspicion. All the way to the meeting room on the top floor, the members of the board of directors have gathered together. Norman sat in his seat and watched the performance of these people. Although it had been expected, Norman couldn't help being angry. This is my company, the company I built. None of you can take this position away, it only belongs to me. A member of the board of directors stood up and said, Norman, the failure of several projects in succession is enough to show your incompetence. You have caused the company to lose more than 1 billion yuan, and the company's value has evaporated by tens of billions. If you continue to lead the company, sooner or later the company will be finished. Another director also said, Norman, you are not in good health, so you should take care of your illness. You are still a member of the company's directors and receive dividends every year. Norman's face twisted, you thieves. After an angry roar, Norman left angrily. For the board, no one cares. The goal has been achieved, Norman Osborn was successfully dismissed, and the next step is to elect a new CEO. Right after this meeting, Norman Osborn became sick and couldn't even get out of bed. Chapter 196 Showdown with Christine. Sui exposed her identity in the hospital, and then, of course, she was about to prepare for a showdown with Christine. Make an appointment on the phone and prepare for the interview. Sui showed up at the hospital on time, as usual, to pick Christine up from get off work. Christine was very troubled today. She was fine at work, but she forgot about it when she was busy. After a little rest, Christine couldn't help thinking about it. After all, it is rumored that the mysterious Spider-Man and Ghost Spider-Man are lovers. Finally, it was time to get off work, and it was time to make an appointment with Sui. If it was before, Christine would be very happy. But today, Christine couldn't cheer up at all. These questions bother me. Today, I must have an answer. At this moment, Sui appeared at the door. Christine. Christine looked at Sui's face with extremely complicated emotions. Wait for me. Take off the white coat, put on a coat, take off the bag, everything is smooth. Let's go. Sui brought Christine to the restaurant. The perfect romantic atmosphere has no meaning at this moment. Christine endured all the way, and finally asked after ordering. So, you are the mysterious Spider-Man? Yes, I am. Sui also showed off her symbiote battle suit to confirm her identity. Christine nodded slightly, but still asked the most critical question. The outside world is rumored that you and the Ghost Spider are a couple, is it true? In fact, Sui has been planning a showdown all along, and has long considered that after the showdown, he will face such a problem. So, Sui already had the answer. It is true. Christine's heart skipped a beat, extremely sad. It's hard for me to be tempted once, but Sui made her lose so thoroughly? Christine already had the idea of leaving at this moment, but in order to get a definite answer, Christine decided to wait a little longer and ask a few more questions. Picking up the wine glass next to him and drinking a glass, Christine continued to ask. So why are you dating me now that you have a girlfriend? Sui has long practiced a thick skin that bullets can't penetrate, definitely because I like you. Christine was sad and angry, you just want to do something indescribable. Sui didn't hide it either. I think a normal man will be greedy for your body, this is a normal situation. If I had only been greedy for your body, I would have succeeded long ago. I'm just waiting for an opportunity to confess to you. Christine denied Sui, I always thought you were a good man, and thought the mysterious Spider-Man was a superhero. But I didn't expect that you are alone. You're just a scumbag, and superhero isn't perfect either. Christine's emotions were a little broken, and after venting, she was a little disheartened. I thought, we have nothing to talk about, I should go. You should learn to be specific and be specific to your girlfriend. Sui explained, she knows this, but she doesn't mind. I'm very mind. Christine chose to leave before the waiter served the meal. Sui could only choose to take a few banknotes, and then chased them out. Christine was in a hurry and decided to take a ride home. As for Sui, forget it. Christine was so anxious that she didn't even notice the crowd. When I came to the side of the road, I saw a taxi approaching. Before Christine stopped, she started waving at the taxi. Suddenly, he staggered and stepped on an uneven road. He couldn't stand still and fell forward. Sui chased out and saw this scene. He rushed over quickly in 3 or 2 steps, and hugged Christine who was about to fall from behind. Christine, still in shock, was held in Sui's arms. Seeing that it was Sui, the mood was more complicated. I'll take you back. Christine immediately refused. No, I can go back by myself. Seeing Christine in this state, Sui was not relieved at all. The taxi driver on the side stopped the car. The scene just now was really dangerous. If Kristen fell into the street, maybe she would actually bump into each other. Are you going to get in the car? Before Christine answered, Sui took the lead and said, no, thank you. The driver left cursing. Christine felt even more complicated when she saw the hugging gesture of the two. He had clearly made up his mind to leave, but he couldn't help but want to get closer at this moment. Taking a deep breath, he still pushed Sui away forcefully. Go and drive. Christine got into the car anyway, and Sui sent Christine home all the way. Christine, who didn't know how to face Sui, had to choose to play music to relieve the embarrassment and avoid talking to Sui. Kristen, I never intended to lie to you. Along the way, Sui was trying her best to keep her. It can be said that she racked her brains and consumed a lot of brain cells. The difficulty of this task is even more difficult than ascending to the sky. Sui deliberately took Christine for a ride and drove directly to the beach. It was only then that Christine noticed that this was not the direction of her home at all. You're going in the wrong direction. I see that you are in a bad mood, so I will take you for a ride. Christine was not in the mood at the moment. I just want to go home. If you continue to circle around, let me get off the bus and I will go back by myself. Okay, listen to you? Sui sent Christine downstairs, and Christine got out of the car and left without any hesitation. A set of procedures, very straightforward. Good night. Before Sui finished speaking, Christine's back had disappeared. Sui was also a little helpless, but still failed. Sui was about to turn around and leave when she heard Christine crying. Sui was sure that this was Christine's cry. The moment Christine stepped into the elevator, she couldn't bear the sadness anymore and cried out. It hurts, it hurts. The elevator went all the way to the top floor, and Christine stepped out of the elevator and climbed onto the roof. At this moment, Christine just wanted to cry here. Sui heard it clearly and knew that she couldn't leave. Is it on the rooftop? Sui looked around and after confirming that there was no one there, he flew all the way to the rooftop. Not far away, she quietly watched Christine cry, and then slowly approached. Christine. Christine looked at Sui floating in front of her eyes, and immediately restrained her emotions. Wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes with his hands, he seemed a little flustered. Didn't you leave? You know, I have a super ability, and I heard your cry. Kristen explained. Isn't it normal to cry for a while after a broken relationship? Sui still chose to take the initiative and hugged Christine gently. I love you, I really love you. Christine's heart trembled, and her inner defense collapsed again. Watching Sui, Christine decides to go wild one last time. There were so many opportunities to invite Sui back to drink water, but Christine didn't even have to do it. This time, Christine decided to take the initiative. I'm going back, would you like a glass of water? No, I don't want to drink water. I just want to do something nice. Chapter 197 Space Program. Sui has a new harvest. It's just that Christine hasn't completely succeeded yet, and she's still in a rather awkward stage. Sui also knew that it would take some time for Christine to figure it out. During this time, Christine needs to be given a little more care. A few days passed, and Christine was still struggling, but not as decisive as at first. Next, there is one important thing to do, which is to ascend to the sky. Sui has been looking forward to this day for a long time. Going to space can better absorb the energy of the sun. In addition, Sui also has a bold idea, which is to play games in space. Definitely not Space Werewolf, but another interesting game. It was precisely because of this game that Daisy chose to agree. Sui brought Daisy and Jane to the building and got ready. Reed also spent a lot of time, and finally prepared well, and today is the day to set off for outer space. All the personnel were present and boarded the spacecraft going to space. Sui is extremely looking forward to the mysterious and vast universe. This is the goal that many people yearn for. In the world before traveling, there was no such technology. The process is also extremely simple, and Sui can still get used to it. That is to say, Jane and Daisy, it is inevitable that they are not used to it for the first time. Sui took care of the two of them until the spacecraft left the atmosphere and officially entered the universe. The condition of Jane and Daisy has also improved a lot. They stared outside blankly and saw a corner of the universe. Looking at the universe and looking at the planets from this angle, it feels completely different. Both Jane and Daisy are astronomers, so it is amazing to have such an opportunity to see the world. It's amazing, the starry sky, the universe, so wonderful. Daisy was also amazed. Fortunately, I decided to join, otherwise I would have missed such a beautiful scenery. In fact, with her own speed, Sui can already reach the sky by herself. However, Sui has not done so, after all, too conspicuous. Taking advantage of this opportunity today, Sui decided to find an opportunity to leave the spacecraft and the space station and go outside to absorb solar energy. As for the problem of not being able to survive in outer space, it is no longer a problem for Sui. The three most deadly factors in outer space are, first, inability to breathe, second, ultra-low temperature, and third, various radiations. Sui had earlier obtained the ability to resist various radiations, and this problem was solved. Ultra-low temperature, Sui can actually use an energy barrier to consume energy to maintain his own temperature. For breathing problems, Sui also found a solution from the system. The spacecraft flew towards the target, and soon flew to the target space station. The docking was smooth, and everyone easily entered the space station from the spacecraft. Finally reached. Daisy was very surprised. Are we going to live here next? Susan explained. Yes, we will live here for about a month. Daisy was mentally prepared and prepared many ways, just hoping it wouldn't be too boring. Definitely, there are backhands. If it doesn't work, let Sui teleport to bring him back. It is also impossible for Sui to stay in outer space all the time. After all, on the ground, there are still many people who need time to take care of them. Therefore, Sui can leave a duplication to confuse Victor and others here. Just keep doing your own thing. The room was allocated quickly and we checked in successfully. The rooms are not big, especially the bed. It's too small, I feel that I can't use it when I feel it. Sui just made complaints about it, but it doesn't matter. At that time, you can completely expand the battlefield, you can't limit yourself. After entering space, Reed and the others immediately started working. The first is to check the space station to ensure the normal work of the space station. This task is not easy. Don't look at everything is normal now. If something goes wrong, it is very dangerous. Therefore, this investigation work may have to last for a day. As for the next installation of testing equipment, it can only be postponed until tomorrow. Anyway, there are still about 10 days before the arrival of the cosmic storm. There is still enough time for them to install testing equipment outside the space station. After all, Reed and the others are experienced astronauts with experience working in outer space. Sui, Jane, and Daisy are relatively free and familiar with the space station. The space station is really not small. It is divided into work area and living area. Even in the living area, it is not crowded with 8 more people. While Susan and others were working, Jane also started to get busy. Jane has always been interested in astronomy, and this trip into space is already a close encounter. The opportunity was rare, so Jane took the camera and frantically took pictures. And some simple instruments, start to observe the phenomenon you want. These will become important research data. Before I knew it, I had already lived in the space station for a day. After eating some simple food and chatting for a while, it's time to go back to each room and get ready to rest. Tomorrow, there are new tasks. Through the induction of duplication, Sui also knew that it was time for her to play. After a while, Jane and Daisy came to Sui's room together. So, is this you? Sui said with a smile, definitely it's me. Both Daisy and Jane know that Sui has an ability of energy duplication. This ability looks no different from ordinary people, but in fact, it just looks like it, and it is useless at all. Daisy looked at Sui and said with a smirk, no, I have to verify first. Sui naturally knew Daisy's verification method. Do you want to verify now? Don't you wait for Susan. Daisy has already started to act, ready to verify her authenticity. Sui is enjoying it, so how can she stop it? Susan was in her bedroom. After resting for a while, she still decided to go find Sui's plan. Susan knew that this plan was bold, even crazy. But, I have to say, this is a brand new attempt. After all, this is space, so it must feel different. Susan gently knocked on the door of Sui's bedroom. Fortunately, the sound insulation effect of the bedroom door is really good. After Sui completed the first plan, it was time to move on to the second plan. It's time to try absorbing solar energy. Sui's progress in absorbing solar energy on the ground was very slow, and it was only after absorbing the energy of the nuclear integrate experiment that he broke through to LV8. Now, the sun is just around the corner, and Sui is going to ask for energy from the sun. I don't know how much energy is needed to reach LV9. If you look at multiples, the energy required to reach LV9 is thousands of times the energy required to reach LV8. Sui left quietly, and a teleportation appeared outside the space station. Flight against the light. At full speed, there is no need to worry about accidents caused by too fast speed. Chapter 198 You are not on the moon, where did you hide? Sui quickly flew in space. Although this speed is not as fast as the speed of light, it is already amazing. Sui's goal is very clear, that is to fly in the direction of the sun. Unfortunately, flight is a bit slow. According to scientists' calculations, it takes about 8 minutes for light to travel from the sun to the earth. Sui's current speed is a little bit worse than the speed of light. It will take a long time for Sui to fly near the sun. After more than half an hour of flight, Sui stopped. Seeing that incomparably huge sun, Sui couldn't help but sigh with emotion. At first, people thought that the sun was in the sky, and as long as they were in the sky, they could get close to the sun. People in the sky know that the sun is still far away from them. This distance is still elusive. I thought I was already very strong, but I didn't realize it until now. It's still not enough. At least, compared to Superman, it's a bit worse. Why don't you try teleportation? Sui tried to teleport again. This speed was much faster. In the blink of an eye, Sui has come near Venus. Sui teleported again and appeared near Mercury. In front of Mercury is the extremely dazzling and huge fixed star, the Sun. Mercury is extremely small in front of the Sun. And Sui, this little human being, is even more like dust. Watching this scene, Sui couldn't help feeling a little dazed. It is beautiful, incomparably beautiful, indescribable. Praise the Sun. Although Sui is far from the Sun, there is still a long way to go. However, Sui already felt the heat. Going forward, I am afraid that my physical fitness may not be able to persist. Sui was bathed in the sunshine, feeling that the energy nearby was extremely abundant. Just here, enjoy the sun. The energy has reached LV8, and if he wants to reach LV9, Sui probably needs to spend half a year in the sun here. However, there is still a benefit to increasing the energy attribute. That is, the energy attribute can feed back the body. In other words, now, with energy absorbing, Sui's strength and speed will also be slightly improved. Sui just absorbed the energy for half an hour, so he didn't intend to continue. Hey, Superman charges for 3 minutes and is immediately invincible. I have absorbed energy for 30 minutes, and the energy attribute is still at LV8, and it is still far away from LV9. If you want to reach LV9, you need at least 3 months of continuous exposure. Sui couldn't help sighing. Superman is really too buggy. Losing interest in continuing energy absorbing, Sui intends to leave. But, where to go next? Sui has no idea yet. Next, should we go back like this? Sui suddenly thought of a good place, that is the moon. Sui plans to go to the far side of the moon. In the comics, there is an observer on the far side of the moon. The race of observers has a wealth of knowledge and extremely powerful technology. Originally, they intended to use these to help other civilizations in the universe. They picked a civilization and offered help. As a result, with the help of such a counterproductive way, this civilization went to self-destruction, and even destroyed its own planet. Since then, the race of observers has decided not to interfere, but to record what is happening in the universe as observers. The observer responsible for observing the civilization of the solar system is named Frog 2, who lives on the back of the moon. Although it is called the Observer, in the comics, Frog has shot many times to help superheroes such as the Avengers Alliance. Therefore, Frog Map also has an additional nickname, called Interferer. As a member of the Observer, Frog Map has extremely high intelligence and super technology. Definitely, his originally abilities are also quite powerful, including augmented personal attributes, time and space manipulation, molecular manipulation, energy projection, and expansive psychic powers. Even, shuttle multi-universe. Sui teleports back to the spaceship, then uses the teleport ability again, and lands directly on the moon. Landed on the surface of the moon, suspended in the air. Sui had a sudden thought, is this the second person to walk on the moon? Thinking of this, Sui decided to be naughty. Landed slowly, leaving his own footprints on the moon. That's one small step for Sui, one giant leap for mankind. However, this was not enough. Sui decided to leave a word. Sui is here for a visit. Just when Sui made a move, he fell into hesitation again. After all, Sui is not an unqualified person who scribbles and destroys everywhere. Writing a sentence on the moon should not be considered sabotage. Maybe one day I will be hit by a meteorite, and my words will disappear. After thinking it over, Sui decided to do it. However, instead of leaving his own name, it was another name. The great sage equaling heaven is here for a visit. Looking at her masterpiece, Sui is very satisfied. Maybe people in this world can discover this sentence. Sui is looking forward to the reaction of countries around the world. After the prank, Sui set off again. Stick to the ground, quickly fly, and fly in the direction of the back of the moon. The far side of the moon, that is, the side of the moon that always faces away from the Earth. Because it always faces away from the Earth, scientists cannot observe it. Everyone has a lot of speculation about the back of the moon. Sui came to this area and looked around, but didn't see any buildings. However, Sui did not give up and planned to continue watching. After all, this area is still very vast. Stay vigilant and listen with super hearing, but as a result, you don't hear a little bit of movement. Using energy perception ability, there is no perception of abnormal energy. Sui is in this area, using flight and teleportation ability to search around. As a result, Sui didn't find any trace, which made Sui very disappointed. What's going on? What about the intervener frog map? Sui stood where she was, staring blankly at everything in front of her. After finally wasting so much effort, I came to the back of the moon and found nothing. Frog map? You're not on the moon at all, where did you hide? Still no response. Sui stood where she was, lost in thought. Not only does this universe not have a spacetime administration, it even has no observers. Just then, the system gave an explanation. This world belongs to a special parallel universe, which is protected by a special energy barrier and is independent from other parallel universes. Only by using the power that affects the entire universe can the protective barrier be opened. Only when the protective barrier disappears can the Time Management Bureau and observers discover this parallel universe. A force that affects the entire universe? Isn't that infinite gems? That is to say, only by using infinite gems can we open up passages to other parallel universes. Yes, I see, I understand. Sui came in high spirits and returned in defeat. It's not a bad thing to not be able to find the interfering frog picture. Chapter 199 it and hashtag 039, S over, Norman. Sui returned home and left duplication in space to confuse Victor and others. Sui also has work to do, which is to stop Dr. Otto Blacken. Although Dr. Otto's mechanical arm has been released, Sui is still not at ease. So, Sui decided to arrange a task for little Spider-Man Peter, which is to ask him to comfort Dr. Otto. After all, before this, Peter and Dr. Otto had an intersection. The two used to have a good conversation. Dr. Otto also appreciates Peter's ability, so it's best to let Peter go. Peter accepted this task and happily agreed. It happened to be the weekend, and while I was resting, I went to the hospital to visit Dr. Otto. However, when Peter came to the hospital, Dr. Otto had already left. Peter could only go to Dr. Otto's home to search, but he still couldn't find Dr. Otto's whereabouts. However, Peter was not discouraged. After some thinking, Peter guessed the whereabouts of Dr. Otto. Since his wife passed away, Dr. Otto must have gone to arrange her funeral. After getting the clue, Peter dragged Sui to help, and quickly determined the location of Dr. Otto. When Peter found Dr. Otto was already in the cemetery, standing in front of a new grave. Dr. Otto didn't even invite people to the funeral and just buried people quickly. Peter looked at Dr. Otto from a distance, and felt that Dr. Otto's back was extremely lonely. Recalling the love between Dr. Otto and his wife, Peter could also know that Dr. Otto's heart must be extremely sad at this moment. The experiment failed, and the person he loved died. The double blow of career and love, and it is still an irreversible blow. This blow is enough to destroy a person. Otto stood in front of the tomb blankly, unable to believe all this. Because of his arrogance, the experiment failed. Because the experiment failed, he killed his beloved. Dr. Otto's heart was ashamed, and he no longer had the will to live. Looking at the cemetery beside him, it was prepared for him. Don't worry, honey, I'll find you soon. Dr. Otto has explained his funeral and left his last words. When you die, let someone bury you next to you. He took out the letter, put it in front of the grave, and found a stone to press it down. Then, take out the medicine you have prepared and seek a relief. However, at this moment, there was a laugh. Ha ha. The laughter was low and eerie, chilling. Peter saw that Dr. Otto was approaching, and suddenly, spider telepathy reminded him frantically. Peter jerked his head back to see Green Goblin flying over his head on a glider. Green hoods, strange uniforms, a glider, and those pumpkin bombs about to fall from the sky. Peter suddenly realized that the situation was not good. This person seemed to be targeting Dr. Otto. It's just that the pumpkin bomb is right in front of us, and it's about to explode. Peter couldn't move on, so he could only get out of the way first. After the explosion ended, Peter realized that this strange person had kidnapped Dr. Otto. Peter could only quickly find a place to hide, put on the battlesuit first, and then quickly chased him out. Hey Sue, I need your help. What's wrong? A strange man dressed like a goblin in a green hood, stepped on a glider and captured Dr. Otto. While swinging the cobweb to catch up with Green Goblin, Peter called to report the situation. I'm catching up now. However, he has a bomb in his hand, which may threaten the safety of passers-by. Definitely, and Dr. Otto, who may also be in danger. Sui knew immediately that the villain was Green Goblin Norman Osborn. What makes Sui wonder is the timing of Norman Osborn's appearance. Also, why did Norman arrest Dr. Otto? Regardless, Green Goblin is a real danger. A schizophrenic Green Goblin can do absolutely anything. Sui also suddenly thought of something, as if, in the comics, Green Goblin was responsible for Gwen's death. Green Goblin throws Gwen off the bridge and Peter catches Gwen with the cobweb. Gwen's body stopped falling. But because of huge amounts of inertia, Gwen's neck was twisted on the spot and lost her life. Definitely, this is just the comic plot. The Gwen of this world is a veritable ghost Spider-Man who also has a symbiote battlesuit. The combat power is not weak at all, and basically no rescue is needed. I'll be right there. Sui also learned from Edith why Norman fell in love with Blacken. Norman has been squeezed out of the CEO position by the Osborn Company's board of directors, which means that Norman can no longer control his company. No wonder, Norman Blacken became Green Goblin at this moment. Norman grabbed Dr. Otto and flew in the air. Peter followed all the way and almost caught up with Norman. In front, Gwen also suddenly appeared, blocking the way. Sui was suspended in the air, watching all this quietly. You can't run away. Norman Osborn is so angry. These people appeared too fast, right? If there are only Spider-Man and Ghost Spider-Man, he still has a way to run. That is to use bombs to create chaos, and I am taking advantage of the chaos to fly high. These two Spider-Man can only use cobweb to get on the road. However, the mysterious Spider-Man is different. This person can fly and teleport. Norman planned carefully and thought of making a super bomb as an excuse. Reason took the opportunity to eradicate the people on the board of directors and captured Dr. Otto. With this excuse, it is not a problem to kill all the members of the board of directors. He even directed and acted in a scene in which Norman Osborn was attacked. Thousands of calculations, but unexpectedly, the mysterious Spider-Man will appear. After all, the mysterious Spider-Man usually keeps a low profile and doesn't show up much. Mysterious Spider-Man, he. Sui listened to Norman's laughter. That's the laughter, this feeling, it's right. Norman Osborn, stop, you've got nowhere to go. Norman was shocked when Sui revealed his true identity. No one will know his identity at all. What I do is extremely secretive. People around me, even my enemies, those guys on the board of directors, don't know my identity before I die. Norman was so guilty that he just wanted to escape at the moment. Throw the wonder bomb at Sui and nearby buildings. Even, Dr. Otto was dropped from the air. He threw all his brains out, just to attract the attention of Sui and the others, and buy himself time to escape. However, he faced Sui. Sui looked at the bomb thrown over him, and didn't bother at all. Use the energy barrier directly to wrap these bombs to avoid harming innocent people. As for Dr. Otto, Sui was bound by a symbiosis battle suit to protect him. Seeing the running figure of Green Goblin, Sui didn't intend to waste any more time. A teleport, blocking Green Goblin's path. You still want to run. Like an eagle catching a chicken, Sui easily grabbed Norman. It's over, Norman. Chapter 200 Trouble. Sui caught Norman Osborn, chose to expose Norman Osborn's true colors in public, and handed him over to the sheriff. Next, what awaits Norman is naturally a long-term detention. Peter looked at the person under the green hood. It turned out to be Norman Osborn, and everyone was dumbfounded. Norman Osborn, the largest shareholder of the dignified Osborn Company, a well-known rich man, turned out to be a criminal. However, there seems to be nothing strange. Tony Stark, a rich man, is still a superhero. It is not uncommon for Norman, a rich man, to become a super criminal. Shocked, Peter thought of his good friend Harry. As Norman's son, Harry Osborn was the only relative left. Now that the only family member is also inside, Harry will definitely be very sad. Peter thought about it, and decided to go and comfort Harry later. Norman Osborn's turn into a supercriminal and his troubles in the city is big news. The major newspapers rush to report. The vast number of netizens also have something to talk about after dinner. This is more topical than Tony Stark becoming a superhero, which is a supervillain after all. On the internet, netizens have already turned upside down. I can't figure out why a rich man would do such a thing. Mysterious Spider-Man is too good to catch this bad guy with ease. Believe me, it won't be long before he will be released. I think we should arrest all these superpowers, so as to ensure our safety. Join the anti-super ability organization. We will boycott all super ability. Sui left the scene immediately after handing over the person to the relevant people. Peter also left from where he was, and went to find Dr. Otto first. During this time, Harry also knew what his father had done. Harry couldn't believe that his father had become a supervillain and was caught on the spot. Harry was talking about his ideals in life with the beautiful woman, but when he saw the news, he was stunned on the spot and lost all interest in it. Hastily pushed away the girl beside her. I still have something to do. Harry drove the car and rushed all the way to the police station. The purpose is very clear, that is to see his father. After arriving at the place, Harry couldn't wait to reveal his identity. I want to see Norman Osborn. Norman Osborn is not here. Walter? Not here. Where is that? How could I know? Harry was so discouraged that he rushed over by himself, but he still couldn't see his father. At this moment, Norman is indeed under investigation, but he is in SHIELD. After all, Norman Osborn is no longer an ordinary person, but also a super ability user. Those who deal with super abilities must naturally be handed over to specialized people. In the interrogation room, Phil Coulson is interrogating Norman Osborn. Through the investigation, the crime of Norman Osborn has been basically determined. After becoming a Green Goblin, in just over an hour, hit multiple people. And these people are basically members of the board of directors of Osborn. Norman Osborn, do you admit to these crimes? Norman Osborn even contributed an Oscar winner-level performance on the spot. No, this is not me. It's another voice, another person. Did you hear that? He was laughing. How could Phil Coulson not know the routines and means of these people? They just wanted to avoid the trial, get a mental illness certificate and so on. At that time, let the lawyer operate again, and there is no need to go to prison. Osborn, you put on a great show, but it doesn't work with us. Whether you're mentally ill or not, you'll be locked up. Osborn continued, I need a doctor, I need a cure, please. He kept laughing wildly in my ears and didn't stop for a moment. I can't remember what I did, it wasn't what I did. Phil Coulson was also very helpless. After asking for a while, the result was still the same. In desperation, Phil Coulson decided to take a break for the time being. Mr. Osborn, please recall carefully what you have done. Phil Coulson led the man out of the interrogation room. Outside the interrogation room, Nick Fury, wearing a black leather coat, was staring at the interrogation process with his hands behind his back. Boss, he didn't say anything. Nick Fury is also a headache. After all, the influence of Norman Osborn is too great. As a well-known rich man, Norman Osborn's reputation is no lower than Tony's. After so many years in business, Norman's contacts are also very impressive. Although S.H.I.E.L.D. has a special status and can be unscrupulous, Nick Fury himself is not afraid of trouble. But in reality, this is not the case. First of all, S.H.I.E.L.D. also needs funds. Secondly, it is naturally the MPs who support SHIELD. Nick Fury and Alexander Pierce, it's impossible to really completely ignore these guys. And for these people, it is definitely impossible to have the world in mind and have lofty goals. These people, more or less, have their own selfishness in them. This time, Norman Osborn involved the selfishness of several congressmen. In the comics, after the Secret Invasion event ended, Norman became the director of the Security Bureau by virtue of his contribution to the Secret Invasion event. Since then, the prelude to the great events of the Dark Dynasty has been opened. Norman also abolished S.H.I.E.L.D. and formed the Skyhammer Bureau. He even formed his own Dark Avenger. Norman was able to obtain such a status not only because of credit, but also because of his financial resources and connections. Therefore, if such a character is not handled well, it will still be very troublesome. Nick Fury said, take a rest first, and then continue the interrogation. What about the MP? Nick Fury replied immediately, I'll go to Pierce, I need a little more time. Yes, boss. Nick Fury turned away and went to report to Alexander Pierce. Alexander saw Nick Fury appear and hung up the phone in his hand. Nick, what's going on? MPs are concerned. Osborn insists he didn't do it himself and looks like he's mentally ill. Alexander continued, mental illness. If it is determined that there is indeed a mental illness according to the normal process, then it should be sent to a mental hospital. Nick complained, the mental hospital can't hold this guy. According to the test, his physical fitness may be stronger than that of an excellent fighter. It is estimated that his physical fitness is slightly worse than that of the captain. We also need to understand the way he obtained the ability, so as to prevent other people from obtaining the ability. Alexander took a sip of coffee and thought for a while. Nick, you know how much I believe in you. So go ahead with the interrogation, we only have one day. After a day, you can only follow the normal process. Nick definitely knows what the normal flow is. It's nothing more than a lawyer arriving and evaluating his mental state. In the end, it was said to be locked up in a mental hospital, but in fact, it was easier than going on vacation. I see. After a day of interrogation, nothing was found. In the end, we can only act according to the agreement and the normal process.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.